Dickens Christmas Books, Section 1. A Christmas Carol, Stave 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Christmas Carol, Stave 1. Marley's Ghost. Marley was dead to begin with. There is no doubt whatever about that. The register of his burial was signed by the clergyman, the clerk, the undertaker, and the chief mourner. Scrooge signed it, and Scrooge's name was good upon change for anything he chose to put his hand to. Old Marley was as dead as a door-nail. Mind, I don't mean to say that I know of my own knowledge what there is particularly dead about a door-nail. I might have been inclined myself to regard a coffin-nail as the deadest piece of ironmongery in the trade, but the wisdom of our ancestors is in the simile, and my unhallowed hand shall not disturb it, or the country's done for. You will therefore permit me to repeat emphatically that Marley was as dead as a door-nail. Scrooge knew he was dead? Of course he did. How could it be otherwise? Scrooge and he were partners for I don't know how many years. Scrooge was his sole executor, his sole administrator, his sole assign, his sole residuary legatee, his sole friend and sole mourner. And even Scrooge was not so dreadfully cut up by the sad event, but that he was an excellent man of business on the very day of the funeral, and solemnized it with an undoubted bargain. The mention of Marley's funeral brings me back to the point I started from. There is no doubt that Marley was dead. This must be distinctly understood, or nothing wonderful can come of the story I am going to relate. If we were not perfectly convinced that Hamlet's father died before the play began, there would be nothing more remarkable in his taking a stroll at night in an easterly wind upon his own ramparts than there would be in any other middle-aged gentleman rashly turning out after dark in a breezy spot, say St. Paul's churchyard, for instance, literally to astonish his son's weak mind. Scrooge never painted out old Marley's name. There it stood, years afterwards, above the warehouse door. Scrooge and Marley. The firm was known as Scrooge and Marley. Sometimes people new to the business called Scrooge Scrooge, and sometimes Marley, but he answered to both names. It was all the same to him. Oh, but he was a tight-fisted hand at the grindstone, Scrooge, a squeezing, wrenching, grasping, scraping, clutching, covetous old sinner, hard and sharp as flint, from which no steel had ever struck out generous fire, secret and self-contained, and solitary as an oyster. The cold within him froze his old features, nipped his pointed nose, shrivelled his cheek, stiffened his gait, and made his eyes red, his thin lips blue, and spoke out shrewdly in his grating voice. A frosty rime was on his head, and on his eyebrows, and his wiry chin. He carried his own low temperature always about with him, he iced his office in the dog days, and didn't thaw it 1 degree at Christmas. External heat and cold had little influence on Scrooge. No warmth could warm, no wintry weather chill him. No wind that blew was bitterer than he, no falling snow was more intent upon its purpose, no pelting rain less open to entreaty. Foul weather didn't know where to have him. The heaviest rain and snow and hail and sleet could boast of the advantage over him in only one respect: they often came down handsomely, and Scrooge never did. Nobody ever stopped him in the street to say with gladsome looks, "My dear Scrooge, how are you? When will you come to see me?" No beggars implored him to bestow a trifle. No children asked him what it was o'clock. No man or woman ever once in all his life inquired the way to such and such a place of Scrooge. Even the blind men's dogs appeared to know him, and when they saw him coming on, would tug their owners into doorways and up courts, and then would wag their tails as though they said, "No eye at all is better than an evil eye, dark master." But what did Scrooge care? It was the very thing he liked. To edge his way along the crowded paths of life, warning all human sympathy to keep its distance, was what the knowing ones called nuts to Scrooge. Once upon a time, of all the good days in the year on Christmas Eve, old Scrooge sat busy in his counting house. It was cold, bleak, biting weather, foggy withal, and he could hear the people in the court outside go wheezing up and down, beating their hands upon their breasts, and stamping their feet upon the pavement stones to warm them. The city clocks had only just gone 3, but it was quite dark already. It had not been light all day, and candles were flaring in the windows of the neighbouring offices like ruddy smears upon the palpable brown air. The fog came pouring in at every chink and keyhole, and was so dense without that although the court was of the narrowest, the houses opposite were mere phantoms. To see the dingy cloud come drooping down, obscuring everything, one might have thought that nature lived hard by, and was brewing on a large scale. The door of Scrooge's counting house was open that he might keep his eye upon his clerk, who, in a dismal little cell beyond, a sort of tank, was copying letters. Scrooge had a very small fire, but the clerk's fire was so very much smaller that it looked like one coal. But he couldn't replenish it, for Scrooge kept the coal box in his own room, and so surely as the clerk came in with the shovel, the master predicted that it would be necessary for them to part. Wherefore the clerk put on his white comforter, and tried to warm himself at the candle, in which effect, not being a man of strong imagination, he failed. "A Merry Christmas, uncle! God save you!" cried a cheerful voice. It was the voice of Scrooge's nephew, who came upon him so quickly that this was the first intimation he had of his approach. "Bah!" said Scrooge. "Humbug!" He had so heated himself with rapid walking in the fog and frost, this nephew of Scrooge's, that he was all in a glow, his face was ruddy and handsome, his eyes sparkled, and his breath smoked again. "Christmas is a humbug, uncle," said Scrooge's nephew. "You don't mean that, I'm sure." "I do," said Scrooge. "Merry Christmas! What right have you to be merry? What reason have you to be merry? You're poor enough." "Come, then," returned the nephew gaily, "what right have you to be dismal? What reason have you to be morose? You're rich enough." Scrooge, having no better answer ready on the spur of the moment, said "Bah!" again, and followed it up with "Humbug!" "Don't be cross, uncle," said the nephew. "What else can I be," returned the uncle, "when I live in such a world of fools as this? Merry Christmas! Out upon Merry Christmas! What's Christmas time to you but a time for paying bills without money, a time for finding yourself a year older but not an hour richer, a time for balancing your books and having every item in 'em through a round dozen of months presented dead against you? If I could work my will," said Scrooge indignantly, "every idiot who goes about with 'Merry Christmas' on his lips should be boiled with his own pudding, and buried with a stake of holly through his heart, he should." "Uncle," pleaded the nephew. "Nephew," returned the uncle sternly, "keep Christmas in your own way, and let me keep it in mine." "Keep it!" repeated Scrooge's nephew. "But you don't keep it." "Let me leave it alone, then," said Scrooge. "Much good may it do you. Much good has it ever done you." "There are many things from which I might have derived good, by which I have not profited, I dare say," returned the nephew. "Christmas among the rest. But I am sure I have always thought of Christmas time when it came round, apart from the veneration due to its sacred name and origin, if anything belonging to it can be apart from that, as a good time, a kind, forgiving, charitable, pleasant time, the only time I know of, in the long calendar of the year, when men and women seem by one consent to open their shut up hearts freely, and to think of people below them as if they really were fellow passengers to the grave, and not another race of creatures bound on other journeys. And therefore, uncle, though it has never put a scrap of gold or silver in my pocket, I believe that it has done me good, and will do me good, and I say, God bless it!" The clerk in the tank involuntarily applauded. Becoming immediately sensible of the impropriety, he poked the fire, and extinguished the last frail spark for ever. "Let me hear another sound from you," said Scrooge, "and you'll keep your Christmas by losing your situation. You're quite a powerful speaker, sir," he added, turning to his nephew. "I wonder you don't go into Parliament. Don't be angry, uncle. Come! Dine with us to-morrow." Scrooge said that he would see him. Yes, indeed he did. He went the whole length of the expression, and said that he would see him in that extremity first. "But why?" cried Scrooge's nephew. "Why?" "Why did you get married?" said Scrooge. "Because I fell in love." "Because you fell in love. growled Scrooge, as if that were the only one thing in the world more ridiculous than a Merry Christmas. 'Good afternoon.' 'Nay, uncle, but you never came to see me before that happened. Why give it a reason for not coming now?' 'Good afternoon,' said Scrooge. 'I want nothing from you. I ask nothing of you. Why cannot we be friends?' 'Good afternoon,' said Scrooge. 'I am sorry with all my heart to find you so resolute. We have never had any quarrel to which I have been a party, but I have made the trial in homage to Christmas, and I'll keep my Christmas humour to the last. So, a Merry Christmas, uncle.' 'Good afternoon,' said Scrooge. 'And a Happy New Year.' 'Good afternoon,' said Scrooge. His nephew left the room without an angry word, notwithstanding. He stopped at the outer door to bestow the greetings of the season on the clerk, who, cold as he was warmer than Scrooge, for he returned them cordially. 'There's another fellow,' muttered Scrooge, who overheard him, 'my clerk, with 15 shillings a week, and a wife and family, talking about a Merry Christmas. I'll retire to Bedlam.' This lunatic, in letting Scrooge's nephew out, had let two other people in. They were portly gentlemen, pleasant to behold, and now stood with their hats off in Scrooge's office. They had books and papers in their hands, and bowed to him. 'Scrooge and Marley's, I believe,' said one of the gentlemen, referring to his list. 'Have I the pleasure of addressing Mr. Scrooge or Mr. Marley?' 'Mr. Marley has been dead these 7 years,' Scrooge replied. 'He died 7 years ago this very night.' 'We have no doubt his liberality is well represented by his surviving partner,' said the gentleman, presenting his credentials. It certainly was, for they had been two kindred spirits. At the ominous word liberality, Scrooge frowned, and shook his head, and handed the credentials back. 'At this festive season of the year, Mr. Scrooge,' said the gentleman, taking up a pen, 'it is more than usually desirable that we should make some slight provision for the poor and destitute, who suffer greatly at the present time. Many thousands are in want of common necessaries. Hundreds of thousands are in want of common comfort, sir.' 'Are there no prisons?' asked Scrooge. 'Plenty of prisons,' said the gentleman, laying down the pen again. 'And the Union workhouses?' demanded Scrooge. 'Are they still in operation?' 'They are, still,' returned the gentleman. 'I wish I could say they were not.' 'The treadmill and the poor law are in full vigour, then?' said Scrooge. 'Both very busy, sir.' 'Oh! I was afraid, from what you said at first, that something had occurred to stop them in their useful course,' said Scrooge. 'I'm very glad to hear it.' 'Under the impression that they scarcely furnish Christmas cheer of mind or body to the multitude,' returned the gentleman, 'a few of us are endeavouring to raise a fund to buy the poor some meat and drink and means of warmth. We choose this time, because it is a time of all others when want is keenly felt and abundance rejoices. What shall I put you down for?' 'Nothing,' Scrooge replied. 'You wish to be anonymous?' 'I wish to be left alone,' said Scrooge. 'Since you ask me what I wish, gentlemen, that is my answer. I don't make myself merry at Christmas, and I can't afford to make idle people merry. I help support the establishments I have mentioned. They cost enough, and those who are badly off must go there.' 'Many can't go there, and many would rather die.' 'If they would rather die,' said Scrooge, 'they had better do it, and decrease the surplus population. Besides, excuse me, I don't know that.' 'But you might know it,' observed the gentleman. 'It's not my business,' Scrooge returned. 'It's enough for a man to understand his own business and not to interfere with other people's. Mine occupies me constantly. Good afternoon, gentlemen.' Seeing clearly that it would be useless to pursue their point, the gentlemen withdrew. Scrooge resumed his labours with an improved opinion of himself, and in a more facetious temper than was usual with him. Meanwhile, the fog and darkness thickened so, that people ran about with flaring links, proffering their services to go before horses and carriages, and conduct them on their way. The ancient tower of a church, whose gruff old bell was always peeping slyly down at Scrooge out of a Gothic window in the wall, became invisible, and struck the hours and quarters in the clouds, with tremulous vibrations afterwards, as if its teeth were chattering in its frozen head up there. The cold became intense. In the main street, at the corner of the court, some labourers were repairing the gas pipes, and had lighted a great fire in a brazier, round which a party of ragged men and boys were gathered, warming their hands and winking their eyes before the blaze in rapture. The water plug being left in solitude, its overflowing suddenly congealed, and turned to misanthropic ice. The brightness of the shops, where holly sprigs and berries crackled in the lamp heat of the windows, made pale faces ruddy as they passed. Poulterers' and grocers' trades became a splendid joke, a glorious pageant with which it was next to impossible to believe that such dull principles as bargain and sale had anything to do. The Lord Mayor, in the stronghold of the mighty Mansion House, gave orders to his 50 cooks and butlers to keep Christmas as a Lord Mayor's household should, and even a little tailor, whom he had fined 5 shillings on the previous Monday for being drunk and bloodthirsty in the streets, stirred up to-morrow's pudding in his garret, while his lean wife and the baby sallied out to buy the beef. Foggier yet and colder, piercing, searching, biting cold. If the good Saint Dunstan had but nipped the evil spirit's nose with a touch of such weather as that, instead of using his familiar weapons, then indeed he would have roared to lusty purpose. The owner of one scant young nose, gnawed and mumbled by the hungry cold as bones are gnawed by dogs, stooped down at Scrooge's keyhole to regale him with a Christmas carol, but at the first sound of "God bless you, merry gentlemen, may nothing you dismay," Scrooge seized the ruler with such energy of action, that the singer fled in terror, leaving the keyhole to the fog and even more congenial frost. At length the hour of shutting up the counting house arrived. With an ill will, Scrooge dismounted from his stool, and tacitly admitted the fact to the expectant clerk in the tank, who instantly snuffed his candle out and put on his hat. "You'll want all day to-morrow, I suppose?" said Scrooge. "If quite convenient, sir." "It's not convenient," said Scrooge, "and it's not fair. If I was to stop 1/2 crown for it, you'd think yourself ill used, I'll be bound." The clerk smiled faintly. "And yet," said Scrooge, "you don't think me ill used, when I pay a day's wages for no work." The clerk observed that it was only once a year. "A poor excuse for picking a man's pocket every 25th of December," said Scrooge, buttoning his greatcoat to the chin. "But I suppose you must have the whole day. Be here all the earlier next morning." The clerk promised that he would, and Scrooge walked out with a growl. The office was closed in a twinkling, and the clerk, with the long ends of his white comforter dangling below his waist, for he boasted no greatcoat, went down a slide on Cornhill, at the end of a lane of boys 20 times in honour of its being Christmas Eve, and then ran down to Camden Town as hard as he could pelt, to play at blindman's buff. Scrooge took his melancholy dinner in his usual melancholy tavern, and having read all the newspapers, and beguiled the rest of the evening with his banker's book, went home to bed. He lived in chambers which had once belonged to his deceased partner. They were a gloomy suite of rooms, in a lowering pile of building up a yard where it had so little business to be, that one could scarcely help fancying it must have run there when it was a young house, playing at hide and seek with other houses, and forgetting the way out again. It was old enough now, and dreary enough, for nobody lived in it but Scrooge, the other rooms being all let out as offices. The yard was so dark that even Scrooge, who knew its every stone, was fain to grope with his hands. The fog and frost so hung about the black old gateway of the house, that it seemed as if the genius of the weather sat in mournful meditation on the threshold. Now, it is a fact that there was nothing at all particular about the knocker on the door, except that it was very large. It is also a fact that Scrooge had seen it, night and morning, during his whole residence in that place; also that Scrooge had as little of what is called fancy about him as any man in the city of London, even including, which is a bold word, the corporation, aldermen, and livery. Let it also be borne in mind that Scrooge had not bestowed one thought on Marley since his last mention of his 7 years dead partner that afternoon. And then let any man explain to me, if he can, how it happened that Scrooge, having his key in the lock of the door, saw in the knocker, without its undergoing any intermediate process of change, not a knocker, but Marley's face. Marley's face. It was not in impenetrable shadow, as the other objects in the yard were, but had a dismal light about it, like a bad lobster in a dark cellar. It was not angry or ferocious, but looked at Scrooge as Marley used to look, with ghostly spectacles turned up on its ghostly forehead. The hair was curiously stirred, as if by breath or hot air, and though the eyes were wide open, they were perfectly motionless. That and its livid colour made it horrible, but its horror seemed to be in spite of the face and beyond its control, rather than a part of its own expression. As Scrooge looked fixedly at this phenomenon, it was a knocker again. To say that he was not startled, or that his blood was not conscious of a terrible sensation to which it had been a stranger from infancy, would be untrue. But he put his hand upon the key he had relinquished, turned it sturdily, walked in, and lighted his candle. He did pause, with a moment's irresolution, before he shut the door, and he did look cautiously behind it first, as if he half expected to be terrified with the sight of Marley's pigtail sticking out into the hall. But there was nothing on the back of the door except the screws and nuts that held the knocker on, and he said "Pooh, pooh," and closed it with a bang. The sound resounded through the house like thunder. Every room above, and every cask in the wine merchant's cellars below, appeared to have a separate peal of echoes of its own. Scrooge was not a man to be frightened by echoes. He fastened the door, and walked across the hall and up the stairs, slowly too, trimming his candle as he went. You may talk vaguely about driving a coach and six up a good old flight of stairs, or through a bad young Act of Parliament, but I mean to say you might have got a hearse up that staircase and taken it broadwise, with a splinter bar towards the wall and the door towards the balustrades, and done it easy. There was plenty of width for that, and room to spare, which is perhaps the reason why Scrooge thought he saw a locomotive's hearse going on before him in the gloom. Half a dozen gas lamps out of the street wouldn't have lighted the entry too well, so you may suppose that it was pretty dark with Scrooge's dip. Up Scrooge went, not caring a button for that. Darkness is cheap, and Scrooge liked it. But before he shut his heavy door, he walked through his rooms to see that all was right. He had just enough recollection of the face to desire to do that. Sitting room, bedroom, lumber room, all as they should be. Nobody under the table, nobody under the sofa, a small fire in the grate, spoon and basin ready, and the little saucepan of gruel (Scrooge had a cold in his head) upon the hob. Nobody under the bed, nobody in the closet, nobody in his dressing gown, which was hanging up in a suspicious attitude against the wall. Lumber room as usual, old fire guard, old shoes, 2 fish baskets, washing stand on 3 legs, and a poker. Quite satisfied, he closed his door, and locked himself in. Double locked himself in, which was not his custom. Thus secured against surprise, he took off his cravat, put on his dressing gown and slippers, and his nightcap, and sat down before the fire to take his gruel. It was a very low fire indeed. Nothing on such a bitter night. He was obliged to sit close to it, and brood over it, before he could extract the least sensation of warmth from such a handful of fuel. The fireplace was an old one, built by some Dutch merchant long ago, and paved all round with quaint Dutch tiles, designed to illustrate the Scriptures. There were Cains and Abels, Pharaoh's daughters, Queens of Sheba, angelic messengers descending through the air on clouds like feather beds, Abrahams, Belshazzars, apostles putting off to sea in butter boats, hundreds of figures to attract his thoughts, and yet that face of Marley, 7 years dead, came like the ancient prophet's rod, and swallowed up the whole. If each smooth tile had been a blank at first, with power to shape some picture on its surface from the disjointed fragments of his thoughts, there would have been a copy of old Marley's head on every one. "Humbug!" said Scrooge, and walked across the room. After several turns he sat down again. As he threw his head back in the chair, his glance happened to rest upon a bell, and communicated for some purpose now forgotten with a chamber in the highest story of the building. It was with great astonishment, and with a strange inexplicable dread, that as he looked, he saw this bell begin to swing. It swung so softly in the outset that it scarcely made a sound, but soon it rang out loudly, and so did every bell in the house. This might have lasted half a minute, or a minute, but it seemed an hour. The bells ceased as they had begun, together. They were succeeded by a clanking noise deep down below, as if some person were dragging a heavy chain over the cask in the wine merchant's cellar. Scrooge then remembered to have heard that ghosts in haunted houses were described as dragging chains. The cellar door flew open with a booming sound, and then he heard the noise much louder, on the floors below, then coming up the stairs, then coming straight towards his door. "It's humbug still," said Scrooge. "I won't believe it." His colour changed though, when, without a pause, it came on through the heavy door, and passed into the room before his eyes. Upon its coming in, the dying flame leaped up as though it cried, "I know him! Marley's ghost!" and fell again. The same face, the very same. Marley in his pigtail, usual waistcoat, tights, and boots, the tassels on the latter bristling like his pigtail and his coat skirts, and the hair upon his head. The chain he drew was clasped about his middle. It was long, and wound about him like a tail, and it was made, for Scrooge observed it closely, of cash boxes, keys, padlocks, ledgers, deeds, and heavy purses wrought in steel. His body was transparent, so that Scrooge, observing him, and looking through his waistcoat, could see the two buttons on his coat behind. Scrooge had often heard it say that Marley had no bowels, but he had never believed it until now. No, nor did he believe it even now, though he looked the phantom through and through, and saw it standing before him, though he felt the chilling influence of its death-cold eyes, and marked the very texture of the folded kerchief bound about its head and chin, which wrapper he had not observed before, he was still incredulous, and fought against his senses. "How now?" said Scrooge, caustic and cold as ever. "What do you want with me?" "Much." Marley's voice, no doubt about it. "Who are you?" "Ask me who I was." "Who were you, then?" said Scrooge, raising his voice. "You're particular, for a shade," he was going to say to a shade, but substituted this as more appropriate. "In life I was your partner, Jacob Marley." "Can you sit down?" asked Scrooge, looking doubtfully at him. "I can." "Do it then." Scrooge asked the question because he didn't know whether a ghost so transparent might find himself in a condition to take a chair, and felt that in the event of its being impossible, it might involve the necessity of an embarrassing explanation. But the ghost sat down on the opposite side of the fireplace, as if he were quite used to it. "You don't believe in me," observed the ghost. "I don't," said Scrooge. "What evidence would you have of my reality beyond that of your senses?" "I don't know," said Scrooge. "Why do you doubt your senses?" "Because," said Scrooge, "a little thing affects them. A slight disorder of the stomach makes them cheats. You may be an undigested bit of beef, a blot of mustard, a crumb of cheese, a fragment of an underdone potato. There's more of gravy than of grave about you, whatever you are." Scrooge was not much in the habit of cracking jokes, nor did he feel in his heart by any means waggish then. The truth is, that he tried to be smart as a means of distracting his own attention and keeping down his terror, for the spectre's voice disturbed the very marrow in his bones. To sit staring at those fixed glazed eyes in silence for a moment would play, Scrooge felt, the very deuce with him. There was something very awful, too, in the spectre's being provided with an infernal atmosphere of its own. Scrooge could not feel it himself, but this was clearly the case, for though the ghost sat perfectly motionless, its hair and skirts and tassels were still agitated as by the hot vapour from an oven. "You see this toothpick?" said Scrooge, returning quickly to the charge, for the reason just assigned, and wishing, though it were only for a second, to divert the vision's stony gaze from himself. "I do," replied the ghost. "You are not looking at it," said Scrooge. "But I see it," said the ghost, "notwithstanding." "Well," returned Scrooge, "I have but to swallow this, and be for the rest of my days persecuted by a legion of goblins, all of my own creation. Humbug, I tell you, humbug!" At this, the spirit raised a frightful cry, and shook its chain with such dismal and appalling noise, that Scrooge held on tight to his chair to save himself from falling in a swoon. But how much greater was his horror, when the phantom, taking off the bandage round its head, as if it were too warm to wear indoors, its lower jaw dropped down upon its breast. Scrooge fell upon his knees, and clasped his hands before his face. "Mercy!" he said. "Dreadful apparition, why do you trouble me?" "Man of the worldly mind," replied the ghost, "do you believe in me or not?" "I do," said Scrooge. "I must. But why do spirits walk the earth, and why do they come to me?" "It is required of every man," the ghost returned, "that the spirit within him should walk abroad among his fellow men, and travel far and wide; and if that spirit goes not forth in life, it is condemned to do so after death. It is doomed to wander through the world, oh woe is me, and witness what it cannot share, but it might have shared on earth, and turned to happiness." Again the spectre raised a cry, and shook its chain, and wrung its shadowy hands. "You are fettered," said Scrooge, trembling. "Tell me why." "I wear the chain I forged in life," replied the ghost. "I made it link by link, and yard by yard. I girded it on of my own free will, and of my own free will I wore it. Is its pattern strange to you?" Scrooge trembled more and more. "Or would you know," pursued the ghost, "the weight and length of the strong coil you bear yourself? It was full as heavy and long as this, 7 Christmas Eves ago. You have laboured on it since. It is a ponderous chain." Scrooge glanced about him on the floor, in the expectation of finding himself surrounded by some 50 or 60 fathoms of iron cable, but he could see nothing. "Jacob," he said imploringly, "old Jacob Marley, tell me more. Speak comfort to me, Jacob." "I have none to give," the ghost replied. "It comes from other regions, Ebenezer Scrooge, and is conveyed by other ministers to other kinds of men. Nor can I tell you what I would. A very little more is permitted to me. I cannot rest, I cannot stay, I cannot linger anywhere. My spirit never walked beyond our counting house, mark me. In life my spirit never roved beyond the narrow limits of our money changing hole, and weary journeys lie before me." It was a habit with Scrooge, whenever he became thoughtful, to put his hands in his breeches pockets. Pondering on what the ghost had said, he did so now, but without lifting up his eyes, or getting off his knees. "You might have been very slow about it, Jacob," Scrooge observed, in a business like manner, though with humility and deference. "Slow," the ghost repeated. "7 years dead," mused Scrooge, "and travelling all the time." "The whole time," said the ghost. "No rest, no peace, incessant torture of remorse." "You travel fast?" said Scrooge. "On the wings of the wind," replied the ghost. "You might have got over a great quantity of ground in 7 years," said Scrooge. The ghost, on hearing this, set up another cry, and clanked its chain so hideously in the dead silence of the night, that the ward would have been justified in indicting it for a nuisance. "O captive, bound, and double ironed," cried the phantom, "not to know that ages of incessant labour by immortal creatures for this earth must pass into eternity before the good of which it is susceptible is all developed. Not to know that any Christian spirit working kindly in its little sphere, whatever it may be, will find its mortal life too short for its vast means of usefulness. Not to know that no space of regret can make amends for one life's opportunity misused. Yet such was I. Oh, such was I!" "But you were always a good man of business, Jacob," faltered Scrooge, who now began to apply this to himself. "Business!" cried the ghost, wringing its hands again. "Mankind was my business. The common welfare was my business. Charity, mercy, forbearance, and benevolence were all my business. The dealings of my trade were but a drop of water in the comprehensive ocean of my business." It held up its chain at arm's length, as if that were the cause of all its unavailing grief, and flung it heavily upon the ground again. "At this time of the rolling year," the spectre said, "I suffer most. Why did I walk through crowds of fellow beings with my eyes turned down, and never raise them to that blessed star which led the wise man to a poor abode? Were there no poor homes to which its light would have conducted me?" Scrooge was very much dismayed to hear the spectre was going on at this rate, and began to quake exceedingly. "Hear me!" cried the ghost. "My time is nearly gone." "I will," said Scrooge. "But don't be hard upon me. Don't be flowery, Jacob, pray." "How is it that I appear before you in a shape that you can see, I may not tell. I have sat invisible beside you many and many a day." It was not an agreeable idea. Scrooge shivered, and wiped the perspiration from his brow. "There is no light part of my penance," pursued the ghost. "I am here to-night to warn you that you have yet a chance and hope of escaping my fate. A chance and hope of my procuring, Ebenezer." "You were always a good friend to me," said Scrooge. "Thank'ee." "You will be haunted," resumed the ghost, "by three spirits." Scrooge's countenance fell almost as low as the ghost's had done. "Is that the chance and hope you mentioned, Jacob?" he demanded, in a faltering voice. "It is." "I think I'd rather not," said Scrooge. "Without their visits," said the ghost, "you cannot hope to shun the path I tread. Expect the first to morrow, when the bell tolls one." "Couldn't I take 'em all at once, and have it over, Jacob?" hinted Scrooge. "Expect the second on the next night at the same hour, the third upon the next night when the last stroke of 12 has ceased to vibrate. Look to see me no more, and look that, for your own sake, you remember what has passed between us." When it had said these words, the spectre took its wrapper from the table, and bound it round its head as before. Scrooge knew this by the smart sound its teeth made when the jaws were brought together by the bandage. He ventured to raise his eyes again, and found his supernatural visitor confronting him in an erect attitude, with its chain wound over and about its arm. The apparition walked backward from him, and at every step it took, the window raised itself a little, so that when the spectre reached it, it was wide open. It beckoned Scrooge to approach, which he did. When they were within 2 paces of each other, Marley's ghost held up its hand, warning him to come no nearer. Scrooge stopped. Not so much in obedience as in surprise and fear, for on the raising of the hand, he became sensible of confused noises in the air, incoherent sounds of lamentation and regret, wailings inexpressibly sorrowful and self-accusatory. The spectre, after listening for a moment, joined in the mournful dirge, and floated out upon the bleak dark night. Scrooge followed to the window, desperate in his curiosity. He looked out. The air was filled with phantoms wandering hither and thither in restless haste, and moaning as they went. Every one of them wore chains like Marley's ghost. Some few, they might be guilty governments, were linked together; none were free. Many had been previously known to Scrooge in their lives. He had been quite familiar with one old ghost, in a white waistcoat with a monstrous iron safe attached to its ankle, who cried piteously at being unable to assist a wretched woman with an infant, whom it saw below upon a doorstep. The misery with them all was clearly that they sought to interfere for good in human matters, and had lost the power for ever. Whether these creatures faded into mist, or mist enshrouded them, he could not tell. But they and their spirit voices faded together, and the night became as it had been when he walked home. Scrooge closed the window, and examined the door by which the ghost had entered. It was double locked, as he had locked it with his own hands, and the bolts were undisturbed. He tried to say 'humbug,' but stopped at the first syllable; and being, from the emotion he had undergone, or the fatigues of the day, or his glimpse of the invisible world, or the dull conversation of the ghost, or the lateness of the hour, much in need of repose, went straight to bed without undressing, and fell asleep upon the instant. End of Stave 1 of A Christmas Carol. End of Section 1 of Dickens' Christmas Books. Dickens Christmas Books, Section 2. A Christmas Carol, Stave 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. A Christmas Carol, by Charles Dickens, Stave 2, the first of the three spirits. When Scrooge awoke, it was so dark that looking out of bed he could scarcely distinguish the transparent window from the opaque walls of his chamber. He was endeavouring to pierce the darkness with his ferret eyes, when the chimes of a neighbouring church struck the 4 quarters. So he listened for the hour. To his great astonishment, the heavy bell went on from 6 to 7, and from 7 to 8, and regularly up to 12, then stopped. 12. It was past 2 when he went to bed. The clock was wrong. An icicle must have gotten into the works. 12. He touched the spring of his repeater to correct the most preposterous clock. Its rapid little pulse beat 12, and stopped. "Why, it isn't possible," said Scrooge, "that I can have slept through a whole day and far into another night. It isn't possible that anything has happened to the sun, and this is 12 at noon." The idea being an alarming one, he scrambled out of bed and groped his way to the window. He was obliged to rub the frost off with the sleeve of his dressing gown before he could see anything, and he could see very little then. All he could make out was, that it was still very foggy and extremely cold, and that there was no noise of people running to and fro, and making a great stir, as there unquestionably would have been if night had beaten off bright day, and taken possession of the world. This was a great relief, because 3 days after sight of this first of exchange paid to Mr. Ebenezer Scrooge or his order, and so forth, would have become a mere United States security, if there were no days to count by. Scrooge went to bed again, and thought and thought and thought it over and over and over, and could make nothing of it. The more he thought, the more perplexed he was, and the more he endeavoured not to think, the more he thought. Marley's ghost bothered him exceedingly. Every time he resolved within himself, after mature inquiry, that it was all a dream, his mind flew back again, like a strong spring released, to its first position, and presented the same problem to be worked all through: was it a dream or not? Scrooge lay in this state until the chime had gone 3 quarters more, when he remembered, on a sudden, that the ghost had warned him of a visitation when the bell tolled 1. He resolved to lie awake until the hour was past, and considering that he could no more go to sleep than go to heaven, this was perhaps the wisest resolution in his power. The quarter was so long, that he was more than once convinced that he must have sunk into a doze unconsciously, and missed the clock. At length it broke upon his listening ear. "Ding dong! 1/4 past," said Scrooge, counting. "Ding dong! 1/2 past," said Scrooge. "Ding dong! 1/4 to it," said Scrooge. "Ding dong! The hour itself," said Scrooge triumphantly, "and nothing else." He spoke before the hour bell sounded, which it now did with a deep, dull, hollow, melancholy 1. Light flashed up in the room upon the instant, and the curtains of his bed were drawn. The curtains of his bed were drawn aside, I tell you, by a hand. Not the curtains at his feet, nor the curtains at his back, but those to which his face was addressed. The curtains of his bed were drawn aside, and Scrooge, starting up into a half recumbent attitude, found himself face to face with the unearthly visitor who drew them. As close to it as I am now to you, and I am standing in the spirit at your elbow. It was a strange figure, like a child, yet not so like a child as like an old man, viewed through some supernatural medium which gave him the appearance of having receded from the view, and being diminished to a child's proportions. Its hair, which hung about its neck and down its back, was white as if with age, and yet the face had not a wrinkle in it, and the tenderest bloom was on the skin. The arms were very long and muscular, the hands the same, as if its hold were of uncommon strength. Its legs and feet, most delicately formed, were, like those upper members, bare. It wore a tunic of the purest white, and round its waist was bound a lustrous belt, the sheen of which was beautiful. It held a branch of fresh green holly in its hand, and, in singular contradiction of that wintry emblem, had its dress trimmed with summer flowers. But the strangest thing about it was, that from the crown of its head there sprung a bright clear jet of light, by which all this was visible, and which was doubtless the occasion of its using in its duller moments a great extinguisher for a cap, which it now held under its arm. Even this, though, when Scrooge looked at it with increasing steadiness, was not its strangest quality; for as its belt sparkled and glittered now on one part and now in another, and what was light one instant, at another time was dark, so the figure itself fluctuated in its distinctness, being now a thing with one arm, now with one leg, now with 20 legs, now a pair of legs without a head, now a head without a body, of which dissolving parts no outline would be visible in the dense gloom wherein they melted away. And in the very wonder of this, it would be itself again, distinct and clear as ever. "Are you the spirit, sir, whose coming was foretold to me?" asked Scrooge. "I am." The voice was soft and gentle, singularly low, as if instead of being so close beside him, it were at a distance. "Who and what are you?" Scrooge demanded. "I am the ghost of Christmas past." "Long past?" inquired Scrooge, observant of its dwarfish stature. "No, your past." Perhaps Scrooge could not have told anybody why, if anybody could have asked him, but he had a special desire to see the spirit in his cap, and begged him to be covered. "What!" exclaimed the ghost. "Would you so soon put out with worldly hands the light I give? Is it not enough that you are one of those whose passions made this cap, and forced me through whole trains of years to wear it low upon my brow?" Scrooge reverently disclaimed all intention to offend, or any knowledge of having wilfully bonneted the spirit at any period of his life. He then made bold to inquire what business brought him there. "Your welfare," said the ghost. Scrooge expressed himself much obliged, but could not help thinking that a night of unbroken rest would have been more conducive to that end. The spirit must have heard him thinking, for it said immediately, "Your reclamation, then. Take heed." It put out its strong hand as it spoke, and clasped him gently by the arm. "Rise, and walk with me." It would have been in vain for Scrooge to plead that the weather and the hour were not adapted to pedestrian purposes; that bed was warm, and the thermometer a long way below freezing; that he was clad but lightly in his slippers, dressing gown, and nightcap; and that he had a cold upon him at that time. The grasp, though gentle as a woman's hand, was not to be resisted. He rose, but finding that the spirit made towards the window, clasped his robe in supplication. "I am a mortal," Scrooge remonstrated, "and liable to fall." "Bear but a touch of my hand there," said the spirit, laying it upon his heart, "and you shall be upheld in more than this." As the words were spoken, they passed through the wall, and stood upon an open country road with fields on either hand. The city had entirely vanished; not a vestige of it was to be seen. The darkness and the mist had vanished with it, for it was a clear, cold winter day, with snow upon the ground. "Good Heaven!" said Scrooge, clasping his hands together as he looked about him. "I was bred in this place. I was a boy here." The spirit gazed upon him mildly. Its gentle touch, though it had been light and instantaneous, appeared still present to the old man's sense of feeling. He was conscious of 1,000 odours floating in the air, each one connected with 1,000 thoughts, and hopes, and joys, and cares long, long forgotten. "Your lip is trembling," said the ghost. "And what is that upon your cheek?" Scrooge muttered, with an unusual catching in his voice, that it was a pimple, and begged the ghost to lead him where he would. "You recollect the way?" inquired the spirit. "Remember it!" cried Scrooge with fervour. "I could walk it blindfold." "Strange to have forgotten it for so many years," observed the ghost. "Let us go on." They walked along the road, Scrooge recognizing every gate and post and tree, until a little market town appeared in the distance, with its bridge, its church, and winding river. Some shaggy ponies now were seen trotting towards them, with boys upon their backs, who called to other boys in country gigs and carts, driven by farmers. All these boys were in great spirits, and shouted to each other until the broad fields were so full of merry music that the crisp ear laughed to hear it. "These are but shadows of the things that have been," said the ghost. "They have no consciousness of us." The jocund travellers came on, and as they came, Scrooge knew and named them every one. Why he was rejoiced beyond all bounds to see them. Why did his cold eye glisten and his heart leap up as they went past? Why was he filled with gladness when he heard them give each other Merry Christmas as they parted at cross roads and byways for their several homes? What was Merry Christmas to Scrooge? Out upon Merry Christmas! What good had it ever done him? "The school is not quite deserted," said the Ghost. "A solitary child, neglected by his friends, is left there still." Scrooge said he knew it, and he sobbed. They left the high road by a well remembered lane, and soon approached a mansion of dull red brick, with a little weathercock surmounted cupola on the roof, and a bell hanging in it. It was a large house, but one of broken fortunes, for the spacious offices were little used, their walls were damp and mossy, their windows broken, and their gates decayed. Fowls clucked and strutted in the stables, and the coach houses and sheds were overrun with grass. Nor was it more retentive of its ancient state within, for entering the dreary hall, and glancing through the open doors of many rooms, they found them poorly furnished, cold, and vast. There was an earthy savour in the air, a chilly bareness in the place, which associated itself somehow with too much getting up by candlelight, and not too much to eat. They went, the Ghost and Scrooge, across the hall, to a door at the back of the house. It opened before them, and disclosed a long, bare, melancholy room, made barer still by lines of plain deal forms and desks. At one of these, a lonely boy was reading near a feeble fire, and Scrooge sat down upon a form, and wept to see his poor forgotten self as he used to be. Not a latent echo in the house, not a squeak and scuffle from the mice behind the panelling, not a drip from the half-thawed water-spout in the dull yard behind, not a sigh among the leafless boughs of one despondent poplar, not the idle swinging of an empty storehouse door, no, not a clicking in the fire, but fell upon the heart of Scrooge with a softening influence, and gave a freer passage to his tears. The Spirit touched him on the arm, and pointed to his younger self, intent upon his reading. Suddenly a man, in foreign garments, wonderfully real and distinct to look at, stood outside the window, with an axe stuck in his belt, and leading by the bridle an ass laden with wood. "Why, it's Ali Baba!" Scrooge exclaimed in ecstasy. "It's dear old honest Ali Baba! Yes, yes, I know. One Christmas time, when yonder solitary child was left here all alone, he did come for the first time, just like that. Poor boy! And Valentine," said Scrooge, "with his wild brother Orson, there they go, and what's his name, who was put down in his drawers asleep at the gate of Damascus. Don't you see him? And the Sultan's groom turned upside down by the genie. There he is, upon his head. Serve him right. I'm glad of it. What business had he to be married to the princess?" To hear Scrooge expending all the earnestness of his nature on such subjects, in a most extraordinary voice between laughing and crying, and to see his heightened and excited face, would have been a surprise to his business friends in the city indeed. "There's the parrot!" cried Scrooge. "Green body and yellow tail, with a thing like a lettuce growing out of the top of his head. There he is! Poor Robin Crusoe, he called him when he came home again after sailing round the island. Poor Robin Crusoe! Where have you been, Robin Crusoe? The man thought he was dreaming, but he wasn't. It was the parrot, you know. There goes Friday running for his life to the little creek. Hallo! Hoop! Hallo!" Then, with a rapidity of transition very foreign to his usual character, he said, in pity for his former self, "Poor boy!" and cried again. "I wish," Scrooge muttered, putting his hand in his pocket and looking about him, after drying his eyes with his cuff, "but it's too late now." "What is the matter?" asked the Spirit. "Nothing," said Scrooge, "nothing. There was a boy singing a Christmas carol at my door last night. I should like to have given him something, that's all." The Ghost smiled thoughtfully, and waved its hand, saying as it did so, "Let us see another Christmas." Scrooge's former self grew larger at the words, and the room became a little darker and more dirty. The panels shrunk, the windows cracked, fragments of plaster fell out of the ceiling, and the naked glass were shown instead. But how all this was brought about, Scrooge knew no more than you do. He only knew that it was quite correct, that everything had happened so, that there he was, alone again, when all the other boys had gone home for the jolly holidays. He was not reading now, but walking up and down despairingly. Scrooge looked at the ghost, and with a mournful shaking of his head, glanced anxiously towards the door. It opened, and a little girl, much younger than the boy, came darting in, and putting her arms about his neck, and often kissing him, addressed him as her "dear, dear brother." "I have come to bring you home, dear brother," said the child, clapping her tiny hands and bending down to laugh. "To bring you home, home, home." "Home, little Fan," returned the boy. "Yes," said the child, brimful of glee. "Home for good and all. Home for ever and ever. Father is so much kinder than he used to be. That's home like Heaven. He spoke so gently to me one dear night when I was going to bed, that I was not afraid to ask him once more if you might come home, and he said yes, you should, and sent me in a coach to bring you. And you're to be a man," said the child, opening her eyes, "and are never to come back here, but first we're to be together all the Christmas long, and have the merriest time in all the world." "You are quite a woman, little Fan!" exclaimed the boy. She clapped her hands and laughed, and tried to touch his head, but being too little, laughed again, and stood on tiptoe to embrace him. Then she began to drag him in her childish eagerness towards the door, and he, nothing loth to go, accompanied her. A terrible voice in the hall cried, "Bring down Master Scrooge's box there!" and in the hall appeared the schoolmaster himself, who glared on Master Scrooge with a ferocious condescension, and threw him into a dreadful state of mind by shaking hands with him. He then conveyed him and his sister into the veriest old well of a shivering best parlour that was ever seen, where the maps upon the wall, and the celestial and terrestrial globes in the windows, were waxy with cold. Here he produced a decanter of curiously light wine and a block of curiously heavy cake, and administered instalments of those dainties to the young people, at the same time sending out a meagre servant to offer a glass of something to the post-boy, who answered that he thanked the gentleman, but if it was the same tap as he had tasted before, he had rather not. Master Scrooge's trunk being by this time tied on to the top of the chaise, the children bade the schoolmaster good bye right willingly, and getting into it, drove gaily down the garden sweep, the quick wheels dashing the hoar frost and snow from off the dark leaves of the evergreens like spray. "Always a delicate creature whom a breath might have withered," said the ghost. "But she had a large heart." "So she had!" cried Scrooge. "You're right. I will not gainsay it, Spirit. God forbid!" "She died a woman," said the ghost, "and had, as I think, children." "One child," Scrooge returned. "True," said the ghost. "Your nephew." Scrooge seemed uneasy in his mind, and answered briefly, "Yes." Although they had but that moment left the school behind them, they were now in the busy thoroughfares of a city, where shadowy passengers passed and repassed, where shadowy carts and coaches battled for the way, and all the strife and tumult of a real city were. It was made plain enough, by the dressing of the shops, that here too it was Christmas time again, but it was evening, and the streets were lighted up. The ghost stopped at a certain warehouse door, and asked Scrooge if he knew it. "Know it!" said Scrooge. "Was I apprenticed here?" They went in. At sight of an old gentleman in a Welsh wig, sitting behind such a high desk that if he had been 2 inches taller he might have knocked his head against the ceiling, Scrooge cried in great excitement, "Why, it's old Fezziwig! Bless his heart, it's Fezziwig alive again!" Old Fezziwig laid down his pen and looked up at the clock, which pointed to the hour of 7. He rubbed his hands, adjusted his capacious waistcoat, laughing over himself, from his shoes to his organ of benevolence, and called out in a comfortable, oily, rich, fat, jovial voice, "Yoho there! Ebenezer! Dick!" Scrooge's former self, now grown a young man, came briskly in, accompanied by his fellow 'prentice. "Dick Wilkins, to be sure," said Scrooge to the ghost. "Bless me, yes! There he is! He was very much attached to me, was Dick. Poor Dick! Dear, dear!" "Yo ho, my boys!" said Fezziwig. "No more work to-night. Christmas Eve, Dick! Christmas, Ebenezer! Let's have the shutters up," cried old Fezziwig, with a sharp clap of his hands, "before a man can say Jack Robinson." You wouldn't believe how those two fellows went at it. They charged into the streets with the shutters, one, two, three, had 'em up in their places, four, five, six, barred 'em and pinned 'em, seven, eight, nine, and came back before you could have got to 12, panting like racehorses. "Hillo ho!" cried old Fezziwig, skipping down from the high desk with wonderful agility. "Clear away, my lads, and let's have lots of room here. Hilli ho, Dick! Chirp, Ebenezer!" Clear away! There was nothing that they wouldn't have cleared away, or couldn't have cleared away, with old Fezziwig looking on. It was done in a minute. Every movable was packed off as if it were dismissed from public life for evermore. The floor was swept and watered, the lamps were trimmed, fuel was heaped upon the fire, and the warehouse was as snug and warm and dry and bright a ballroom as you would desire to see upon a winter's night. In came a fiddler with a music book, and went up to the lofty desk, and made an orchestra of it, and turned like 50 stomach aches. In came Mrs. Fezziwig, one vast substantial smile. In came the 3 Miss Fezziwigs, beaming and lovable. In came the 6 young followers whose hearts they broke. In came all the young men and women employed in the business. In came the housemaid with her cousin, the baker. In came the cook with her brother's particular friend, the milkman. In came the boy from over the way who was suspected of not having board enough from his master, trying to hide himself behind the girl from next door but one, who was proved to have had her ears pulled by her mistress. In they all came, one after another, some shyly, some boldly, some gracefully, some awkwardly, some pushing, some pulling. In they all came, anyhow and everyhow. Away they all went, 20 couple at once, hands half round and back again the other way, down the middle and up again, round and round in various stages of affectionate grouping, old top couple always turning up in the wrong place, new top couple starting off again as soon as they got there, all top couples at last, and not a bottom one to help them. When this result was brought about, old Fezziwig, clapping his hands to stop the dance, cried out, "Well done!" and the fiddler plunged his hot face into a pot of porter, especially provided for that purpose. But scorning rest upon his reappearance, he instantly began again, though there were no dancers yet, as if the other fiddler had been carried home exhausted on a shutter, and he were a brand new man, resolved to beat him out of sight or perish. There were more dances, and there were forfeits and more dances, and there was cake, and there was negus, and there was a great piece of cold roast, and there was a great piece of cold boiled, there were mince pies and plenty of beer. But the great effect of the evening came after the roast and boiled, when the fiddler, an artful dog mind, the sort of man who knew his business better than you or I could have told it him, struck up Sir Roger de Coverley. Then old Fezziwig stood out to dance with Mrs. Fezziwig, top couple too, with a good stiff piece of work cut out for them, 3 or 4 and 20 pair of partners, people who were not to be trifled with, people who would dance, and had no notion of walking. But if they had been twice as many, 4 times, old Fezziwig would have been a match for 'em, and so would Mrs. Fezziwig. As to her, she was worthy to be his partner in every sense of the term. If that's not high praise, tell me higher, and I'll use it. A positive light appeared to issue from Fezziwig's calves. They shone in every part of the dance like moons. You couldn't have predicted at any given time what would have become of them next. And when old Fezziwig and Mrs. Fezziwig had gone all through the dance, advance and retire, both hands to your partner, bow and curtsy, corkscrew, thread the needle, and back again to your place, Fezziwig cut so deftly that he appeared to wink with his legs, and come upon his feet again without a stagger. When the clock struck 11, the domestic ball broke up. Mr. and Mrs. Fezziwig took their stations, one on either side of the door, and shaking hands with every person individually as he or she went out, wished him or her a Merry Christmas. When everybody had retired but the 2 'prentices, they did the same to them, and thus the cheerful voices died away, and the lads were left to their beds, which were under a counter in the back shop. During the whole of this time, Scrooge had acted like a man out of his wits. His heart and soul were in the scene, and with his former self. He corroborated everything, remembered everything, enjoyed everything, and underwent the strangest agitation. It was not until now, when the bright faces of his former self and Dick were turned from them, that he remembered the ghost, and became conscious that it was looking full upon him, while the light upon its head burnt very clear. "A small matter," said the ghost, "to make these silly folks so full of gratitude." "Small!" echoed Scrooge. The spirit signed to him to listen to the two apprentices, who were pouring out their hearts in praise of Fezziwig, and when he had done so, said, "Why, is it not? He has spent but a few pounds of your mortal money, 3 or 4 perhaps. Is that so much that he deserves this praise?" "It isn't that," said Scrooge, heated by the remark, and speaking unconsciously like his former, not his latter self. "It isn't that, Spirit. He has the power to render us happy or unhappy, to make our service light or burdensome, a pleasure or a toil. Say that his power lies in words and looks, in things so slight and insignificant that it is impossible to add and count 'em up. What then? The happiness he gives is quite as great as if it cost a fortune." He felt the spirit's glance, and stopped. "What is the matter?" asked the ghost. "Nothing particular," said Scrooge. "Something, I think," the ghost insisted. "No," said Scrooge. "No. I should like to be able to say a word or two to my clerk just now. That's all." His former self turned down the lamps as he gave utterance to the wish, and Scrooge and the ghost again stood side by side in the open air. "My time grows short," observed the spirit. "Quick!" This was not addressed to Scrooge, or to any one whom he could see, but it produced an immediate effect. For again Scrooge saw himself. He was older now, a man in the prime of life. His face had not the harsh and rigid lines of later years, but it had begun to wear the signs of care and avarice. There was an eager, greedy, restless motion in the eye, which showed the passion that had taken root, and where the shadow of the growing tree would fall. He was not alone, but sat by the side of a fair young girl in a mourning dress, in whose eyes there were tears, which sparkled in the light that shone out of the ghost of Christmas past. "It matters little," she said softly. "To you, very little. Another idol has displaced me, and if it can cheer and comfort you in time to come, as I would have tried to do, I would have no just cause to grieve." "What idol has displaced you?" he rejoined. "A golden one." "This is the even-handed dealing of the world," he said. "There is nothing on which it is so hard as poverty, and there is nothing it professes to condemn with such severity as the pursuit of wealth." "You fear the world too much," she answered gently. "All your other hopes have merged into the hope of being beyond the chance of its sordid reproach. I have seen your noble aspirations fall off one by one, until the master passion, gain, engrosses you. Have I not?" "What then?" he retorted. "Even if I have grown so much wiser, what then? I am not changed towards you." She shook her head. "Am I? Our contract is an old one. It was made when we were both poor and content to be so, until in good season we could improve our worldly fortune by our patient industry. You are changed. When it was made, you were another man." "I was a boy," he said impatiently. "Your own feeling tells you that you were not what you are," she returned. "I am. That which promised happiness when we were one in heart, is fraught with misery now that we are two. How often and how keenly I have thought of this, I will not say. It is enough that I have thought of it, and can release you." "Have I ever sought release?" "In words, no. Never." "In what then?" "In a changed nature, in an altered state, in another atmosphere of life, another hope as its great end, in everything that made my love of any worth or value in your sight. If this had never been between us," said the girl, looking mildly, but with steadiness, upon him, "tell me, would you seek me out, and try to win me now?" "Ah, no." He seemed to yield to the justice of this supposition in spite of himself, but he said with a struggle, "You think not?" "I would gladly think otherwise if I could," she answered. "Heaven knows, when I have learned a truth like this, I know how strong and irresistible it must be. But if you were free today, tomorrow, yesterday, can even I believe you would choose a dowerless girl? You, who in your very confidence with her weigh everything by gain, or choosing her, if for a moment you were false enough to your one guiding principle to do so, do I not now know your repentance and regret would surely follow? I do, and I release you, with a full heart, for the love of him you once were." He was about to speak, but with her head turned from him, she resumed, "You may. The memory of what is past half makes me hope you will have pain in this. A very, very brief time, and you will dismiss the recollection of it, gladly, as an unprofitable dream from which it happened well that you awoke. May you be happy in the life you have chosen." She left him, and they parted. "Spirit!" said Scrooge, "show me no more. Conduct me home. Why do you delight to torture me?" "One shadow more!" exclaimed the ghost. "No more!" cried Scrooge. "No more! I don't wish to see it. Show me no more!" But the relentless ghost pinioned him in both his arms, and forced him to observe what happened next. They were in another scene and place. A room not very large or handsome, but full of comfort. Near to the winter fire sat a beautiful young girl, so like that last, that Scrooge believed it was the same, until he saw her, now a comely matron, sitting opposite her daughter. The noise in this room was perfectly tumultuous, for there were more children there than Scrooge in his agitated state of mind could count, and unlike the celebrated herd in the poem, they were not 40 children conducting themselves like one, but every child was conducting itself like 40. The consequences were uproarious beyond belief, but no one seemed to care. On the contrary, the mother and daughter laughed heartily, and enjoyed it very much, and the latter, soon beginning to mingle in the sports, got pillaged by the young brigands most ruthlessly. What would I not have given to be one of them, though I never could have been so rude, no, no. I wouldn't for the wealth of all the world have crushed that braided hair and torn it down, and for the precious little shoe I wouldn't have plucked it off, God bless my soul, to save my life. As to measuring her waist in sport as they did, bold young brood, I couldn't have done it. I should have expected my arm to have grown round it for a punishment and never come straight again. And yet I should have dearly liked, I own, to have touched her lips, and to have questioned her, that she might have opened them; to have looked upon the lashes of her downcast eyes, and never raised a blush; to have let loose waves of hair, an inch of which would be a keepsake beyond price. In short, I should have liked, I do confess, to have had the lightest licence of a child, and yet to have been man enough to know its value. But now a knocking at the door was heard, and such a rush immediately ensued, that she, with laughing face and plundered dress, was borne towards it the centre of a flushed and boisterous group, just in time to greet the father, who came home attended by a man laden with Christmas toys and presents. Then the shouting and the struggling, and the onslaught that was made on the defenceless porter; the scaling him with chairs for ladders to dive into his pockets, despoil him of brown paper parcels, hold on tight by his cravat, hug him round his neck, pommel his back, and kick his legs in irrepressible affection; the shouts of wonder and delight with which the development of every package was received; the terrible announcement that the baby had been taken in the act of putting a doll's frying pan into his mouth, and was more suspected of having swallowed a fictitious turkey glued on a wooden platter; the immense relief of finding this a false alarm; the joy and gratitude and ecstasy; they are all indescribable alike. It is enough that by degrees the children and their emotions got out of the parlour, and by one stair at a time up to the top of the house, where they went to bed, and so subsided. And now Scrooge looked on more attentively than ever, when the master of the house, having his daughter leaning fondly on him, sat down with her and her mother at his own fireside; and when he thought that such another creature, quite as grateful and as full of promise, might have called him father, and been a springtime in the haggard winter of his life, his sight grew very dim indeed. "Belle," said the husband, turning to his wife with a smile, "I saw an old friend of yours this afternoon." "Who was it? Guess." "How can I? Tut, I don't know." She added in the same breath, laughing as he laughed, "Mr. Scrooge?" "Mr. Scrooge it was. I passed his office window, as it was not shut up, and he had a candle inside. I could scarcely help seeing him. His partner lies upon the point of death, I hear, and there he sat alone, quite alone in the world, I do believe." "Spirit," said Scrooge in a broken voice, "remove me from this place." "I told you these were shadows of the things that have been," said the ghost. that they are what they are. Do not blame me.' 'Remove me!' Scrooge exclaimed. 'I cannot bear it!' He turned upon the ghost, and seeing that it looked upon him with a face, in which in some strange way there were fragments of all the faces it had shown him, wrestled with it. 'Leave me! Take me back! Haunt me no longer!' In the struggle, if that can be called a struggle in which the ghost with no visible resistance on its own part was undisturbed by any effort of its adversary, Scrooge observed that its light was burning high and bright, and dimly connecting that with its influence over him, he seized the extinguisher cap, and by a sudden action pressed it down upon its head. The spirit dropped beneath it, so that the extinguisher covered its whole form; but though Scrooge pressed it down with all his force, he could not hide the light, which streamed from under it, in an unbroken flood upon the ground. He was conscious of being exhausted, and overcome by an irresistible drowsiness, and further of being in his own bedroom. He gave the cap a parting squeeze, in which his hand relaxed, and had barely time to reel to bed, before he sank into a heavy sleep. End of Stave 2 of A Christmas Carol. End of Section 2 of Dickens' Christmas Books. Dickens' Christmas Books, Section 3. A Christmas Carol, Stave 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens, Stave 3, the second of the three spirits. Awakening in the middle of a prodigiously tough snore, and sitting up in bed to get his thoughts together, Scrooge had no occasion to be told that the bell was again upon the stroke of one. He felt that he was restored to consciousness in the right nick of time, for the especial purpose of holding a conference with the second messenger dispatched to him through Jacob Marley's intervention. But finding that he turned uncomfortably cold when he began to wonder which of his curtains this new spectre would draw back, he put them every one aside with his own hands, and lying down again, established a sharp look-out all round the bed; for he wished to challenge the spirit on the moment of its appearance, and did not wish to be taken by surprise, and made nervous. Gentlemen of the free and easy sort, who plume themselves on being acquainted with a move or two, and being usually equal to the time of day, express the wide range of their capacity for adventure by observing that they are good for anything from pitch and toss to manslaughter, between which opposite extremes no doubt there lies a tolerably wide and comprehensive range of subjects. Without venturing for Scrooge quite as heartily as this, I don't mind calling on you to believe that he was ready for a good broad field of strange appearances, and that nothing between a baby and rhinoceros would have astonished him very much. Now, being prepared for almost anything, he was not by any means prepared for nothing; and consequently when the bell struck one, and no shape appeared, he was taken with a violent fit of trembling. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a quarter of an hour went by, yet nothing came. All this time he lay upon his bed, the very core and centre of a blaze of ruddy light, which streamed upon it when the clock proclaimed the hour, and which, being only light, was more alarming than a dozen ghosts, as he was powerless to make out what it meant, or would be at, and was sometimes apprehensive that he might be at that very moment an interesting case of spontaneous combustion, without having the consolation of knowing it. At last, however, he began to think, as you or I would have thought at first, for it is always the person not in the predicament who knows what ought to have been done in it, and would unquestionably have done it too. At last, I say, he began to think that the source and secret of this ghostly light might be in the adjoining room, from whence, on further tracing it, it seemed to shine. This idea taking full possession of his mind, he got up softly and shuffled in his slippers to the door. The moment Scrooge's hand was on the lock, a strange voice called him by his name and bade him enter. He obeyed. It was his own room, there was no doubt about that, but it had undergone a surprising transformation. The walls and ceiling were so hung with living green, that it looked a perfect grove, from every part of which bright gleaming berries glistened. The crisp leaves of holly, mistletoe, and ivy reflected back the light, as if so many little mirrors had been scattered there, and such a mighty blaze went roaring up the chimney as that dull petrification of a hearth had never known in Scrooge's time, or Marley's, or for many and many a winter season gone. Heaped up on the floor to form a kind of throne, were turkeys, geese, game, poultry, brawn, great joints of meat, sucking pigs, long wreaths of sausages, mince pies, plum puddings, barrels of oysters, red hot chestnuts, cherry cheeked apples, juicy oranges, luscious pears, immense 12 cakes, and seething bowls of punch, that made the chamber dim with their delicious steam. In easy state upon this couch there sat a jolly giant, glorious to see, who bore a glowing torch, in shape not unlike Plenty's horn, and held it high up, to shed its light on Scrooge, as he came peeping round the door. "Come in!" exclaimed the ghost. "Come in, and know me better, man!" Scrooge entered timidly, and hung his head before this spirit. He was not the dogged Scrooge he had been, and though the spirit's eyes were clear and kind, he did not like to meet them. "I am the ghost of Christmas Present," said the spirit. "Look upon me." Scrooge reverently did so. It was clothed in one simple green robe, or mantle, bordered with white fur. This garment hung so loosely on the figure, that its capacious breast was bare, as if disdaining to be warded or concealed by any artifice. Its feet, observable beneath the ample folds of the garment, were also bare, and on its head it wore no other covering than a holly wreath, set here and there with shining icicles. Its dark brown curls were long and free, free as its genial face, its sparkling eye, its open hand, its cheery voice, its unconstrained demeanour, and its joyful air. Girded round its middle was an antique scabbard, but no sword was in it, and the ancient sheath was eaten up with rust. "You have never seen the like of me before!" exclaimed the spirit. "Never," Scrooge made to answer it. "Have never walked forth with the younger members of my family, meaning (for I am very young) my elder brothers born in these later years?" pursued the phantom. "I don't think I have," said Scrooge. "I'm afraid I have not. Have you had many brothers, spirit?" "More than 1800," said the Scrooge. "A tremendous family to provide for," muttered Scrooge. The ghost of Christmas Present rose. "Spirit," said Scrooge submissively, "conduct me where you will. I went forth last night on compulsion, and I learnt a lesson which is working now. To-night, if you have aught to teach me, let me profit by it. Touch my robe." Scrooge did as he was told, and held it fast. Holly, mistletoe, red berries, ivy, turkeys, geese, game, poultry, brawn, meat, pigs, sausages, oysters, pies, puddings, fruit, and punch, all vanished instantly. So did the room, the fire, the ruddy glow, the hour of night; and they stood in the city streets on Christmas morning, where (for the weather was severe) the people made a rough but brisk and not unpleasant kind of music, in scraping the snow from the pavement in front of their dwellings, and from the tops of their houses, whence it was mad delight to the boys to see it come plumping down into the road below, and splitting into artificial little snowstorms. The house fronts looked black enough, and the windows blacker, contrasting with the smooth white sheet of snow upon the roofs, and with the dirtier snow upon the ground, which last deposit had been ploughed up in deep furrows by the heavy wheels of carts and waggons, furrows that crossed and recrossed each other hundreds of times where the great streets branched off, and made intricate channels, hard to trace in the thick yellow mud and icy water. The sky was gloomy, and the shortest streets were choked up with a dingy mist, half thawed, half frozen, whose heavier particles descended in a shower of sooty atoms, as if all the chimneys in Great Britain had by one consent caught fire, and were blazing away to their dear hearts' content. There was nothing very cheerful in the climate or the town, and yet there was an air of cheerfulness abroad that the cleanest summer air and brightest summer sun might have endeavoured to diffuse in vain. For the people who were shuffling away on the house tops were jovial and full of glee, calling out to one another from the parapets, and now and then exchanging a facetious snowball, better natured missile far than many a wordy jest, laughing heartily as if it went right and not less heartily if it went wrong. The poulterers' shops were still half open, and the fruiterers' were radiant in their glory. There were great round pot-bellied baskets of chestnuts, shaped like the waistcoats of jolly old gentlemen, lolling at the doors, and tumbling out into the streets in their apoplectic opulence. There were ruddy, brown-faced, broad-girthed Spanish onions, shining in the fatness of their growth like Spanish friars, and winking from their shelves in wanton slyness at the girls as they went by, and glanced demurely at the hung-up mistletoe. There were pears and apples clustered high in blooming pyramids. There were bunches of grapes made in the shopkeeper's benevolence to dangle from conspicuous hooks, that people's mouths might water gratis as they passed. There were piles of filberts, mossy and brown, recalling in their fragrance ancient walks among the woods, and pleasant shufflings ankle deep through withered leaves. There were Norfolk biffins, squat and swarthy, setting off the yellow of the oranges and lemons, and in the great compactness of their juicy persons, urgently entreating and beseeching to be carried home in paper bags and eaten after dinner. The very gold and silver fish set forth among those choice fruits in a bowl, though members of a dull and stagnant blooded race, appeared to know that there was something going on, and, to a fish, went gasping round and round their little world in a slow passionless excitement. The grocers', oh the grocers', nearly closed, with perhaps two shutters down, or one. But through those gaps such glimpses! It was not alone that the scales descending on the counter made a merry sound, or that the twine and roller parted company so briskly, or that the canisters were rattled up and down like juggling tricks, or even that the blended scents of tea and coffee were so grateful to the nose, or even that the raisins were so plentiful and rare, the almonds so extremely white, the sticks of cinnamon so long and straight, the other spices so delicious, the candied fruit so caked and spotted with molten sugar as to make the coldest lookers on feel faint and subsequently bilious. Nor was it that the figs were moist and pulpy, or that the French plums blushed in modest tartness from their highly decorated boxes, or that everything was good to eat and in its Christmas dress, but the customers were all so hurried and so eager in the hopeful promise of the day, that they tumbled up against each other at the door, crashing their wicker baskets wildly, and left their purchases upon the counter, and came running back to fetch them, and committed hundreds of the like mistakes in the best humour possible; while the grocer and his people were so frank and fresh, that the polished hearts with which they fastened their aprons behind might have been their own, worn outside for general inspection, and for Christmas daws to peck at if they chose. But soon the steeples called good people all, to church and chapel, and away they came, flocking through the streets in their best clothes, and with their gayest faces; and at the same time there emerged from scores of by-streets, lanes, and nameless turnings, innumerable people, carrying their dinners to the bakers' shops. The sight of these poor revellers appeared to interest the spirit very much, for he stood with Scrooge beside him in a baker's doorway, and taking off the covers as their bearers passed, sprinkled incense on their dinners from his torch; and it was a very uncommon kind of torch, for once or twice when there were angry words between some dinner carriers who had jostled each other, he shed a few drops of water on them from it, and their good humour was restored directly; for they said it was a shame to quarrel upon Christmas Day, and so it was, God love it, so it was. In time the bells ceased, and the bakers were shut up; and yet there was a genial shadowing forth of all these dinners and the progress of their cooking, in the thawed blotch of wet above each baker's oven, where the pavement smoked as if its stones were cooking too. "Is there a peculiar flavour in what you sprinkle from your torch?" asked Scrooge. "There is. My own." "Would it apply to any kind of dinner on this day?" asked Scrooge. "To any kindly given. To a poor one, most." "Why to a poor one most?" asked Scrooge. "Because it needs it most." "Spirit," said Scrooge, after a moment's thought, "I wonder you, of all the beings in the many worlds about us, should desire to cramp these people's opportunities of innocent enjoyment." "I!" cried the spirit. "You would deprive them of their means of dining every seventh day, often the only day on which they can be said to dine at all," said Scrooge. "Wouldn't you?" "I!" cried the spirit. "You seek to close these places on the seventh day," said Scrooge, "and it comes to the same thing." I seek!" exclaimed the spirit.
Forgive me if I am wrong. It has been done in your name, or at least in that of your family,' said Scrooge.
"There are some upon this earth of yours," returned the spirit, "who lay claim to know us, and who do their deeds of passion, pride, ill will, hatred, envy, bigotry, and selfishness, in our name; who are as strange to us and all our kith and kin as if they had never lived. Remember that, and charge their doings on themselves, not us." Scrooge promised that he would, and they went on, invisible, as they had been before, into the suburbs of the town. It was a remarkable quality of the ghost, which Scrooge had observed at the baker's, that notwithstanding his gigantic size, he could accommodate himself to any place with ease, and that he stood beneath a low roof quite as gracefully and like a supernatural creature as it was possible he could have done in any lofty hall. And perhaps it was the pleasure the good spirit had in showing off this power of his, or else it was his own kind, generous, hearty nature, and his sympathy with all poor men, that led him straight to Scrooge's clerk's; for there he went, and took Scrooge with him, holding to his robe, and on the threshold of the door the spirit smiled, and stopped to bless Bob Cratchit's dwelling with the sprinkling of his torch. Think of that! Bob had but 15 bob a week himself; he pocketed on Saturdays but 15 copies of his Christian name; and yet the ghost of Christmas present blessed his 4-roomed house. Then up rose Mrs. Cratchit, Cratchit's wife, dressed out but poorly in a twice turned gown, but brave in ribbons, which are cheap and made a goodly show for sixpence; and she laid the cloth, assisted by Belinda Cratchit, second of her daughters, also brave in ribbons, while Master Peter Cratchit plunged a fork into the saucepan of potatoes, and getting the corners of his monstrous shirt collar (Bob's private property, conferred upon his son and heir in honour of the day) into his mouth, rejoiced to find himself so gallantly attired, and yearned to show his linen in the fashionable parks. And now 2 smaller Cratchits, boy and girl, came tearing in, screaming that outside the baker's they had smelled the goose and known it for their own; and basking in luxurious thoughts of sage and onion, these young Cratchits danced about the table and exalted Master Peter Cratchit to the skies, while he, not proud, although his collars nearly choked him, blew the fire, until the slow potatoes bubbling up knocked loudly at the saucepan lid to be let out and peeled. 'What has ever got your precious father then?' said Mrs. Cratchit, 'and your brother, Tiny Tim? And Martha warn't as late last Christmas Day by half an hour.' 'Here's Martha, mother,' said a girl, appearing as she spoke. 'Here's Martha, mother!' cried the 2 young Cratchits. 'Hurrah! There's such a goose, Martha!' 'Why, bless your heart alive, my dear, how late you are!' said Mrs. Cratchit, kissing her a dozen times, and taking off her shawl and bonnet for her with officious zeal. 'We'd a deal of work to finish up last night,' replied the girl, 'and had to clear away this morning, mother.' 'Well, never mind, so long as you are come,' said Mrs. Cratchit. 'Sit ye down before the fire, my dear, and have a warm, Lord bless ye.' 'No, no, there's father coming!' cried the 2 young Cratchits, who were everywhere at once. 'Hide, Martha, hide!' So Martha hid herself, and in came little Bob, the father, with at least 3 feet of comforter exclusive of the fringe, hanging down before him, and his threadbare clothes darned up and brushed to look seasonable, and Tiny Tim upon his shoulder. Alas for Tiny Tim, he bore a little crutch, and had his limbs supported by an iron frame. 'Why, where's our Martha?' cried Bob Cratchit, looking round. 'Not coming,' said Mrs. Cratchit. 'Not coming!' said Bob, with a sudden declination in his high spirits, for he had been Tom's blood horse all the way from church, and had come home rampant. 'Not coming upon Christmas Day!' Martha didn't like to see him disappointed, if it were only in joke. So she came out prematurely from behind the closet door, and ran into his arms, while the 2 young Cratchits hustled Tiny Tim, and bore him off into the wash house, that he might hear the pudding singing in the copper. 'And how did little Tim behave?' asked Mrs. Cratchit, when she had rallied Bob on his credulity, and Bob had hugged his daughter to his heart's content. 'As good as gold,' said Bob, 'and better.
Somehow he gets thoughtful, sitting by himself so much, and thinks the strangest things you ever heard. He told me, coming home, that he hoped the people saw him in the church, because he was a cripple, and it might be pleasant to them to remember upon Christmas Day who made lame beggars walk and blind men see. Bob's voice was tremulous when he told them this, and trembled more when he saw that Tiny Tim was growing strong and hearty. His active little crutch was heard upon the floor, and back came Tiny Tim before another word was spoken, escorted by his brother and sister to his stool before the fire, and while Bob, turning up his cuffs, as if, poor fellow, they were capable of being made more shabby, compounded some hot mixture in a jug with gin and lemons, and stirred it round and round, and put it on the hob to simmer. Master Peter and the two ubiquitous young Cratchits went to fetch the goose, with which they soon returned in high procession. Such a bustle ensued that you might have thought a goose the rarest of all birds, a feathered phenomenon to which a black swan was a matter of course, and in truth it was something very like it in that house. Mrs. Cratchit made the gravy, ready beforehand in a little saucepan, hissing hot. Master Peter mashed the potatoes with incredible vigour. Miss Belinda sweetened up the apple sauce. Martha dusted the hot plates. Bob took Tiny Tim beside him in a tiny corner at the table. The two young Cratchits set chairs for everybody, not forgetting themselves, and mounting guard upon their post, crammed spoons into their mouths, lest they should shriek for goose before their turn came to be helped. At last the dishes were set on, and grace was said. It was succeeded by a breathless pause, as Mrs. Cratchit looked slowly all along the carving knife, prepared to plunge it in the breast. But when she did, and when the long expected gush of stuffing issued forth, one murmur of delight arose all round the board, and even Tiny Tim, excited by the two young Cratchits, beat on the table with the handle of his knife, and feebly cried, "Hurrah!" There was never such a goose. Bob said he didn't believe there was ever such a goose cooked. Its tenderness and flavour, size and cheapness, were the themes of universal admiration. Eked out by apple sauce and mashed potatoes, it was a sufficient dinner for the whole family. Indeed, as Mrs. Cratchit said with great delight, surveying one small atom of a bone upon the dish, they hadn't ate it all at last. Yet every one had had enough, and the young Cratchits in particular were steeped in sage and onion to the eyebrows. But now, the plates being changed by Miss Belinda, Mrs. Cratchit left the room alone, too nervous to bear witness, to take the pudding up and bring it in. Suppose it should not be done enough? Suppose it should break in turning out? Suppose somebody should have got over the wall of the backyard and stolen it while they were merry with the goose? A supposition at which the two young Cratchits became livid. All sorts of horrors were supposed. Hallo! A great deal of steam. The pudding was brought out of the copper. A smell like a washing day. That was the cloth. A smell like an eating house and a pastry cook's next door to each other, with a laundress next door to that. That was the pudding. In half a minute Mrs. Cratchit entered, flushed, but smiling proudly, with the pudding, like a speckled cannon ball, so hard and firm, blazing in half a quartern of ignited brandy, and bedight with Christmas holly stuck into the top. Oh, a wonderful pudding! Bob Cratchit said, and calmly too, that he regarded it as the greatest success achieved by Mrs. Cratchit since their marriage. Mrs. Cratchit said that now the weight was off her mind, she would confess she had had her doubts about the quantity of flour. Everybody had something to say about it, but nobody said or thought it was at all a small pudding for a large family. It would have been flat heresy to do so. Any Cratchit would have blushed to hint at such a thing. At last the dinner was all done, the cloth was cleared, the hearth swept, and the fire made up. The compound in the jug being tasted and considered perfect, apples and oranges were put upon the table, and a shovelful of chestnuts on the fire. Then all the Cratchit family drew round the hearth, in what Bob Cratchit called a circle, meaning half a one, and at Bob Cratchit's elbow stood the family display of glass, two tumblers and a custard cup without a handle. These held the hot stuff from the jug, however, as well as golden goblets would have done, and Bob served it out with beaming looks, while the chestnuts on the fire sputtered and cracked noisily. Then Bob proposed, "A Merry Christmas to us all, my dears! God bless us!" which all the family re-echoed. God bless us every one, said Tiny Tim the last of all. He sat very close to his father's side upon his little stool. Bob held his withered little hand in his, as if he loved the child and wished to keep him by his side, and dreaded that he might be taken from him. Spirit, said Scrooge, with an interest he had never felt before, tell me if Tiny Tim will live. I see a vacant seat, replied the ghost, in the poor chimney corner, and a crutch without an owner, carefully preserved. If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, the child will die. No, no, said Scrooge. Oh, no, kind spirit, say he will be spared. If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, none other of my race, returned the ghost, will find him here. What then? If he be like to die, he had better do it, and decrease the surplus population. Scrooge hung his head to hear his own words quoted by the spirit, and was overcome with penitence and grief. Man, said the ghost, if man you be in heart, not adamant, forbear that wicked cant until you have discovered what the surplus is, and where it is. Will you decide what men shall live, what men shall die? It may be that in the sight of heaven you are more worthless and less fit to live than millions like this poor man's child. O God, to hear the insect on the leaf pronouncing on the too much life among his hungry brothers in the dust! Scrooge bent before the ghost's rebuke, and trembling cast his eyes upon the ground, but he raised them speedily on hearing his own name. Mr. Scrooge, said Bob, I'll give you Mr. Scrooge, the founder of the feast. The founder of the feast, indeed! Cried Mrs. Cratchit, reddening. I wish I had him here. I'd give him a piece of my mind to feast upon, and I hope he'd have a good appetite for it. My dear, said Bob, the children. Christmas Day. It should be Christmas Day, I am sure, said she, on which one drinks the health of such an odious, stingy, hard, unfeeling man as Mr. Scrooge. You know he is, Robert. Nobody knows it better than you do, poor fellow. My dear, was Bob's mild answer, Christmas Day. I'll drink his health for your sake and the day's, said Mrs. Cratchit, not for his. Long life to him! A Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year! He'll be very merry and very happy, I have no doubt. The children drank the toast after her. It was the first of their proceedings which had no heartiness. Tiny Tim drank it last of all, but he didn't care twopence for it. Scrooge was the ogre of the family. The mention of his name cast a dark shadow on the party, which was not dispelled for full 5 minutes. After it had passed away, they were 10 times merrier than before, from the mere relief of Scrooge the Baleful being done with. Bob Cratchit told them how he had a situation in his eye for Master Peter, which would bring in, if obtained, full 5 and 6 weekly. The two young Cratchits laughed tremendously at the idea of Peter's being a man of business, and Peter himself looked thoughtfully at the fire from between his collars, as if he were deliberating what particular investments he should favour when he came into the receipt of that bewildering income. Martha, who was a poor apprentice at a milliner's, then told them what kind of work she had to do, and how many hours she worked at a stretch, and how she meant to lie abed to-morrow morning for a good long rest, to-morrow being a holiday she passed at home. Also, how she had seen a countess and a lord some days before, and how the lord was much about as tall as Peter, at which Peter pulled up his collar so high that you couldn't have seen his head if you had been there. All this time the chestnuts and the jug went round and round, and by the by they had a song about a lost child travelling in the snow, from Tiny Tim, who had a plaintive little voice, and sang it very well indeed. There was nothing of high mark in this. They were not a handsome family, they were not well dressed, their shoes were far from being waterproof, their clothes were scanty, and Peter might have known, and very likely did, the inside of a pawnbroker's. But they were happy, grateful, pleased with one another, and contented with the time; and when they faded and looked happier yet in the bright sprinklings of the spirit's torch at parting, Scrooge had his eye upon them, and especially on Tiny Tim, until the last. By this time it was getting dark, and snowing pretty heavily; and as Scrooge and the spirit went along the streets, the brightness of the roaring fires in kitchens, parlours, and all sorts of rooms, was wonderful. Here the flickering of the blaze showed preparations for a cosy dinner, with hot plates baking through and through before the fire, and deep red curtains ready to be drawn to shut out cold and darkness. There all the children of the house were running out into the snow to meet their married sisters, brothers, cousins, uncles, aunts, and be the first to greet them. Here again were shadows on the window blind of guests assembling, and there a group of handsome girls, all hooded and fur booted, and all chattering at once, tripped lightly off to some near neighbour's house, where woe upon the single man who saw them enter, artful witches well they knew it, in a glow. But if you had judged from the numbers of people on their way to friendly gatherings, you might have thought that no one was at home to give them welcome when they got there, instead of every house expecting company and piling up its fires chimney high. Blessings on it, how the ghost exulted! How it bared its breadth of breast, and opened its capricious palm, and floated on, outpouring with a generous hand its bright and harmless mirth on everything within its reach! The very lamplighter who ran on before, dotting the dusky street with specks of light, and who was dressed to spend the evening somewhere, laughed out loudly as the spirit passed, though little kenned the lamplighter that he had any company but Christmas. And now, without a word of warning from the ghost, they stood upon a bleak and desert moor, where monstrous masses of rude stone were cast about as though it were the burial place of giants, and water spread itself wheresoever it listed, or would have done so but for the frost that held it prisoner, and nothing grew but moss and furze and coarse rank grass. Down in the west the setting sun had left a streak of fiery red, which glared upon the desolation for like a sullen eye, and frowning lower, lower, lower yet, was lost in the thick gloom of darkest night. 'What place is this?' asked Scrooge. 'A place where miners live, who labour in the bowels of the earth,' returned the spirit. 'But they know me. See!' A light shone from the window of a hut, and swiftly they advanced towards it. Passing through the wall of mud and stone, they found a cheerful company assembled round a glowing fire. An old, old man and woman, with their children and their children's children, and another generation beyond that, all decked out gaily in their holiday attire. The old man, in a voice that seldom rose above the howling of the wind upon the barren waste, was singing them a Christmas song. It had been a very old song when he was a boy, and from time to time they all joined in the chorus. So surely as they raised their voices, the old man got quite blithe and loud, and so surely as they stopped, his vigour sank again. The spirit did not tarry here, but bade Scrooge hold his robe, and passing on above the moor, sped whither? Not to sea. To sea. To Scrooge's horror, looking back, he saw the last of the land, a frightful range of rocks behind them, and his ears were deafened by the thundering of water as it rolled and roared and raged among the dreadful caverns it had worn, and fiercely tried to undermine the earth. Built upon a dismal reef of sunken rocks some league or so from shore, on which the waters chafed and dashed the wild year through, there stood a solitary lighthouse. Great heaps of seaweed clung to its base, and storm birds, born of the wind one might suppose, as seaweed of the water, rose and fell about it like the waves they skimmed. But even here, two men who watched the light had made a fire, that through the loophole in the thick stone wall shed out a ray of brightness on the awful sea. Joining their horny hands over the rough table at which they sat, they wished each other Merry Christmas in their can of grog, and one of them, the elder too, with his face all damaged and scarred with hard weather, as the figurehead of an old ship might be, struck up a sturdy song that was like a gale in itself. Again the ghost sped on above the black and heaving sea, on, until being far away as he told Scrooge from any shore, they lighted on a ship. They stood beside the helmsman at the wheel, the lookout in the bow, the officers who had the watch, dark ghostly figures in their several stations, but every man among them hummed a Christmas tune, or had a Christmas thought, or spoke below his breath to his companion of some bygone Christmas day, with homeward hopes belonging to it. And every man on board, waking or sleeping, good or bad, had had a kinder word for another on that day than on any day in the year, and had shared to some extent in its festivities, and had remembered those he cared for at a distance, and had known that they delighted to remember him. It was a great surprise to Scrooge, while listening to the moaning of the wind, and thinking what a solemn thing it was to move on through the lonely darkness over an unknown abyss, whose depths were secrets as profound as death. It was a great surprise to Scrooge, while thus engaged, to hear a hearty laugh. It was a much greater surprise to Scrooge to recognise it as his own nephew's, and to find himself in a bright, dry, gleaming room, with the Spirit standing smiling by his side, and looking at that same nephew with approving affability. "Ha ha!" laughed Scrooge's nephew. "Ha ha ha!" If you should happen, by any unlikely chance, to know a man more blessed in a laugh than Scrooge's nephew, all I can say is, I should like to know him too. Introduce him to me, and I'll cultivate his acquaintance. It is a fair, even-handed, noble adjustment of things that while there is infection in disease and sorrow, there is nothing in the world so irresistibly contagious as laughter and good humour. When Scrooge's nephew laughed in this way, holding his sides, rolling his head, and twisting his face into the most extravagant contortions, Scrooge's niece by marriage laughed as heartily as he, and their assembled friends being not a bit behindhand, roared out lustily, "Ha ha! Ha 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 ha!" "He said that Christmas was a humbug, as I live!" cried Scrooge's nephew. "He believed it too!" "More shame for him, Fred," said Scrooge's niece indignantly. "Bless those women, they never do anything by halves. They are always in earnest." She was very pretty, exceedingly pretty, with a dimpled, surprised looking, capital face, a ripe little mouth that seemed made to be kissed, as no doubt it was, all kinds of good little dots about her chin, that melted into one another when she laughed, and the sunniest pair of eyes you ever saw in any little creature's head. Altogether she was what you would have called provoking, you know, but satisfactory too. Oh, perfectly satisfactory. "He's a comical old fellow," said Scrooge's nephew, "that's the truth, and not so pleasant as he might be. However, his offences carry their own punishment, and I have nothing to say against him." "I'm sure he's very rich, Fred," hinted Scrooge's niece. "At least you always tell me so." "What of that, my dear?" said Scrooge's nephew. "His wealth is of no use to him. He don't do any good with it. He don't make himself comfortable with it. He hasn't the satisfaction of thinking, ha ha ha, that he is ever going to benefit us with it." "I have no patience with him," observed Scrooge's niece. Scrooge's niece's sisters, and all the other ladies, expressed the same opinion. "Oh, I have," said Scrooge's nephew. "I am sorry for him. I couldn't be angry with him if I tried. Who suffers by his ill whims? Himself, always. Here he takes it into his head to dislike us, and he won't come and dine with us. What's the consequence? He don't lose much of a dinner." "Indeed, I think he loses a very good dinner," interrupted Scrooge's niece. Everybody else said the same, and they must be allowed to have been competent judges, because they had just had dinner, and with the dessert upon the table, were clustered round the fire by lamplight. "Well, I am very glad to hear it," said Scrooge's nephew, "because I haven't great faith in these young housekeepers. What do you say, Topper?" Topper had clearly got his eye upon one of Scrooge's niece's sisters, for he answered that a bachelor was a wretched outcast who had no right to express an opinion on the subject, whereat Scrooge's niece's sister, the plump one with the lace tucker, not the one with the roses, blushed. "Do go on, Fred," said Scrooge's niece, clapping her hands. "He never finishes what he begins to say, he is such a ridiculous fellow." Scrooge's nephew revelled in another laugh, and as it was impossible to keep the infection off, though the plump sister tried hard to do it with aromatic vinegar, his example was unanimously followed. "I was only going to say," said Scrooge's nephew, "that the consequence of his taking a dislike to us, and not making merry with us, is, as I think, that he loses some pleasant moments, which could do him no harm. I am sure he loses pleasanter companions than he can find in his own thoughts, either in his mouldy old office or his dusty chambers. I mean to give him the same chance every year, whether he likes it or not, for I pity him. He may rail at Christmas till he dies, but he can't help thinking better of it. I defy him. If he finds me going there in good temper year after year, and saying, 'Uncle Scrooge, how are you?' if it only puts him in the vein to leave his poor clerk £50, that's something, and I think I shook him yesterday." It was their turn to laugh now at the notion of his shaking Scrooge. But being thoroughly good natured, and not much caring what they laughed at, so that they laughed at any, he encouraged them in their merriment, and passed the bottle joyously. After tea, they had some music, for they were a musical family, and knew what they were about. when they sung a glee or catch, I can assure you, especially Topper, who could growl away in the bass like a good one, and never swell the large veins in his forehead or get red in the face over it. Scrooge's niece played well upon the harp, and played among other tunes a simple little air, a mere nothing, you might learn to whistle it in 2 minutes, which had been familiar to the child who fetched Scrooge from the boarding school, as he had been reminded by the ghost of Christmas past. When this strain of music sounded, all the things that ghost had shown him came upon his mind. He softened more and more, and thought that if he could have listened to it often, years ago, he might have cultivated the kindnesses of life for his own happiness with his own hands, without resorting to the sexton's spade that buried Jacob Marley. But they didn't devote the whole evening to music. After a while they played at forfeits, for it is good to be children sometimes, and never better than at Christmas, when its mighty founder was a child himself. Stop! There was first a game at blind man's buff. Of course there was, and I no more believe Topper was really blind than I believe he had eyes in his boots. My opinion is, that it was a done thing between him and Scrooge's nephew, and that the ghost of Christmas Present knew it. The way he went after the plump sister in the lace tucker was an outrage on the credulity of human nature, knocking down the fire irons, tumbling over the chairs, bumping against the piano, smothering himself among the curtains. Wherever she went, there went he. He always knew where the plump sister was. He wouldn't catch anybody else. If you had fallen up against him, as some of them did, on purpose, he would have made a feint of endeavouring to seize you, which would have been an affront to your understanding, and would instantly have sidled off in the direction of the plump sister. She often cried out that it wasn't fair, and it really was not. But when at last he caught her, when in spite of all her silken rustlings and her rapid flutterings past him, he got her into a corner whence there was no escape, then his conduct was the most execrable. For his pretending not to know her, his pretending that it was necessary to touch her head dress, and further to assure himself of her identity by pressing a certain ring upon her finger, and a certain chain about her neck, was vile, monstrous. No doubt she told him her opinion of it, when another blind man being in office, they were so very confidential together behind the curtains. Scrooge's niece was not one of the blind man's buff party, but was made comfortable with a large chair and a footstool in a snug corner, where the ghost and Scrooge were close behind her. But she joined in the forfeits, and loved her love to admiration with all the letters of the alphabet. Likewise, at the game of How, When, and Where, she was very great, and, to the secret joy of Scrooge's nephew, beat her sisters hollow, though they were sharp girls too, as Topper could have told you. There might have been 20 people there, young and old, but they all played, and so did Scrooge; for wholly forgetting in the interest he had in what was going on, that his voice made no sound in their ears, he sometimes came out with his guess quite loud, and very often guessed quite right too, for the sharpest needle best Whitechapel warranted not to cut in the eye, was not sharper than Scrooge, blunt as he took it in his head to be. The ghost was greatly pleased to find him in this mood, and looked upon him with such favour that he begged like a boy to be allowed to stay until the guest departed. But this the spirit said could not be done. "Here is a new game," said Scrooge. "1/2 hour, spirit, only one." It was a game called Yes and No, where Scrooge's nephew had to think of something, and the rest must find out what; he only answering their questions yes or no, as the case was. The brisk fire of questioning to which he was exposed, elicited from him that he was thinking of an animal, a live animal, rather a disagreeable animal, a savage animal, an animal that growled and grunted sometimes, and talked sometimes, and lived in London, and walked about the streets, and wasn't made a show of, and wasn't led by anybody, and didn't live in a menagerie, and was never killed in a market, and was not a horse, or an ass, or a cow, or a bull, or a tiger, or a dog, or a pig, or a cat, or a bear. At every fresh question that was put to him, this nephew burst into a fresh roar of laughter, and was so inexpressibly tickled that he was obliged to get up off the sofa and stamp. At last the plump sister, falling into a similar state, cried out, "I have found it out! I know what it is, Fred, I know what it is!" "What is it?" cried Fred. "It's your Uncle Scrooge!" Which it certainly was. Admiration was the universal sentiment, though some objected that the reply to "Is it a bear?" ought to have been yes, inasmuch as an answer in the negative was sufficient to have diverted their thoughts from Mr. Scrooge, supposing they had ever had any tendency that way. He has given us plenty of merriment, I am sure,' said Fred, 'and it would be ungrateful not to drink his health. Here is a glass of mulled wine ready to our hand at the moment, and I say, Uncle Scrooge!' 'Well, Uncle Scrooge!' they cried. 'A Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to the old man, whatever he is,' said Scrooge's nephew. 'He wouldn't take it from me, but he may have it nevertheless. Uncle Scrooge!' Uncle Scrooge had imperceptibly become so gay and light of heart, that he would have pledged the unconscious company in return, and thanked them in an inaudible speech, if the ghost had given him time. But the whole scene passed off in the breath of the last words spoken by his nephew, and he and the spirit were again upon their travels. Much they saw, and far they went, and many homes they visited, but always with a happy end. The spirit stood beside sick beds, and they were cheerful; on foreign lands, and they were close at home; by struggling men, and they were patient in their greater hope; by poverty, and it was rich; in almshouse, hospital, and jail; in misery's every refuge; where vain man in his little brief authority had not made fast the door, and barred the spirit out, he left his blessing and taught Scrooge his precepts. It was a long night, if it were only a night; but Scrooge had his doubts of this, because the Christmas holidays appeared to be condensed into the space of time they passed together. It was strange, too, that while Scrooge remained unaltered in his outward form, the ghost grew older, clearly older. Scrooge had observed this change, but never spoke of it until they left a children's Twelfth Night party, when, looking at the spirit as they stood together in an open place, he noticed that its hair was grey. 'Are spirits' lives so short?' asked Scrooge. 'My life upon this globe is very brief,' replied the ghost. 'It ends to night.' 'To night!' cried Scrooge. 'To night at midnight. Hark! The time is drawing near.' The chimes were ringing the 3/4 11 at that moment. 'Forgive me if I am not justified in what I ask,' said Scrooge, looking intently at the spirit's robe, 'but I see something strange and not belonging to yourself protruding from your skirts. Is it a foot or a claw?' 'It might be a claw, for the flesh there is upon it,' was the spirit's sorrowful reply. 'Look here.' From the foldings of its robes it brought two children, wretched, abject, frightful, hideous, miserable. They knelt down at its feet, and clung upon the outside of its garment. 'O man, look here! Look down here!' exclaimed the ghost. They were a boy and girl, yellow, meagre, ragged, scowling, wolfish, but prostrate too, in their humility. Where graceful youth should have filled their features out, and touched them with its freshest tints, a stale and shrivelled hand, like that of age, had pinched and twisted them, and pulled them into shreds. Where angels might have sat enthroned, devils lurked, and glared out menacing. No change, no degradation, perversion of humanity in any grade, through all the mysteries of wonderful creation, has monsters half so horrible and dread. Scrooge started back appalled. Having them shown to him in this way, he tried to say that they were fine children, but the words choked themselves, rather than be parties to a lie of such enormous magnitude. 'Spirit! Are they yours?' Scrooge could say no more. 'They are man's,' said the spirit, looking down upon them, 'and they cling to me, appealing from their fathers. This boy is ignorance, this girl is want. Between them both, and all of their degree, but most of all beware this boy, for on his brow I see that written which is doom, unless the writing be erased. Deny it,' said the spirit, stretching out its hand toward the city. 'Slander those who tell it ye. Admit it for your factious purposes, and make it worse, and bide the end.' 'Have they no refuge or resource?' cried Scrooge. 'Are there no prisons?' said the spirit, turning on him for the last time with his own words. 'Are there no workhouses?' The bell struck 12. Scrooge looked about him for the ghost, and saw it not. As the last stroke ceased to vibrate, he remembered the prediction of old Jacob Marley, and lifted up his eyes, beheld a solemn phantom, draped and hooded, coming, like a mist, along the ground, towards him. End of Stave 3 of A Christmas Carol. End of Section 3 of Dickens' Christmas Books. Dickens' Christmas Books, Section 4, A Christmas Carol, Stave 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens, Stave 4, The Last of the Spirits. The phantom slowly, gravely, silently approached. When it came near him, Scrooge bent down upon his knee, for in the very air through which this spirit moved it seemed to scatter gloom and mystery. It was shrouded in a deep black garment, which concealed its head, its face, its form, and left nothing of it visible save one outstretched hand. But for this, it would have been difficult to detach its figure from the night, and separate it from the darkness by which it was surrounded. He felt that it was tall and stately when it came beside him, and that its mysterious presence filled him with a solemn dread. He knew no more, for the spirit neither spoke nor moved. "I am in the presence of the ghost of Christmas yet to come," said Scrooge. The spirit answered not, but pointed onward with its hand. "You are about to show me shadows of the things that have not happened, but will happen, in the time before us," Scrooge pursued. "Is that so, spirit?" The upper portion of the garment was contracted for an instant in its folds, as if the spirit had inclined its head. That was the only answer he received. Although well used to ghostly company by this time, Scrooge feared the silent shape so much that his legs trembled beneath him, and he found that he could hardly stand when he prepared to follow it. The spirit paused a moment, as observing his condition, and giving him time to recover. But Scrooge was all the worse for this. It thrilled him with a vague, uncertain horror, to know that behind the dusky shroud there were ghostly eyes intently fixed upon him, while he, though he stretched his own to the utmost, could see nothing but a spectral hand, and one great heap of black. "Ghost of the future!" he exclaimed, "I fear you more than any spectre I have seen. But as I know your purpose is to do me good, and as I hope to live to be another man from what I was, I am prepared to bear you company, and do it with a thankful heart. Will you not speak to me?" It gave him no reply. The hand was pointed straight before them. "Lead on," said Scrooge. "Lead on. The night is waning fast, and it is precious time to me, I know. Lead on, spirit." The phantom moved away as it had come towards him. Scrooge followed in the shadow of its dress, which bore him up, he thought, and carried him along. They scarcely seemed to enter the city, for the city rather seemed to spring up about them, and encompass them of its own act. But there they were in the heart of it, on 'Change, amongst the merchants, who hurried up and down, and chinked the money in their pockets, and conversed in groups, and looked at their watches, and trifled thoughtfully with their great gold seals, and so forth, as Scrooge had seen them often. The spirit stopped beside one little knot of business men. Observing that the hand was pointed to them, Scrooge advanced to listen to their talk. "No," said a great fat man with a monstrous chin, "I don't know much about it either way. I only know he's dead." "When did he die?" inquired another. "Last night, I believe." "Why, what was the matter with him?" asked a third, taking a vast quantity of snuff out of a very large snuff box. "I thought he'd never die." "God knows," said the first, with a yawn. "What has he done with his money?" asked a red-faced gentleman with a pendulous excrescence on the end of his nose that shook like the gills of a turkey-cock. "I haven't heard," said the man with the large chin, yawning again. "Left it to his company, perhaps. He hasn't left it to me, that's all I know." The pleasantry was received with a general laugh. "It's likely to be a very cheap funeral," said the same speaker, "for upon my life I don't know of anybody to go to it. Suppose we make up a party and volunteer?" "I don't mind going if a lunch is provided," observed the gentleman with the excrescence on his nose, "but I must be fed if I make one." Another laugh. "Well, I am the most disinterested among you after all," said the first speaker, "for I never wear black gloves, and I never eat lunch, but I'll offer to go if anybody else will. When I come to think of it, I'm not at all sure that I wasn't his most particular friend, for we used to stop and speak whenever we met. Bye bye!" Speakers and listeners strolled away, and mixed with other groups. Scrooge knew the men, and looked towards the spirit for an explanation. The phantom glided on into a street. Its finger pointed to two persons meeting. Scrooge listened again, thinking that the explanation might lie here. He knew these men also, perfectly. They were men of business, very wealthy, and of great importance. He had made a point always of standing well in their esteem, in a business point of view, that is, strictly in a business point of view. "How are you?" said one. "How are you?" returned the other. "Well," said the first, "Old Scratch has got his own at last, eh?" "So I am told," returned the second. "Cold, isn't it? Seasonable for Christmas time. You're not a skater, I suppose?" "No, no. Something else to think of. Good morning." Not another word. That was their meeting, their conversation, and their parting. Scrooge was at first inclined to be surprised that the spirit should attach importance to conversations apparently so trivial; but feeling assured that they must have some hidden purpose, he set himself to consider what it was likely to be. They could scarcely be supposed to have any bearing on the death of Jacob, his old partner, for that was past, and this ghost province was the future. Nor could he think of any one immediately connected with himself to whom he could apply them. But nothing doubting that to whomsoever they applied, they had some latent moral for his own improvement, he resolved to treasure up every word he heard and everything he saw, and especially to observe the shadow of himself when it appeared, for he had an expectation that the conduct of his future self would give him the clue he missed, and would render the solution of these riddles easy. He looked about in that very place for his own image, but another man stood in his accustomed corner, and though the clock pointed to his usual time of day for being there, he saw no likeness of himself among the multitudes that poured in through the porch. It gave him little surprise, however, for he had been revolving in his mind a change of life, and thought and hoped he saw his new born resolutions carried out in this. Quiet and dark, beside him, stood the phantom with its outstretched hand. When he roused himself from his thoughtful quest, he fancied from the turn of the hand, and its situation in reference to himself, that the unseen eyes were looking at him keenly. It made him shudder and feel very cold. They left the busy scene, and went into an obscure part of the town, where Scrooge had never penetrated before, although he recognised its situation and its bad repute. The ways were foul and narrow, the shops and houses wretched, the people half naked, drunken, slipshod, ugly. Alleys and archways, like so many cesspools, disgorged their offences of smell and dirt and life upon the struggling streets, and the whole quarter reeked with crime, with filth and misery. Far in this den of infamous resort, there was a low-browed beetling shop, below a penthouse roof, where iron, old rags, bottles, bones, and greasy offal were bought. Upon the floor within were piled up heaps of rusty keys, nails, chains, hinges, files, scales, weights, and refuse iron of all kinds. Secrets that few would like to scrutinize were bred and hidden in mountains of unseemly rags, masses of corrupted fat, and sepulchres of bones. Setting in among the wares he dealt in, by a charcoal stove made of old bricks, was a grey-haired rascal nearly 70 years of age, who had screened himself from the cold air without by a frowsy curtaining of miscellaneous tatters hung upon a line, and smoked his pipe in all the luxury of calm retirement. Scrooge and the Phantom came into the presence of this man, just as a woman with a heavy bundle slunk into the shop. But she had scarcely entered when another woman, similarly laden, came in too, and she was closely followed by a man in faded black, who was no less startled by the sight of them than they had been upon the recognition of each other. After a short period of blank astonishment, in which the old man with his pipe had joined them, they all three burst into a laugh. "Let the charwoman alone to be the first," cried she who had entered first. "Let the laundress alone to be the second, and let the undertaker's man alone to be the third. Look here, old Joe, here's a chance, if we haven't all three met here without meaning it." "You couldn't have met in a better place," said old Joe, removing his pipe from his mouth. "Come into the parlour. You were made free of it long ago, you know, and the other two ain't strangers. Stop till I shut the door of the shop. Ah, how it shrieks! There ain't such a rusty bit of metal in the place as its own hinges, I believe, and I'm sure there's no such old bones here as mine. Ha ha! We're all suitable to our calling. We're well matched. Come into the parlour, come into the parlour." The parlour was the space behind the screen of rags. The old man raked the fire together with an old stair rod, and having trimmed his smoky lamp (for it was night) with the stem of his pipe, put it in his mouth again. While he did this, the woman who had already spoken threw her bundle on the floor, and sat down in a flaunting manner on a stool, crossing her elbows on her knees, and looking with a bold defiance at the other two. "What odds then, what odds then, Mrs. Dilber?" said the woman. "Every person has a right to take care of themselves. He always did." "That's true indeed," said the laundress. "No man more so." "Why then, don't stand staring as if you was afraid, woman. Who's the wiser? We're not going to pick holes in each other's coats, I suppose?" "No indeed," said Mrs. Dilber and the man together. "We should hope not." "Very well then," said the woman, "that's enough. Who's the worse for a loss of a few things like these? Not a dead man, I suppose?" "No indeed," said Mrs. Dilber, laughing. "If he wanted to keep him after he was dead, a wicked old screw," pursued the woman, "why wasn't he natural in his lifetime? If he had been, he'd have had somebody to look after him when he was struck with death, instead of lying gasping out his last there, alone by himself." "It's the truest word that ever was spoke," said Mrs. Dilber. "It's a judgment on him." "I wish it was a little heavier judgment," replied the woman, "and it should have been, you may depend upon it, if I could have laid my hands on anything else. Open that bundle, old Joe, and let me know the value of it. Speak out plain. I'm not afraid to be the first, nor afraid for them to see it. We know pretty well that we were helping ourselves before we met here, I believe. It's no sin. Open the bundle, Joe." But the gallantry of her friends would not allow of this, and the man in faded black, mounting the breach first, produced his plunder. It was not extensive. A seal or two, a pencil case, a pair of sleeve buttons, and a brooch of no great value, were all. They were all severally examined and appraised by old Joe, who chalked the sums he was disposed to give for each upon the wall, and added them up into a total when he found there was nothing more to come. "That's your account," said Joe, "and I wouldn't give another sixpence if I was to be boiled for not doing it. Who's next?" Mrs. Dilber was next. Sheets and towels, a little wearing apparel, two old fashioned silver teaspoons, a pair of sugar tongs, and a few boots. Her account was stated on the wall in the same manner. "I always give too much to ladies. It's a weakness of mine, and that's the way I ruin myself," said old Joe. "That's your account. If you asked me for another penny and made it an open question, I'd repent of being so liberal and knock off half a crown." "And now undo my bundle, Joe," said the first woman. Joe went down on his knees for the greater convenience of opening it, and having unfastened a great many knots, dragged out a large and heavy roll of some dark stuff. "What do you call this?" said Joe. "Bed curtains?" "Ah!" returned the woman, laughing and leaning forward on her crossed arms. "Bed curtains." "You don't mean to say you took 'em down, rings and all, with him lying there?" said Joe. "Yes, I do," replied the woman. "Why not?" "You were born to make your fortune," said Joe, "and you'll certainly do it." "I certainly shan't hold my hand when I can get anything in it by reaching it out, for the sake of such a man as he was. I promise you, Joe," returned the woman coolly. "Don't drop that oil upon the blankets now." "His blankets?" asked Joe. "Whose else's, do you think?" replied the woman. "He isn't likely to take cold without 'em, I dare say." "I hope he didn't die of anything catching, eh?" said old Joe, stopping in his work and looking up. "Don't you be afraid of that," returned the woman. "I ain't so fond of his company that I'd loiter about him for such things if he did. Ah! You may look through that shirt till your eyes ache, but you won't find a hole in it nor a threadbare place. It's the best he had, and a fine one too. They'd have wasted it if it hadn't been for me." "What do you call wasting of it?" asked old Joe. "Putting it on him to be buried in, that's for sure," replied the woman with a laugh. "Somebody was fool enough to do it, but I took it off again. If calico ain't good enough for such a purpose, it isn't good enough for anything. It's quite as becoming to the body. He can't look uglier than he did in that one." Scrooge listened to this dialogue in horror. As they sat grouped about their spoil, in the scanty light afforded by the old man's lamp, he viewed them with a destination and disgust which could hardly have been greater, though they had been obscene demons marketing the corpse itself. "Ha ha!" laughed the same woman, when old Joe, producing a flannel bag with money in it, took out their several gains upon the ground. This is the end of it, you see. He frightened every one away from him when he was alive, to profit us when he was dead. Ha ha ha!' 'Spirit,' said Scrooge, shuddering from head to foot, 'I see, I see. The case of this unhappy man might be my own. My life tends that way now. Merciful Heaven, what is this!' He recoiled in terror, for the scene had changed, and now he almost touched a bed, a bare uncurtained bed, on which, beneath a ragged sheet, there lay a something covered up, which, though it was dumb, announced itself in awful language. The room was very dark, too dark to be observed with any accuracy, though Scrooge glanced round it in obedience to a secret impulse, anxious to know what kind of room it was. A pale light, rising in the outer air, fell straight upon the bed, and on it, plundered and bereft, unwatched, unwept, uncared for, was the body of this man. Scrooge glanced towards the phantom. Its steady hand was pointing to the head. The cover was so carelessly adjusted that the slightest raising of it, the motion of a finger upon Scrooge's part, would have disclosed the face. He thought of it, felt how easy it would be to do, and longed to do it, but had no more power to withdraw the veil than to dismiss the spectre at his side. O cold, cold, rigid, dreadful Death, set up thine altar here, and dress it with such terrors as thou hast at thy command, for this is thy dominion. But of the loved, revered, and honoured head, thou canst not turn one hair to thy dread purposes, or make one feature odious. It is not that the hand is heavy and will fall down when released. It is not that the heart and pulse are still, but that the hand was opened, generous and true, the heart brave, warm, and tender, and the pulses a man. Strike, shadow, strike, and see his good deed springing from the wound, to sow the world with life immortal. No voice pronounced these words in Scrooge's ears, and yet he heard them when he looked upon the bed. He thought, if this man could be raised up now, what would be his foremost thoughts? Avarice, hard dealing, gripping cares? They have brought him to a rich end, truly. He lay in the dark empty house, with not a man, a woman, or a child, to say that he was kind to me in this or that, and for the memory of one kind word I will be kind to him. A cat was tearing at the door, and there was a sound of gnawing rats beneath the hearthstone. What they wanted in the room of death, and why they were so restless and disturbed, Scrooge did not dare to think. 'Spirit,' he said, 'this is a fearful place. In leaving it, I shall not leave its lesson, trust me. Let us go.' Still the ghost pointed, with an unmoved finger, to the head. 'I understand you,' Scrooge returned, 'and I would do it if I could. But I have not the power, Spirit. I have not the power.' Again it seemed to look upon him. 'If there is any person in the town who feels emotion caused by this man's death,' said Scrooge, quite agonized, 'show that person to me, Spirit, I beseech you.' The phantom spread its dark robe before him for a moment, like a wing, and withdrawing it, revealed a room by daylight, where a mother and her children were. She was expecting some one, and with anxious eagerness, for she walked up and down the room, started at every sound, looked out from the window, glanced at the clock, tried, but in vain, to work with her needle, and could hardly bear the voices of the children in their play. At length the long expected knock was heard. She hurried to the door and met her husband, a man whose face was careworn and depressed, though he was young. There was a remarkable expression in it now, a kind of serious delight of which he felt ashamed, and which he struggled to repress. He sat down to the dinner that had been hoarding for him by the fire, and when she asked him faintly what news, which was not until after a long silence, he appeared embarrassed how to answer. 'Is it good,' she said, 'or bad?' to help him. 'Bad,' he answered. 'We are quite ruined?' 'No. There is hope yet, Caroline.' 'If he relents,' she said, amazed, 'there is. Nothing is past hope, if such a miracle has happened.' 'He is past relenting,' said her husband. 'He is dead.' She was a mild, impatient creature, her face spoke truth. But she was thankful in her soul to hear it, and she said so, with clasped hands. She prayed forgiveness the next moment, and was sorry, but the first was the emotion of her heart. 'What the half drunken woman whom I told you of last night said to me, when I tried to see him and obtain the week's delay, and what I thought was a mere excuse to avoid me, turns out to have been quite true. He was not only very ill, but dying then. To whom will our debt be transferred? I don't know. But before that time we shall be ready with the money, and even though we were not, it would be a bad fortune indeed to find so merciless a creditor in his successor. We may sleep to-night with light hearts, Caroline.' Yes, soften it as they would, their hearts were lighter. The children's faces, hushed and clustered round to hear what they so little understood, were brighter, and it was a happier house for this man's death. The only emotion that the ghost could show him, caused by the event, was one of pleasure. 'Let me see some tenderness connected with a death,' said Scrooge, 'or that dark chamber spirit where we left just now, will be for ever present to me.' The ghost conducted him through several streets familiar to his feet as they went along. Scrooge looked here and there to find himself, but nowhere was he to be seen. They entered poor Bob Cratchit's house, the dwelling he had visited before, and found the mother and the children seated round the fire. Quiet. Very quiet. The noisy little Cratchits were as still as statues in one corner, and sat looking up at Peter, who had a book before him. The mother and her daughters were engaged in sewing, but surely they were very quiet. And he took a child, and set him in the midst of them. Where had Scrooge heard those words? He had not dreamed them. The boy must have read them out as he and the spirit crossed the threshold. Why did he not go on? The mother laid her work upon the table, and put her hand up to her face. 'The colour hurts my eyes,' she said. 'The colour! Ah, poor Tiny Tim!' 'They're better now again,' said Cratchit's wife. 'It makes them weak by candlelight, and I wouldn't show weak eyes to your father when he comes here, for the world. It must be near his time.' 'Past it, rather,' Peter answered, shutting up his book. 'But I think he has walked a little slower than he used these few last evenings, mother.' They were very quiet again. At last she said, and in a steady, cheerful voice that only faltered once, 'I have known him walk with Tiny Tim upon his shoulder, very fast indeed.' 'And so have I,' cried Peter, 'often.' 'And so have I,' exclaimed another. 'So had all.' 'But he was so very light to carry,' she resumed, intent upon her work, 'and his father loved him so, that it was no trouble, no trouble. And there is your father at the door.' She hurried out to meet him, and little Bob in his comforter (he had need of it, poor fellow) came in. His tea was ready for him on the hob, and they all tried who should help him to it most. Then the two young Cratchits got upon his knees, and laid, each child a little cheek, against his face, as if they said, 'Don't mind it, father. Don't be grieved.' Bob was very cheerful with them, and spoke pleasantly to all the family. He looked at the work upon the table, and praised the industry and speed of Mrs. Cratchit and the girls. They would be done long before Sunday, he said. 'Sunday! You went to-day, then, Robert?' said his wife. 'Yes, my dear,' returned Bob. 'I wish you could have gone. It would have done you good to see how green a place it is, but you'll see it often. I promised him that I would walk there on a Sunday. My little, little child!' cried Bob. 'My little child!' He broke down all at once. He couldn't help it. If he could have helped it, he and his child would have been farther apart, perhaps, than they were. He left the room, and went upstairs into the room above, which was lighted cheerfully and hung with Christmas. There was a chair set close beside the child, and there were signs of some one having been there lately. Poor Bob sat down in it, and when he had thought a little and composed himself, he kissed the little face. He was reconciled to what had happened, and went down again, quite happy. They drew along the fire and talked, the girls and mother working still. Bob told them of the extraordinary kindness of Mr. Scrooge's nephew, whom he had scarcely seen but once, and who, meeting him in the street that day, and seeing that he looked a little, 'just a little down, you know,' said Bob, inquired what had happened to distress him. 'On which,' said Bob, 'for he is the pleasantest spoken gentleman you ever heard, I told him. "I am heartily sorry for it, Mr. Cratchit," he said, "and heartily sorry for your good wife." By the bye, how he ever knew that, I don't know.' 'Knew what, my dear?' 'Why, that you were a good wife,' replied Bob. 'Everybody knows that,' said Peter. 'Very well observed, my boy,' cried Bob. 'I hope they do. Heartily sorry,' he said, 'for your good wife. If I can be of service to you in any way,' he said, giving me his card, 'that's where I live. Pray come to me.' Now it wasn't,' cried Bob, 'for the sake of anything he might be able to do for us, so much as for his kind way, that this was quite delightful. It really seemed as if he had known our Tiny Tim, and felt with us. I'm sure he's a good soul,' said Mrs. Cratchit. 'You would be surer of it, my dear,' returned Bob, 'if you saw and spoke to him. I shouldn't be at all surprised, mark what I say, if he got Peter a better situation.' 'Only hear that, Peter!' said Mrs. Cratchit. 'And then,' cried one of the girls, 'Peter will be keeping company with some one, and setting up for himself.' 'Get along with you!' retorted Peter, grinning. 'It's just as likely as not,' said Bob, 'one of these days, though there's plenty of time for that, my dear. But however and whenever we part from one another, I am sure we shall none of us forget poor Tiny Tim, shall we, or this first parting that there was among us?' 'Never, father!' cried they all. 'And I know,' said Bob, 'I know, my dears, that when we recollect how patient and how mild he was, although he was a little, little child, we shall not quarrel easily among ourselves, and forget poor Tiny Tim in doing it.' 'No, never, father!' they all cried again. 'I am very happy,' said little Bob. 'I am very happy.' Mrs. Cratchit kissed him, his daughters kissed them, the two young Cratchits kissed him, and Peter and himself shook hands. Spirit of Tiny Tim, thy childish essence was from God. 'Spectre,' said Scrooge, 'something informs me that our parting moment is at hand. I know it, but I know not how. Tell me what man that was whom we saw lying dead.' The ghost of Christmas yet to come conveyed him as before, though at a different time, he thought. Indeed, there seemed no order in these latter visions, save that they were in the future, into the resorts of business men, but showed him not himself. Indeed, the spirit did not stay for anything, but went straight on, as to the end just now desired, until besought by Scrooge to tarry for a moment. 'This court,' said Scrooge, 'through which we hurry now, is where my place of occupation is, and has been for a length of time. I see the house. Let me behold what I shall be in days to come.' The spirit stopped. The hand was pointed elsewhere. 'The house is yonder!' Scrooge exclaimed. 'Why do you point away?' The inexorable finger underwent no change. Scrooge hastened to the window of his office and looked in. It was an office still, but not his. The furniture was not the same, and the figure in the chair was not himself. The phantom pointed as before. He joined it once again, and wondering why and whither he had gone, accompanied it until they reached an iron gate. He paused to look round before entering. A churchyard. Here, then, the wretched man, whose name he had now to learn, lay underneath the ground. It was a worthy place, walled in by houses, overrun by grass and weeds, the growth of vegetation's death, not life, choked up with too much burying, fat with repleted appetite, a worthy place. The spirit stood among the graves and pointed down to one. He advanced towards it trembling. The phantom was exactly as it had been, but he dreaded that he saw new meaning in its solemn shape. 'Before I draw nearer to that stone to which you point,' said Scrooge, 'answer me one question. Are these the shadows of the things that will be, or are they shadows of things that may be, only?' Still the ghost pointed downward to the grave by which it stood. 'Men's courses will foreshadow certain ends to which, if persevered in, they must lead,' said Scrooge. 'But if the courses be departed from, the ends will change. Say it is thus with what you show me.' The spirit was immovable as ever. Scrooge crept towards it, trembling as he went, and following the finger, read upon the stone of the neglected grave his own name, Ebenezer Scrooge. 'Am I that man who lay upon the bed?' he cried upon his knees. The finger pointed from the grave to him, and back again. 'No, spirit! Oh no, no!' The finger still was there. 'Spirit!' he cried, tight clutching at its robe, 'hear me! I am not the man I was. I will not be the man I must have been but for this intercourse. Why show me this, if I am past all hopes?' For the first time, the hand appeared to shake. 'Good spirit,' he pursued, as down upon the ground he fell before it, 'your nature intercedes for me and pities me. Assure me that I yet may change these shadows you have shown me, by an altered life.' The kind hand trembled. I will honour Christmas in my heart, and try to keep it all the year. I will live in the past, the present, and the future. The spirits of all three shall strive within me. I will not shut out the lessons that they teach. Oh, tell me that I may sponge away the writing on this stone!" In his agony he caught the spectral hand. It sought to free itself, but he was strong in his entreaty, and detained it. The spirit, stronger yet, repulsed him. Holding up his hands in a last prayer to have his fate reversed, he saw an alteration in the phantom's hood and dress. It shrunk, collapsed, and dwindled down into a bedpost. End of Stave 3 of A Christmas Carol. End of Dickens Christmas Books, Section 4. Dickens Christmas Books, Section 5. A Christmas Carol, Stave 5. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens, Stave 5. The end of it. Yes, and the bedpost was his own. The bed was his own. The room was his own. Best and happiest of all, the time before him was his own to make amends in. "I will live in the past, the present, and the future," Scrooge repeated, as he scrambled out of bed. "The spirits of all three shall strive within me. O Jacob Marley, Heaven and the Christmas time be praised for this! I say it on my knees, old Jacob, on my knees!" He was so fluttered and glowing with his good intentions, that his broken voice would scarcely answer to his call. He had been sobbing violently in his conflict with the spirit, and his face was wet with tears. "They are not torn down," cried Scrooge, folding one of his bed curtains in his arms. "They are not torn down, rings and all. They are here. I am here. The shadows of the things that would have been may be dispelled. They will be. I know they will." His hands were busy with his garments all this time, turning them inside out, putting them on upside down, tearing them, mislaying them, making them parties to every kind of extravagance. "I don't know what to do," cried Scrooge, laughing and crying in the same breath, and making a perfect Laocoön of himself with his stockings. "I am as light as a feather, I am as happy as an angel, I am as merry as a schoolboy, I am as giddy as a drunken man. A Merry Christmas to everybody! A Happy New Year to all the world! Hallo there! Whoop! Hallo!" He had frisked into the sitting room, and was now standing there, perfectly winded. "There's the saucepan that the gruel was in!" cried Scrooge, starting off again and going round the fireplace. "There's the door by which the ghost of Jacob Marley entered. There's the corner where the ghost of Christmas Present sat. There's the window where I saw the wandering spirits. It's all right. It's all true. It all happened. Ha ha ha!" Really, for a man who had been out of practice for so many years, it was a splendid laugh, a most illustrious laugh, the father of a long, long line of brilliant laughs. "I don't know what day of the month it is," said Scrooge. "I don't know how long I've been among the spirits. I don't know anything. I'm quite a baby. Never mind. I don't care. I'd rather be a baby. Hallo, Whoop! Hallo here!" He was checked in his transports by the churches ringing out the lustiest peals he had ever heard. Clash, clang, hammer, ding, dong, bell, bell, dong, ding, hammer, clang, clash. Oh, glorious, glorious! Running to the window, he opened it and put out his head. No fog, no mist, clear, bright, jovial, stirring cold, cold, piping for the blood to dance to, golden sunlight, heavenly sky, sweet fresh air, merry bells. Oh, glorious, glorious! "What's to day?" cried Scrooge, calling downward to a boy in Sunday clothes, who perhaps had loitered in to look about him. "Eh?" returned the boy, with all his might of wonder. "What's to day, my fine fellow?" said Scrooge. "To day?" replied the boy. "Why, Christmas Day." "It's Christmas Day!" said Scrooge to himself. "I haven't missed it. The spirits have done it all in one night. They can do anything they like, of course they can, of course they can. Hallo, my fine fellow!" "Hallo!" returned the boy. Do you know the poulterers in the next street but one, at the corner?' Scrooge inquired. 'I should hope I did,' replied the lad. 'An intelligent boy,' said Scrooge. 'A remarkable boy. Do you know whether they've sold the prize turkey that was hanging up there? Not the little prize turkey, the big one.' 'What, the one as big as me?' returned the boy. 'What a delightful boy!' said Scrooge. 'It's a pleasure to talk to him. Yes, my buck.' 'It's hanging there now,' replied the boy. 'Is it?' said Scrooge. 'Go and buy it.' 'Walker!' exclaimed the boy. 'No, no,' said Scrooge. 'I am in earnest. Go and buy it, and tell him to bring it here, that I may give them the direction where to take it. Come back with the man, and I'll give you a shilling. Come back with him in less than 5 minutes, and I'll give you half a crown.' The boy was off like a shot. He must have had a steady hand and a trigger who could have got a shot off half so fast. 'I'll send it to Bob Cratchit's,' whispered Scrooge, rubbing his hands, and splitting with a laugh. 'He shan't know who sends it. It's twice the size of Tiny Tim. Joe Miller never made such a joke as sending it to Bob's will be.' The hand in which he wrote the address was not a steady one, but write it he did, somehow, and went downstairs to open the street door, ready for the coming of the poulterer's man. As he stood there, waiting his arrival, the knocker caught his eye. 'I shall love it as long as I live!' cried Scrooge, patting it with his hand. 'I scarcely ever looked at it before. What an honest expression it has in its face! It's a wonderful knocker. Here's the turkey. Hallo! Whoop! How are you? Merry Christmas!' It was a turkey. He never could have stood upon his legs, that bird. He would have snapped him short off in a minute, like sticks of sealing wax. 'Why, it's impossible to carry that to Camden Town,' said Scrooge. 'You must have a cab.' The chuckle with which he said this, and the chuckle with which he paid for the turkey, and the chuckle with which he paid for the cab, and the chuckle with which he recompensed the boy, were only to be exceeded by the chuckle with which he sat down breathless in his chair again, and chuckled till he cried. Shaving was not an easy task, for his hand continued to shake very much, and shaving requires attention, even when you don't dance while you are at it. But if he had cut the end of his nose off, he would have put a piece of sticking plaster over it, and been quite satisfied. He dressed himself all in his best, and at last got out into the streets. The people were by this time pouring forth, as he had seen them with the ghost of Christmas present, and walking with his hands behind him. Scrooge regarded every one with a delighted smile. He looked so irresistibly pleasant, in a word, that 3 or 4 good-humoured fellows said, 'Good morning, sir! A Merry Christmas to you!' And Scrooge said often, afterwards, that of all the blithe sounds he had ever heard, those were the blithest in his ears. He had not gone far, when coming on towards him, he beheld the portly gentleman who had walked into his counting house the day before, and said, 'Scrooge and Marley's, I believe?' It sent a pang across his heart to think how this old gentleman would look upon him when they met, but he knew what path lay straight before him, and he took it. 'My dear sir,' said Scrooge, quickening his pace, and taking the old gentleman by both his hands, 'how do you do? I hope you succeeded yesterday. It was very kind of you. A Merry Christmas to you, sir.' 'Mr. Scrooge?' 'Yes,' said Scrooge, 'that is my name, and I fear it may not be pleasant to you. Allow me to ask your pardon. And will you have the goodness,' here Scrooge whispered in his ear. 'Lord bless me!' cried the gentleman, as if his breath were taken away. 'My dear Mr. Scrooge, are you serious?' 'If you please,' said Scrooge. 'Not a farthing less. A great many back payments are included in it, I assure you. Will you do me that favour?' 'My dear sir,' said the other, shaking hands with him, 'I don't know what to say to such 'Don't say anything, please,' retorted Scrooge. 'Come and see me. Will you come and see me?' 'I will,' cried the old gentleman, and it was clear he meant to do it. 'Thank'ee,' said Scrooge. 'I am much obliged to you. I thank you 50 times. Bless you!' He went to church, and walked about the streets, and watched the people hurrying to and fro, and patted children on the head, and questioned beggars, and looked down into the kitchens of houses, and up to the windows, and found that everything could yield him pleasure. He had never dreamed that any walk, that anything, could give him so much happiness. In the afternoon, he turned his steps towards his nephew's house. He passed the door a dozen times before he had the courage to go up and knock, but he made a dash and did it. 'Is your master at home, my dear?' said the Scrooge to the girl. Nice girl, very. 'Yes, sir.' 'Where is he, my love?' said Scrooge. He's in the dining room along with mistress. I'll show you upstairs, if you please.' 'Thank'ee. He knows me,' said Scrooge, with his hand already on the dining room lock. 'I'll go in here, my dear.' He turned it gently, and sidled his face in, round the door. They were looking at the table, which was spread out in great array, for these young housekeepers are always nervous on such points, and like to see that everything is right. 'Fred!' said Scrooge. Dear heart alive, how his niece by marriage started! Scrooge had forgotten for the moment about her sitting in the corner with the footstool, or he wouldn't have done it on any account. 'Why, bless my soul!' cried Fred. 'Who's that?' 'It's I, your Uncle Scrooge. I have come to dinner. Will you let me in, Fred?' Let him in! It is a mercy he didn't shake his arm off. He was at home in 5 minutes. Nothing could be heartier. His niece looked just the same. So did Topper when he came. So did the plump sister when she came. So did every one when they came. Wonderful party, wonderful games, wonderful unanimity, wonderful happiness! But he was early at the office the next morning. Oh, he was early there. If he could only be there first, and catch Bob Cratchit coming late! That was the thing he had set his heart upon. And he did it, yes he did. The clock struck 9, no Bob. A quarter past, no Bob. He was full 18 minutes and a half behind his time. Scrooge sat with his door wide open, that he might see him come into the Tank. His hat was off before he opened the door, his comforter too. He was on his stool in a jiffy, driving away with his pen, as if he were trying to overtake 9 o'clock. 'Hallo!' growled Scrooge, in his accustomed voice, as near as he could feign it. 'What do you mean by coming here at this time of day?' 'I'm very sorry, sir,' said Bob. 'I am behind my time.' 'You are?' repeated Scrooge. 'Yes, I think you are. Step this way, sir, if you please. 'It's only once a year, sir,' pleaded Bob, appearing from the Tank. 'It shall not be repeated. I was making rather merry yesterday, sir.'
'Now I'll tell you what, my friend,' said Scrooge. 'I am not going to stand this sort of thing any longer. And therefore,' he continued, leaping from his stool, and giving Bob such a dig in the waistcoat that he staggered back into the Tank again, 'and therefore I am about to raise your salary.'
Bob trembled, and got a little nearer to the ruler. He had a momentary idea of knocking Scrooge down with it, holding him, and calling to the people in the court for help and a strait waistcoat.
'A Merry Christmas, Bob!'
said Scrooge, with an earnestness that could not be mistaken, as he clapped him on the back.
'A merrier Christmas, Bob, my good fellow, than I have given you for many a year. I'll raise your salary, and endeavour to assist your struggling family, and we will discuss your affairs this very afternoon over a Christmas bowl of smoking bishop, Bob. Make up the fires, and buy another coal scuttle before you dot another I, Bob Cratchit.' Scrooge was better than his word. He did it all, and infinitely more. And to Tiny Tim, who did not die, he was a second father. He became as good a friend, as good a master, and as good a man, as the good old city knew, or any other good old city, town, or borough in the good old world. Some people laughed to see the alteration in him, but he let them laugh, and little heeded them; for he was wise enough to know that nothing ever happened on this globe for good at which some people did not have their fill of laughter in the outset; and knowing that such as these would be blind anyway, he thought it quite as well that they should wrinkle up their eyes in grins, as have the malady in less attractive forms. His own heart laughed, and that was quite enough for him. He had no further intercourse with spirits, but lived upon the total abstinence principle ever afterwards, and it was always said of him that he knew how to keep Christmas well, if any man alive possessed the knowledge. May that truly be said of us, and all of us. And so, as Tiny Tim observed, God bless us, every one. End of A Christmas Carol. End of Dickens' Christmas Books, Section 5. Dickens' Christmas Books, Section 6. The Chimes, Chapter 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Chimes, by Charles Dickens.
A Goblin Story of some Bells that rang an Old Year out and a New Year in. Chapter 1. First Quarter. There are not many people, and as it is desirable that a story-teller and a story-reader should establish a mutual understanding as soon as possible, I beg it to be noticed that I confine this observation neither to young people nor to little people, but to extend it to all conditions of people, little and big, young and old, yet growing up or already growing down again. There are not, I say, many people who would care to sleep in a church. I don't mean at sermon time, in warm weather, when the thing has actually been done once or twice, but in the night and alone. A great multitude of persons will be violently astonished, I know, by this position, in the broad bold day. But it applies to night. It must be argued by night, and I will undertake to maintain it successfully on any gusty winter's night appointed for the purpose, with any one opponent chosen from the rest, who will meet me singly in an old churchyard, before an old church door, and will previously empower me to lock him in, if needful to his satisfaction, until morning. For the night wind has a dismal trick of wandering round and round a building of that sort, and moaning as it goes, and of trying with its unseen hand the windows and the doors, and seeking out some crevices by which to enter. And when it has got in, as one not finding what it seeks, whatever that may be, it wails and howls to issue forth again, and not content with stalking through the aisles and gliding round and round the pillars and tempting the deep organ, soars up to the roof and strives to rend the rafters, then flings itself despairingly upon the stones below, and passes muttering into the vaults. Anon it comes up stealthily and creeps along the walls, seeming to read in whispers the inscriptions sacred to the dead. And some of these it breaks out shrilly as with laughter, and at others moans and cries as if it were lamenting. It has a ghostly sound, too, lingering within the altar, where it seems to chant, in its wild way, of wrong and murder done, and false gods worshipped, in defiance of the temples of the law, which look so fair and smooth, but are so flawed and broken. Ugh! Heaven preserve us, sitting snugly round the fire. It has an awful voice, that wind at midnight, singing in a church. But high up in the steeple, there the foul blast roars and whistles. High up in the steeple, where it is free to come and go through many an airy arch and loophole, and to twist and twine itself about the giddy stair, and twirl the groaning weathercock, and make the very tower shake and shiver. High up in the steeple, where the belfry is, and iron rails are ragged with rust, and sheets of lead and copper, shrivelled by the changing weather, crackle and heave beneath the unaccustomed tread, and birds stuff shabby nests into corners of old oaken joists and beams, and dust grows old and grey, and speckled spiders, indolent and fat with long security, swing idly to and fro in the vibration of the bells, and never loose their hold upon their thread-spun castles in the air, or climb up sailor-like in quick alarm, or drop upon the ground and ply a score of nimble legs to save one life. High up in the steeple of an old church, far above the light and murmur of the town, and far below the flying clouds that shadow it, is the wild and dreary place at night; and high up in the steeple of an old church dwelt the Chimes I tell of. They were old chimes, trust me. Centuries ago, these bells had been baptized by bishops, so many centuries ago, that the register of their baptism was long lost, long before the memory of man, and no one knew their names. They had had their godfathers and godmothers, these bells. For my own part, by the way, I would rather incur the responsibility of being godfather to a bell than a boy, and had their silver mugs no doubt besides. But time had mowed down their sponsors, and Henry the Eighth had melted down their mugs, and now they hung nameless and mugless in the church tower. Not speechless though, far from it. They had clear, loud, lusty-sounding voices, had these bells, and far and wide they might be heard upon the wild. Much too sturdy Chimes were they to be dependent on the pleasure of the wind, moreover, for fighting gallantly against it when it took an adverse whim, they would pour their cheerful notes into a listening air right royally, and bent on being heard on stormy nights by some poor mother watching a sick child, or some lone wife whose husband was at sea, they had sometimes been known to beat a blustering nor-wester eye all to fits, as Toby Veck said, for though they chose to call him Trotty Veck, his name was Toby, and nobody could make it anything else either, except Tobias, without a special air of Parliament, he having been as lawfully christened in his day as the bells had been in theirs, though with not quite so much of solemnity or public rejoicing. For my part, I confess myself of Toby Veck's belief, for I am sure he had opportunities enough of forming a correct one. And whatever Toby Veck said, I say, and I take my stand by Toby Veck, although he did stand all day long, and weary work it was, just outside the church door. In fact, he was a ticket porter, Toby Veck, and waited there for jobs. And a breezy, goose-skinned, blue-nosed, red-eyed, stony-toed, tooth-chattering place it was to wait in the winter time, as Toby Veck well knew. The wind came tearing round the corner, especially the east wind, as if it had sallied forth, express from the confines of the earth, to have a blow at Toby. And oftentimes it seemed to come upon him sooner than it had expected, for bouncing round the corner and passing Toby, it would suddenly wheel round again, as if it cried, "Why, here he is!" Incontinently, his little white apron would be caught up over his head like a naughty boy's garments, and his feeble little cane would be seen to wrestle and struggle unavailingly in his hand, and his legs would undergo tremendous agitation, and Toby himself all aslant, and facing now in this direction, now in that, would be so banged and buffeted and touzled and worried and hustled and lifted off his feet, as to render it a state of things but one degree removed from a positive miracle that he wasn't carried up bodily into the air as a colony of frogs or snails or other very portable creatures sometimes are, and rained down again, to the great astonishment of the natives, on some strange corner of the world where ticket porters are unknown. But windy weather, in spite of its using him so roughly, was, after all, a sort of holiday for Toby. That's the fact. He didn't seem to wait so long for a sixpence in the wind as at other times. The having to fight with that boisterous element took off his attention, and quite freshened him up, when he was getting hungry and low-spirited. A hard frost, too, or a fall of snow, was an event, and it seemed to do him good, somehow or other. It would have been hard to say in what respect though, Toby. So wind and frost and snow, and perhaps a good stiff storm of hail, were Toby Veck's red-letter days. Wet weather was the worst, the cold, damp, clammy wet that wrapped him up like a moist greatcoat, the only kind of greatcoat Toby owned, or could have added to his comfort by dispensing with. Wet days when the rain came slowly, thickly, obstinately down, when the street's throat, like his own, was choked with mist, when smoking umbrellas passed and repassed, spinning round and round like so many teetotums as they knocked against each other on the crowded footway, throwing off a little whirlpool of uncomfortable sprinklings, when gutters brawled and waterspouts were full and noisy, when the wet from the projecting stones and ledges of the church fell drip, drip, drip on Toby, making the wisp of straw on which he stood mere mud in no time. Those were the days that tried him. Then indeed you might see Toby looking anxiously out from his shelter in an angle of the church wall, such a meagre shelter that in summer time it never cast a shadow thicker than a good-sized walking-stick upon the sunny pavement, with a disconsolate and lengthened face, but coming out a minute afterwards to warm himself by exercise, and trotting up and down some dozen times, he would brighten even then, and go back more brightly to his niche. They called him Trotty from his pace, which meant speed if it didn't make it. He could have walked faster, perhaps, most likely, but rob him of his trot, and Toby would have taken to his bed and died. It bespattered him with mud in dirty weather, it cost him a world of trouble. He could have walked with infinitely greater ease, but that was one reason for his clinging to it so tenaciously. A weak, small, spare old man, he was a very Hercules, this Toby, in his good intentions. He loved to earn his money.
He delighted to believe Toby was very poor and couldn't well afford to part with a delight that he was worth his salt. With a shilling or an eightpenny message or small parcel in hand, his courage always high rose higher. As he trotted on, he would call out to fast postmen ahead of him to get out of the way, devoutly believing that in the natural course of things he must inevitably overtake and run them down, and he had perfect faith, not often tested, in his being able to carry anything that man could lift. Thus, even when he came out of his nook to warm himself on a wet day, Toby trotted, making with his leaky shoes a crooked line of slushy footprints in the mire, and blowing on his chilly hands and rubbing them against each other, poorly defended from the searching cold by threadbare mufflers of grey worsted, with a private apartment only for the thumb, and a common room or tap for the rest of the fingers. Toby, with his knees bent and his cane beneath his arm, still trotted, falling out into the road to look up at the belfry when the chimes resounded. Toby trotted still. He made this last excursion several times a day, for they were company to him, and when he heard their voices, he had an interest in glancing at their lodging place, and thinking how they were moved, and what hammers beat upon them. Perhaps he was the more curious about these bells, because there were points of resemblance between themselves and him. They hung there in all weathers, with the wind and rain driving in upon them, facing only the outsides of all those houses, never getting any nearer to the blazing fires that gleamed and shone upon the windows, or came puffing out of the chimney tops, and incapable of participation in any of the good things that were constantly being handed through the street doors and the area railings to prodigious cooks. Faces came and went at many windows, sometimes pretty faces, youthful faces, pleasant faces, sometimes the reverse, but Toby knew no more, though he often speculated on these trifles standing idle in the streets, whence they came, or where they went, or whether, when the lips moved, one kind word was said of him in all the year, than did the chimes themselves. Toby was not a casuist that he knew of, at least, and I don't mean to say that when he began to take to the bells, and to knit up his first rough acquaintance with them into something of a closer and more delicate woof, he passed through these considerations one by one, or held any formal review or great field day in his thoughts. But what I mean to say, and do say, is, that the functions of Toby's body, his digestive organs, for example, did of their own cunning, and by a great many operations of which he was altogether ignorant, and the knowledge of which would have astonished him very much, arrive at a certain end. So his mental faculties, without his privity or concurrence, set all these wheels and springs in motion, with a thousand others, when they worked to bring about his liking for the bells. And though I had said his love, I would not have recalled the word, though it would scarcely have expressed his complicated feelings. For being but a simple man, he invested them with a strange and solemn character. They were so mysterious, often heard and never seen, so high up, so far off, so full of such a deep, strong melody, that he regarded them with a species of awe, and sometimes when he looked up at the dark arched windows in the tower, he half expected to be beckoned to by something which was not a bell, and yet was what he had heard so often sounding in the chimes. For all this, Toby scouted with indignation a certain flying rumour that the chimes were haunted, as implying the possibility of their being connected with any evil thing. In short, they were very often in his ears, and very often in his thoughts, but always in his good opinion, and he very often got such a crick in his neck by staring with his mouth wide open at the steeple where they hung, that he was fain to take an extra trot or two afterwards, to cure it. The very thing he was in the act of doing, one cold day, when the last drowsy sound of 12 o'clock just struck, was humming like a melodious monster of a bee, and not by any means a busy bee, all through the steeple. "Dinner time, eh?" said Toby, trotting up and down before the church. "Ah!" Toby's nose was very red, and his eyelids were very red, and he winked very much, and his shoulders were very near his ears, and his legs were very stiff, and altogether he was evidently a long way upon the frosty side of cool. "Dinner time, eh?" repeated Toby, using his right hand muffler like an infantine boxing glove, and punishing his chest for being cold. "Ah!" He took a silent trot after that for a minute or two. "There's nothing," said Toby, breaking forth afresh; but here he stopped short in his trot, and with a face of great interest and some alarm, felt his nose carefully all the way up. It was but a little way, not being much of a nose, and he had soon finished. "I thought it was gone," said Toby, trotting off again. "It's all right, however. I'm sure I couldn't blame it if it was to go. It has a precious hard surface of it in the bitter weather, and precious little to look forward to, for I don't take snuff myself. It's a good deal tried, poor creetur, at the best of times, for when it does get hold of a pleasant whiff or two, which ain't too often, it's generally from somebody else's dinner a coming home from the baker's." The reflection reminded him of that other reflection which he had left unfinished. "There's nothing," said Toby, "more regular in its coming round than dinner time, and nothing less regular in its coming round than dinner. That's the great difference between 'em. It's took me a long time to find it out. I wonder whether it would be worth any gentleman's while now, to buy that obserwation for the papers or the Parliament." Toby was only joking, for he gravely shook his head in self-depreciation. "Why, Lord," said Toby, "the papers is full of obserwations as it is, and so's the Parliament. Here's last week's paper now," taking a very dirty one from his pocket and holding it from him at arm's length, "full of obserwations. Full of obserwations. I like to know the news as well as any man," said Toby, slowly folding it a little smaller, and putting it in his pocket again, "but it almost goes against the grain with me to read a paper now. It frightens me almost. I don't know what we poor people are coming to. Lord send we may be coming to something better in the new year nigh upon us." "Why, father, father," said a pleasant voice hard by. But Toby, not hearing it, continued to trot backwards and forwards, musing as he went, and talking to himself. "It seems as if we can't go right, or do right, or be righted," said Toby. "I hadn't much schooling myself when I was young, and I can't make out whether we have any business on the face of the earth or not. Sometimes I think we must have, a little, and sometimes I think we must be intruding. I get so puzzled sometimes that I am not even able to make up my mind whether there is any good at all in us, or whether we are born bad. We seem to give a great deal of trouble, we are always being complained of and guarded against. One way or other we fill the papers. Talk of a new year," said Toby mournfully. "I can bear up as well as another man at most times, better than a good many, for I am as strong as a lion, and all men ain't. But supposing it should really be that we have no right to a new year, supposing we really are intruding." "Why, father, father," said the pleasant voice again. Toby heard it this time, started, stopped, and shortening his sight, which had been directed a long way off as seeking the enlightenment in the very heart of the approaching year, found himself face to face with his own child, and looking close into her eyes. Bright eyes they were. Eyes that would bear a world of looking in before their depth was fathomed. Dark eyes that reflected back the eyes which searched them, not flashingly, or at the owner's will, but with a clear, calm, honest, patient radiance, claiming kindred with that light which Heaven called into being. Eyes that were beautiful and true and beaming with hope so young and fresh, with hope so buoyant, vigorous, and bright, despite the 20 years of work and poverty on which they had looked, that they became a voice to Trotty Veck, and said, "I think we have some business here, a little." Trotty kissed the lips belonging to the eyes, and squeezed the blooming face between his hands. "Why, pet," said Trotty, "what's to do? I didn't expect you to-day, Meg." "Neither did I expect to come, father," cried the girl, nodding her head and smiling as she spoke, "but here I am, and not alone, not alone." "Why, you don't mean to say," observed Trotty, looking curiously at a covered basket which she carried in her hand, "that you—" "Smell it, father dear," said Meg. "Only smell it." Trotty was going to lift up the cover at once in a great hurry, when she gaily interposed her hand. "No, no, no," said Meg, with the glee of a child. "Lengthen it out a little. Let me just lift up the corner. Just the little tiny corner, you know," said Meg, suiting the action to the word with the utmost gentleness, and speaking very softly, as if she were afraid of being overheard by something inside the basket. "There. Now. What's that?" Toby took the shortest possible sniff at the edge of the basket, and cried out in a rapture, "Why, it's hot! It's burning hot!" cried Meg. "Ha, ha, ha! It's scalding hot!" "Ha, ha, ha!" roared Toby, with a sort of kick. "It's scalding hot!" "But what is it, father?" said Meg. "Come! You haven't guessed what it is, and you must guess what it is. I can't think of taking it out till you guess what it is. Don't be in such a hurry. Wait a minute. A little bit more of the cover. Now guess." Meg was in a perfect fright lest he should guess right too soon, shrinking away as she held the basket towards him, curling up her pretty shoulders, stopping her ear with her hand, as if by so doing she could keep the right word out of Toby's lips, and laughing softly the whole time. Meanwhile, Toby, putting a hand on each knee, bent down his nose to the basket, and took a long inspiration at the lid, the grin upon his withered face expanding in the process, as if he were inhaling laughing gas. "Ah! It's very nice," said Toby. "It ain't, I suppose it ain't Polonies?" "No, no, no!" cried Meg, delighted. "Nothing like Polonies." "No," said Toby, after another sniff. It's mellower than Polonies. It's very nice. It improves every moment. It's too decided for trotters, ain't it?" Meg was in an ecstasy. He could not have gone wider of the mark than trotters, except Polonies. "Liver," said Toby, communing with himself. "No. There's a mildness about it that don't answer to liver. Potatoes. No. It ain't faint enough for potatoes. It wants the stringiness of cocks' heads. And I know it ain't sausages. I'll tell you what. It's chitterlings." "No, it ain't!" cried Meg, in a burst of delight. "No, it ain't!" "Why, what am I thinking of?" said Toby, suddenly recovering a position as near the perpendicular as it was possible for him to assume. "I shall forget my own name next. It's tripe." Tripe it was, and Meg, in high joy, protested he should say in half a minute more, it was the best tripe ever stewed. "And so," said Meg, busying herself exultingly with the basket, "I'll lay the cloth at once, father, for I have brought the tripe in a basin, and tied the basin up in a pocket handkerchief, and if I like to be proud for once, and spread that for a cloth, and call it a cloth, there's no law to prevent me. Is there, father?" "Not that I know of, my dear," said Toby, "but they're always a bringing up some new law or other." "And according to what I was reading you in the paper the other day, father, what the judge said, you know, we poor people are supposed to know them all. Ha, ha! What a mistake! My goodness me, how clever they think us!" "Yes, my dear," cried Trotty, "and they'd be very fond of any one of us that did know 'em all. He'd grow fat upon the work he'd get, that man, and be popular with the gentlefolks in his neighbourhood. Very much so." "He'd eat dinner with an appetite, whoever he was, if it smelt like this," said Meg cheerfully. "Make haste, for there's a hot potato besides, and half a pint of fresh drawn beer in a bottle. Where will you dine, father? On the post or on the steps? Dear, dear, how grand we are! Two places to choose from!" "The steps to-day, my pet," said Trotty. "Steps in dry weather, post in wet. There's a greater conveniency on the steps at all times, because of the sitting down, but they're rheumatic in the damp." "Then here," said Meg, clapping her hands, after a moment's bustle, "here it is, all ready. And beautiful it looks. Come, father, come!" Since his discovery of the contents of the basket, Trotty had been standing looking at her, and had been speaking too, in an abstracted manner, which showed that though she was the object of his thoughts and eyes, to the exclusion even of tripe, he neither saw nor thought about her as she was at that moment, but had before him some imaginary rough sketch of drama of her future life. Roused now by her cheerful summons, he shook off a melancholy shake of the head, which was just coming upon him, and trotted to her side. As he was stooping to sit down, the chimes rang. "Amen," said Trotty, pulling off his hat and looking up towards them. "Amen to the bells, father?" cried Meg. "They broke in like a grace, my dear," said Trotty, taking his seat. "They'd say a good one, I am sure, if they could. Many's the kind thing they say to me." "The bells do, father," laughed Meg, as she sat the basin, and a knife and fork before him. "Well!" "Seem to, my pet," said Trotty, falling to with great vigour. "And where's the difference? If I hear 'em, what does it matter whether they speak it or not? Why, bless you, my dear," said Toby, pointing at the tower with his fork, and becoming more animated under the influence of dinner, "how often I have heard them bells say, Toby Veck, keep a good heart, Toby. Toby Veck, keep a good heart, Toby. A million times more." "Well, I never!" cried Meg. She had though, over and over again, for it was Toby's constant topic. "When things is very bad," said Trotty, "very bad indeed, I mean almost at the worst, then it's Toby Veck, job coming soon, Toby. Toby Veck, job coming soon, Toby. That way." "And it comes at last, father?" said Meg, with a touch of sadness in her pleasant voice. "Always," answered the unconscious Toby. "Never fails." While this discourse was holding, Trotty made no pause in his attack upon the savoury meat before him, but cut and ate, and cut and drank, and cut and chewed, and dodged about, from tripe to hot potato, and from hot potato back again to tripe, with an unctuous and unflagging relish. But happening now to look all round the street, in case anybody should be beckoning from any door or window for a porter, his eyes, in coming back again, encountered Meg sitting opposite to him, with her arms folded, and only busy in watching his progress with a smile of happiness. "Why, Lord forgive me!" said Trotty, dropping his knife and fork. "My dove! Meg, why didn't you tell me what a beast I was?" "Father?" "Sitting here," said Trotty, in penitent explanation, "cramming and stuffing and gorging myself, and you before me there, never so much as breaking your precious fast, nor wanting to, when—" "But I have broken it, father," interposed his daughter, laughing, "all to bits. I have had my dinner." "Nonsense!" said Trotty. "Two dinners in one day! It ain't possible. You might as well tell me that 2 New Year's Days will come altogether, or that I have had a gold head all my life, and never changed it." "I have had my dinner, father, for all that," said Meg, coming nearer to him, "and if you'll go on with yours, I'll tell you how and where, and how your dinner came to be brought, and something else besides." Toby still appeared incredulous, but she looked into his face with her clear eyes, and laying her hand upon his shoulder, motioned him to go on while the meat was hot. So Trotty took up his knife and fork again, and went to work, but much more slowly than before, and shaking his head, as if he were not at all pleased with himself. "I had my dinner, father," said Meg, after a little hesitation, "with Richard. His dinner time was early, and as he brought his dinner with him when he came to see me, we had it together, father." Trotty took a little beer, and smacked his lips. Then he said, "Oh!" because she waited. "And Richard says, father," Meg resumed, then stopped. "What does Richard say, Meg?" asked Toby. "Richard says, father," another stoppage. "Richard's a long time saying it," said Toby. "He says then, father," Meg continued, lifting up her eyes at last, and speaking in a tremble, but quite plainly, "another year is nearly gone, and where is the use of waiting on from year to year, when it is so unlikely we shall ever be better off than we are now? He says we are poor now, father, and we shall be poor then, but we are young now, and years will make us old before we know it. He says that if we wait, people in our condition, until we see our way quite clearly, the way will be a narrow one indeed, the common way, the grave, father." A bolder man than Trotty Veck must needs have drawn upon his boldness largely, to deny it. Trotty held his peace. "And how hard, father, to grow old and die, and think we might have cheered and helped each other. How hard in all our lives to love each other, and to grieve apart to see each other working, changing, growing old and grey. Even if I got the better of it and forgot him, which I never could, oh father dear, how hard to have a heart so full as mine is now, and live to have it slowly drained out every drop, without the recollection of one happy moment of a woman's life, to stay behind and comfort me and make me better." Trotty sat quite still. Meg dried her eyes, and said more gaily, that is to say, with here a laugh and there a sob, and here a laugh and sob together, "So Richard says, father, as his work was yesterday made certain for some time to come, and as I loved him, and have loved him full 3 years, longer than that if he knew it, will I marry him on New Year's Day, the best and happiest day, he says, in the whole year, and one that is almost sure to bring good fortune with it. It's a short notice, father, isn't it? But I haven't my fortune to be settled, or my wedding dresses to be made like the great ladies, father, have I? And he said so much, and said it in his way, so strong and earnest, and all the time so kind and gentle, that I said I'd come and talk to you, father. And as they paid the money for that work of mine this morning, unexpectedly I'm sure, and as you have fared very poorly for a whole week, and as I couldn't help wishing there should be something to make this day a sort of holiday to you as well as a dear and happy day to me, father, I made a little treat and brought it to surprise you." "And see how he leaves it cooling on the step," said another voice. It was the voice of this same Richard, who had come upon them unobserved, and stood before the father and daughter, looking down upon them with a face as glowing as the iron on which his stout sledge-hammer daily rung. A handsome, well-made, powerful youngster he was, with eyes that sparkled like the red-hot droppings from a furnace fire, black hair that curled about his swarthy temples rarely, and a smile that bore out Meg's eulogium on his style of conversation. "See how he leaves it cooling on the step," said Richard. "Meg don't know what he likes, not she." Trotty, all action and enthusiasm, immediately reached up his hand to Richard, and was going to address him in great hurry, when the host's door opened without any warning, and a footman very nearly put his foot into the tripe. "Out of the vays here, will you? You must always go and be a sitting on our steps, must you? You can't go and give a turn to none of the neighbours here, never can't you? Will you clear the road, or won't you?" Strictly speaking, the last question was irrelevant, as they had already done it. "What's the matter? What's the matter?" said the gentleman for whom the door was opened, coming out of the house at that kind of light heavy pace, that peculiar compromise between a walk and a jog trot, with which a gentleman upon the smooth down hill of life, wearing creaking boots, a watch chain, and clean linen, may come out of his house, not only without any abatement of his dignity, but with an expression of having important and wealthy engagements elsewhere. "What's the matter? What's the matter?" "You're always a being begged and prayed upon your bended knees, you are," said the footman, with great emphasis to Trotty Veck, "to let our doorsteps be. Why don't you let 'em be? Can't you let 'em be? There, that'll do, that'll do," said the gentleman. "Hollo there, porter," beckoning with his head to Trotty Veck. "Come here. What's that? Your dinner?" "Yes, sir," said Trotty, leaving it behind him in a corner. "Don't leave it there," exclaimed the gentleman. "Bring it here, bring it here. So. This is your dinner, is it?" "Yes, sir," repeated Trotty, looking with a fixed eye and a watery mouth at the piece of tripe he had reserved for a last delicious titbit, which the gentleman was now turning over and over at the end of the fork. Two other gentlemen had come out with him. One was a low-spirited gentleman of middle age, of a meagre habit, and a disconsolate face, who kept his hands continually in the pockets of his scanty pepper and salt trousers, very large and dog-eared from that custom, and was not particularly well brushed or washed. The other, a full-sized, sleek, well-conditioned gentleman in a blue coat with bright buttons and a white cravat. This gentleman had a very red face, as if an undue proportion of the blood in his body were squeezed up into his head, which perhaps accounted for his having also the appearance of being rather cold about the heart. He who had Toby's meat upon the fork called to the first one by the name of Filer, and they both drew near together. Mr. Filer, being exceedingly short-sighted, was obliged to go so close to the remnant of Toby's dinner before he could make out what it was, that Toby's heart leapt up into his mouth. But Mr. Filer didn't eat it. "This is a description of animal food, Alderman," said Filer, making little punches in it with a pencil case, "commonly known to the labouring population of this country by the name of tripe." The Alderman laughed and winked, for he was a merry fellow, Alderman Cute. Oh, and a sly fellow too. A knowing fellow, up to everything, not to be imposed upon, deep in the people's hearts. He knew them, Cute did. "I believe you. But who eats tripe?" said Mr. Filer, looking round. "Tripe is without an exception the least economical and most wasteful article of consumption that the markets of this country can by possibility produce.
The loss upon a pound of tripe has been found to be in the boiling 7/8 of a fifth more than the loss upon a pound of any other animal substance whatever. Tripe is more expensive, properly understood, than the hothouse pineapple. Taking into account the number of animals slaughtered yearly within the bills of mortality alone, and forming a low estimate of the quantity of tripe which the carcasses of those animals reasonably well butchered would yield, I find that the waste of that amount of tripe, if boiled, would victual a garrison of 500 men for 5 months of 31 days each, and a February over. The waste, the waste!" Trotty stood aghast, and his legs shook under him. He seemed to have starved a garrison of 500 men with his own hand. "Who eats tripe?" said Mr. Filer warmly. "Who eats tripe?" Trotty made a miserable bow. "You do you?" said Mr. Filer. "Then I'll tell you something. You snatch your tripe, my friend, out of the mouths of widows and orphans." "I hope not, sir," said Trotty faintly. "I'd sooner die of want." "Divide the amount of tripe before mentioned, Alderman," said Mr. Filer, "by the estimated amount of existing widows and orphans, and the result will be 1 pennyworth of tripe to each. Not a grain is left for that man, consequently he's a robber." Trotty was so shocked that it gave him no concern to see the Alderman finish the tripe himself. It was a relief to get rid of it anyhow. "And what do you say?" asked the Alderman, jocosely, of the red-faced gentleman in the blue coat. "You have heard friend Filer. What do you say?" "Why, it's possible to say," returned the gentleman, "what is to be said. Who can take any interest in a fellow like this," meaning Trotty, "in such degenerate times as these? Look at him. What an object! The good old times, the grand old times, the great old times. Those were the times for a bold peasantry and all that sort of thing. Those were the times for every sort of thing, in fact. There's nothing nowadays. Ah!" sighed the red-faced gentleman, "the good old times, the good old times." The gentleman didn't specify what particular times he alluded to, nor did he say whether he objected to the present times, from a disinterested consciousness that they had done nothing very remarkable in producing himself. "The good old times, the good old times," repeated the gentleman. "What times they were! They were the only times. It's of no use talking about any other times, or discussing what the people are in these times. You don't call these times, do you? I don't. Look into Strutt's costumes, and see what a porter used to be, in any of the good old English reigns. He hadn't, in his very best circumstances, a shirt to his back or a stocking to his foot, and there was scarcely a vegetable in all England for him to put into his mouth," said Mr. Filer. "I can prove it by tables." But still the red-faced gentleman extolled the good old times, the grand old times, the great old times. No matter what anybody said, he still went turning round and round in one set form of words concerning them, as a poor squirrel turns and turns in its revolving cage, touching the mechanism and trick of which it has probably quite as distinct perceptions as ever this red-faced gentleman had of his deceased millennium. It is possible that poor Trotty's faith in these very vague old times was not entirely destroyed, for he felt vague enough at that moment. One thing, however, was plain to him, in the midst of his distress, to wit, that however these gentlemen might differ in details, his misgivings of that morning, and of many other mornings, were well founded. "No, no, we can't go right or do right," thought Trotty in despair. "There's no good in us. We are born bad." But Trotty had a father's heart within him, which had somehow got into his breast in spite of this decree, and he could not bear that Mag, in the blush of her brief joy, should have her fortune read by these wise gentlemen. God help her, thought poor Trotty. She will know it soon enough. He anxiously signed, therefore, to the young Smith to take her away. But he was so busy talking to her softly at a little distance, that he only became conscious of this desire simultaneously with Alderman Cute. Now, the Alderman had not yet had his say, but he was a philosopher too, practical though, oh very practical, and as he had no idea of losing any portion of his audience, he cried, "Stop!" "Now you know," said the Alderman, addressing his two friends with a self-complacent smile upon his face which was habitual to him, "I am a plain man and a practical man, and I go to work in a plain practical way. That's my way. There is not the least mystery or difficulty in dealing with this sort of people if you only understand 'em and can talk to 'em in their own manner. Now you, Porter,
Don't you ever tell me or anybody else, my friend, that you haven't always enough to eat, and of the best, because I know better. I have tasted your tripe, you know, and you can't chaff me. You understand what chaff means, eh? That's the right word, isn't it? Ha ha ha! Lord bless you," said the Alderman, turning to his friends again. "It's the easiest thing on earth to deal with this sort of people, if you understand 'em. Famous man for the common people, Alderman Cute. Never out of temper with them. Easy, affable, joking, knowing gentleman. You see, my friend," pursued the Alderman, "there's a great deal of nonsense talking about want. Hard up, you know. That's the phrase, isn't it? Ha ha! And I intend to put it down. There's a certain amount of cant in vogue about starvation, and I mean to put it down. That's all. Lord bless you," said the Alderman, turning to his friends again. "You may put down anything among this sort of people, if you only know the way to set about it." Trotty took Meg's hand and drew it through his arm. He didn't seem to know what he was doing, though. "Your daughter, eh?" said the Alderman, chucking her familiarity under the chin. Always affable with the working classes, Alderman Cute. Knew what pleased them. Not a bit of pride. "Where's her mother?" asked that worthy gentleman. "Dead," said Toby. "Her mother got up linen and was called to heaven when she was born." "Not to get up linen there, I suppose?" remarked the Alderman pleasantly. Toby might or might not have been able to separate his wife in heaven from her old pursuits. But query, if Mrs. Alderman Cute had gone to heaven, would Mr. Alderman Cute have pictured her as holding any state or station there? "And you're making love to her, are you?" said Cute to the young smith. "Yes," returned Richard quickly, for he was nettled by the question. "And we are going to be married on New Year's Day." "What do you mean?" cried Filer sharply. "Married?" "Why, yes, we're thinking of it, master," said Richard. "We're rather in a hurry, you see, in case it should be put down first." "Ah!" cried Filer with a groan. "Put that down, indeed, Alderman, and you'll do something. Married! Married! The ignorance of the first principles of political economy on the part of these people, their improvidence, their wickedness, is, by heavens, enough to— Now look at that couple, will you?" Well, they were worth looking at, and marriage seemed as reasonable and as fair a deed as they need have in contemplation. "A man may live to be as old as Methuselah," said Mr. Filer, "and may labour all his life for the benefit of such people as those, and may heap up facts on figures, facts on figures, facts on figures, mountains high and dry, and he can no more hope to persuade 'em that have no right or business to be married, than he can hope to persuade 'em that have had no earthly right or business to be born. And that we know they haven't. We reduced it to a mathematical certainty long ago." Alderman Cute was mightily diverted, and laid his right forefinger on the side of his nose, as much to say to both his friends, "Observe me, will you? Keep your eye on the practical man," and called Meg to him. "Come here, my girl," said Alderman Cute. The young blood of her lover had been mounting wrathfully within the last few minutes, and he was indisposed to let her come. But setting a constraint upon himself, he came forward with a stride as Meg approached, and stood beside her. Trotty kept her hand within his arm still, but looked from face to face as wildly as a sleeper in a dream. "Now, I'm going to give you a word or two of good advice, my girl," said the Alderman in his nice easy way. "It's my place to give advice, you know, because I'm a justice. You know I'm a justice, don't you?" Meg timidly said yes. But everybody knew Alderman Cute was a justice. Oh dear, so active a justice always! Who such a mote of brightness in the public eye as Cute? "You are going to be married, you say," pursued the Alderman. "Very unbecoming and indelicate in one of your sex, but never mind that. After you are married, you'll quarrel with your husband, and come to be a distressed wife. You may think not, but you will, because I tell you so. Now I give you fair warning that I have made up my mind to put distressed wives down, so don't be brought before me. You'll have children, boys. Those boys will grow up bad, of course, and run wild in the streets, without shoes and stockings. Mind, my young friend, I'll convict them summarily, every one, for I am determined to put boys without shoes and stockings down. Perhaps your husband will die young, most likely, and leave you with a baby. Then you'll be turned out of doors and wander up and down the streets. Now don't wander near me, my dear, for I am resolved to put all wandering mothers down."
All young mothers of all sorts and kinds, it's my determination to put down. Don't think to plead illness as an excuse with me, or babies as an excuse with me. For all sick persons and young children, I hope you know the church service, but I'm afraid not, I am determined to put down. And if you attempt desperately and ungratefully and impiously and fraudulently attempt to drown yourself or hang yourself, I'll have no pity for you, for I have made up my mind to put all suicide down. If there's one thing," said the Alderman with a self-satisfied smile, "on which I can be said to have made up my mind more than on any other, it is to put suicide down. So don't try it on. That's the phrase, isn't it? Ha ha! Now we understand each other." Toby knew not whether to be agonized or glad to see that Meg had turned a deadly white and dropped her lover's hand. "And as for you, you dull dog," said the Alderman, turning with even increased cheerfulness and urbanity to the young smith, "what are you thinking of being married for? What do you want to be married for, you silly fellow? If I was a fine young strapping chap like you, I should be ashamed of being milksop enough to pin myself to a woman's apron strings. Why, she'll be an old woman before you're a middle-aged man, and a pretty figure you'll cut then, with a draggle-tailed wife and a crowd of squalling children crying after you wherever you go." Oh, he knew how to banter the common people, Alderman Cute. "There, go along with you," said the Alderman, "and repent. Don't make such a fool of yourself as to get married on New Year's Day. You'll think very differently of it long before next New Year's Day. A trim young fellow like you, with all the girls looking after you. There, go along with you." They went along, not arm in arm, or hand in hand, or interchanging bright glances, but she in tears, he gloomy and down-looking. Were these the hearts that had so lately made old Toby's leap up from its faintness? No, no. The Alderman, a blessing on his head, had put them down. "As you happen to be here," said the Alderman to Toby, "you shall carry a letter for me. Can you be quick? You're an old man." Toby, who had been looking after Meg, quite stupidly made shift to murmur out that he was very quick and very strong. "How old are you?" inquired the Alderman. "I'm over 60, sir," said Toby. "Oh, this man's a great deal past the average age, you know," cried Mr. Filer, breaking in as if his patience would bear some trying, but this really was carrying matters a little too far. "I feel I'm intruding, sir," said Toby. I misdoubted it this morning. Oh dear me!" The Alderman cut him short by giving him the letter from his pocket. Toby would have got a shilling too, but Mr. Filer, clearly showing that in that case he would rob a certain given number of persons of ninepence halfpenny apiece, he only got sixpence, and thought himself very well off to get that. Then the Alderman gave an arm to each of his friends, and walked off in high feather, but he immediately came hurrying back alone, as if he had forgotten something. "Porter," said the Alderman. "Sir." "Take care of that daughter of yours. She's much too handsome." "Even her good looks are stolen from somebody or other, I suppose," thought Toby, looking at the sixpence in his hand, and thinking of the tripe. "She's been and robbed 500 ladies of a bloom apiece, I shouldn't wonder. It's very dreadful." "She's much too handsome, my man," repeated the Alderman. "The chances are that she'll come to no good, I clearly see. Observe what I say. Take care of her." With which he hurried off again. "Wrong every way, wrong every way," said Trotty, clasping his hands. "Born bad. No business here." The Chimes came clashing in upon him as he said the words, full, loud, and sounding, but with no encouragement. No, not a drop. "The tune's changed!" cried the old man, as he listened. "There's not a word of all that fancy in it. Why should there be? I have no business with the New Year, nor with the old one neither. Let me die." Still the bells, pealing forth their changes, made the very air spin. Put 'em down, put 'em down, good old times, good old times, facts and figures, facts and figures, put 'em down, put 'em down. If they said anything, they said this, until the brain of Toby reeled. He pressed his bewildered head between his hands, as if to keep it from splitting asunder. A well-timed action, as it happened, for finding the letter in one of them, and being by that means reminded of his charge, he fell melancholy into his usual trot, and trotted off. End of the Chimes, Chapter 1.
Dickens Christmas Books, Section 7, Chapter 2 of the Chimes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. The Chimes, by Charles Dickens, Chapter 2, the Second Quarter. The letter Toby had received from Alderman Cute was addressed to a great man in the great district of the town. The greatest district of the town. It must have been the greatest district of the town, because it was commonly called the world by its inhabitants. The letter positively seemed heavier in Toby's hand than another letter, not because the alderman had sealed it with a very large coat of arms and no end of wax, but because of the weighty name on the superscription, and the ponderous amount of gold and silver with which it was associated. How different from us, thought Toby, in all simplicity and earnestness, as he looked at the direction. Divide the lively turtles in the bills of mortality by the numbers of gentlefolks able to buy 'em, and whose share does he take but his own? As to snatching tripe from anybody's mouth, he'd scorn it. With the involuntary homage due to such an exalted character, Toby interposed a corner of his apron between the letter and his fingers. His children, said Trotty, and a mist rose before his eyes. His daughters, gentlemen may win their hearts and marry them. They may be happy wives and mothers. They may be handsome, like my darling He couldn't finish the name. The final letter swelled in his throat to the size of the whole alphabet. Never mind, thought Trotty. I know what I mean. There's more than enough for me. And with this consolatory rumination trotted on. It was a hard frost that day. The air was bracing, crisp, and clear. The wintry sun, though powerless for warmth, looked brightly down upon the ice it was too weak to melt, and set a radiant glory there. At other times Trotty might have learned a poor man's lesson from the wintry sun, but he was past that now. The year was old that day. The patient year had lived through the reproaches and misuses of its slanderers, and faithfully performed its work. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, it had laboured through the destined round, and now laid down its weary head to die. Shut out from hope, high impulse, active happiness itself, but active messenger of many joys to others, it made appeal in its decline to have its toiling days and patient hours remembered, and to die in peace. Trotty might have read a poor man's allegory in the fading year, but he was past that now. And only he? Or has the like appeal been ever made by 70 years at once upon an English labourer's head, and made in vain? The streets were full of motion, and the shops were decked out gaily. The New Year, like an infant heir to the whole world, was waited for with welcomes, presents, and rejoicing. There were books and toys for the New Year, glittering trinkets for the New Year, dresses for the New Year, schemes of fortune for the New Year, new inventions to beguile it. Its life was parcelled out in almanacs and pocket-books. The coming of its moons and stars and tides was known beforehand to the moment. All the workings of its seasons, in their days and nights, were calculated with as much precision as Mr. Filer could work sums in men and women. The New Year, the New Year, everywhere the New Year. The Old Year was already looked upon as dead, and its effects were selling cheap like some drowned mariners aboard ship. Its patterns were last year's, and going at a sacrifice, before its breath was gone. Its treasures were mere dirt, beside the riches of its unborn successor. Trotty had no portion to his thinking in the New Year or the Old. Put 'em down, put 'em down, facts and figures, facts and figures, good old times, put 'em down, put 'em down. His trot went to that measure, and would fit itself to nothing else. But even that one, melancholy as it was, brought him in due time to the end of his journey, to the mansion of Sir Joseph Bowley, Member of Parliament. The door was opened by a porter. Such a porter! Not of Toby's order, quite another thing. His place was the ticket though, not Toby's.
This porter underwent some hard panting before he could speak, having breathed himself by coming incautiously out of his chair, without first taking time to think about it and compose his mind. When he had found his voice, which it took him a long time to do, for it was a long way off and hidden under a load of meat, he said in a fat whisper, "Who's it from?" Toby told him. "You're to take it in yourself," said the porter, pointing to a room at the end of a long passage opening from the hall. "Everything goes straight in, on this day of the year. You're not a bit too soon, for the carriage is at the door now, and they have only come to town for a couple of hours o' purpose." Toby wiped his feet, which were quite dry already, with great care, and took the way pointed out to him, observing as he went that it was an awfully grand house, but hushed and covered up as if the family were in the country. Knocking at the room door, he was told to enter from within, and doing so, found himself in a spacious library, where at a table strewn with files and papers were a stately lady in a bonnet, and a not very stately gentleman in black who wrote from her dictation, while another and an older and a much statelier gentleman, whose hat and cane were on the table, walked up and down with one hand in his breast, and looked complacently from time to time at his own picture, a very full length, hanging over the fireplace. "What is this?" said the last named gentleman. "Mr. Fish, will you have the goodness to attend?" Mr. Fish begged pardon, and taking the letter from Toby, handed it with great respect. "From Alderman Cute," said Joseph. "Is this all? Have you nothing else, porter?" inquired Sir Joseph. Toby replied in the negative. "You have no bill or demand upon me (my name is Bowley, Sir Joseph Bowley) of any kind from anybody, have you?" said Sir Joseph. "If you have, present it. There is a cheque book by the side of Mr. Fish. I allow nothing to be carried into the new year. Every description of account is settled in this house at the close of the old one. So that if death was to cut," suggested Mr. Fish. "To sever, sir," returned Sir Joseph with great asperity, "the cord of existence, my affairs would be found, I hope, in a state of preparation." "My dear Sir Joseph," said the lady, who was greatly younger than the gentleman, "how shocking!" "My Lady Bowley," returned Sir Joseph, floundering now and then, as in the great depth of his observations, "at this season of the year we should think of ourselves. We should look into our accounts. We should feel that every return of so eventful a period in human transactions involves a matter of deep moment between a man and his banker." Sir Joseph delivered these words as if he felt the full morality of what he was saying, and desired that even Trotty should have an opportunity of being improved by such discourse. Possibly he had this end before him in still forbearing to break the seal of the letter, and in telling Trotty to wait where he was a minute. "You were desiring Mr. Fish to say, my lady," observed Sir Joseph. "Mr. Fish has said that, I believe," returned his lady, glancing at the letter. "But upon my word, Sir Joseph, I don't think I can let it go after all. It is so very dear." "What is dear?" inquired Sir Joseph. "That charity, my love. They only allow 2 votes for a subscription of £5. Really monstrous." "My Lady Bowley," returned Sir Joseph, "you surprise me. Is the luxury of feeling in proportion to the number of votes, or is it to a rightly constituted mind in proportion to the number of applicants, and the wholesome state of mind to which their canvassing reduces them? Is there no excitement of the purest kind in having 2 votes to dispose of among 50 people?" "Not to me, I acknowledge," replied the lady. "It bores one. Besides, one can't oblige one's acquaintance. But you are the poor man's friend, you know, Sir Joseph. You think otherwise." "I am the poor man's friend," observed Sir Joseph, glancing at the poor man present. "As such I may be taunted. As such I have been taunted. But I ask no other title." Bless him for a noble gentleman, thought Trotty. "I don't agree with Cute here, for instance," said Sir Joseph, holding out the letter. "I don't agree with the Filer party. I don't agree with any party. My friend the poor man has no business with anything of that sort, and nothing of that sort has any business with him. My friend the poor man, in my district, is my business. No man or body of men has any right to interfere between my friend and me. That is the ground I take. I assume a paternal character toward my friend. I say, my good fellow, I will treat you paternally. Toby listened with great gravity, and began to feel more comfortable. "Your only business, my good fellow," pursued Sir Joseph, looking abstractedly at Toby, "your only business in life is with me. You needn't trouble yourself to think about anything. I will think of you. I know what is good for you. I am your perpetual parent. Such is the dispensation of an all-wise Providence. Now the design of your creation is, not that you should swill and guzzle, and associate your enjoyments brutally with food," Toby thought remorsefully of the tripe, "but that you should feel the dignity of labour. Go forth erect into the cheerful morning air, and stop there. Live hard and temperately, be respectful, exercise your self-denial, bring up your family on next to nothing, pay your rent as regularly as the clock strikes, be punctual in your dealings. I set you a good example. You will find Mr. Fish my confidential secretary with a cash box before him at all times, and you may trust to me to be your friend and father." "Nice children indeed, Sir Joseph," said the lady, with a shudder. "Rheumatisms and fevers, and crooked legs, and asthmas, and all kinds of horrors." "My lady," returned Sir Joseph with solemnity, "not the less am I the poor man's friend and father. Not the less shall he receive encouragement at my hands. Every quarter-day he will be put in communication with Mr. Fish. Every New Year's Day myself and friends will drink his health. Once every year myself and friends will address him with the deepest feeling. Once in his life he may even perhaps receive, in public, in the presence of the gentry, a trifle from a friend. And when, upheld no more by these stimulants and the dignity of labour, he sinks into his comfortable grave, then, my lady," here Sir Joseph blew his nose, "I will be a friend and a father, on the same terms, to his children." Toby was greatly moved. "Oh, you have a thankful family, Sir Joseph," cried his wife. "My lady," said Sir Joseph, quite majestically, "ingratitude is known to be the sin of that class. I expect no other return." "Ah! Born bad," thought Toby. "Nothing melts us." "What man can do, I do," pursued Sir Joseph. "I do my duty as the poor man's friend and father, and I endeavour to educate his mind by inculcating on all occasions the one great moral lesson which that class requires. That is, entire dependence on myself. They have no business whatever with themselves. If wicked and designing persons tell them otherwise, and they become impatient and discontented, and are guilty of insubordinate conduct and black-hearted ingratitude, which is undoubtedly the case, I am their friend and father still. It is so ordained. It is in the nature of things." With that great sentiment he opened the alderman's letter and read it. "Very polite and attentive, I am sure," exclaimed Sir Joseph. "My lady, the alderman is so obliging as to remind me that he has had the distinguished honour (he is very good) of meeting me at the house of our mutual friend Deedles, the banker, and he does me the favour to inquire whether it will be agreeable to me to have Will Fern put down." "Most agreeable," replied my Lady Bowley. "The worst man among them. He has been committing a robbery, I hope?" "Why, no," said Sir Joseph, referring to the letter. "Not quite. Very near. Not quite. He came up to London, it seems, to look for employment, trying to better himself, that's his story, and been found at night asleep in a shed, was taken into custody, and carried next morning before the alderman. The Alderman observes, very properly, that he is determined to put this sort of thing down, and that if it will be agreeable to me to have Will Fern put down, he will be happy to begin with him." "Let him be made an example of, by all means," returned the lady. "Last winter, when I introduced pinking and eyelet holding among the men and boys in the village as a nice evening entertainment, and had the lines, 'Oh, let us love our occupations, bless the square and his relations, live upon our daily rations, and always know our proper stations,' set to music on the new system for them to sing the while, this very Fern (I see him now) touched that hat of his, and said, 'I humbly ask your pardon, my lady, but ain't I something different from a great girl?' I expected it, of course. Who can expect anything but insolence and ingratitude from that class of people? That is not to the purpose, however, Sir Joseph. Make an example of him." "Ahem!" coughed Sir Joseph. "Mr. Fish, if you'll have the goodness to attend." Mr. Fish immediately seized his pen, and wrote from Sir Joseph's dictation. "Private. My dear Sir, I am very much indebted to you for your courtesy in the matter of the man William Fern, of whom, I regret to add, I can say nothing favourable. I have uniformly considered myself in the light of his friend and father, but have been repaid (a common case, I grieve to say) with ingratitude and constant opposition to my plans. He is a turbulent and rebellious spirit. His character will not bear investigation. Nothing will persuade him to be happy when he might. Under those circumstances, it appears to me, I own, that when he comes before you again, as you inform me he promised to do to-morrow, pending your inquiries, and I think he may be so far relied upon, his committal for some short term as a vagabond would be a service to society, and would be a salutary example in a country where, for the sake of those who are, through good and evil report, the friends and fathers of the poor, as well as with a view to that, generally speaking, misguided class themselves, examples are greatly needed, and I am, and so forth." "It appears," remarked Sir Joseph, when he had signed this letter, and Mr. Fish was sealing it, "as if this were ordained really. At the close of the year, I wind up my account, and strike my balance, even with William Fern." Trotty, who had long ago relapsed and was very low spirited, stepped forward with a rueful face to take the letter. "With my compliments and thanks, Sir Joseph." "Stop, stop!" echoed Mr. Fish. "You have heard, perhaps," said Sir Joseph, oracularly, "certain remarks into which I have been led respecting the solemn period of time at which we have arrived, and the duty imposed upon us of settling our affairs and being prepared. You have observed that I don't shelter myself from my superior standing in society, but that Mr. Fish, that gentleman, has a cheque book at his elbow, and is in fact here to enable me to turn over a perfectly new leaf, and enter on the epoch before us with a clean account. Now, my friend, can you lay your hand upon your heart, and say that you also have made preparations for a new year?" "I'm afraid, sir," stammered Trotty, looking meekly at him, "that I am a little behindhand with the world." "Behindhand with the world," repeated Sir Joseph Bowley in a tone of terrible distinctness. "I am afraid, sir," faltered Trotty, "that there's a matter of 10 or 12 shillings, owing to a Mrs. Chickenstalker." "To Mrs. Chickenstalker," repeated Sir Joseph, in the same tone as before. "A shop, sir," exclaimed Todby, "in the general line. Also a little money on account of rent. A very little, sir. It oughtn't to be owing, I know, but we have been very hard put to it indeed." Sir Joseph looked at his lady, and at Mr. Fish, and at Trotty, one after another, twice all round. He then made a despondent gesture with both hands at once, as if he gave the thing up altogether. "How a man even among this improvident and impracticable race, an old man, a man grown grey, can look a New Year in the face with his affairs in this condition. How he can lie down on his bed at night and get up again in the morning and—there!" he said, turning his back on Trotty, "take the letter, take the letter." "I heartily wish it was otherwise, sir," said Trotty, anxious to excuse himself. "We have been tried very hard." Sir Joseph still repeating, "Take the letter, take the letter," and Mr. Fish not only saying the same thing, but giving additional force to the request by motioning the bearer to the door, he had nothing for it but to make his bow and leave the house. And in the street poor Trotty pulled his worn old hat down on his head, to hide the grief he felt at getting no hold on the New Year anywhere. He didn't even lift his hat to look up at the bell tower when he came to the old church on his return. He halted there a moment, from habit, and knew that it was growing dark, and that the steeple rose above him, indistinct and faint, in the murky air. He knew, too, that the chimes would ring immediately, and that they sounded to his fancy at such a time like voices in the clouds. But he only made the more haste to deliver the alderman's letter, and to get out of the way before they began, for he dreaded to hear them tagging friends and fathers, to the Burton they had rung out last. Toby discharged himself to his commission, therefore, with all possible speed, and set off trotting homeward. But what with his pace, which was at best an awkward one in the street, and what with his hat, which didn't improve it, he trotted against somebody in less than no time, and was sent staggering out into the road. "I beg your pardon, I'm sure," said Trotty, pulling up his hat in great confusion, and between the hat and the torn lining, fixing his head into a kind of beehive. "I hope I haven't hurt you." As to hurting anybody, Toby was not such an absolute Samson, but that he was much more likely to be hurt himself, and indeed he had flown out into the road like a shuttlecock. He had such an opinion of his own strength, however, that he was in real concern for the other party, and said again, "I hope I haven't hurt you." The man against whom he had run, a sun-browned, sinewy, country-looking man, with grizzled hair and a rough chin, stared at him for a moment as if he suspected him to be in jest, but satisfied of his good faith, he answered, "No, friend, you have not hurt me." "Nor the child, I hope?" said Trotty. "Nor the child," returned the man. "I thank you kindly." As he said so, he glanced at a little girl he carried in his arms, asleep, and shading her face with the long end of the poor handkerchief he wore about his throat, went slowly on. The tone in which he said, "I thank you kindly," penetrated Trotty's heart. He was so jaded and footsore, and so soiled with travel, and looked about him so forlorn and strange, that it was a comfort to him to be able to thank any one, no matter for how little. Toby stood gazing after him as he plodded wearily away, with the child's arm clinging round his neck. At the figure in the worn shoes, now the very shade and ghost of shoes, rough leather leggings, common frock, and broad slouched hat, Trotty stood gazing, blind to the whole street, and at the child's arm clinging round his neck. Before he merged into the darkness, the traveller stopped and looked round, and seeing Trotty standing there yet, seemed undecided whether to return or go on. After doing first the one and then the other, he came back, and Trotty went half-way to meet him. "You can tell me, perhaps," said the man with a faint smile, "and if you can, I'm sure you will, and I'd rather ask you than another, where Alderman Cute lives." "Close at hand," replied Toby. "I'll show you his house with pleasure." "I was to have gone to him elsewhere to-morrow," said the man accompanying Toby, "but I am uneasy under suspicion, and want to clear myself, and to be free to go and seek my bread, I don't know where. So maybe he'll forgive my going to his house to-night." "It's impossible," cried Toby with a start, "that your name's Fern." "Eh?" cried the other, turning on him in astonishment. "Fern, Will Fern," said Trotty. "That's my name," replied the other. "Why then," said Trotty, seizing him by the arm and looking cautiously round, "for Heaven's sake don't go to him, don't go to him. He'll put you down as sure as ever you were born. Here, come up this alley, and I'll tell you what I mean. Don't go to him." His new acquaintance looked as if he thought him mad, but he bore him company nevertheless. When they were shrouded from observation, Trotty told him what he knew, and what character he had received, and all about it. The subject of his history listened to it with a calmness that surprised him. He did not contradict or interrupt it once. He nodded his head now and then, more in corroboration of an old and worn-out story, it appeared, than in refutation of it, and once or twice threw back his hat and passed his freckled hand over a brow, where every furrow he had ploughed seemed to have set its image in little. But he did no more. "It's true enough in the main," he said, "master. I could sift grain from husk here and there, but let it be as 'tis. What odds? I have gone against his plans, to my misfortune. I can't help it. I should do the like to-morrow. As to character, them gentlefolks will search and search, and pry, and have it as free from spot or speck in us afore they'll help us to a dry good word. Well, I hope they don't lose good opinion as easy as we do, or their lives is strict indeed, and hardly worth the keeping. For myself, master, I never took with that hand," holding it before him, "which wasn't my own, and never held it back from work, however hard or poorly paid. Whoever can deny it, let him chop it off. But when work won't maintain me like a human creetur, when my living is so bad that I am hungry, out of doors and in, when I see a whole working life begin that way, go on that way, and end that way, without a chance or change, then I say to the gentlefolks, keep away from me, let my cottage be. My doors is dark enough, without your darkening of 'em more. Don't look for me to come up into the park to help the show, when there's a birthday, or a fine speech making, or what not. Act your plays and games without me, and be welcome to 'em and enjoy 'em. We've nought to do with one another. I'm best left alone." Seeing that the child in his arms had opened her eyes, and was looking about her in wonder, he checked himself to say a word or two of foolish prattle in her ear, and stand her on the ground beside him. Then slowly winding one of her long tresses round and round his rough forefinger like a ring, while she hung about his dusty leg, he said to Trotty, "I'm not a cross-grained man by nature, I believe, and easily satisfied, I'm sure. I bear no ill will against none of 'em. I only want to live like one of the Almighty's creeturs. I can't, I don't, and so there's a pit dug between me and them that can and do. There's others like me. You might tell 'em off by hundreds, by thousands, sooner than by ones." Trotty knew he spoke the truth in this, and shook his head to signify as much. "I've got a bad name this way," said Fern, "and I'm not likely, I'm afeard, to get a better. 'Tain't lawful to be out of sorts, and I am out of sorts, though God knows I'd sooner bear a cheerful spirit if I could. Well, I don't know as this alderman could hurt me much by sending me to jail, but without a friend to speak a word for me, he might do it. And you see," pointing downward with his finger at the child. "She has a beautiful face," said Trotty. "Why, yes," replied the other in a low voice, as he gently turned it up with both his hands towards his own, and looked upon it steadfastly. "I've thought so, many times. I've thought so when my hearth was very cold and cupboard very bare. I thought so t'other night when we were taken like two thieves. But they shouldn't try the little face too often, should they, Lilian? That's hardly fair upon a man." He sunk his voice so low, and gazed upon her with an air so stern and strange, that Toby, to divert the current of his thoughts, inquired if his wife were living. "I never had one," he returned, shaking his head. "She's my brother's child, an orphan, 9 year old, though you'd hardly think it, but she's tired and worn out now. They'd have taken care on her, the Union, 8 and 20 mile away from where we live, between four walls, as they took care of my old father when he couldn't work no more, though he didn't trouble 'em long. But I took her instead, and she's lived with me ever since. Her mother had a friend once in London here. We are trying to find her, and to find work too, but it's a large place. Never mind. More room for us to walk about in, Lily." Meeting the child's eyes with a smile which melted Toby more than tears, he shook him by the hand. "I don't so much as know your name," he said, "but I've opened my heart free to you, for I'm thankful to you with good reason. I'll take your advice and keep clear of this Justice," suggested Toby. "Ah," he said, "if that's the name they give him, this Justice. And to-morrow we'll try whether there's better fortun to be met with somewheres near London. Good night. A happy New Year." "Stay!" cried Trotty, catching at his hand as he relaxed his grip. "Stay! The New Year can never be happy to me if we part like this. The New Year can never be happy to me if I see the child and you go wandering away you don't know where without a shelter for your heads. Come home with me. I'm a poor man living in a poor place, but I can give you lodging for one night and never miss it. Come home with me. Here, I'll take her," cried Trotty, lifting up the child. "A pretty one. I'd carry 20 times her weight, and never know I'd got it. Tell me if I go too quick for you. I'm very fast. I always was." Trotty said this, taking about 6 of his trotting paces to one stride of his fatigued companion, and with his thin legs quivering again beneath the load he bore. "Why, she's as light," said Trotty, trotting in his speech as well as in his gait, for he couldn't bear to be thanked and dreaded a moment's pause, "as light as a feather. Lighter than a peacock's feather, a great deal lighter. Here we are, and here we go. Round this first turning to the right, Uncle Will, and past the pump, and sharp up the passage to the left, right opposite the public house. Here we are, and here we go. Cross over, Uncle Will, and mind the kidney pieman at the corner. Here we are, and here we go. Down the mews here, Uncle Will, and stop at the black door with T. Veck, ticket porter, wrote upon a board. And here we are, and here we go, and here we are indeed, my precious. Meg, surprising you!" With which words, Trotty, in a breathless state, set the child down before his daughter in the middle of the floor. The little visitor looked once at Meg, and doubting nothing in that face, but trusting everything she saw there, ran into her arms. "Here we are, and here we go!" cried Trotty, running round the room and choking audibly. "Here, Uncle Will, here's a fire, you know. Why don't you come to the fire? Oh, here we are, and here we go! Meg, my precious darling, where's the kettle? Here it is, and here it goes, and it'll bile in no time." Trotty really had picked up the kettle somewhere or other in the course of his wild career, and now put it on the fire, while Meg, seating the child in a warm corner, knelt down on the ground before her, and pulled off her shoes and dried her wet feet on a cloth. Ay, and she laughed at Trotty too, so pleasantly, so cheerfully, that Trotty could have blessed her where she kneeled, for he had seen that when they entered she was sitting by the fire in tears. "Why, father," said Meg, "you're crazy to-night, I think. I don't know what the bells would say to that. Poor little feet, how cold they are!" "Oh, they're warmer now!" exclaimed the child. "They're quite warm now." "No, no, no," said Meg, "we haven't rubbed 'em half enough. We're so busy, so busy. And when they're done, we'll brush out the damp hair, and when that's done, we'll bring some colour to the poor pale face with fresh water, and when that's done, we'll be so gay and brisk and happy." The child, in a burst of sobbing, clasped her round the neck, caressed her fair cheek with its hand, and said, "Oh, Meg! Oh, dear Meg!" Toby's blessing could have done no more. Who could do more? "Why, father!" cried Meg after a pause. "Here I am, and here I go, my dear," said Trotty. "Good gracious me!" cried Meg. "He's crazy! He's put the dear child's bonnet on the kettle, and hung the lid behind the door." "I didn't go for to do it, my love," said Trotty, hastily repairing this mistake. "Meg, my dear." Meg looked towards him, and saw that he had elaborately stationed himself behind the chair of their male visitor, where, with many mysterious gestures, he was holding up the sixpence he had earned. "I see, my dear," said Trotty, "as I was coming in, half an ounce of tea lying somewhere on the stairs, and I'm pretty sure there was a bit of bacon too. As I don't remember where it was exactly, I'll go myself and try to find him." With this inscrutable artifice Toby withdrew to purchase the viands he had spoke of, for ready money, at Mrs Chickenstalker's, and presently came back, pretending he had not been able to find them at first in the dark. "But here they are at last," said Trotty, setting out the tea things, "all correct. I was pretty sure it was tea and a rasher. So it is. Meg, my pet, if you'll just make the tea while your unworthy father toasts the bacon, we shall be ready immediate. It's a curious circumstance," said Trotty, proceeding in his cookery with the assistance of the toasting fork, "curious, but well known to my friends, that I never care, myself, for rashers nor for tea. I like to see other people enjoy 'em," said Trotty, speaking very loud, to impress the fact upon his guest, "but to me, as food, they're disagreeable." Yet Trotty sniffed the savour of the hissing bacon, as if he liked it, and when he poured the boiling water in the teapot, looked lovingly down into the depths of the snug cauldron, and suffered the fragrant steam to curl about his nose, and wreathe his head and face in a thick cloud. However, for all this, he neither ate nor drank except at the very beginning, a mere morsel for form's sake, which he appeared to eat with infinite relish, but declared was perfectly uninteresting to him. No, Trotty's occupation was, to see Will Fern and Lilian eat and drink, and so was Meg's. And never did spectators at a city dinner or court banquet find such high delight in seeing others feast, although it were a monarch or a pope, as these two did in looking on that night. Meg smiled at Trotty, Trotty laughed at Meg, Meg shook her head and made believe to clap her hands, applauding Trotty. Trotty conveyed in dumb show unintelligible narratives of how and when and where he had found their visitors, to Meg, and they were happy, very happy. Although, thought Trotty sorrowfully as he watched Meg's face, that match is broken off, I see. Now I'll tell you what, said Trotty after tea, the little one, she sleeps with Meg, I know. With good Meg, cried the child, caressing her, with Meg. That's right, said Trotty, and I shouldn't wonder if she kiss Meg's father, won't she? I'm Meg's father. Mightily delighted Trotty was when the child went timidly towards him, and having kissed him, fell back upon Meg again. She's as sensible as Solomon, said Trotty. Here we come, and here we— No, we don't. I don't mean that. What was I saying, Meg, my precious? Meg looked towards their guest, who leaned upon her chair, and with his face turned from her, fondled the child's head half hidden in her lap. To be sure, said Toby, to be sure. I don't know what I'm rambling on about tonight. My wits are wool gathering, I think. Will Fern, you come along with me. You're tired to death and broken down for want of rest. You come along with me. The man still played with the child's curls, still leaned upon Meg's chair, still turned away his face. He didn't speak, but in his rough, coarse fingers, clenching and expanding in the fair hair of the child, there was an eloquence that said enough. Yes, yes, said Trotty, answering unconsciously what he saw expressed in his daughter's face. Take her with you, Meg. Get her to bed. There. Now, Will, I'll show you where you lie. It's not much of a place, only a loft, but having a loft, I always say, is one of the great conveniences of living in a mews, and till this coach house and stable gets a better let, we live here cheap. There's plenty of sweet hay up there, belonging to a neighbour, and it's as clean as hands, and Meg can make it. Cheer up, don't give way. A new heart for a new year, always. The hand released from the child's hair had fallen trembling into Trotty's hand. So Trotty, talking without intermission, let him out as tenderly and easily as if he had been a child himself. Returning before Meg, he listened for an instant at the door of her little chamber in an adjoining room. The child was murmuring a simple prayer before lying down to sleep, and when she had remembered Meg's name, dearly, dearly, so her words ran, Trotty heard her stop and ask for his. It was some short time before the foolish little old fellow could compose himself to mend the fire and draw his chair to the warm hearth. But when he had done so, and had trimmed the light, he took his newspaper from his pocket and began to read. Carelessly at first, and skimming up and down the columns, but with an earnest and a sad attention very soon. For this same dreaded paper redirected Trotty's thoughts into the channel they had taken all that day, and which the day's events had so marked out and shaped. His interest in the two wanderers had set him on another course of thinking, and a happier one for the time. But being alone again, and reading of the crimes and violences of the people, he relapsed into his former train. In this mood he came to an account, and it was not the first he had ever read, of a woman who had laid her desperate hands not only on her own life but on that of her young child, a crime so terrible and so revolting to his soul, dilated with the love of Meg, that he let the journal drop and fell back into his chair appalled. "Unnatural and cruel!" Toby cried. "Unnatural and cruel! None but people who were bad at heart, born bad, who had no business on the earth, could do such deeds. It's too true, all I've heard to-day, too just, too full of proof. We're bad." The Chimes took up the words so suddenly, burst out so loud and clear and sonorous, that the bells seemed to strike him in his chair. And what was that, they said? Toby Veck, waiting for you, Toby. Toby Veck, waiting for you, Toby. Come and see us, drag him to us, drag him to us, haunt and hunt him, break his slumbers. Toby Veck, door open wide, Toby. Toby Veck, door open wide, Toby. Then fiercely back to their impetuous strain again, and ringing in the very bricks and plaster on the walls. Toby listened. Fancy. His remorse for having run away from them that afternoon. No, nothing of that kind. Again, and yet a dozen times again. Haunt and hunt him, drag him to us, deafening the whole town. "Meg," said Trotty softly, tapping at her door, "do you hear anything?" "I hear the bells, father. Surely they're very loud tonight." "Is she asleep?" said Toby, making an excuse for peeping in. "So peacefully and happily. I can't leave her yet though, father. Look how she holds my hand." "Meg," whispered Trotty, "listen to the bells." She listened with her face towards him all the time, but it underwent no change. She didn't understand them. Trotty withdrew, resumed his seat by the fire, and once more listened by himself. He remained here a little time. It was impossible to bear it, their energy was dreadful. "If the tower door's really open," said Toby, hastily laying aside his apron, but never thinking of his hat, "what's to hinder me from going up into the steeple and satisfying myself? If it's shut, I don't want any other satisfaction. That's enough." He was pretty certain, as he slipped out quietly into the street, that he should find it shut and locked, for he knew the door well, and had so rarely seen it open that he couldn't reckon above 3 times in all. It was a low arched portal outside the church, in a dark nook behind a column, and had such great iron hinges, and such a monstrous lock, that there was more hinge and lock than door. But what was his astonishment, when coming bareheaded to the church, and putting his hand into this dark nook, with a certain misgiving that it might be unexpectedly seized, and a shivering propensity to draw it back again, he found that the door, which opened outwards, actually stood ajar. He thought on the first surprise of going back, or of getting a light or a companion, but his courage aided him immediately, and he determined to ascend alone. "What have I to fear?" said Trotty. "It's a church. Besides, the ringers may be there, and have forgotten to shut the door." So he went in, feeling his way as he went, like a blind man, for it was very dark, and very quiet, for the chimes were silent. The dust from the street had blown into the recess, and lying there heaped up made it so soft and velvet-like to the foot, that there was something startling even in that. The narrow stair was so close to the door too, that he stumbled at the very first, and shutting the door upon himself by striking it with his foot, and causing it to rebound back heavily, he couldn't open it again. This was another reason, however, for going on. Trotty groped his way and went on. Up, and round, and up, higher up. It was a disagreeable staircase for that groping work, so low and narrow that his groping hand was always touching something, and it often felt so like a man or ghostly figure standing up erect and making room for him to pass without discovery, that he would rub the smooth wall upward searching for its face, and downward searching for its feet, while a chill tingling crept over him. Twice or thrice a door or niche broke the monotonous surface, and then it seemed a gap as wide as the whole church, and he felt on the brink of an abyss, and going to tumble headlong down until he found the wall again. Still up, and round, and up, higher up. At length the dull and stifling atmosphere began to freshen, presently to feel quite windy, presently it blew so strong that he could hardly keep his legs, but he got to an arched window in the tower, breast high, and holding tight, looked down upon the housetops, on the smoking chimneys, on the blur and blotch of lights, towards the place where Meg was wondering where he was and calling to him perhaps, all kneaded up together in a leaven of mist and darkness. This was the belfry, where the ringers came. He had caught hold of one of the frayed ropes which hung down through apertures in the oaken roof. At first he started, thinking it was hair, then trembled at the very thought of waking the deep bell. The bells themselves were higher, higher. Trotty, in his fascination or in working out the spell upon him, groped his way, by ladders now, and toilsomely, for it was steep, and not too certain holding for the feet. Up, 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 and climb and clamber, up, 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 higher, higher, higher up, until ascending to the floor and pausing with his head just raised above its beams, he came among the bells. It was barely possible to make out their great shapes in the gloom, but there they were, shadowy and dark and dumb. A heavy sense of dread and loneliness fell instantly upon him as he climbed into this airy nest of stone and metal. His head went round and round. He listened, and then raised a wild "Holla!" Holla was mournfully protracted by the echoes. Giddy, confused, and out of breath and frightened, Toby looked about him vacantly, and sunk down in a swoon. End of chapter 2 of the Chimes. Dickens Christmas Books, Section 8, Chapter 3 of the Chimes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. The Chimes, Chapter 3, Third Quarter. Black are the brooding clouds, and troubled the deep waters, when the sea of thought, first heaving from a calm, gives up its dead. Monsters uncouth and wild arise in premature, imperfect resurrection. The several parts and shapes of different things are joined and mixed by chance, and when, and how, and by what wonderful degrees, each separates from each, and every sense and object of the mind resumes its usual form and lives again, no man, though every man is every day the casket of this type of the great mystery, can tell. So when and how the darkness of the night black steeple changed to shining light, when and how the solitary tower was peopled with a myriad figures, when and how the whispered "Haunt and hunt him," breathing monotonously through his sleep or swoon, became a voice exclaiming in the waking ears of Trotty, "Break his slumbers!" When and how he ceased to have a sluggish and confused idea that such things were, companioning a host of others that were not, there are no dates or means to tell. But awake, and standing on his feet upon the boards where he had lately lain, he saw this goblin sight. He saw the tower, whither his charmed footsteps had brought him, swarming with dwarf phantoms, spirits, elfin creatures of the bells. He saw them leaping, flying, dropping, pouring from the bells without a pause. He saw them round him on the ground, above him in the air, clambering from him by the ropes below, looking down upon him from the massive iron girded beams, peeping in upon him through the chinks and loopholes in the walls, spreading away and away from him in enlarging circles, as the water ripples gave way to a huge stone that suddenly came plashing in among them. He saw them of all aspects and all shapes. He saw them ugly, handsome, crippled, exquisitely formed. He saw them young, he saw them old, he saw them kind, he saw them cruel, he saw them merry, he saw them grim, he saw them dance and heard them sing, he saw them tear their hair and heard them howl, he saw the air thick with them, he saw them come and go incessantly, he saw them riding downwards, soaring upwards, sailing off afar, perching near at hand, all restless and all violently active. Stone and brick and slate and tile became transparent to him as to them. He saw them in the houses, busy at the sleepers' beds. He saw them soothing people in their dreams. He saw them beating them with knotted whips. He saw them yelling in their ears. He saw them playing softest music on their pillows. He saw them cheering some with the songs of birds and the perfume of flowers. He saw them flashing awful faces on the troubled rest of others, from enchanted mirrors which they carried in their hands. He saw these creatures not only among sleeping men, but waking also, active in pursuits irreconcilable with one another, and possessing or assuming natures the most opposite. He saw one buckling on innumerable wings to increase his speed, another loading himself with chains and weights to retard his. He saw some putting the hands of clocks forward, some putting the hands of clocks backward, some endeavouring to stop the clock entirely. He saw them representing here a marriage ceremony, there a funeral, in this chamber an election, in that a ball. He saw, everywhere, restless and untiring motion. Bewildered by the host of shifting and extraordinary figures, as well as by the uproar of the bells, which all this while were ringing, Trotty clung to a wooden pillar for support, and turned his white face here and there in mute and stunned astonishment. As he gazed, the chimes stopped. Instantaneous change. The whole swarm fainted. Their forms collapsed, their speed deserted them. They sought to fly, but in the act of falling died and melted into air. No fresh supply succeeded them. One straggler leaped down pretty briskly from the surface of the great bell, and alighted on his feet, but he was dead and gone before he could turn round. Some few of the late company who had gambolled in the tower remained there, spinning over and over a little longer, but these became at every turn more faint and few and feeble, and soon went the way of the rest. The last of all was one small hunchback, who had got into an echoing corner, where he twirled and floated by himself a long time, showing such perseverance that at last he dwindled to a leg and even to a foot, before he finally retired. But he vanished in the end, and then the tower was silent. Then, and not before, did Trotty see in every bell a bearded figure of the bulk and statue of the bell, incomprehensibly a figure, and the bell itself, gigantic, grave, and darkly watchful of him, as he stood rooted to the ground. Mysterious and awful figures, resting on nothing, poised in the night air of the tower, with their draped and hooded heads merged in the dim roof, motionless and shadowy. Shadowy and dark, although he saw them by some light belonging to themselves. None else was there, each with its muffled hand upon its goblin mouth. He could not plunge down wildly through the opening in the floor, for all power of motion had deserted him. Otherwise he would have done so, ay, would have thrown himself, head foremost, from the steeple top, rather than have seen them watching him with eyes that would have waked and watched although the pupils had been taken out. Again, again, the dread and terror of the lonely place, and of the wild and fearful night that reigned there, touched him like a spectral hand. His distance from all help, the long, dark, winding, ghost beleaguered way that lay between him and the earth on which men lived; his being high, high, high up there, where it had made him dizzy to see the birds fly in the day; cut off from all good people, who at such an hour were safe at home and sleeping in their beds; all this struck coldly through him, not as a reflection, but a bodily sensation. Meantime, his eyes and thoughts and fears were fixed upon the watchful figures, which rendered unlike any figures of this world by the deep gloom and shade enwrapping and enfolding them, as well as by their looks and forms and supernatural hovering above the floor, which nevertheless as plainly to be seen as were the stalwart oaken frames, cross pieces, bars, and beams set up there to support the bells. These hemmed them in a very forest of hewn timber, from the entanglements, intricacies, and depths of which, as from the boughs of a dead wood blighted for their phantom use, they kept their darksome and unwinking watch. A blast of air, how cold and shrill, came moaning through the tower. As it died away, the great bell, or the goblin of the great bell, spoke. "What visitor is this?" it said. The voice was low and deep, and Trotty fancied that it sounded in the other figures as well. "I thought my name was called by the chimes," said Trotty, raising his hands in an attitude of supplication. "I hardly know why I am here, or how I came. I've listened to the chimes these many years. They have cheered me often." "And have you thanked them?" said the bell. "1,000 times!" cried Trotty. "How?" "I'm a poor man," faltered Trotty, "and could only thank them in words." "And always so?" inquired the goblin of the bell. "Have you never done us wrong in words?" "No!" cried Trotty, eagerly. "Never done us foul and false and wicked wrong in words?" pursued the goblin of the bell. Trotty was about to answer "Never," but he stopped and was confused.
The voice of time, said the Phantom, cries to man, advance. Time is for his advancement and improvement, for his greater worth, his greater happiness, his better life, his progress onward to that goal within its knowledge and its view, and set there in the period when time and he began. Ages of darkness, wickedness, and violence have come and gone. Millions uncountable have suffered, lived, and died, to point the way before him. Who seeks to turn him back or stay him on his course, arrests a mighty engine which will strike the meddler dead, and be the fiercer and the wilder ever for its momentary check.
"I never did so to my knowledge, sir," said Trotty. "It was quite by accident if I did. I wouldn't go to do it, I'm sure."
Who puts into the mouth of time, or of its servants, said the Goblet of the Bell, a cry of lamentation for days which have had their trial and their failure, and have left deep traces of it which the blind may see, a cry that only serves the present time, by showing men how much it needs their help when any ears can listen to regrets for such a past. Who does this, does a wrong. And you have done that wrong to us, the Chimes."
Trotty's first excess of fear was gone, but he had felt tenderly and gratefully towards the Bells, as you have seen, and when he heard himself arraigned as one who had offended them so weightily, his heart was touched with penitence and grief. "If you knew," said Trotty, clasping his hands earnestly, "or perhaps you do know, if you know how often you have kept me company, how often you have cheered me up when I've been low, how you were quite the plaything of my little daughter Meg, almost the only one she ever had, when first her mother died, and she and me were left alone, you won't bear malice for a hasty word."
Who hears in us, the Chimes, one note bespeaking disregard or stern regard of any hope or joy or pain or sorrow of the many sorrowed throng, who hears us make response to any creed that gauges human passions and affections, as it gauges the amount of miserable food on which humanity may pine and wither, does us wrong. That wrong you have done us," said the Bell.
"I have," said Trotty. "Oh, forgive me!"
"Who hears us echo the dull vermin of the earth, the putters down of crushed and broken natures, formed to be raised up higher than such maggots of the time can crawl or can conceive," pursued the Goblet of the Bell. "Who does so, does us wrong. And you have done us wrong."
"Not meaning it," said Trotty. "In my ignorance, not meaning it."
"Lastly, and most of all," pursued the Bell, "who turns his back upon the fallen and disfigured of his kind, abandons them as vile, and does not trace and track with pitying eyes the unfenced precipice by which they fell from good, grasping in their fall some tufts and shreds of that lost soil, and clinging to them still when bruised and dying in the gulf below, does wrong to heaven and man, to time and to eternity. And you have done that wrong."
"Spare me!" cried Trotty, falling on his knees. "For mercy's sake!"
"Listen!" said the shadow. "Listen!" cried the other shadows.
"Listen!" said a clear and childlike voice, which Trotty thought he recognized as having heard before. The organ sounded faintly in the church below. Swelling by degrees, the melody ascended to the roof, and filled the choir and nave. Expanding more and more, it rose up, 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 higher, higher, higher up, awakening agitated hearts within the burly piles of oak, the hollow bells, the iron-bound doors, the stairs of solid stone, until the tower walls were insufficient to contain it, and it soared into the sky. No wonder that an old man's breast could not contain a sound so vast and mighty. It broke from that weak prison in a rush of tears, and Trotty put his hands before his face. "Listen!" said the shadow. "Listen!" said the other shadows. "Listen!" said the child's voice. A solemn strain of blended voices rose into the tower. It was a very low and mournful strain, a dirge, and as he listened, Trotty heard his child among the singers. "She is dead!" exclaimed the old man. "Meg is dead! Her spirit calls to me. I hear it!" "The spirit of your child bewails the dead, and mingles with the dead. Dead hopes, dead fancies, dead imaginings of youth," returned the bell. "But she is living. Learn from her life a living truth. Learn from the creature dearest to your heart how bad the bad are born. See every bud and leaf plucked one by one from off the fairest stem, and know how bare and wretched it may be. Follow her to desperation." Each of the shadowy figures stretched its right arm forth, and pointed downwards. "The spirit of the Chimes is your companion," said the figure. "Go. It stands behind you." Trotty turned and saw the child. The child Will Fern had carried in the street. The child whom Meg had watched, but now asleep. "I carried her myself to-night," said Trotty, "in these arms." "Show him what he calls himself," said the dark figures, one and all. The tower opened at his feet. He looked down, and beheld his own form lying at the bottom, on the outside, crushed and motionless. "No more a living man!" cried Trotty. "Dead!" "Dead!" said the figures all together. "Gracious Heaven! And the New Year!" "Past!" said the figures. "What!" he cried, shuddering. "I missed my way, and coming on the outside of this tower in the dark, fell down. A year ago?" "9 years ago," replied the figures. As they gave the answer, they recalled their outstretched hands, and where their figures had been, there the bells were. And they rung, their time being come again. And once again vast multitudes of phantoms sprung into existence, once again were incoherently engaged as they had been before, once again faded on the stopping of the chimes, and dwindled into nothing. "What are these?" he asked his guide. "If I'm not mad, what are these?" "Spirits of the bells, their sound upon the air," returned the child. "They take such shapes and occupations as the hopes and thoughts of mortals, and the recollections they have stored up, give them." "And you," said Trotty wildly, "what are you?" "Hush, hush," returned the child. "Look here." In a poor mean room, working at the same kind of embroidery which he had often, often seen before her, Meg, his own dear daughter, was presented to his view. He made no effort to imprint his kisses on her face. He did not strive to clasp her to his loving heart. He knew that such endearments were for him no more. But he held his trembling breath and brushed away the blinding tears, that he might look upon her, that he might only see her. Ah! Changed, changed! The light of the clear eye how dimmed! The bloom had faded from the cheek. Beautiful she was, as she had ever been. But hope, hope, hope! Oh, where was the fresh hope that had spoken to him like a voice? She looked up from her work at a companion. Following her eyes, the old man started back. In the woman grown, he recognized her at a glance. In the long silken hair, he saw the selfsame curls around the lips, the child's expression lingering still. See, in the eyes, now turned inquiringly on Meg, there shone the very look that scanned those features when he brought her home. Then what was this, beside him? Looking with awe into its face, he saw a something reigning there, a lofty something, undefined and indistinct, which made it hardly more than a remembrance of that child, as yonder figure might be. Yet it was the same, and wore the dress. Hark! They were speaking. "Meg," said Lilian, hesitating. How often you raise your head from your work to look at me!" "Are my looks so altered that they frighten you?" asked Meg. "Nay, dear, but you smile at that yourself. Why not smile when you look at me, Meg?" "I do so, do I not?" she answered, smiling on her. "Now you do," said Lilian, "but not usually. When you think I'm busy and don't see you, you look so anxious and so doubtful that I hardly like to raise my eyes. There is little cause for smiling in this hard and toilsome life, but you were once so cheerful." "Am I not now?" cried Meg, speaking in a tone of strange alarm, and rising to embrace her. "Do I make our weary life more weary to you, Lilian?" "You have been the only thing that made it life," said Lilian, fervently kissing her. "Sometimes the only thing that made me care to live so, Meg. Such work, such work! So many hours, so many days, so many long, long nights of hopeless, cheerless, never-ending work! Not to heap up riches, not to live grandly or gaily, not to live upon enough, however coarse, but to earn bare bread, to scrape together just enough to toil upon, and want upon, and keep us alive in the consciousness of our hard fate. Oh, Meg, Meg!" She raised her voice and twined her arms about her as she spoke, like one in pain. "How can the cruel world go round and bear to look upon such lives?" "Lily," said Meg, soothing her, and putting back her hair from her wet face. "Why, Lily, you, so pretty and so young—" "Oh, Meg!" she interrupted, holding her at arm's length and looking in her face imploringly. "The worst of all, the worst of all! Strike me old, Meg! Wither me, and shrivel me, and free me from the dreadful thoughts that tempt me in my youth!" Trotty turned to look upon his guide, but the spirit of the child had taken flight, was gone. Neither did he himself remain in the same place, for Sir Joseph Bowley, friend and father of the poor, held a great festivity at Bowley Hall, in honour of the natal day of Lady Bowley; and as Lady Bowley had been born on New Year's Day, which the local newspapers considered an especial pointing of the finger of Providence to number one, as Lady Bowley's destined figure in creation, it was on New Year's Day that this festivity took place. Bowley Hall was full of visitors. The red-faced gentleman was there. Mr. Filer was there. The great Alderman Cute was there. Alderman Cute had a sympathetic feeling with great people, and had considerably improved his acquaintance with Sir Joseph Bowley on the strength of his attentive letter; indeed had become quite a friend of the family since then; and many guests were there. Trotty's ghost was there, wandering about, poor phantom, drearily, and looking for its guide. There was to be a great dinner in the great hall, at which Sir Joseph Bowley, in his celebrated character of friend and father of the poor, was to make his great speech. Certain plum puddings were to be eaten by his friends and children in another hall first, and at a given signal, friends and children, flocking in among their friends and fathers, were to form a family assemblage, with not one manly eye therein unmoistened by emotion. But there was more than this to happen, even more than this. Sir Joseph Bowley, Baronet and Member of Parliament, was to play a match at skittles, real skittles, with his tenants. "Which quite reminds me," said Alderman Cute, "of the days of old King Hal. Stout King Hal, bluff King Hal. Ah! Fine character!" "Very," said Mr. Filer, drily. "For marrying women and murdering 'em. Considerably more than the average number of wives, by the bye." "You'll marry the beautiful ladies and not murder 'em, eh?" said Alderman Cute to the heir of Bowley, aged 12. "Sweet boy! We shall have this little gentleman in Parliament now," said the Alderman, holding him by the shoulders, and looking as reflective as he could, "before we know where we are. We shall hear of his successes at the poll, his speeches in the House, his overtures from the Governments, his brilliant achievements of all kinds. Ah! We shall make our little orations about him in the Common Council, I'll be bound, before we have time to look about us." Oh, the difference of shoes and stockings, Trotty thought. But his heart yearned towards the child, for the love of those same shoeless and stockingless boys, predestined by the alderman to turn out bad, who might have been the children of poor Meg. "Richard!" moaned Trotty, roaming among the company to and fro. "Where is he? I can't find Richard. Where is Richard?" Not likely to be there, if still alive. But Trotty's grief and solitude confused him, and he still went wandering among the gallant company, looking for his guide, and saying, "Where is Richard? Show me Richard." He was wandering thus, when he encountered Mr. Fish, the confident secretary, in great agitation. "Bless my heart and soul!" cried Mr. Fish. "Where's Alderman Cute? Has anybody seen the Alderman?" Seen the Alderman? Oh dear! Who could ever help seeing the Alderman? He was so considerate, so affable, he bore so much in mind in the natural desires of folks to see him, that if he had a fault, it was the being constantly on view. And wherever the great people were, there, to be sure, attracted by the kindred sympathy between great souls, was Cute. Several voices cried that he was in the circle round Sir Joseph. Mr. Fish made way there, found him, and took him secretly into a window near at hand. Trotty joined them, not of his own accord; he felt that his steps were led in that direction. "My dear Alderman Cute," said Mr. Fish, "a little more this way. The most dreadful circumstance has occurred. I have this moment received the intelligence. I think it will be best not to acquaint Sir Joseph with it till the day is over. You understand, Sir Joseph, and will give me your opinion. The most frightful and deplorable event." "Fish," returned the Alderman. "Fish, my good fellow, what is the matter? Nothing revolutionary, I hope? No. No attempted interference with the magistrates?" "Deedles, the banker!" gasped the secretary. "Deedles Brothers! Who was to have been here to-day, high in office in the Goldsmiths' Company?" "Not stopped!" exclaimed the Alderman. "It can't be!" "Shot himself! Good God!" "Put a double-barrel pistol to his mouth in his own counting-house," said Mr. Fish, "and blew his brains out. No motive. Princely circumstances." "Circumstances!" exclaimed the Alderman. "A man of noble fortune, one of the most respectable of men. Suicide, Mr. Fish! By his own hand!" "This very morning," returned Mr. Fish. "Oh, the brain, the brain!" exclaimed the pious Alderman, lifting up his hands. "Oh, the nerves, the nerves! The mysteries of this machine called man! Oh, the little that unhinges it, poor creatures that we are! Perhaps the dinner, Mr. Fish. Perhaps the conduct of his son, who, I have heard, ran very wild, and was in the habit of drawing bills upon him without the least authority. A most respectable man, one of the most respectable men I ever knew. A lamentable instance, Mr. Fish. A public calamity. I shall make a point of wearing the deepest mourning. A most respectable man. But there is One above. We must submit, Mr. Fish, we must submit." "What, Alderman? No word of putting down. Remember, Justice, your high moral boast and pride. Come, Alderman, balance those scales. Throw me into this, the empty one, no dinner, and nature's founts in some poor woman, dried by starving misery and rendered obdurate to claims for which her offspring has authority, and holy Mother Eve. Weigh me the two, you Daniel, going to judgment when your day shall come. Weigh them in the eyes of suffering thousands, audience not unmindful of the grim farce you play. Or supposing that you strayed from your 5 wits, it's not so far to go but that it might be, and laid hands upon that throat of yours, warning your fellows, if you have a fellow, how they croak their comfortable wickedness of raving heads and shrunken hearts, what then?" The words rose up in Trotty's breast as if they had been spoken by some other voice within him. Alderman Cute pledged himself to Mr. Fish that he would assist him in breaking the melancholy catastrophe to Sir Joseph when the day was over. Then, before they parted, wringing Mr. Fish's hand in bitterness of soul, he said, "The most respectable of men," and added that he hardly knew, not even he, why such afflictions were allowed on earth. "It's almost enough to make one think, if one didn't know better," said Alderman Cute, "that at times some motion of capsizing nature was going on in things which affected the general economy of the social fabric. Deedles Brothers!" The skittle playing came off with immense success. Sir Joseph knocked the pins about quite skilfully. Master Bowley took an innings at a shorter distance also, and everybody said that now, when a baronet and the son of a baronet played at skittles, the country was coming round again as fast as it could come. At its proper time the banquet was served up. Trotty involuntarily repaired to the hall with the rest, for he felt himself conducted thither by some stronger impulse than his own free will. The sight was gay in the extreme. The ladies were very handsome, the visitors delighted, cheerful, and good-tempered. When the lower doors were opened, and the people flocked in their rustic dresses, the beauty of the spectacle was at its height; but Trotty only murmured more and more, "Where is Richard? He should help and comfort her. I can't see Richard." There had been some speeches made, and Lady Bowley's health had been proposed, and Sir Joseph Bowley had returned thanks and had made his great speech, showing by virtuous pieces of evidence that he was the born friend and father and so forth, and had given as a toast his friends and children, and the dignity of labour, when a slight disturbance at the bottom of the hall attracted Toby's notice. After some confusion, noise, and opposition, one man broke through the rest, and stood forward by himself. Not Richard, no, but one whom he had thought of, and had looked for many times. In a scantier supply of light he might have doubted the identity of that worn man, so old and grey and bent, but with a blaze of lamps upon his gnarled and knotted head, he knew Will Fern as soon as he stepped forth.
"What is this?" exclaimed Sir Joseph, rising. "Who gave this man admittance? This is a criminal from prison. Mr. Fish, sir, will you have the goodness—"
"A minute," said Will Fern, "a minute. My lady, you were born on this day, along with the New Year. Give me a minute's leave to speak." She made some intercession for him. Sir Joseph took his seat again, with native dignity. The ragged visitor, for he was miserably dressed, looked round upon the company, and made his homage to them with a humble bow. "Gentlefolk," he said, "you've drunk the labourer. Look at me." "Just come from jail," said Mr. Fish. "Just come from jail," said Will, "and neither for the first time, nor the second, nor the third, nor yet the fourth." Mr. Filer was heard to remark testily that 4 times was over the average, and he ought to be ashamed of himself. "Gentlefolks," repeated Will Fern, "look at me. You see I'm at the worst. Beyond all hurt or harm. Beyond your help. For the time when your kind words or kind actions could have done me good," he struck his hand upon his breast and shook his head, "is gone, with the scent of last year's beans or clover on the air. Let me say a word for these," pointing to the labouring people in the hall, "and when you're met together, hear the real truth speak out for once."
"There's not a man here," said the host, "who would have him for a spokesman."
"Like enough," said Joseph, "I believe it. Not the less true, perhaps, is what I say. Perhaps that's a proof on it. Gentlefolks, I've lived many a year in this place. You may see the cottage from the sunk fence over yonder. I've seen the ladies draw it in their books 100 times. It looks well in a picter, I've heard say, but there ain't weather in picters. Maybe 'tis fitter for that than for a place to live in. Well, I lived there. How hard, how bitter hard I lived there, I won't say. Any day in the year, and every day, you can judge for your own selves." He had spoke as he had spoken on the night when Trotty found him in the street. His voice was deeper and more husky, and had a trembling in it now and then, but he never raised it passionately, and seldom lifted it above the firm stern level of the homely facts he stated. "'Tis harder than you think for gentlefolks to grow up decent, commonly decent, in such a place. That I growed up a man, and not a brute, says something for me, as I was then. As I am now, there's nothing can be said for me or done for me. I'm past it."
"I am glad this man has entered," observed Sir Joseph, looking round serenely. "Don't disturb him. It appears to be ordained. He is an example, a living example. I hope and trust, and confidently expect, that it will not be lost upon my friends here."
"I dragged on," said Fern, after a moment's silence, "somehow. Neither me nor any other man knows how, but so heavy that I couldn't put a cheerful face upon it or make believe that I was anything but what I was. Now, gentlemen, you gentlemen that sits at sessions, when you see a man with discontent writ on his face, you says to one another, 'He's suspicious. I has my doubts,' says you, about Will Fern. Watch that fellow. I don't say, gentlemen, it ain't quite natural, but I say 'tis so, and from that hour, whatever Will Fern does, or lets alone, all one, it goes against him." Alderman Cute stuck his thumbs in his waistcoat pockets, and leaning back in his chair and smiling, winked at a neighbouring chandelier, as much as to say, "Of course, I told you so. The common cry. Lord bless you, we are up to all this sort of thing, myself and human nature." "Now, gentlemen," said Will Fern, holding out his hands, and flushing for an instant in his haggard face, "see how your laws are made to trap and hunt us when we're brought to this. I tries to live elsewhere, and I'm a vagabond. To jail with him. I comes back here. I goes a nutting in your woods, and breaks, who don't, a limber branch or two. To jail with him. One of your keepers sees me in the broad day, near my own patch of garden, with a gun. To jail with him. I has a natural angry word with that man when I'm free again. To jail with him. I cuts a stick. To jail with him. I eats a rotten apple or a turnip. To jail with him. It's 20 mile away, and coming back I begs a trifle on the road. To jail with him. At last the constable, the keeper, anybody, finds me anywhere a doing anything. To jail with him, for he's a vagrant, and a jail bird known, and jail's the only home he's got." The Alderman nodded sagaciously, as who should say, "A very good home too." "Do I say this to serve my cause?" cried Fern. "Who can give me back my liberty, and who can give me back my good name, who can give me back my innocent niece? Not all the lords and ladies in wide England. But gentlemen, gentlemen, dealing with other men like me, begin at the right end. Give us, in mercy, better homes when we're a lying in our cradles. Give us better food when we're a working for our lives. Give us kinder laws to bring us back when we're a going wrong, and don't set jail, jail, jail afore us everywhere we turn. There ain't a condescension you can show the labourer then that he won't take, as ready and as grateful as a man can be, for he has a patient, peaceful, willing heart. But you must put his rightful spirit in him first, for whether he's a wreck and ruin such as me, or is like one of them that stand here now, his spirit is divided from you at this time. Bring it back, gentlefolks, bring it back. Bring it back afore the day comes when even his Bible changes in his altered mind, and the words seem to him to read, as they have sometimes read in my own eyes, in jail, 'Whither thou goest, I cannot go. Where thou lodgest, I do not lodge. Thy people are not my people, nor thy God my God.'" A sudden stir and agitation took place in Hall. Trotty thought at first that several had risen to eject the man, and hence this change in its appearance; but another moment showed him that the room and all the company had vanished from his sight, and that his daughter was again before him, seated at her work, but in a poorer, meaner garret than before, and with no Lilian by her side. The frame at which she had worked was put away upon a shelf and covered up. The chair in which she had sat was turned against the wall. A history was written in these little things, and in Meg's grief-worn face. Oh, who could fail to read it! Meg strained her eyes upon her work until it was too dark to see the threads, and when the night closed in, she lighted her feeble candle and worked on. Still her old father was invisible about her, looking down upon her, loving her, how dearly loving her, and talking to her in a tender voice about the old times and the bells. Though he knew, poor Trotty, though he knew she could not hear him. A great part of the evening had worn away when a knock came at her door. She opened it. A man was on the threshold, a slouching, moody, drunken sloven, wasted by intemperance and vice, and with his matted hair and unshorn beard in wild disorder, but with some traces on him too of having been a man of good proportion and good features in his youth. He stopped until he had her leave to enter, and she, retiring a pace or two from the open door, silently and sorrowfully looked upon him. Trotty had his wish. He saw Richard. "May I come in, Margaret?" "Yes, come in, come in." It was well that Trotty knew him before he spoke, for with any doubt remaining on his mind, the harsh, discordant voice would have persuaded him that it was not Richard, but some other man. There were but two chairs in the room. She gave him hers, and stood at some short distance from him, waiting to hear what he had to say. He sat, however, staring vacantly at the floor with a lustreless and stupid smile. a spectacle of such deep degradation, of such abject hopelessness, of such a miserable downfall, that she put her hands before her face and turned away, lest he should see how much it moved her. Roused by the rustling of her dress, or some such trifling sound, he lifted his head, and began to speak as if there had been no pause since he entered. "Still at work, Margaret? You work late." "I generally do." "And early?" "And early." "So she said. She said you never tired, or never owned that you tired. Not all the time you lived together. Not even when you fainted between work and fasting. But I told you that the last time I came." "You did," she answered, "and I implored you to tell me nothing more. And you made me a solemn promise, Richard, that you never would." "A solemn promise," he repeated, with a drivelling laugh and vacant stare. "A solemn promise, to be sure, a solemn promise." Awakening, as it were, after a time, in the same moment as before, he said, with sudden animation, "How can I help it, Margaret? What am I to do? She has been to me again." "Again!" cried Meg, clasping her hands. "Oh, does she think of me so often? Has she been again?" "20 times again," said Richard. "Margaret, she haunts me. She comes behind me in the street, and thrusts it in my hand. I hear her foot upon the ashes when I'm at my work. Ha ha! That ain't often. And before I can turn my head, her voice is in my ear, saying, 'Richard, don't look round. For Heaven's love, give her this!' She brings it where I live. She sends it in letters. She taps at the windows, and lays it on the sill. What can I do? Look at it." He held out in his hand a little purse, and chinked the money it enclosed. "Hide it," said Meg. "Hide it. When she comes again, tell her, Richard, that I love her in my soul, that I never lie down to sleep but I bless her and pray for her, that in my solitary work I never cease to have her in my thoughts, that she is with me night and day, that if I die tomorrow I would remember her with my last breath, but that I cannot look upon it." He slowly recalled his hand, and crushing the purse together, said with a kind of drowsy thoughtfulness, "I told her so. I told her so, as plain as words could speak. I've taken this gift back and left it at her door a dozen times since then, but when she came at last and stood before me face to face, what could I do?" "You saw her!" exclaimed Meg. "You saw her! Oh, Lilian, my sweet girl! Oh, Lilian, Lilian!" "I saw her," he went on to say, not answering, but engaged in the same slow pursuit of his own thoughts. "There she stood, trembling. How does she look, Richard? Does she ever speak of me? Is she thinner? My old place at the table, what's in my old place? And the frame she taught me our old work on, has she burnt it, Richard? There she was. I heard her say it." Meg checked her sobs, and with her tears streaming from her eyes, bent over him to listen, not to lose a breath. With her arms resting on his knees, and stooping forward in his chair, as if what he had said were written on the ground in some half legible character, which it was his occupation to decipher and connect, he went on. "Richard, I have fallen very low, and you may guess how much I have suffered in having this sent back, when I can bear to bring it in my hand to you. But you loved her once, even in my memory, dearly. Others stepped in between you, fears and jealousies and doubts and vanities estranged you from her, but you did love her, even in my memory." "I suppose I did," he said, interrupting himself for a moment. "I did. That's nothing here nor there. Oh, Richard, if you ever did, if you have any memory of what's gone and lost, take it to her once more, once more. Tell her how I laid my head upon your shoulder, where her own head might have lain, and was so humble to you, Richard. Tell her that you looked into my face and saw the beauty which she used to praise, all gone, and in its place a poor, wan, hollow cheek, that she would weep to see. Tell her everything, and take it back, and she will not refuse again. She will not have the heart." So he sat musing, and repeating the last words, until he woke again, and rose. "You won't take it, Margaret?" She shook her head, and motioned an entreaty to him to leave her. "Good night, Margaret. Good night." He turned to look upon her, struck by her sorrow, and perhaps by the pity for himself which trembled in her voice. It was a quick and rapid action, and for the moment some flash of his old bearing kindled in his form. In the next he went as he had come. Nor did this glimmer of a quenched fire seem to light him to a quicker sense of his debasement. In any mood, in any grief, in any torture of the mind or body, Meg's work must be done. She sat down to her task and plied it. Night, midnight, still she worked. She had a meagre fire, the night being very cold, and rose at intervals to mend it. The chimes ran half past 12 while she was thus engaged, and when they ceased, she heard a gentle knocking at the door. Before she could so much wonder who was there at that unusual hour, it opened. O youth and beauty, happy as ye should be, look at this! O youth and beauty, blessed and blessing all within your reach, and working out the ends of your beneficent Creator, look at this! She saw the entering figure, screamed its name, cried "Lilian!" It was swift, and fell upon its knees before her, clinging to her dress. Up, dear, up, Lilian, my own dearest! Never more, Meg, never more. Here, here, close to you, holding to you, feeling your dear breath upon my face. Sweet Lilian, darling Lilian, child of my heart, no mother's love can be more tender. Lay your head upon my breast. Never more, Meg, never more. When I first looked into your face, you knelt before me. On my knees before you, let me die. Let it be here. You have come back, my treasure. We will live together, work together, hope together, die together. Ah, kiss my lips, Meg. Fold your arms about me. Press me to your bosom. Look kindly on me, but don't raise me. Let it be here. Let me see the last of your dear face upon my knees. O youth and beauty, happy as ye should be, look at this! O youth and beauty, working out the ends of your beneficent Creator, look at this! Forgive me, Meg. So dear, so dear, forgive me. I know you do. I see you do. But say so, Meg." She said so, with her lips on Lilian's cheek, and with her arms twined round. She knew it now, a broken heart. "His blessing on you, dearest love. Kiss me once more." He suffered her to sit beside his feet, and dry them with her hair. O Meg, what mercy and compassion! As she died, the spirit of the child returning, innocent and radiant, touched the old man with its hand, and beckoned him away. End of chapter 3 of the Chimes. Dickens Christmas Books, Section 9. The Chimes, Chapter 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. The Chimes by Charles Dickens, Chapter 4, Fourth Quarter. Some new remembrance of the ghostly figures in the bells, some faint impression of the ringing of the chimes, some giddy consciousness of having seen the swarm of phantoms reproduced and reproduced, until the recollection of them lost itself in the confusion of their numbers, some hurried knowledge, how conveyed to him he knew not, that more years had passed, and Trotty, with the spirit of the child attending him, stood looking on at mortal company. Fat company, rosy-cheeked company, comfortable company. They were but two, but they were red enough for 10. They sat before a bright fire, with a small low table between them, and unless the fragrance of hot tea and muffins lingered longer in that room than in most others, the table had seen service very lately. But all the cups and saucers being clean, and in their proper places in the corner cupboard, and the brass toasting fork hanging in its usual nook and spreading its 4 idle fingers out as if it wanted to be measured for a glove, there remained no other visible tokens of the meal just finished, than such as purred and washed their whiskers in the person of the basking cat, and glistened in the gracious, not to say the greasy, faces of her patrons. This cosy couple, married evidently, had made a fair division of the fire between them, and sat looking at the glowing sparks that dropped into the grate, now nodding off into a doze, now waking up again when some hot fragment, larger than the rest, came rattling down, as if the fire were coming with it. It was in no danger of a sudden extinction, however, for it gleamed not only in the little room, and on the panes of window glass in the door, and on the curtain half drawn across them, but in the little shop beyond.
A little shop, quite crammed and choked with the abundance of its stock. A perfectly voracious little shop, with a maw as accommodating and full as any shark's. Cheese, butter, firewood, soap, pickles, matches, bacon, table beer, peg tops, sweetmeats, boys' kites, birdseed, cold ham, birch brooms, hearthstones, salt, vinegar, blacking, red herring, stationery, lard, mushroom ketchup, staylaces, loaves of bread, shuttlecocks, eggs, and slate pencil. Everything was fish that came to the net of this greedy little shop, and all articles were in its net. How many other kinds of petty merchandise were there, it would be difficult to say; but balls of packthread, ropes of onions, pounds of candles, cabbage nets, and brushes, hung in bunches from the ceiling, like extraordinary fruit; while various odd canisters emitting aromatic smells established the veracity of the inscription over the outer door, which informed the public that the keeper of this little shop was a licensed dealer in tea, coffee, tobacco, pepper, and snuff. Glancing at such of these articles as were visible in the shining of the blaze, and the less cheerful radiance of two smoky lamps which burnt but dimly in the shop itself, as though its plethora sat heavy on their lungs, and glancing then at one of the two faces by the parlour fire, Trotty had small difficulty in recognising in the stout old lady, Mrs. Chickenstalker, always inclined to corpulency, even in the days when he had known her as established in the general line, and having a small balance against him in her books. The features of her companion were less easy to him. The great broad chin, with creases in it large enough to hide a finger in; the astonished eyes that seemed to expostulate with themselves for sinking deeper and deeper into the yielding fat of the soft face; the nose afflicted with that disordered action of its functions which is generally termed the snuffles; the short thick throat and labouring chest, with other beauties of the like description, though calculated to impress the memory, Trotty could at first allot to nobody he had ever known, and yet he had some recollection of them too. At length, in Mrs. Chickenstalker's partner in the general line, and in the crooked and eccentric line of life, he recognised the former porter of Sir Joseph Bowley, an apoplectic innocent, who had connected himself in Trotty's mind with Mrs. Chickenstalker years ago, by giving him admission to the mansion where he had confessed his obligations to that lady and drawn on his unlucky head such grave reproach. Trotty had little interest in a change like this, after the changes he had seen; but association is very strong sometimes, and he looked involuntarily behind the parlour door, where the accounts of credit customers were usually kept in chalk. There was no record of his name. Some names were there, but they were strange to him, and infinitely fewer than of old, from which he argued that the porter was an advocate of ready money transactions, and on coming into the business had looked pretty sharp after the Chickenstalker defaulters. So desolate was Trotty, and so mournful for the youth and promise of his blighted child, that it was a sorrow to him even to have no place in Mrs. Chickenstalker's ledger. "What sort of night is it, Anne?" inquired the former porter of Sir Joseph Bowley, stretching out his legs before the fire, and rubbing as much of them as his short arms could reach, with an air that added, "Here I am if it's bad, and I don't want to go out if it's good." "Blowing and sleeting hard," returned his wife, "and threatening snow. Dark, and very cold." "I'm glad to think we had muffins," said the former porter, in the tone of one who had set his conscience at rest. "It's a sort of night that's meant for muffins. Likewise crumpets. Also Sally Lunns." The former porter mentioned each successive kind of eatable, as if he were musingly summing up his good actions; after which he rubbed his fat legs as before, and jerking them at the knees to get the fire upon the yet unroasted parts, laughed as if somebody had tickled him. "You're in spirits, Tugby, my dear," observed his wife. The firm was Tugby, late Chickenstalker. "No," said Tugby. "No, not particular. I'm a little elewated. The muffins came so pat."
With that he chuckled until he was black in the face, and had so much ado to become any other colour, that his fat legs took the strangest excursions into the air, nor were they reduced to anything like decorum until Mrs. Tugby had thumped him violently on the back, and shaken him as if he were a great bottle. "Good gracious goodness, Lord a mercy, bless and save the man!" cried Mrs. Tugby in great terror. "What's he doing?" Mr. Tugby wiped his eyes, and faintly repeated that he found himself a little elewated. "Then don't be so again, there's a dear good soul," said Mrs. Tugby, "if you don't want to frighten me to death with your struggling and fighting." Mr. Tugby said he wouldn't. But his whole existence was a fight, in which, if any judgment might be founded on the constantly increasing shortness of his breath and the deepening purple of his face, he was always getting the worst of it. "So it's blowing and sleeting and threatening snow, and it's dark and very cold, is it, my dear?" said Mr. Tugby, looking at the fire and reverting to the cream and marrow of his temporary elevation. "Hard weather indeed," returned his wife, shaking her head. "Ay, ay. Years," said Mr. Tugby, "are like Christians in that respect. Some of 'em die hard, some of 'em die easy. This one hasn't many days to run, and is making a fight for it. I like him all the better. There's a customer, my love." Attentive to the rattling door, Mrs. Tugby had already risen. "Now then," said that lady, passing out into the little shop, "what's wanted? Oh, I beg your pardon, sir, I'm sure I didn't think it was you." She made the apology to a gentleman in black, who, with his wristbands tucked up and his hat cocked loungingly on one side, and his hands in his pockets, sat down astride on the table-beer barrel, and nodded in return. "This is a bad business upstairs, Mrs. Tugby," said the gentleman. "The man can't live." "Not the back attic can't?" cried Tugby, coming out into the shop to join the conference. "The back attic, Mr. Tugby," said the gentleman, "is coming downstairs fast, and will be below the basement very soon." Looking by turns at Tugby and his wife, he sounded the barrel with his knuckles for the depth of beer, and having found it, played a tune upon the empty part. "The back attic, Mr. Tugby," said the gentleman, Tugby having stood in silent consternation for some time, "is going." "Then," said Tugby, turning to his wife, "he must go, you know, before he's gone." "I don't think you could move him," said the gentleman, shaking his head. "I wouldn't take the responsibility of saying it could be done myself. You had better leave him where he is. He can't live long." "It's the only subject," said Tugby, bringing the butter scale down upon the counter with a crash, by weighing his fist on it, "that we've ever had a word upon, she and me, and look what it comes to. He's going to die here after all. Going to die upon the premises. Going to die in our house." "And where should he have died, Tugby?" cried his wife. "In the workhouse," he returned. "What are workhouses made for?" "Not for that," said Mrs. Tugby with great energy, "not for that. Neither did I marry you for that. Don't think it, Tugby. I won't have it. I won't allow it. I'd be separated first, and never see your face again. When my widow's name stood over that door, as it did for many years, this house being known as Mrs. Chickenstalker's far and wide, and never known but to its honest credit and good report, when my widow's name stood over that door, Tugby, I knew him as a handsome, steady, manly, independent youth. I knew her as the sweetest looking, sweetest tempered girl eyes ever saw. I knew her father. Poor old creature, he fell down from the steeple walking in his sleep, and killed himself, for the simplest, hardest working, childest hearted man that ever drew the breath of life, and when I turned them out of house and home, may angels turn me out of heaven, as they would, and serve me right." Her old face, which had been a plump and dimpled one before the changes which had come to pass, seemed to shine out of her as she said these words; and when she dried her face, and shook her head and her handkerchief at Tugby, with an expression of firmness which it was quite clear was not to be easily resisted, Trotty said, "Bless her, bless her!" Then he listened with a panting heart for what should follow, knowing nothing yet, but that they spoke of Meg. If Tugby had been a little elevated in the parlour, he more than balanced that account by being not a little depressed in the shop, where he now stood staring at his wife without attempting a reply, secretly conveying, however, either in a fit of abstraction or as a precautionary measure, all the money from the till into his own pockets as he looked at her. The gentleman upon the table beer cask, who appeared to be some authorised medical attendant upon the poor, was far too well accustomed, evidently, to little differences of opinion between man and wife, to interpose any remark in this instance. He sat softly whistling, and turning little drops of beer out of the tap upon the ground, until there was a perfect calm, when he raised his head and said to Mrs. Tugby, late Chickenstalker, "There's something interesting about the woman even now. How did she come to marry him?" "Why that," said Mrs. Tugby, taking a seat near him, "is not the least cruel part of her story, sir. You see they kept company, she and Richard, many years ago. When they were a young and beautiful couple, everything was settled, and they were to have been married on a New Year's Day. But somehow Richard got it into his head, through what the gentleman told them, that he might do better, that he'd soon repent it, and that she wasn't good enough for him, and that a young man of spirit had no business to be married. And the gentleman frightened her, and made her melancholy and timid of his deserting her, and of her children coming to the gallows, and of its being wicked to be man and wife, and a good deal more of it. And in short they lingered and lingered, and their trust in one another was broken, and so at last was the match. But the fault was his. She would have married him, sir, joyfully. I've seen her heart swell many times afterwards, when he passed her in a proud and careless way, and never did a woman grieve more truly for a man, than she for Richard when he first went wrong." "Oh, he went wrong, did he?" said the gentleman, pulling out the vent peg of the table beer, and trying to peep down into the barrel through the hole. "Well, sir, I don't know that he rightly understood himself, you see. I think his mind was troubled by their having broke with one another, and that but for being ashamed before the gentleman, and perhaps for being uncertain too how she might take it, he'd have gone through any suffering or trial to have had Meg's promise and Meg's hand again. That's my belief. He never said so, more's the pity. He took to drinking, idling, bad companions, all the fine resources that were to be so much better for him than the home he might have been. He lost his looks, his character, his health, his strength, his friends, his work, everything." "He didn't lose everything, Mrs. Tugby," returned the gentleman, "because he gained a wife, and I want to know how he gained her." "I'm coming to it, sir, in a moment. This went on for years and years, he sinking lower and lower, she enduring, poor thing, miseries enough to wear her life away. At last he was so cast down and cast out, that no one would employ or notice him, and doors were shut upon him, go where he would. Applying from place to place and door to door, and coming for the 100th time to one gentleman who had often and often tried him, he was a good workman to the very end. That gentleman, who knew his history, said, 'I believe you are incorrigible. There is only one person in the world who has a chance of reclaiming you. Ask me to trust you no more until she tries to do it.' Something like that, in his anger and vexation." "Ah!" said the gentleman. "Well?" "Well, sir, he went to her, and kneeled to her, said it was so, said it ever had been so, and made a prayer to her to save him." "And she—don't distress yourself, Mrs. Tugby. She came to me that night to ask me about living here. 'What he was once to me,' she said, 'is buried in a grave, side by side with what I was to him. But I have thought of this, and I will make the trial. In the hope of saving him, for the love of the light-hearted girl, you remember her, who was to have been married on a New Year's Day, and for the love of her Richard.' And said she had come to her from Lilian, and Lilian had trusted to him, and she could never forget that. So they were married. And when they came home here, and I saw them, I hope that such prophecies as parted them when they were young, may not often fulfil themselves as they did in this case, or I wouldn't be the makers of them for a mine of gold." The gentleman got off the cask and stretched himself, observing, "I supposed he used her ill as soon as they were married." "I don't think he ever did that," said Mrs. Tugby, shaking her head and wiping her eyes. "He went on better for a short time, but his habits were too old and strong to be got rid of. He soon fell back a little, and was falling fast back, when his illness came so strong upon him. I think he has always felt for her. I am sure he has.
I have seen him, in his crying fits and tremblings, try to kiss her hand, and I have heard him call her Meg, and say it was her 19th birthday. There he has been lying now these weeks and months. Between him and her baby she has not been able to do her old work, and by not being able to be regular she has lost it, even if she could have done it. How they have lived I hardly know." "I know," muttered Mr. Tugby, looking at the till and round the shop and at his wife, and rolling his head with immense intelligence, "like fighting cocks." He was interrupted by a cry, a sound of lamentation, from the upper story of the house. The gentleman moved hurriedly to the door. "My friend," he said, looking back, "you needn't discuss whether he shall be removed or not. He has spared you that trouble, I believe." Saying so, he ran upstairs, followed by Mrs. Tugby, while Mr. Tugby panted and grumbled after them at leisure, being rendered more than commonly short-winded by the weight of the till, in which there had been an inconvenient quantity of copper. Trotty, with the child beside him, floated up the staircase like mere air. "Follow her, follow her, follow her," he heard the ghostly voices and the bells repeat their words as he ascended. "Learn it from the creature dearest to your heart." It was over. It was over. And this was she, her father's pride and joy, this haggard, wretched woman, weeping by the bed, if it deserved that name, and pressing to her breast and hanging down her head upon an infant. Who can tell how spare, how sickly, and how poor an infant? Who can tell how dear? "Thank God!" cried Trotty, holding up his folded hands. "Oh, God be thanked she loves her child!" The gentleman, not otherwise hard-hearted or indifferent to such scenes, than that he saw them every day, and knew that they were figures of no moment in the Filer sums, mere scratches in the working of these calculations, laid his hand upon the heart that beat no more, and listened for the breath, and said, "His pain is over. It's better as it is." Mrs. Tugby tried to comfort her with kindness. Mr. Tugby tried philosophy. "Come, come," he said, with his hands in his pockets, "you mustn't give way, you know. That won't do. You must fight up. What would have become of me if I had given way when I was porter, and we had as many as 6 runaway carriage doubles at our door in one night? But I fell back upon my strength of mind, and didn't open it." Again Trotty heard the voices saying, "Follow her." He turned towards his guide, and saw it rising from him, passing through the air. "Follow her," it said, and vanished. He hovered round her, sat down at her feet, looked up into her face for one trace of her old self, listened for one note of her old pleasant voice. He flitted round the child, so wan, so prematurely old, so dreadful in its gravity, so plaintive in its feeble, mournful, miserable wail. He almost worshipped it. He clung to it as her only safeguard, as the last unbroken link that bound her to endurance. He set his father's hope and trust on the frail baby, watched her every look upon it as she held it in her arms, and cried 1,000 times, "She loves it! God be thanked, she loves it!" He saw the woman tend her in the night, return to her when her grudging husband was asleep and all was still, encourage her, shed tears with her, set nourishment before her. He saw the day come and the night again, the day, the night, the time go by, the house of death relieved of death, the room left to herself and to the child. He heard it moan and cry, he saw it harass her and tire her out, and when she slumbered in exhaustion, drag her back to consciousness, and hold her with its little hands upon the rack. But she was constant to it, gentle with it, patient with it, patient. Was its loving mother in her inmost heart and soul, and had its being knitted up with hers, as when she carried it unborn. All this time she was in want, languishing away in dire and pining want. With the baby in her arms she wandered here and there in quest of occupation, and with its thin face lying in her lap, and looking up in hers, did any work for any wretched sum, a day and night of labour for as many farthings as there were figures on the dial. If she had quarrelled with it, if she had neglected it, if she had looked upon it with a moment's hate, if in the frenzy of an instant she had struck it, no, his comfort was, she loved it always. She told no one of her extremity,
and wandered abroad in the day lest she should be questioned by her only friend, for any help she received from her hands occasioned fresh disputes between the good woman and her husband, and it was new bitterness to be the daily cause of strife and discord where she owed so much. She loved it still. She loved it more and more, but a change fell on the aspect of her love. One night she was singing faintly to it in its sleep, and walking to and fro to hush it, when her door was softly opened and a man looked in. "For the last time," he said. "William Fern, for the last time." He listened like a man pursued, and spoke in whispers. "Margaret, my race is nearly run. I couldn't finish it without a parting word with you, without one grateful word." "What have you done?" she asked, regarding him with terror. He looked at her, but gave no answer. After a short silence, he made a gesture with his hand, as if he set her question by, as if he brushed it aside, and said, "It's long ago, Margaret, now, but that night is as fresh in my memory as ever 'twas. We little thought then," he added, looking round, "that we should ever meet like this. Your child, Margaret? Let me have it in my arms. Let me hold your child." He put his hat upon the floor and took it, and he trembled as he took it, from head to foot. "Is it a girl?" "Yes." He put his hand before its little face. "See how weak I'm grown, Margaret, when I want the courage to look at it. Let her be a moment. I won't hurt her. It's long ago, but what's her name?" "Margaret," she answered, quickly. "I'm glad of that," he said. "I'm glad of that." He seemed to breathe more freely, and after pausing for an instant took away his hand, and looked upon the infant's face, but covered it again immediately. "Margaret," he said, and gave her back the child, "it's Lilian's." "Lilian's?" "I held the same face in my arm when Lilian's mother died and left her." "When Lilian's mother died and left her?" she repeated wildly. "How shrill you speak! Why do you fix your eyes upon me so? Margaret!" She sunk down in a chair and pressed the infant to her breast and wept over it. Sometimes she released it from her embrace to look anxiously in its face, then strained it to her bosom again. At those times when she gazed upon it, then it was that something fierce and terrible began to mingle with her love. Then it was that her old father quailed. "Follow her," was sounding through the house. "Learn it from the creature dearest to your heart." "Margaret," said Fern, bending over her and kissing her upon the brow, "I thank you for the last time. Good night. Good bye. Put your hand in mine, and tell me you'll forget me from this hour, and try to think the end of me was here." "What have you done?" she asked again. "There'll be a fire to-night," he said, removing from her. "There'll be fires this winter time to light the dark nights, east, west, north, and south. When you see the distant sky red, they'll be blazing. When you see the distant sky red, think of me no more; or if you do, remember what a hell was lighted up inside me, and think you see its flames reflected in the clouds. Good night. Good bye." She called to him, but he was gone. She sat down, stupefied, until her infant roused her to a sense of hunger, cold, and darkness. She paced the room with it the livelong night, hushing it and soothing it. She said at intervals, "Like Lilian, when her mother died and left her." Why was her step so quick, her eyes so wild, her love so fierce and terrible, whenever she repeated those words? "But it is love," said Trotty. "It is love. She'll never cease to love it. My poor Meg!" She dressed the child next morning with unusual care. Ah, vain expenditure of care upon such squalid robes! And once more tried to find some means of life. It was the last day of the old year. She tried till night, and never broke her fast. She tried in vain. She mingled with an abject crowd who tarried in the snow, until it pleased some officer appointed to dispense the public charity, the lawful charity, not that once preached upon a mount, to call them in and question them, to say to this one, "Go to such a place;" to that one, "Come next week," to make a football of another wretch,
and pass him here and there from hand to hand, from house to house, until he wearied and laid down to die, or started up and robbed, or so became a higher sort of criminal whose claims allowed of no delay. Here, too, she failed. She loved her child, and wished to have it lying on her breast, and that was quite enough. It was night, a bleak, dark, cutting night, when, pressing the child close to her for warmth, she arrived outside the house she called her home. She was so faint and giddy that she saw no one standing in the doorway until she was close upon it and about to enter. Then she recognized the master of the house, who had so disposed himself, with his person it was not difficult, as to fill up the whole entry. "Oh," he said softly, "you have come back." She looked at the child, and shook her head. "Don't you think you have lived here long enough without paying any rent? Don't you think that without any money, you've been a pretty constant customer at this shop now?" said Mr. Tugby. She repeated the same mute appeal. "Suppose you try and deal somewhere else," he said, "and suppose you provide yourself with another lodging. Come! Don't you think you could manage it?" She said in a low voice that it was very late. To-morrow. "Now I see what you want," said Tugby, "and what you mean. You know there are two parties in this house about you, and you delight in setting 'em by the ears. I don't want any quarrels. I'm speaking softly, to avoid a quarrel. But if you don't go away, I'll speak out loud, and you shall cause words high enough to please you. But you shan't come in. That I am determined." She put her hair back with her hand, and looked in a sudden manner at the sky, and the dark lowering distance. "This is the last night of an old year, and I won't carry ill blood and quarrellings and disturbances into a new one to please you nor anybody else," said Tugby, who was quite a retail friend and father. "I wonder you ain't ashamed of yourself to carry such practices into a new year. As you haven't any business in the world but to always be giving way, and always making disturbances between man and wife, you'd be better out of it. Go along with you." "Follow her to desperation." Again the old man heard the voices. Looking up, he saw the figures hovering in the air, and pointing where she went, down the dark street. "She loves it!" he exclaimed, in agonizing entreaty for her. "Chimes, she loves it still. Follow her." The shadow swept upon the track she had taken, like a cloud. He joined in the pursuit. He kept close to her. He looked into her face. He saw the same fierce and terrible expression mingling with her love, and kindling in her eyes. He heard her say, "Like Lilian," to be changed like Lilian, and her speed redoubled. Oh, for something to awaken her! For any sight or sound or scent to call up tender recollections in a brain on fire! For any gentle image of the past to rise before her! "I was her father! I was her father!" cried the old man, stretching out his hands to the dark shadows flying on above. "Have mercy on her and on me! Where does she go? Turn her back! I was her father!" But they only pointed to her as she hurried on, and said, "To desperation! Learn it from the creature dearest to your heart." 100 voices echoed it. The air was made of breath expended on those words. He seemed to take them in at every gasp he drew. They were everywhere, and not to be escaped. And still she hurried on, the same light in her eyes, the same words in her mouth. "Like Lilian! To be changed like Lilian!" All at once she stopped. "Now turn her back!" exclaimed the old man, tearing his white hair. "My child! Meg! Turn her back! Great Father, turn her back!" In her own scanty shawl she wrapped the baby warm. With her fevered hand she smoothed its limbs, composed its face, arranged its mean attire. In her wasted arms she folded it, as though she never would resign it more, and with her dry lips kissed it in a final pang and last long agony of love. Putting its tiny hand up to her neck, and holding it there, within her dress, next to her distracted heart, she set its sleeping face against her, closely, steadily against her, and sped onward to the river. to the rolling river, swift and dim, where winter night sat brooding like the last dark thoughts of many who had sought a refuge there before her, where scattered lights upon the banks gleamed sullen, red, and dull, as torches that were burning there, to show the way to death, where no abode of living people cast its shadow on the deep, impenetrable, melancholy shade. To the river, to that portal of eternity, her desperate footsteps tended with the swiftness of its rapid waters running to the sea. He tried to touch her as she passed him, going down to its dark level, but the wild distempered form, the fierce and terrible love, the desperation that had left all human check on hold behind, swept by him like the wind. He followed her. She paused a moment on the brink, before the dreadful plunge. He fell down on his knees, and in a shriek addressed the figures in the bells now hovering above them. "I have learnt it!" cried the old man. "From the creature dearest to my heart! Oh, save her! Save her!" He could wind his fingers in her dress, could hold it. As the words escaped his lips, he felt his sense of touch return, and knew that he detained her. The figures looked down steadfastly upon him. "I have learnt it!" cried the old man. "Oh, have mercy on me in this hour, if in my love for her so young and good, I slandered nature in the breasts of mothers rendered desperate. Pity my presumption, wickedness, and ignorance, and save her!" He felt his hold relaxing. They were silent still. "Have mercy on her!" he exclaimed. "As one in whom this dreadful crime had sprung from love perverted, from the strongest, deepest love we fallen creatures know. Think what her misery must have been when such seed bears such fruit. Heaven meant her to be good. There is no living mother on the earth who might not come to this if such a life had gone before. Oh, have mercy on my child, who even at this pass means mercy to her own, and dies herself, and perils her immortal soul to save it." She was in his arms. He held her now. His strength was like a giant's. "I see the spirit of the Chimes among you," cried the old man, singling out the child and speaking in some inspiration which their looks conveyed to him. "I know that our inheritance is held in store for us by time. I know there is a sea of time to rise one day, before which all who wrong us or oppress us will be swept away like leaves. I see it on the flow. I know that we must trust and hope, and neither doubt ourselves nor doubt the good in one another. I have learnt it from the creature dearest to my heart. I clasp her in my arms again. O spirits merciful and good, I take your lesson to my breast along with her. O spirits merciful and good, I am grateful." He might have said more, but the bells, the old familiar bells, his own dear, constant, steady friends, the Chimes, began to ring the joy peals for a new year, so lustily, so merrily, so happily, so gaily, that he leapt upon his feet, and broke the spell that bound him. "And whatever you do, father," said Meg, "don't eat tripe again, without asking some doctor whether it's likely to agree with you. For how you have been going on! Good gracious!" She was working with her needle at the little table by the fire, dressing her simple gown with ribbons for her wedding. So quietly happy, so blooming and youthful, so full of beautiful promise, that he uttered a great cry as if it were an angel in his house, then flew to clasp her in his arms. But he caught his feet in the newspaper which had fallen on the hearth, and somebody came rushing in between them. "No," cried the voice of this same somebody, a generous and jolly voice it was. "Not even you, not even you. The first kiss of Meg in the new year is mine. Mine. I have been waiting outside the house this hour to hear the bells and claim it. Meg, my precious prize, a happy year. A life of happy years. My darling wife." And Richard smothered her with kisses. You never in all your life saw anything like Trotty after this. I don't care where you have lived, or what you have seen, you never in all your life saw anything at all approaching him. He sat down in his chair, and beat his knees, and cried. He sat down in his chair, and beat his knees, and laughed. He sat down in his chair, and beat his knees, and laughed and cried together. He got out of his chair and hugged Meg. He got out of his chair and hugged Richard. He got out of his chair and hugged them both at once. He kept running up to Meg and squeezing her fresh face between his hands and kissing it, going from her backwards not to lose sight of it, and running up again like a figure in a magic lantern, and whatever he did, he was constantly sitting himself down in his chair and never stopping in it for one single moment, being, that's the truth, beside himself with joy. "And to-morrow's your wedding day, my pet," cried Trotty. "Your real happy wedding day." "To-day!" cried Richard, shaking hands with him. "To-day! The chimes are ringing in the New Year. Hear them!" They were ringing. Bless their sturdy hearts, they were ringing. Great bells as they were, melodious, deep-mouthed, noble bells, cast in no common metal, made by no common founder. When had they ever chimed like that before? "But to-day, my pet," said Trotty, "you and Richard had some words to-day." "Because he's such a bad fellow, father," said Meg. "Aren't you, Richard? Such a headstrong, violent man. He'd have made no more of speaking his mind to that great alderman and putting him down, I don't know where, than he would of—" "Kissing Meg," suggested Richard. "Doing it too." "No, not a bit more," said Meg. "But I wouldn't let him, father. Where would have been the use?" "Richard, my boy," cried Trotty, "you was turned up trumps originally, and trumps you must be till you die. But you were crying by the fire to-night, my pet, when I came home. Why did you cry by the fire?" "I was thinking of the years we've passed together, father, only that, and thinking that you might miss me and be lonely." Trotty was backing off to that extraordinary chair again, when the child, who had been awakened by the noise, came running in, half dressed. "Why, here she is!" cried Trotty, catching her up. "Here's little Lilian! Ha, ha, ha! Here we are, and here we go! Oh, here we are, and here we go again! And here we are, and here we go! And Uncle Will too!" stopping in his trot to greet him heartily. "Oh, Uncle Will, the vision that I've had to-night through lodging you! Oh, Uncle Will, the obligations that you've laid me under by your coming, my good friend!" Before Will Fern could make the least reply, a band of music burst into the room, attended by a lot of neighbours, screaming, "A happy wedding! Many of 'em!" and other fragmentary good wishes of that sort. The drum, who was a private friend of Trotty's, then stepped forward and said, "Trotty Veck, my boy, it's got about that your daughter is going to be married to-morrow. There ain't a soul that knows you don't wish you well, or that knows her and don't wish her well, or that knows you both and don't wish you both all the happiness the new year can bring. And here we are to play it in and dance it in accordingly." Which was received with a general shout. The drum was rather drunk, by the by, but never mind. "What a happiness it is, I'm sure," said Trotty, "to be so esteemed. How kind and neighbourly you are! It's all along of my dear daughter. She deserves it." They were ready for a dance in half a second, Meg and Richard at the top, and the drum was on the very brink of feathering away with all his power, when a combination of prodigious sounds was heard outside, and a good-humoured comely woman of some 50 years of age or thereabouts came running in, attended by a man bearing a stone pitcher of terrific size, and closely followed by the marrow-bones and cleavers and the bells, not the bells, but a portable collection on a frame. Trotty said, "It's Mrs Chickenstalker," and sat down and beat his knees again. "Married and not tell me, Meg!" cried the good woman. "Never! I couldn't rest on the last night of the old year without coming to wish you joy. I couldn't have done it, Meg, not if I'd been bedridden. So here I am, and as it's New Year's Eve, and the eve of your wedding too, my dear, I had a little flip made, and brought it with me." Mrs Chickenstalker's notion of a little flip did honour to her character. The pitcher steamed and smoked and reeked like a volcano, and the man who had carried it was faint. "Mrs Tugby," said Trotty, who had been going round and round her in an ecstasy, "I should say, Chickenstalker, bless your heart and soul, a happy New Year and many of 'em. Mrs Tugby," said Trotty, when he had saluted her, "I should say, Chickenstalker, this is William Fern and Lilian." The worthy dame, to his surprise, turned very pale and very red. "Not Lilian Fern, whose mother died in Dorsetshire?" said she. Her uncle answered, "Yes," and meeting hastily, they exchanged some hurried words together, of which the upshot was, that Mrs Chickenstalker shook him by both hands, saluted Trotty on his cheek again of her own free will, and took the child to her capricious breast. "Will Fern," said Trotty, pulling on his right hand muffler, Not the friend you were hoping to find?" "Ay," returned Will, putting a hand on each of Trotty's shoulders, "and like to prove almost as good a friend as that can be as one I've found." "Oh!" said Trotter. "Please to play up there. Will you have the goodness?" To the music of the band and the bells, the marrow bones and cleavers all at once, and while the chimes were yet in lusty operation out of doors, Trotty, making Meg and Richard second couple, led off Mrs. Chickenstalker down the dance, and danced it in a step unknown before or since, founded on his own peculiar trot. Had Trotty dreamed? Or are his joys and sorrows, and the actors in them, but a dream? Himself a dream? The teller of this tale a dreamer, waking but now? If it be so, O listener, dear to him in all his visions, try to bear in mind the stern realities from which these shadows come, and in your sphere (none is too wide, and none too limited for such an end) endeavour to correct, improve, and soften them. So may the New Year be a happy one to you, happy to many more whose happiness depends on you. So may each year be happier than the last, and not the meanest of our brethren or sisterhood debarred their rightful share in what our great Creator formed them to enjoy. End of chapter 4 of the Chimes. End of section 9 of Dickens' Christmas Books. Dickens' Christmas Books, Section 10. The Cricket on the Hearth, Chapter 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. The Cricket on the Hearth, A Fairy Tale of Home, by Charles Dickens. To Lord Jeffrey, this little story is inscribed with the affection and attachment of his friend, the author. December 1845. Chapter 1. Chirp the First. The kettle began it. Don't tell me what Mrs. Peerybingle said. I know better. Mrs. Peerybingle may leave it on record to the end of time that she couldn't say which of them began it, but I say the kettle did. I ought to know, I hope. The kettle began it full 5 minutes by the little waxy faced Dutch clock in the corner, before the cricket uttered a chirp. As if the clock hadn't finished striking, and the convulsive little haymaker at the top of it, jerking away right and left with a scythe in front of a Moorish palace, hadn't mowed down half an acre of imaginary grass before the cricket joined in at all. Why, I am not naturally positive. Everyone knows that. I wouldn't set my own opinion against the opinion of Mrs. Peerybingle, unless I were quite sure on any account whatever. Nothing should induce me. But this is a question of fact. And the fact is that the kettle began it, at least 5 minutes before the cricket gave any sign of its being in existence. Contradict me, and I'll say 10. Let me narrate exactly how it happened. I should have proceeded to do so in my very first word, but for this plain consideration. If I am to tell a story, I must begin at the beginning, and how is it possible to begin at the beginning without beginning at the kettle? It appeared as if there were a sort of match, or trial of skill, you must understand, between the kettle and the cricket. And this is what led to it, and how it came about. Mrs. Peerybingle, going out into the raw twilight, and clicking over the wet stones in a pair of pattens that worked innumerable rough impressions on the first proposition in Euclid all about the yard, Mrs. Peerybingle filled the kettle at the water butt. Presently returning, less the patterns, and a good deal less, for they were tall and Mrs. Peerybingle was but short, she sat the kettle on the fire. In doing which she lost her temper, or mislaid it for an instant, for the water being uncomfortably cold, and in that slippery, slushy, sleety sort of state wherein it seems to penetrate through every kind of substance, pattern rings included, had laid hold of Mrs. Peerybingle's toes, and even splashed her legs. And when we'd rather plume ourselves, with reason too, upon our legs, and keep ourselves particularly neat in point of stockings, we find this, for the moment, hard to bear. Besides, the kettle was aggravating and obstinate. It wouldn't allow itself to be adjusted on the top bar. It wouldn't hear of accommodating itself kindly to the knobs of coal. It would lean forward with a drunken air, and dribble, a very idiot of a kettle on the hearth. It was quarrelsome, and hissed and spluttered morosely at the fire. To sum up all, the lid, resisting Mrs. Peerybingle's fingers, first of all turned topsy-turvy, and then, with an ingenious pertinency deserving of a better cause, dived sideways in, down to the very bottom of the kettle; and the hull of the Royal George has never made half the monstrous resistance to coming out of the water, which the lid of that kettle employed against Mrs. Peerybingle before she got it up again. It looked sullen and pig-headed enough even then, carrying its handle with an air of defiance, and cocking its spout pertly and mockingly at Mrs. Peerybingle, as if it said, "I won't boil. Nothing shall induce me." But Mrs. Peerybingle, with restored good humour, dusted her chubby little hands against each other, and sat down before the kettle, laughing. Meantime the jolly blaze uprose and fell, flashing and gleaming on the little Haymaker at the top of the Dutch clock, until one might have thought he stood stock still before the Moorish palace, and nothing was in motion but the flame. He was on the move, however, and had his spasms, 2 to the second, all right and regular; but his sufferings when the clock was going to strike were frightful to behold; and when a cuckoo looked out of a trapped door in the palace, and gave note 6 times, it shook him, each time, like a spectral voice, or like a something wiry plucking at his legs. It was not until a violent commotion and a whirring noise among the weights and ropes below him had quite subsided, that this terrified Haymaker became himself again. Nor was he startled without reason, for these rattling bony skeletons of clocks are very disconcerting in their operation, and I wonder very much how any set of men, but most of all how Dutchmen, can have a liking to invent them. There is a popular belief that Dutchmen love broad cases and much clothing for their own lower selves, and they might know better than to leave their clocks so very lank and unprotected, surely. Now it was, you observe, that the kettle began to spend the evening. Now it was that the kettle, growing mellow and musical, began to have irrepressible gurglings in its throat, and to indulge in short vocal snorts, which it checked in the bud as if it hadn't quite made up its mind yet to be good company. Now it was, that after 2 or 3 such vain attempts to stifle its convivial sentiments, it threw off all moroseness, all reserve, and burst into a stream of song so cosy and hilarious, as never maudlin nightingale yet formed the least idea of. So plain too! Bless you, you might have understood it like a book; better than some books you and I could name, perhaps. With its warm breath gushing forth in a light cloud which merrily and gracefully ascended a few feet, then hung about the chimney corner as its own domestic heaven, it trolled its song with that strong energy of cheerfulness, that its iron body hummed and stirred upon the fire, and the lid itself, the recently rebellious lid, such is the influence of a bright example, performed a sort of jig, and clattered like a deaf and dumb young cymbal that had never known the use of its twin brother. That this song of the kettles was a song of invitation and welcome to somebody out of doors, to somebody at that moment coming on towards the smug small home and the crisp fire, there is no doubt whatever. Mrs. Peerybingle knew it perfectly as she sat musing before the hearth. "It's a dark night," sang the kettle, "and the rotten leaves are lying by the way, and above all is mist and darkness, and below all is mire and clay, and there's only one relief in all the sad and murky air, and I don't know that it is one, for it's nothing but a glare, of deep and angry crimson, where the sun and wind together set a brand upon the clouds for being guilty of such weather, and the widest open country is a long dull streak of black, and there's hoar frost on the finger post, and thaw upon the track, and the ice it isn't water, and the water isn't free, and you couldn't say that anything is what it ought to be. But he's coming, coming, coming." And here, if you like, the cricket did chime in, with a chirrup, chirrup, chirrup of such magnitude, by way of chorus, with a voice so astoundingly disproportionate to its size, as compared with the kettle size, you couldn't see it, that if it had then and there burst itself like an overcharged gun, if it had fallen a victim on the spot, and chirruped its little body into 50 pieces, it would have seemed a natural and inevitable consequence, for which it had expressly laboured. The kettle had had the last of its solo performance. It persevered with undiminished ardour, but the cricket took first fiddle and kept it. Good heaven, how it chirped! Its shrill, sharp, piercing voice resounded through the house, and seemed to twinkle in the outer darkness like a star. There was an indescribable little trill and tremble in it, at its loudest, which suggested its being carried off its legs, and made to leap again by its own intense enthusiasm. Yet they went very well together, the cricket and the kettle. The burden of the song was still the same, and louder, louder, louder still, they sang it in their emulation. The fair little listener, for fair she was, and young, though something of what is called the dumpling shape, but I don't myself object to that, lighted a candle, glanced at the haymaker on the top of the clock, who was getting in a pretty average crop of minutes, and looked out of the window, where she saw nothing, owing to the darkness, but her own face imaged in the glass. And my opinion is, and so would yours have been, that she might have looked a long way, and seen nothing half so agreeable. When she came back, and sat in her former seat, the cricket and the kettle were still keeping it up with a perfect fury of competition, the kettle's weak side clearly being that he didn't know when he was beat. There was all the excitement of a race about it. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Cricket a mile ahead. Hum, hum, hum. Kettle making play in the distance like a great top. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Cricket round the corner. Hum, hum, hum. Kettle sticking to him in his own way, no idea of giving in. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Cricket fresher than ever. Hum, hum, hum. Kettle slow and steady. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Cricket going in to finish him. Hum, hum, hum. Kettle not to be finished. Until at last they got so jumbled together in the hurry-scurry, helter-skelter of the match, that whether the kettle chirped and the cricket hummed, or the cricket chirped and the kettle hummed, or they both chirped and both hummed, it would have taken a clearer head than yours or mine to have decided with anything like certainty. But of this there is no doubt, that the kettle and the cricket, at one and the same moment, and by some power of amalgamation best known to themselves, sent each his fireside song of comfort streaming into a ray of the candle that shone out through the window and a long way down the lane. And this light bursting on a certain person, who on the instant approached towards it through the gloom, expressed the whole thing to him, literally in a twinkling, and cried, "Welcome home, old fellow! Welcome home, my boy!" This end attained, the kettle, being dead beat, boiled over, and was taken off the fire. Mrs. Peerybingle then went running to the door, where, what with the wheels of a cart, the tramp of a horse, the voice of a man, the tearing in and out of an excited dog, and the surprising and mysterious appearance of a baby, there was soon the very what's-his-name to pay. Where the baby came from, or how Mrs. Peerybingle got hold of it in that flash of time, I don't know. But a live baby there was, in Mrs. Peerybingle's arm, and a pretty tolerant amount of pride she seemed to have in it, when she was drawn gently to the fire by a sturdy figure of a man much taller and much older than herself, who had to stoop a long way down to kiss her. But she was worth the trouble. 6 foot 6 with the lumbago might have done it. "Oh goodness, John," said Mrs. P., "what a state you are in with the weather!" He was something the worse for it, undeniably. The thick mist hung in clots upon his eyelashes like candied thaw, and between the fog and fire together, there were rainbows in his very whiskers. "Why, you see, Dot," John made answer, slowly, as he unrolled a shawl from about his throat, and warmed his hands, "it ain't exactly summer weather, so no wonder. I wish you wouldn't call me Dot, John. I don't like it," said Mrs. Peerybingle, pouting in a way that clearly showed she did like it very much. "Why, what else are you?" returned John, looking down upon her with a smile, and giving her waist a light squeeze as his huge hand and arm could give. "A Dot and," here he glanced at the baby, "a Dot and Carry. I won't say it, for fear I should spoil it, but I was very near a joke. I don't know as ever I was nearer." He was often near to something or other very clever, by his own account, this lumbering, slow, honest John, this John so heavy but so light of spirit, so rough upon the surface, but so gentle at the core, so dull without, so quick within, so stolid but so good. O Mother Nature, give thy children the true poetry of heart that hid itself in this poor carrier's breast. He was but a carrier, by the way. and we can bear to have them talking prose, and leading lives of prose, and bear to bless thee for their company. It was pleasant to see Dot with her little figure and her baby in her arms, a very doll of a baby, glancing with a coquettish thoughtfulness at the fire, and inclining her delicate little head just enough on one side to let it rest in an odd, half natural, half affected, wholly nestling and agreeable manner, or the great rugged feature of the carrier. It was pleasant to see him with his tender awkwardness endeavouring to adapt his rude support to her slight need, and make his burly middle age a leaning staff not inappropriate to her blooming youth. It was pleasant to observe how Tilly Slowboy, waiting in the background for the baby, took special cognizance, though in her earliest teens, of this grouping, and stood with her mouth and eyes wide open, and her head thrust forward, taking it in as if it were air. Nor was it less agreeable to observe how John the carrier, reference being made by Dot to the aforesaid baby, checked his hand when on the point of touching the infant, as if he thought he might crack it, and bending down surveyed it from a safe distance, with a kind of puzzled pride, such as an amiable mastiff might be supposed to show, if he found himself one day the father of a young canary. "Ain't he beautiful, John? Don't he look precious in his sleep?" "Very precious," said John, "very much so. He generally is asleep, an't he?" "Lord, John, good gracious, no." "Oh," said John, pondering, "I thought his eyes was generally shut. Hallo! Goodness, John, how you startled one!" "It ain't right for him to turn him up in that way," said the astonished carrier, "is it? See how he's winking with both of 'em at once! And look at his mouth! Why, he's gasping like a gold and silver fish." "You don't deserve to be a father, you don't," said Dot, with all the dignity of an experienced matron. "But how should you know what little complaints children are troubled with, John? You wouldn't so much as know their names, you stupid fellow." And when she had turned the baby over on her left arm, and had slapped its back as a restorative, she pinched her husband's ear, laughing. "No," said John, pulling off his outer coat. "It's very true, Dot. I don't know much about it. I only know that I've been fighting pretty stiffly with the wind to-night. It's been blowing north east straight into the cart the whole way home." "Poor old man, so it has!" cried Mrs. Peerybingle, instantly becoming very active. "Here, take this precious darling, Tilly, while I make myself of some use. Bless it, I could smother it with kissing, I could. Hi then, good dog! Hi, Boxer boy! Only let me make the tea first, John, and then I'll help you with the parcels, like a busy bee. How doth the little, and the rest of it, you know, John. Did you ever learn how doth the little when you went to school, John?" "Not to quite know it," John returned. "I was very near it once, but I should only have spoilt it, I dare say." "Ha ha!" laughed Dot. She had the blithest little laugh you ever heard. "What a dear old darling of a dunce you are, John, to be sure!" Not at all disputing this position, John went out to see that the boy with the lantern, which had been dancing to and fro before the door and window, like a will of the wisp, took due care of the horse, who was fatter than you would quite believe, if I gave you his measure, and so old that his birthday was lost in the mists of antiquity. Boxer, feeling that his attentions were due to the family in general, and must be impartially distributed, dashed in and out with bewildering inconstancy, now describing a circle of short barks round the house, where he was being rubbed down at the stable door, now feigning to make savage rushes at his mistress, and facetiously bringing himself to sudden stops, now eliciting a shriek from Tilly Slowboy, in the low nursing chair near the fire, by the unexpected application of his moist nose to her countenance, now exhibiting an obtrusive interest in the baby, now going round and round upon the hearth, and lying down as if he had established himself for the night, now getting up again, and taking that nothing of a fag end of a tail of his out into the weather, as if he had just remembered an appointment, and was off at a round trot to keep it. "There's the teapot, ready on the hob," said Dot, as briskly busy as a child at play at keeping house. "And there's the old knuckle of ham, and there's the butter, and there's the crusty loaf and all. Here's the clothes basket for the small parcels, John, if you've got any there. Where are you, John? Don't let the dear child fall under the grate, Tilly, whatever you do." It may be noted of Miss Slowboy, in spite of her rejecting the caution with some vivacity, that she had a rare and surprising talent for getting this baby into difficulties, and had several times imperilled its short life in a quiet way peculiarly her own. She was of a spare and straight shape, this young lady, insomuch that her garments appeared to be in constant danger of sliding off those sharp pegs, her shoulders, on which they were loosely hung. Her costume was remarkable for the partial development on all possible occasions of some flannel vestment of a singular structure, also for affording glimpses in the region of the back of a corset, or pair of stays, in colour a dead green. Being always in a state of gaping admiration at everything, and absorbed besides in the perpetual contemplations of her mistress's perfections and the baby's, Miss Slowboy, in her little errors of judgment, may be said to have done equal honour to her head and to her heart; and though these did less honour to the baby's head, which they were the occasional means of bringing into contact with deal doors, dressers, stair rails, bed posts, and other foreign substances, still they were the honest results of Tilly Slowboy's constant astonishment at finding herself so kindly treated, and installed in such a comfortable home. For the maternal and paternal Slowboy were alike unknown to fame, and Tilly had been bred by public charity, a foundling; which word, though only differing from fondling by one vowel's length, is very different in meaning, and expresses quite another thing. To have seen little Mrs. Peerybingle come back with her husband, tugging at the clothes basket, and making the most strenuous exertions to do nothing at all, for he carried it, would have amused you almost as much as it amused him. It may have entertained the cricket too, for anything I know, but certainly it now began to chirp again vehemently. "Heyday!" said John, in his slow way. "It's merrier than ever to-night, I think. And it's sure to bring us good fortune, John. It always has done so. To have a cricket on the hearth is the luckiest thing in all the world." John looked at her as if he had very nearly got the thought into his head that she was his cricket in chief, and he quite agreed with her. But it was probably one of his narrow escapes, for he said nothing. "The first time I heard its cheerful little note, John, was on that night when you brought me home, when you brought me to my new home here, its little mistress, nearly a year ago. You recollect, John?" Oh yes, John remembered. I should think so. "Its chirp was such a welcome to me. It seemed so full of promise and encouragement. It seemed to say you would be kind and gentle with me, and would not expect—I had a fear of that, John, then—to find an old head on the shoulders of your foolish little wife." John thoughtfully patted one of the shoulders, and then the head, as though he would have said no, no. He had had no such expectation. He had been quite content to take them as they were, and really he had reason. They were very comely. "It spoke the truth, John, when it seemed to say so, for you have ever been, I am sure, the best, most considerate, most affectionate of husbands to me. This has been a happy home, John, and I love the cricket for its sake." "Why, so do I, then," said the carrier. "So do I, Dot." "I love it for the many times I have heard it, and the many thoughts its harmless music has given me. Sometimes, in the twilight, when I have felt a little solitary and downhearted, John, before baby was here to keep me company and make the house gay, when I thought how lonely you would be if I should die, how lonely I should be if I could know that you had lost me, dear, its chirp, chirp, chirp upon the hearth has seemed to tell me of another little voice, so sweet and so very dear to me, before whose coming sound my trouble vanished like a dream. And when I used to fear—I did fear once, John, I was very young, you know—that ours might prove to be an ill-assorted marriage, I being such a child, and you more like my guardian than my husband, and that you might not, however hard you tried, be able to learn to love me as you hoped and prayed you might, its chirp, chirp, chirp has cheered me up again, and filled me with new trust and confidence. I was thinking of these things to-night, dear, when I sat expecting you, and I love the cricket for their sake." "And so do I," repeated John. "But, Dot, I hope and pray that I might learn to love you. How you talk! I had learned that long before I brought you here to be the cricket's little mistress, Dot." She laid her hand an instant on his arm, and looked up at him with an agitated face, as if she would have told him something. Next moment she was down upon her knees before the basket, speaking in a sprightly voice, and busy with the parcels. "There are not many of them to-night, John, but I saw some goods behind the cart just now, and though they give more trouble, perhaps, still they pay us well, so we have no reason to grumble, have we? Besides, you have been delivering, I dare say, as you came along." "Oh yes," said John, "a good many." "Why, what's this round box? Hearts alive, John, it's a wedding cake!" "Leave a woman alone to find out that," said John, admiringly. "Now a man would never have thought of it. Whereas it's my belief that if you was to pack a wedding cake up in a tea chest, or a turn up bedstead, or a pickled salmon keg, or any unlikely thing, a woman would be sure to find it out directly. Yes, I called for it at the pastrycook's." "And it weighs I don't know what, whole hundredweights!" cried Dot, making a great demonstration of trying to lift it. "Whose is it, John? Where is it going?" "Read the writing on the other side," said John. "Why, John! My goodness, John!" "Ah! Who'd have thought it?" John returned. "You never mean to say," pursued Dot, sitting on the floor and shaking her head at him, "that it's Gruff and Tackleton, the toy maker?" John nodded. Mrs. Peerybingle nodded also, 50 times at least, not in assent, in dumb and pitying amazement, screwing up her lips the while with all their little force (they were never made for screwing up, I am clear of that), and looking the good carrier through and through in her abstraction. Miss Slowboy, in the meantime, who had a mechanical power of reproducing scraps of current conversation for the delectation of the baby, and with all the sense struck out of them, and all the nouns changed into the plural number, inquired aloud of that young creature, was it Gruff's and Tackleton's the toy makers then, or would it call at pastrycooks for wedding cakes, and did its mothers know the boxes when its fathers brought them homes, and so on. "And this is really to come about!" said Dot. "Why, she and I were girls at school together, John." He might have been thinking of her, or nearly thinking of her, perhaps, as she was in that same school time. He looked upon her with a thoughtful pleasure, but he made no answer. "And he's as old, as unlike her. Why, how many years older than you is Gruff and Tackleton, John?" "How many more cups of tea shall I drink again tonight at one setting, than Gruff and Tackleton ever took in four, I wonder?" replied John good humouredly, as he drew a chair to the round table, and began the cold ham. "As to eating, I eat but little, but that little I enjoy, Dot." Even this, his usual sentiment at meal time, in one of his innocent delusions (for his appetite was always obstinate and flatly contradicted him), awoke no smile in the face of his little wife, who stood among the parcels, pushing the cake box slowly from her with her foot, and never once looked, though her eyes were cast down too, upon the dainty shoes she generally was so mindful of. Absorbed in thought, she stood there, heedless alike of the tea and John, although he called to her and rapped the table with his knife to startle her, until he rose and touched her on the arm, when she looked at him for a moment, and hurried to her place behind the tea board, laughing at her negligence. But not as she had laughed before. The manner and the music were quite changed. The cricket, too, had stopped. Somehow the room was not so cheerful as it had been. Nothing like it. "So these are all the parcels, are they, John?" she said, breaking a long silence, which the honest carrier had devoted to the practical illustration of one part of his favourite sentiment, certainly enjoying what he ate, if it couldn't be admitted that he ate but little. "So these are all the parcels, are they, John?" "That's all," said John. "Why, no, laying down his knife and fork, and taking a long breath, "I declare, I've clean forgotten the old gentleman." "The old gentleman?" "In the cart," said John. "He was asleep among the straw the last time I saw him. I very nearly remembered him twice since I came in, but he went out of my head again. Hallo! You hip there? Rouse up! That's me hearty." John said these latter words outside the door, whither he had hurried with the candle in his hand. Miss Slowboy, conscious of some mysterious reference to the old gentleman, and connecting in her mystified imagination certain associations of a religious nature with the phrase, was so disturbed, that hastily rising from the low chair by the fire to seek protection near the skirts of her mistress, and coming into contact as she crossed the doorway with an ancient stranger, she instinctively made a charge or butt at him with the only offensive instrument within her reach. This instrument happening to be the baby, great commotion and alarm ensued, which the sagacity of Boxer rather tended to increase, for that good dog, more thoughtful than its master, had, it seemed, been watching the old gentleman in his sleep, lest he should walk off with a few young poplar trees that were tied up behind the cart, and he still attended on him very closely, worrying his gaiters in fact, and making dead sets at the buttons. "You're such an undeniably good sleeper, sir," said John, when tranquillity was restored (in the meantime the old gentleman had stood bareheaded and motionless in the centre of the room), "that I have half a mind to ask you where the other 6 are, only that would be a joke, and I know I should spoil it. Very near though," murmured the carrier with a chuckle, "very near." The stranger, who had long white hair, good features, singularly bold and well defined for an old man, and dark bright penetrating eyes, looked round with a smile, and saluted the carrier's wife by gravely inclining his head. His garb was very quaint and old, a long, long way behind the time. Its hue was brown all over. In his hand he held a great brown club or walking stick, and striking this upon the floor it fell asunder and became a chair, on which he sat down quite composedly. "There," said the carrier, turning to his wife, "that's the way I found him, sitting by the roadside, upright as a milestone, and almost as deaf." "Sitting in the open air, John?" "In the open air," replied the carrier, "just at dusk. 'Carriage paid,' he said, and gave me 18 pence. Then he got in, and there he is. He's going, John, I think?" "Not at all. He was only going to speak." "If you please, I was to be left till called for," said the stranger mildly. "Don't mind me." With that, he took a pair of spectacles from one of his large pockets, and a book from another, and leisurely began to read, making no more of Boxer than if he had been a house lamb. The carrier and his wife exchanged a look of perplexity. The stranger raised his head, and glancing from the latter to the former, said, "Your daughter, my good friend?" "Wife," returned John. "Niece?" said the stranger. "Wife," returned John. "Indeed," observed the stranger. "Surely. Very young." He quietly turned over and resumed his reading. But before he could have read 2 lines, he again interrupted himself to say, "Baby yours?" John gave him a gigantic nod, equivalent to an answer in the affirmative, delivered through a speaking trumpet. "Girl?" "Boy!" roared John. "Also very young, eh?" Mrs. Peerybingle instantly struck in. "2 months and 3 days. Vaccinated just 6 weeks ago. Took very finely. Considered by the doctor a remarkably beautiful child. Equal to the general run of children at 5 months old. Takes notice in a way quite wonderful. May seem impossible to you, but feels his legs already." Here the breathless little mother, who had been shrieking these short sentences into the old man's ear until her pretty face was crimsoned, held up the baby before him as a stubborn and triumphant fact, while Tilly Slowboy, with a melodious cry of "Catcher, catcher," which sounded like some unknown words, adapted to a popular sneeze, performed some cow-like gambols round that all unconscious innocent. "Hark! He's called for, sure enough," said John. "There's somebody at the door. Open it, Tilly." Before she could reach it, however, it was opened from without, being a primitive sort of door with a latch that any one could lift if he chose, and a good many people did choose, for all kinds of neighbours liked to have a cheerful word or two with the carrier, though he was no great talker himself. Being opened, it gave admission to a little meagre, thoughtful, dingy faced man, who seemed to have made himself a greatcoat from the sackcloth covering of some old box, for when he turned to shut the door and keep the weather out, he disclosed upon the back of that garment the inscription G and T in large black capitals, also the word glass in bold characters. "Good evening, John," said the little man. "Good evening, Mum. Good evening, Tilly. Good evening, unbeknown. How's baby, Mum? Boxer's pretty well, I hope?" "All thriving, Caleb," replied Dot. "I'm sure you only need look at the dear child, for one, to know that."
"And I'm sure I need only look at you for another," said Caleb.
He didn't look at her though. He had a wandering and thoughtful eye which seemed to be always projecting itself into some other time and place, no matter what he said, a description which will equally apply to his voice.
"Or at John for another," said Caleb. "Or at Tilly, as far as that goes. Or certainly at Boxer."
"Busy just now, Caleb?" asked the carrier.
"Why, pretty well, John," he returned, with the distraught air of a man who was casting about for the philosopher's stone at least. "Pretty much so. There's rather a run on Noah's Arks at present. I could have wished to improve upon the family, but I don't see how it's to be done at the price. It would have been a satisfaction to one's mind to make it clearer which was Shems and Hams, and which was wives. Flies ain't on that scale neither, as compared with elephants, you know. Ah, well! Have you got anything in the parcel line for me, John?"
The carrier put his hand into a pocket of the coat he had taken off, and brought out, carefully preserved in moss and paper, a tiny flower pot. "There it is," he said, adjusting it with great care. "Not so much as a leaf damaged, full of buds." Caleb's dull eye brightened as he took it, and thanked him.
"Dear Caleb," said the carrier, "very dear at this season." "Never mind that. It would be cheap to me, whatever it cost," returned the little man. "Anything else, John?"
"A small box," replied the carrier. "Here you are."
"For Caleb Plummer," said the little man, spelling out the direction. "With cash. With cash, John. I don't think it's for me."
"With care," returned the carrier, looking over his shoulder. "Where do you make out cash?"
"Oh, to be sure," said Caleb. "It's all right. With care. Yes, yes, that's mine. It might have been with cash indeed, if my dear boy in the golden South Americas had lived, John. You loved him like a son, didn't you? You needn't say you did. I know, of course. Caleb Plummer, with care. Yes, yes, it's all right. It's a box of doll's eyes from my daughter's work. I wish it was her own sight in a box, John."
"I wish it was, or could be," cried the carrier.
"Thank'ee," said the little man. "You speak very hearty. To think that she should never see the dolls, and them a staring at her so bold all day long. That's where it cuts. What's the damage, John?"
"I'll damage you," said John, "if you inquire. Dot very near?"
"Well, it's like you to say so," observed the little man. "It's your kind way. Let me see. I think that's all."
"I think not," said the carrier. "Try again."
"Something for our governor, eh?" said Caleb, after pondering a little while. "To be sure. That's what I came for, but my head's so running on them Arks and things. He hasn't been here, has he?"
"Not he," returned the carrier. "He's too busy courting."
"He's coming round though," said Caleb, "for he told me to keep on the near side of the road going home, and it was 10 to 1 he'd take me up. I had better go, by the by. You couldn't have the goodness to let me pinch Boxer's tail, mum, for half a moment, could you?"
"Why, Caleb, what a question!"
"Oh, never mind, mum," said the little man. "He mightn't like it, perhaps. There's a small order just come in for barking dogs, and I should wish to go as close to nature as I could for sixpence. That's all. Never mind, mum."
It happened opportunely that Boxer, without receiving the proposed stimulus, began to bark with great zeal. But as this implied the approach of some new visitor, Caleb, postponing his study from the life to a more convenient season, shouldered the round box and took a hurried leave. He might have spared himself the trouble, for he met the visitor upon the threshold. "Oh, you are here, are you? Wait a bit, I'll take you home. John Peerybingle, my service to you. More of my service to your pretty wife. Handsomer every day. Better too, if possible. And younger," mused the speaker in a low voice. "That's the devil of it." "I should be astonished at your paying compliments, Mr. Tackleton," said Dot, but not with the best grace in the world, "but for your condition." "You know all about it, then?"
"I have got myself to believe it, somehow," said Dot.
"After a hard struggle, I suppose?"
"Very."
Tackleton, the toy merchant, pretty generally known as Gruff and Tackleton, for that was the firm, though Gruff had been bought out long ago, only leaving his name, and as some said his nature, according to its dictionary meaning, in the business. Tackleton, the toy merchant, was a man whose vocation had been quite misunderstood by his parents and guardians. If they had made him a money lender, or a sharp attorney, or a sheriff's officer, or a broker, he might have sown his discontented oats in his youth, and after having the full run of himself in ill-natured transactions, might have turned out amiable at last for the sake of a little freshness and novelty. But cramped and chafing in the peaceable pursuit of toy-making, he was a domestic ogre, who had been living on children all his life, and was their implacable enemy. He despised all toys, wouldn't have bought one for the world, delighted in his malice to insinuate grim expressions into the faces of brown paper farmers who drove pigs to market, bellmen who advertised lost lawyers' consciences, movable old ladies who darned stockings or carved pies, and other like samples of his stock and trade. In appalling masks, hideous hairy red-eyed jacks in boxes, vampire kites, demoniacal tumblers who wouldn't lie down, and were perpetually flying forward, to stare infants out of countenance, his soul perfectly revelled. They were his only relief and safety valve. He was great in such inventions. Anything suggestive of a pony nightmare was delicious to him. He had even lost money, and he took to that toy very kindly, by getting up goblin slides for magic lanterns, whereon the powers of darkness were depicted as a sort of supernatural shellfish with human faces. In intensifying the portraiture of giants, he had sunk quite a little capital, and though no painter himself, he could indicate, for the instruction of his artists, with a piece of chalk, a certain furtive lair for the countenances of those monsters, which was safe to destroy the peace of mind of any young gentleman between the ages of 6 and 11, for the whole Christmas or midsummer vacation. What he was in toys, he was, as most men are, in other things. You may easily suppose, therefore, that within the great green cape which reached down to the calves of his legs, there was buttoned up to the chin an uncommonly pleasant fellow, and that he was about as choice a spirit and as agreeable a companion as ever stood in a pair of bull-headed looking boots with mahogany-coloured tops. Still, Tackleton the toy merchant was going to be married. In spite of all this, he was going to be married. And to a young wife too. A beautiful young wife. He didn't look much like a bridegroom as he stood in the carrier's kitchen, with a twist in his dry face, and a screw in his body, and his hat jerked over the bridge of his nose, and his hands tucked down into the bottoms of his pockets, and his whole sarcastic ill-conditioned self peering out of one little corner of one little eye, like the concentrated essence of any number of ravens. But a bridegroom he designed to be. "In 3 days' time, next Thursday, the last day of the first month of the year, that's my wedding day," said Tackleton. Did I mention that he had always one eye wide open, and one eye nearly shut, and that the one eye nearly shut was always the expressive eye? I don't think I did. "That's my wedding day," said Tackleton, rattling his money. "Why, it's our wedding day too!" exclaimed the carrier. "Ha ha!" laughed Tackleton. "Odd! You're just such another couple. Just." The indignation of Dot at this presumptuous assertion is not to be described. What next? His imagination would compass the possibility of just such another baby, perhaps. The man was mad. "I say, a word with you," murmured Tackleton, nudging the carrier with his elbow, and taking him a little apart. "You'll come to the wedding? We're in the same boat, you know." "How in the same boat?" inquired the carrier. "A little disparity, you know," said Tackleton, with another nudge. "Come and spend an evening with us beforehand." "Why?" demanded John, astonished at this pressing hospitality. "Why?" returned the other. "That's a new way of receiving an invitation. Why, for pleasure. Sociability, you know, and all that." "I thought you were never sociable," said John, in his plain way. "Tchah! It's of no use to be anything but free with you, I see," said Tackleton. "Well, then, the truth is, you have what tea-drinking people call a sort of comfortable appearance together, you and your wife. We know better, you know, but—" "No, we don't know better," interposed John. "What are you talking about?"
Well, we don't know better then, said Tackleton. We'll agree that we don't. As you like. What does it matter? I was going to say, as you have that sort of appearance, your company will produce a favourable effect on Mrs. Tackleton that will be. And though I don't think your good lady's very friendly to me in this matter, still she can't help herself from falling into my views, for there's a compactness and coziness of appearance about her that always tells, even in an indifferent case. You'll say you'll come? We have arranged to keep our wedding day, as far as that goes, at home, said John. We have made the promise to ourselves these 6 months. We think, you see, that home— Bah! What's home? cried Tackleton. 4 walls and a ceiling. Why don't you kill that cricket? I would. I always do. I hate their noise. There are 4 walls and a ceiling in my house. Come to me. You kill your crickets, eh? said John. Scrunch 'em, sir, returned the other, setting his heel heavily on the floor. You'll say you'll come? It's as much your interest as mine, you know, that the women should persuade each other that they're quiet and contented and couldn't be better off. I know their way. Whatever one woman says, another woman is determined to clinch always. That's the spirit of emulation among 'em, sir, that if your wife says to my wife, I'm the happiest woman in the world, and mine's the best husband in the world, and I dote on him, my wife will say the same to yours, or more, and half believe it. Do you mean to say she don't, then? asked the carrier. Don't? cried Tackleton, with a short, sharp laugh. Don't what? The carrier had some faint idea of adding, dote upon you, but happening to meet the half-closed eye as it twinkled upon him over the turned-up collar of the cape, was within an ace of poking it out. He felt it such an unlikely part and parcel of anything to be doted on, that he substituted, that she don't believe it? Ah, you dog, you're joking, said Tackleton. But the carrier, though slow to understand the full drift of his meaning, eyed him in such a serious manner that he was obliged to be a little more explanatory. I have the humour, said Tackleton, holding up the fingers of his left hand and tapping the forefinger to imply, there I am, Tackleton, to wit. I have the humour, sir, to marry a young wife and a pretty wife. Here he rapped his little finger to express the bride, not sparingly but sharply, with a sense of power. I'm able to gratify that humour, and I do. It's my whim. But now look there. He pointed to where Dot was sitting, thoughtfully, before the fire, leaning her dimpled chin upon her hand, and watching the bright blaze. The carrier looked at her, and then at him, and then at her, and then at him again. She honours and obeys, no doubt, you know, said Tackleton, and that, as I am not a man of sentiment, is quite enough for me. But do you think there's anything more in it? I think, observed the carrier, that I should chuck any man out of window who said there wasn't. Exactly so, returned the other, with an unusual alacrity of assent. To be sure, doubtless you would, of course, I'm certain of it. Good night, pleasant dreams. The carrier was puzzled, and made uncomfortable and uncertain in spite of himself. He couldn't help showing it in his manner. Good night, my dear friend, said Tackleton, compassionately. I'm off. We're exactly alike in reality, I see. You won't give us to-morrow evening? Well, next day you go out visiting, I know. I'll meet you there, and bring my wife that is to be. It'll do her good. You're agreeable? Thank'ee. What's that? It was a loud cry from the carrier's wife, a loud, sharp, sudden cry that made the room ring like a glass vessel. She had risen from her seat, and stood like one transfixed by terror and surprise. The stranger had advanced towards the fire to warm himself, and stood within a short stride of her chair, but quite still. "Dot!" cried the carrier. "Mary! Darling! What's the matter?" They were all about her in a moment. Caleb, who had been dozing on the cake-box, in the first imperfect recovery of his suspended presence of mind, seized Miss Slowboy by the hair of her head, but immediately apologized. "Mary!" exclaimed the carrier, supporting her in her arms. "Are you ill? What is it? Tell me, dear." She only answered by beating her hands together, and falling into a wild fit of laughter. Then, sinking from his grasp upon the ground, she covered her face with her apron, and wept bitterly. And then she laughed again, and then she cried again, and then she said how cold it was, and suffered him to lead her to the fire, where she sat down as before, the old man standing, as before, quite still.
"I'm better, John," she said. "I'm quite well now. John!" But John was on the other side of her. Why turn her face towards the strange old gentleman, as if addressing him? Was her brain wandering? "Only a fancy, John dear. A kind of shock. A something coming suddenly before my eyes. I don't know what it was. It's quite gone, quite gone."
"I'm glad it's gone," muttered Tackleton, turning the expressive eye all round the room. "I wonder where it's gone, and what it was. Caleb, come here. Who's that with the grey hair?"
"I don't know, sir," returned Caleb in a whisper. "Never see him before in all my life. A beautiful figure for a nutcracker, quite a new model, with a screw jaw opening down into his waistcoat. He'd be lovely."
"Not ugly enough," said Tackleton.
"Or for a firebox either," observed Caleb in deep contemplation. "What a model! Unscrew his head to put the matches in, turn him heels up'ards for the light, and what a firebox for a gentleman's mantelshelf, just as he stands!"
"Not half ugly enough," said Tackleton. "Nothing in him at all. Come! Bring that box. All right now, I hope?"
"Oh, quite gone, quite gone," said the little woman, waving him hurriedly away. "Good night."
"Good night," said Tackleton. "Good night, John Peerybingle. Take care how you carry that box, Caleb. Let it fall, and I'll murder you. Dark as pitch, and weather worse than ever, eh? Good night."
So, with another sharp look round the room, he went out at the door, followed by Caleb with the wedding cake on his head. The carrier had been so much astounded by his little wife, and so busily engaged in soothing and tending her, that he had scarcely been conscious of the stranger's presence until now, when he again stood there, their only guest. "He don't belong to them, you see," said John. "I must give him a hint to go." "I beg your pardon, friend," said the old gentleman, advancing to him, "the more so, as I fear your wife has not been well. But the attendant whom my infirmity," he touched his ears and shook his head, "renders almost indispensable, not having arrived. I fear there must be some mistake. The bad night which made the shelter of your comfortable cart (may I never have a worse!) so acceptable, is still as bad as ever. Would you, in your kindness, suffer me to rent a bed here?"
"Yes, yes," cried Dot. "Certainly."
"Oh!" said the carrier, surprised by the rapidity of this consent.
"Well, I don't object. But still I'm not quite sure that—" "Hush!" he interrupted.
"Dear John!"
"Why, he's stone deaf," urged John.
"I know he is, but yes, sir, certainly. Yes, certainly. I'll make him up a bed directly, John." As she hurried off to do it, the flutter of her spirits and the agitation of her manner were so strange that the carrier stood looking after her, quite confounded. "Did its mother's make it up a beds then?" cried Miss Slowboy to the baby. "And did its hair grow brown and curly when its caps was lifted off and frighten it, a precious pets a sitting by the fires?" With that unaccountable attraction of the mind to trifles, which is often incidental to a state of doubt and confusion, the carrier, as he walked slowly to and fro, found himself mentally repeating even these absurd words many times; so many times that he got them by heart, and was still conning them over and over like a lesson, when Tilly, after administering as much friction to the little bald head with her hand as she thought wholesome, according to the practice of nurses, had once more tied the baby's cap on. "And frighten it, a precious pets a sitting by the fires! What frightened Dot, I wonder?" mused the carrier, pacing to and fro. He scouted from his heart the insinuations of the toy merchant, and yet they filled him with a vague, indefinite uneasiness. For Tackleton was quick and sly, and he had that painful sense himself of being a man of slow perception, that a broken hint was always worrying to him. He certainly had no intention in his mind of linking anything that Tackleton had said with the unusual conduct of his wife, but the two subjects of reflection came into his mind together, and he could not keep them asunder. The bed was soon made ready, and the visitor, declining all refreshment but a cup of tea, retired. Then Dot, quite well again, she said, quite well again, arranged the great chair in the chimney corner for her husband, filled his pipe and gave it him, and took her usual little stool beside him on the hearth. She always would sit on that little stool. I think she must have had a kind of notion that it was a coaxing, wheedling little stool. She was, out and out, the very best filler of a pipe, I should say, in the four corners of the globe. To see her put that chubby little finger in the bowl, and then blow down the pipe to clear the tube, and when she had done so, affect to think that there was really something in the tube, and blow a dozen times, and hold it to her eye like a telescope, with a most provoking twist in her capital little face as she looked down it, was quite a brilliant thing. As to the tobacco, she was perfect mistress of the subject, and her lighting of the pipe with a wisp of paper, when the carrier had it in his mouth, going so very near his nose, and yet not scorching it, was art, high art. And the cricket and the kettle, turning up again, acknowledged it. The bright fire blazing up again, acknowledged it. The little mower on the clock, in his unheeded work, acknowledged it. The carrier in his smoothing forehead and expanding face acknowledged it, the readiest of all. And as he soberly and thoughtfully puffed at his old pipe, and as the Dutch clock ticked, and as the red fire gleamed, and as the cricket chirped, that genius of his hearth and home, for such the cricket was, came out in fairy shape into the room, and summoned many forms of home about him. Dots of all ages and all sizes filled the chamber. Dots who were merry children running on before him gathering flowers in the fields. Coy Dots half shrinking from, half yielding to, the pleading of his own rough image. Newly married Dots alighting at the door, and taking wondering possession of the household keys. Motherly little Dots attended by fictitious Slowboys, bearing babies to be christened. Matronly Dots, still young and blooming, watching Dots of daughters as they danced at rustic balls, fat Dots encircling and beset by troops of rosy grandchildren, withered Dots who leaned on sticks and tottered as they crept along. Old carriers, too, appeared, with blind old boxers lying at their feet, and newer carts with younger drivers, periwinkle brothers on the tilt, and sick old carriers, tended by the gentlest hands, and graves of dead and gone old carriers, green in the churchyard. And as the cricket showed him all these things, he saw them plainly, though his eyes were fixed upon the fire. The carrier's heart grew light and happy, and he thanked his household gods with all his might, and cared no more for Gruff and Tackleton than you do. But what was that young figure of a man, which the same fairy cricket set so near her stool, and which remained there singly and alone? Why did it linger still so near her, with its arm upon the chimney-piece, ever repeating, "Married, and not to me"? O Dot! O failing Dot! There is no place for it in all your husband's visions. Why has its shadow fallen upon his hearth? End of chapter 1 of The Cricket on the Hearth. End of section 10 of Dickens' Christmas Books. Dickens' Christmas Books, Section 11. The Cricket on the Hearth, Chapter 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. The Cricket on the Hearth, by Charles Dickens, Chapter 2, Chirp the Second. Caleb Plummer and his blind daughter lived all alone by themselves, as the story-books say. And my blessing with yours to back it, I hope, on the story-books, for saying anything in this work-a-day world. Caleb Plummer and his blind daughter lived all alone by themselves in a little cracked nutshell of a wooden house, which was in truth no better than a pimple on the prominent red brick nose of Gruff and Tackleton. The premises of Gruff and Tackleton were the great feature of the street, but you might have knocked down Caleb Plummer's dwelling with a hammer or two, and carried off the pieces in a cart. If any one had done the dwelling house of Caleb Plummer the honour to miss it after such an inroad, it would have been, no doubt, to commend its demolition as a vast improvement. It stuck to the premises of Gruff and Tackleton like a barnacle to a ship's keel, or a snail to a door, or a little bunch of toadstools to the stem of a tree. But it was the germ from which the full-grown trunk of Gruff and Tackleton had sprung, and under its crazy roof the Gruff before last had in a small way made toys for a generation of old boys and girls who had played with them and found them out and broken them and gone to sleep. I have said that Caleb and his poor blind daughter lived here. I should have said that Caleb lived here, and his poor blind daughter somewhere else, in an enchanted home of Caleb's furnishing, where scarcity and shabbiness were not and trouble never entered. Caleb was no sorcerer, but in the only magic art that still remains to us, the magic of devoted deathless love, Nature had been the mistress of his study, and from her teaching all the wonder came. The blind girl never knew the ceilings were discoloured, walls blotched and bare of plaster here and there, high crevices unstopped and widening every day, beams mouldering and tending downward. The blind girl never knew that iron was rusting, wood rotting, paper peeling off, the size and shape the true proportion of the dwelling withering away. The blind girl never knew that ugly shapes of delphin earthenware were on the board, that sorrow and faint-heartedness were in the house, that Caleb's scanty hairs were turning greyer and more grey before her sightless face. The blind girl never knew they had a master, cold, exacting, and uninterested, never knew that Tackleton was Tackleton, in short, but lived in the belief of an eccentric humourist who loved to have his jest with them, and who, while he was the guardian angel of their lives, disdained to hear one word of thankfulness. And all was Caleb's doing, all the doing of her simple father. But he too had a cricket on his hearth, and listening sadly to its music when the motherless blind child was very young, that spirit had inspired him with the thought that even her great deprivation might be almost changed into a blessing, and the girl made happy by these little means. For all the cricket tribe are potent spirits, even though the people who hold converse with them do not know it, which is frequently the case. And there are not in the unseen world voices more gentle and more true, that may be so implicitly relied on, or that are so certain to give none but tenderest counsel, as the voices in which the spirits of the fireside and the hearth address themselves to humankind. Caleb and his daughter were at work together in their usual working-room, which served them for their ordinary living-room as well, and a strange place it was. There were houses in it, finished and unfinished, for dolls of all stations in life; suburban tenements for dolls of moderate means; kitchens and single apartments for dolls of the lower classes; capital town residences for dolls of high estate. Some of these establishments were already furnished according to estimate, with a view to the convenience of dolls of limited income. Others could be fitted on the most expensive scale at a moment's notice, from whole shelves of chairs and tables, sofas, bedsteads, and upholstery. The nobility and gentry and public in general, for whose accommodation these tenements were designed, lay here and there in baskets staring straight up at the ceiling, but in denoting their degrees in society, and confining them to their respective stations, which experience shows to be lamentably difficult in real life, the makers of these dolls had far improved on Nature, who is often froward and perverse; for they, not resting on such arbitrary marks as satin, cotton print, and bits of rag, had superadded striking personal differences which allowed of no mistake. Thus the doll lady of distinction had wax limbs of perfect symmetry, but only she and her compeers; the next grade in the social scale being made of leather, and the next of coarse linen stuff. As to the common people, they had just so many matches out of tinder boxes for their arms and legs, and there they were, established in their sphere at once, beyond the possibility of getting out of it. There were various other samples of his handicraft besides dolls in Caleb Plummer's room. There were Noah's Arks, in which the birds and beasts were an uncommonly tight fit, I assure you, though they could be crammed in anyhow at the roof and rattled and shaken into the smallest compass. By a bold poetic licence, most of these Noah's Arks had knockers on the doors, inconsistent appendages perhaps, as suggestive of morning callers and a postman, yet a pleasant finish to the outside of the building. There were scores of melancholy little carts, which, when the wheels went round, performed most doleful music. Many small fiddles, drums, and other instruments of torture, no end of cannon, shields, swords, spears, and guns. There were little tumblers in red breeches, incessantly swarming up high obstacles of red tape, and coming down head first on the other side; and there were innumerable old gentlemen of respectable, not to say venerable, appearance, insanely flying over horizontal pegs, inserted for the purpose in their own street doors. There were beasts of all sorts, horses in particular of every breed, from the spotted barrel on 4 pegs, with a small tippet for a mane, to the thoroughbred rocker on his highest mettle. As it would have been hard to count the dozens upon dozens of grotesque figures that were ever ready to commit all sorts of absurdities on the turning of a handle, so it would have been no easy task to mention any human folly, vice, or weakness, that had not its type, immediate or remote, in Caleb Plummer's room. And not in an exaggerated form, for very little handles will move men and women to as strange performances as any toy was ever made to undertake. In the midst of all these objects, Caleb and his daughter sat at work. The blind girl busy as a doll's dressmaker; Caleb painting and glazing the 4-pair front of a desirable family mansion. The care imprinted in the lines on Caleb's face, and his absorbed and dreamy manner, which would have sat well on some alchemist or abstruse student, were at first sight an odd contrast to his occupation and the trivialities about him. But trivial things, invented and pursued for bread, become very serious matters of fact; and apart from this consideration, I am not at all prepared to say myself, that if Caleb had been a Lord Chamberlain, or a Member of Parliament, or a lawyer, or even a great speculator, he would have dealt in toys not one whit less whimsical, while I have a very great doubt whether they would have been as harmless. "So you were out in the rain last night, father, in your beautiful new greatcoat?" said Caleb's daughter. "In my beautiful new greatcoat," answered Caleb, glancing towards a clothesline in the room, on which the sackcloth garment previously described was carefully hung up to dry. "How glad I am you bought it, father." "And of such a tailor too," said Caleb. "Quite a fashionable tailor. It's too good for me." The blind girl rested from her work, and laughed with delight. "Too good, father! What can be too good for you?" "I'm half ashamed to wear it, though," said Caleb, watching the effect of what he said upon her brightening face. "Upon my word! When I hear the boys and people say behind me, 'Holla, here's a swell!' I don't know which way to look. And when the beggar wouldn't go away last night, and when I said I was a very common man, said, 'No, your honour, bless your honour, don't say that,' I was quite ashamed. I really felt as if I hadn't a right to wear it." Happy blind girl, how merry she was in her exultation! "I see you, father," she said, clasping her hands, "as plainly as if I had the eyes I never want when you are with me. A blue coat—" "Bright blue," said Caleb. "Yes, yes, bright blue," said the blind girl, laughing heartily. "And in it, you, dear father, with your merry eye, your smiling face, your free step, and your dark hair, looking so young and handsome." "Hallo, hallo!" said Caleb. "I shall be vain presently." "I think you are already," cried the blind girl, pointing at him in her glee. "I know you, father. Ha, ha, ha! I've found you out, you see." How different the picture in her mind from Caleb as he sat observing her! She had spoken of his free step. She was right in that. For years and years he had never once crossed the threshold at his own slow pace, but with a footfall counterfeited for her ear; and never had he, when his heart was heaviest, forgotten the light tread that was to render hers so cheerful and courageous. Heaven knows. But I think Caleb's vague bewilderment of manner may have half originated in his having confused himself about himself and everything about him, for the love of his blind daughter. How could the little man be otherwise than bewildered, after labouring for so many years to destroy his own identity, and that of all the objects that had any bearing on it? "There we are," said Caleb, falling back a pace or two to form the better judgment of his work. "As near the real thing as sixpenn'orth of halfpence is to sixpence. What a pity that the whole front of the house opens at once! If there was only a staircase in it now, and regular doors to the room to go in at! But that's the worst of my calling. I'm always deluding myself and swindling myself." "You are speaking quite softly. You are not tired, father?" "Tired!" echoed Caleb, with a great burst of animation. "What should tire me, Bertha? I was never tired. What does it mean?" To give the greater force to his words, he checked himself in an involuntary imitation of two half-lane stretching and yawning figures on the mantel-shelf, who were represented as in one eternal state of weariness from the waist upwards, and hummed a fragment of a song. It was a bacchanalian song, something about a sparkling bowl. He sang it with an assumption of a devil-may-care voice, that made his face 1,000 times more meagre and more thoughtful than ever. "What! You're singing, are you?" said Tackleton, putting his head in at the door. "Go it! I can't sing." Nobody would have suspected him of it. He hadn't what is generally termed a singing face, by any means. "I can't afford to sing," said Tackleton. "I'm glad you can. I hope you can afford to work too. Hardly time for both, I should think." "If you could only see him, Bertha, how he's winking at me!" whispered Caleb. "Such a man to joke! You'd think, if you didn't know him, he was in earnest, wouldn't you now?" The blind girl smiled and nodded. "The bird that can sing and won't sing, must be made to sing, they say," grumbled Tackleton. "What about the owl that can't sing, and oughtn't to sing, and will sing? Is there anything that he should be made to do?" "The extent to which he's winking at this moment," whispered Caleb to his daughter. "Oh my gracious!" "Always merry and light-hearted with us," cried the smiling Bertha. "Oh, you're there, are you?" answered Tackleton. "Poor idiot!" He really did believe that she was an idiot, and he founded the belief, I can't say whether consciously or not, upon her being fond of him. "Well, and being there, how are you?" said Tackleton, in his grudging way. "Oh, well, quite well, and as happy as even you can wish me to be. As happy as you would make the whole world, if you could." "Poor idiot!" muttered Tackleton. "No gleam of reason. Not a gleam." The blind girl took his hand and kissed it, held it for a moment in her own two hands, and laid her cheek against it tenderly, before releasing it. There was such unspeakable affection and such fervent gratitude in the act, that Tackleton himself was moved to say, in a milder growl than usual, "What's the matter now?" "I stood it close beside my pillow when I went to sleep last night, and remember it in my dreams. And when the day broke, and the glorious red sun—" "The red sun, father?"
"Red in the mornings and in the evenings, Bertha," said poor Caleb, with a woeful glance at his employer.
"When it rose, and the bright light I almost feared to strike myself against in walking, came into the room, I turned the little tree towards it, and blessed Heaven for making things so precious, and blessed you for sending them to cheer me."
"Bedlam broke loose," said Tackleton, under his breath. "We shall arrive at the strait waistcoat and muffler soon. We're getting on."
Caleb, with his hands hooked loosely in each other, stared vacantly before him while his daughter spoke, as if he really were uncertain (I believe he was) whether Tackleton had done anything to deserve her thanks or not. If he could have been a perfectly free agent, as that moment required on pain of death to kick the toy maker or fall at his feet according to his merits, I believe it would have been an even chance which course he would have taken. Yet Caleb knew that with his own hands he had brought the little rose tree home for her, so carefully, and that with his own lips he had forged the innocent deception which should help to keep her from suspecting how much, how very much, he every day denied himself that she might be the happier.
"Bertha," said Tackleton, assuming for the nonce a little cordiality, "come here."
"Oh, I can come straight to you. You needn't guide me," she rejoined.
"Shall I tell you a secret, Bertha?"
"If you will," she answered eagerly. How bright the darkened face! how adorned with light the listening head!
This is the day on which little what's-her-name, the spoilt child Perrybingle's wife, pays her regular visit to you. Makes her fantastic picnic here, ain't it?" said Tackleton, with a strong expression of distaste for the whole concern.
Yes, replied Bertha, this is the day.
"I thought so," said Tackleton. "I should like to join the party."
Do you hear that, father? Cried the blind girl in an ecstasy.
"Yes, yes, I hear it," murmured Caleb, with the fixed look of a sleep walker, "but I don't believe it. It's one of my lies, I've no doubt. You see, I want to bring the Perrybingles a little more into company with May Fielding," said Tackleton. "I am going to be married to May."
Married! Cried the blind girl, starting from him.
"She's a confounded idiot," muttered Tackleton, "that I was afraid she'd never comprehend me. Ah, Bertha! Married! Church parson, clerk, beadle, glass coach, bells, breakfast, bride cake, favours, marrow bones, cleavers, and all the rest of the tomfoolery. A wedding, you know, a wedding. Don't you know what a wedding is?"
I know, replied the blind girl, in a gentle tone. I understand.
"Do you?" muttered Tackleton. "It's more than I expected. Well, on that account I want you to join the party, and to bring May and her mother. I'll send in a little something or other before the afternoon. A cold leg of mutton, or some comfortable trifle of that sort. You'll expect me?"
Yes, she answered. She had drooped her head and turned away, and so stood with her hands crossed, musing.
"I don't think you will," muttered Tackleton, looking at her, "for you seem to have forgotten all about it already. Caleb!"
I may venture to say I'm here, I suppose, thought Caleb.
"Sir?"
Take care she don't forget what I've been saying to her.
"She never forgets,"
returned Caleb. It's one of the few things she ain't clever in.
"Every man thinks his own geese swans," observed the toy merchant with a shrug. "Poor devil!"
Having delivered himself of which remark, with infinite contempt, old Gruff and Tackleton withdrew. Bertha remained where he had left her, lost in meditation. The gaiety had vanished from her downcast face, and it was very sad. 3 or 4 times she shook her head, as if bewailing some remembrance or some loss, but her sorrowful reflections found no vent in words. It was not until Caleb had been occupied some time in yoking a team of horses to a waggon by the summary process of nailing the harness to the vital parts of their bodies, that she drew near to his working stool, and sitting down beside him, said, "Father, I am lonely in the dark. I want my eyes, my patient, willing eyes."
"Here they are," said Caleb, "always ready. They are more yours than mine, Bertha, any hour in the 24. What shall your eyes do for you, my dear?"
"Look round the room, father."
"All right," said Caleb. "No sooner said than done, Bertha.
"Tell me about it."
"It's much the same as usual," said Caleb. "Homely, but very snug. The gay colours on the walls, the bright flowers on the plates and dishes, the shining wood where there are beams or panels, the general cheerfulness and neatness of the building, make it very pretty."
Cheerful and neat it was, wherever Bertha's hands could busy themselves; but nowhere else were cheerfulness and neatness possible in the old crazy shed which Caleb's fancy so transformed. "You have your working dress on, and are not so gallant as when you wear the handsome coat," said Bertha, touching him.
"Not quite so gallant," answered Caleb. "Pretty brisk, though."
"Father," said the blind girl, drawing close to his side, and stealing one arm round his neck, "tell me something about May. She is very fair?"
"She is indeed," said Caleb.
And she was indeed. It was a rare thing to Caleb not to have to draw on his invention. "Her hair is dark," said Bertha, pensively, "darker than mine. Her voice is sweet and musical, I know. I have often loved to hear it. Her shape—"
"There's not a doll in all the room to equal it," said Caleb.
"And her eyes—" He stopped, for Bertha had drawn closer round his neck, and from the arm that clung about him came a warning pressure which he understood too well. He coughed a moment, hammered for a moment, and then fell back upon the song about the sparkling bowl, his infallible resource in all such difficulties. "Our friend, father, our benefactor. I am never tired, you know, of hearing about him. "Now, was I ever?" she said hastily. "Of course not," answered Caleb, "and with reason." "Ah, with how much reason!" cried the blind girl, with such fervency that Caleb, though his motives were so pure, could not endure to meet her face, but dropped his eyes, as if she could have read in them his innocent deceit. "Then tell me again about him, dear father," said Bertha, "many times again. His face is benevolent, kind, and tender. Honest and true, I am sure it is. The manly heart that tries to cloak all favours with a show of roughness and unwillingness, beats in its every look and glance." "And makes it noble," added Caleb in his quiet desperation. "And makes it noble," cried the blind girl. "He is older than May, father." "Yes," said Caleb reluctantly, "he is a little older than May, but that don't signify." "Oh, father, yes! To be his patient companion in infirmity and age, to be his gentle nurse in sickness, and his constant friend in suffering and sorrow, to know no weariness in working for his sake, to watch him, tend him, sit beside his bed, and talk to him awake, and pray for him asleep, what privileges these would be! What opportunities for proving all her truth and devotion to him! Would she do all this, dear father?" "No doubt of it," said Caleb. "I love her, father. I can love her from my very soul!" exclaimed the blind girl. And saying so, she laid her poor blind face on Caleb's shoulder, and so wept and wept, that he was almost sorry to have brought that tearful happiness upon her. In the meantime, there had been a pretty sharp commotion at John Peerybingle's, for little Mrs. Peerybingle naturally couldn't think of going anywhere without the baby, and to get the baby under way took time. Not that there was much of the baby, speaking of it as a thing of weight and measure, but there was a vast deal to do about and about it, and it all had to be done by easy stages. For instance, when the baby was got, by hook and by crook, to a certain point of dressing, and you might have rationally supposed that another touch or two would finish him off, and turn him out a tip-top baby challenging the world, he was unexpectedly extinguished in a flannel cap, and hustled off to bed, where he simmered, so to speak, between two blankets for the best part of an hour. From this state of inaction, he was then recalled, shining very much and roaring violently, to partake of—well, I would rather say, if you'll permit me to speak generally, of a slight repast. After which, he went to sleep again. Mrs. Peerybingle took advantage of this interval to make herself as smart in a small way as ever you saw anybody in all your life, and, during the same short truce, Miss Slowboy insinuated herself into a spencer of a fashion so surprising and ingenious, that it had no connection with herself or anything else in the universe, but was a shrunken, dog's-eared, independent fact, pursuing its lonely course without the least regard to anybody. By this time, the baby, being all alive again, was invested, by the united efforts of Mrs. Peerybingle and Miss Slowboy, with a cream-coloured mantle for its body, and a sort of Nanking raised pie for its head, and so in course of time they all three got down to the door, where the old horse had already taken more than the full value of his day's toll out of the turnpike trust by tearing up the road with his impatient autographs, and whence Boxer might be dimly seen in the remote perspective, standing looking back, and tempting him to come on without orders. As to a chair, or anything of that kind, for helping Mrs. Peerybingle into the cart, you know very little of John, if you think that was necessary. Before you could have seen him lift her from the ground, there she was in her place, fresh and rosy, saying, "John, how can you think of Tilly!" If I might be allowed to mention a young lady's legs on any terms, I would observe of Miss Slowboy's that there was a fatality about them which rendered them singularly liable to be grazed, and that she never effected the smallest ascent or descent without recording the circumstance upon them with a notch, as Robinson Crusoe marked the days upon his wooden calendar. But as this might be considered ungenteel, I'll think of it. "John, you've got the basket with the veal and ham pie and things, and bottles of beer?" said Dot. "If you haven't, you must turn round again this very minute."
"You're a nice little article," returned the carrier, "to be talking about turning round after keeping me a full quarter of an hour behind my time."
"I am sorry for it, John," said Dot, in a great bustle, "but I really could not think of going to Bertha's. I would not do it, John, on any account, without the veal and ham pie and things, and the bottles of beer. Way!" This monosyllable was addressed to the horse, who didn't mind it at all. "Oh, do weigh, John," said Mrs. Peerybingle, "please."
"It'll be time enough to do that," returned John, "when I begin to leave things behind me. The basket's here, safe enough."
"What a hard-hearted monster you must be, John, not to have said so at once, and saved me such a turn. I declared I wouldn't go to Bertha's without the veal and ham pie and things, and the bottles of beer, for any money. Regularly once a fortnight ever since we have been married, John, have we made our little picnic there. If anything was to go wrong with it, I should almost think we were never to be lucky again."
"It was a kind thought in the first instance," said the carrier, "and I honour you for it, little woman."
"My dear John," replied Dot, turning very red, "don't think about honouring me. Good gracious!"
"By the by," observed the carrier, "that old gentleman—"
again so visibly and instantly embarrassed.
"He's an odd fish," said the carrier, looking straight along the road before them. "I can't make him out. I don't believe there's any harm in him."
"None at all. I'm sure there's none at all."
"Yes," said the carrier, with his eyes attracted to her face by the great earnestness of her manner. "I'm glad you feel so certain of it, because it's a confirmation to me. It's curious that he should have taken it into his head to ask leave to go on lodging with us, ain't it? Things come about so strangely."
"So very strangely," she rejoined, in a low voice, scarcely audible.
"However, he's a good-natured old gentleman," said John, "and pays as a gentleman, and I think his word is to be relied upon, like a gentleman's. I had quite a long talk with him this morning. He can hear me better already, he says, as he gets more used to my voice. He told me a great deal about himself, and I told him a great deal about myself, and a rare lot of questions he asked me. I gave him information about my having two beats, you know, and my business. One day to the right from our house and back again, another day to the left from our house and back again, for he's a stranger and don't know the names of places about here, and he seemed quite pleased. 'Why then I shall be returning home to-night your ways,' he says, 'when I thought you'd be coming in an exactly opposite direction. That's capital. I may trouble you for another lift perhaps, but I'll engage not to fall so sound asleep again.' He was sound asleep, surely. Dot, what are you thinking of?"
"Thinking of, John? I was listening to you."
"Oh, that's all right," said the honest carrier. "I was afraid, from the look of your face, that I'd gone rambling on so long as to set you thinking about something else. I was very near it, I'll be bound."
Dot making no reply, they jogged on for some little time in silence. But it was not easy to remain silent very long in John Peerybingle's cart, for everybody on the road had something to say, though it might only be "How are you?" and indeed it was very often nothing else. Still, to give that back again in the right spirit of cordiality required not merely a nod and a smile, but as wholesome an action of the lungs withal as a long-winded parliamentary speech. Sometimes passengers on foot or horseback plodded on a little way beside the cart, for the express purpose of having a chat, and then there was a great deal to be said on both sides. Then Boxer gave occasion to more good-natured recognitions of, and by, the carrier than a half-dozen Christians could have done. Everybody knew him all along the road, especially the fowls and pigs, who, when they saw him approaching, with his body all on one side, and his ears pricked up inquisitively, and that knob of a tail making the most of itself in the air, immediately withdrew into remote back settlements, without waiting for the honour of a nearer acquaintance. He had business everywhere, going down all the turnings, looking into all the wells, bolting in and out of all the cottages, dashing into the midst of all the dames' schools, fluttering all the pigeons, magnifying the tails of all the cats, and trotting into the public houses like a regular customer. Wherever he went, somebody or other might have been heard to cry, "Hallo! Here's Boxer!" and out came that somebody forthwith, accompanied by at least two or three other somebodies, to give John Peerybingle and his pretty wife good day. The packages and parcels for the errand cart were numerous, and there were many stoppages to take them in and give them out, which were not by any means the worst parts of the journey. Some people were so full of expectation about their parcels, and other people were so full of wonder about their parcels, and other people were so full of inexhaustible directions about their parcels, and John had such a lively interest in all the parcels, that it was as good as a play. Likewise, there were articles to carry which required to be considered and discussed, and in reference to the adjustment and disposition of which, councils had to be holden by the carrier and the senders, at which Boxer usually assisted in short fits of the closest attention, and long fits of tearing round and round the assembled sages and barking himself hoarse. Of all these little incidents, Dot was the amused and open-eyed spectatress from her chair in the cart, and as she sat there looking on, a charming little portrait framed to admiration by the tilt, there was no lack of nudgings and glancings and whisperings and envyings among the younger men, and this delighted John the carrier beyond measure, for he was proud to have his little wife admired, knowing that she didn't mind it, that if anything she rather liked it perhaps. The trip was a little foggy, to be sure, in the January weather, and was raw and cold, but who cared for such trifles? Not Dot, decidedly. Not Tilly Slowboy, for she deemed sitting in a cart on any terms to be the highest point of human joys, the crowning circumstance of earthly hopes. Not the baby, I'll be sworn, for it's not in baby nature to be warmer or more sound asleep, though its capacity is great in both respects, than that blessed young Periwinkle was, all the way. You couldn't see very far in the fog, of course, but you could see a great deal. It's astonishing how much you may see in a thicker fog than that, if you will only take the trouble to look for it. Why, even to sit watching for the fairy rings in the fields, and the patches of hoar frost still lingering in the shade, near hedges and by trees, was a pleasant occupation, to make no mention of the unexpected shapes in which the trees themselves came starting out of the mist and glided into it again. The hedges were tangled and bare, and waved a multitude of blighted garlands in the winds, but there was no discouragement in this. It was agreeable to contemplate, for it made the fireside warmer in possession, and the summer greener in expectancy. The river looked chilly, but it was in motion, and moving at a good pace, which was a great point. The canal was rather slow and torpid, that must be admitted. Never mind. It would freeze the sooner when the frost set fairly in, and then there would be skating and sliding, and the heavy old barges, frozen up somewhere near a wharf, would smoke their rusty iron chimney pipes all day, and have a lazy time of it. In one place there was a great mound of weeds or stubble burning, and they watched the fire, so white in the daytime, flaring through the fog with only here and there a dash of red in it, until, in consequence, as she observed, of the smoke getting up her nose, Miss Slowboy choked. She could do anything of that sort on the smallest provocation, and woke the baby and wouldn't go to sleep again. But Boxer, who was in advance some quarter of a mile or so, had already passed the outposts of the town, and gained the corner of the street where Caleb and his daughter lived, and long before they had reached the door, he and the blind girl were on the pavement waiting to receive them. Boxer, by the way, made certain delicate distinctions of his own in his communication with Bertha, which persuade me fully that he knew her to be blind. He never sought to attract her attention by looking at her, as he often did with other people, but touched her invariably. What experience he could ever have had of blind people or blind dogs, I don't know. He had never lived with a blind master, nor had Mr. Boxer the elder, nor Mrs. Boxer, nor any of his respectable family on either side, ever been visited with blindness that I am aware of. He may have found it out for himself, perhaps, but he had got hold of it somehow, and therefore he had hold of Bertha too by the skirt, and kept hold until Mrs. Periwinkle and the baby and Miss Slowboy and the basket were all got safely within doors. May Fielding was already come, and so was her mother, a little querulous chip of an old lady with a peevish face, who, in right of having preserved a waist like a bedpost, was supposed to be a more transcendent figure, and who, in consequence of having once been better off, or of labouring under an impression that she might have been, if something had happened which never did happen, and seemed to have never been particularly likely to come to pass, but it's all the same, was very genteel and patronising indeed. Gruff and Tackleton was also there, doing the agreeable, with the evident sensation of being as perfectly at home, and as unquestionably in his own element, as a fresh young salmon on the top of the Great Pyramid. "May, my dear old friend!" cried Dot, running up to meet her. "What a happiness to see you!" Her old friend was, to the full, as hearty and as glad as she. And it really was, if you'll believe me, quite a pleasant sight to see them embrace. Tackleton was a man of taste beyond all question. May was very pretty. You know sometimes, when you are used to a pretty face, how, when it comes into contact and comparison with another pretty face, it seems for the moment to be homely and faded, and hardly to deserve the high opinion you have had of it. Now this was not at all the case, either with Dot or May, for May's face set off Dot's, and Dot's face set off May's, so naturally and agreeably, that, as John Peerybingle was very near saying when he came into the room, they ought to have been born sisters, which was the only improvement you could have suggested. Tackleton had brought his leg of mutton, and, wonderful to relate, a tart besides. But we don't mind a little dissipation when our brides are in the case. We don't get married every day. And in addition to these dainties, there were the veal and ham pie and things, as Mrs. Peerybingle called them, which were chiefly nuts and oranges and cakes and such small deer. When the repast was set forth on the board, flanked by Caleb's contribution, which was a great wooden bowl of smoking potatoes (he was prohibited by solemn compact from producing any other viands), Tackleton led his intended mother-in-law to the post of honour. For the better gracing of this place at the high festival, the majestic old soul had adorned herself with a cap, calculated to inspire the thoughtless with sentiments of awe. She also wore her gloves, but let us be genteel or die. Caleb sat next his daughter. Dot and her old schoolfellow were side by side. The good carrier took care of the bottom of the table. Miss Slowboy was isolated for the time being from every article of furniture but the chair she sat on, that she might have nothing else to knock the baby's head against. As Tilly stared about her at the dolls and toys, they stared at her and at the company. The venerable old gentlemen at the street doors, who were all in full action, showed especial interest in the party, pausing occasionally before leaping, as if they were listening to the conversation, and then plunging wildly over and over a great many times without halting for breath, as in a frantic state of delight with the whole proceedings. Certainly, if these old gentlemen were inclined to have a fiendish joy in the contemplation of Tackleton's discomfiture, they had good reason to be satisfied. Tackleton couldn't get on at all, and the more cheerful his intended bride became in Dot's society, the less he liked it, though he had brought them together for that purpose. For he was a regular dog in the manger, was Tackleton, and when they laughed and he couldn't, he took it into his head immediately that they must be laughing at him. "Ah, May," said Dot, "dear, dear, what changes! To talk of these merry schooldays makes one young again."
Why, you ain't particularly old at any time, are you?" said Tackleton.
"Look at my sober plodding husband there," returned Dot. "He adds 20 years to my age at least, don't you, John?"
40, John replied.
"How many you'll add to May's, I am sure I don't know," said Dot, laughing. "But she can't be much less than 100 years of age on her next birthday."
"Ha ha!"
laughed Tackleton. Hollow as a drum, that laugh, though, and he looked as if he could have twisted Dot's neck comfortably. "Dear, dear!" said Dot. "Only to remember how we used to talk at school about the husbands we would choose. I don't know how young and how handsome and how gay and how lively mine was not to be. And as to May's, ah dear! I don't know whether to laugh or cry when I think what silly girls we were." May seemed to know which to do, for the colour flushed into her face, and tears stood in her eyes. Even the very persons themselves, real live young men, were fixed on sometimes, said Dot. We little thought how things would come about. I never fixed on John, I'm sure. I never so much as thought of him. And if I had told you you were ever to be married to Mr. Tackleton, why, you'd have slapped me, wouldn't you, May?" Though May didn't say yes, she certainly didn't say no, or express no, by any means. Tackleton laughed. Quite shouted, he laughed so loud. John Peerybingle laughed too, in his ordinary good nature and contented manner. But his was a mere whisper of a laugh to Tackleton's. "You couldn't help yourselves for all that. You couldn't resist us, you see," said Tackleton. "Here we are, here we are." "Where are your gay young bridegrooms now?" "Some of them are dead," said Dot, "and some of them forgotten. Some of them, if they could stand among us at this moment, would not believe we were the same creatures, would not believe that what they saw and heard was real, and we could forget them so. No, they would not believe one word of it." "Why, Dot!" exclaimed the carrier. "Little woman!" She had spoken with such earnestness and fire, that she stood in need of some recalling to herself, without doubt. Her husband's check was very gentle, for he merely interfered, as he supposed, to shield old Tackleton. But it proved effectual, for she stopped and said no more. There was an uncommon agitation, even in her silence, which the wary Tackleton, who had brought his half-shut eye to bear upon her, noted closely, and remembered to some purpose too. May uttered no word, good or bad, but sat quite still, with her eyes cast down, and made no sign of interest in what had passed. The good lady her mother now interposed, observing in the first instance that girls were girls and bygones bygones, and that so long as young people were young and thoughtless, they would probably conduct themselves like young and thoughtless persons, with two or three other positions of a no less sound and incontrovertible character. She then remarked, in a devout spirit, that she thanked Heaven she had always found in her daughter May a dutiful and obedient child, for which she took no credit to herself, though she had every reason to believe it was entirely owing to herself. With regard to Mr. Tackleton, she said that he was in a moral point of view an undeniable individual, and that he was in an eligible point of view a son-in-law to be desired, no one, in their senses, could doubt. She was very emphatic here. With regard to the family into which he was so soon about, after some solicitation, to be admitted, she believed Mr. Tackleton knew that although reduced in purse, it had some pretensions to gentility; and if certain circumstances not wholly unconnected, she would go so far as to say, with the indigo trade, but to which she would not more particularly refer, had happened differently, it might perhaps have been in possession of wealth. She then remarked that she would not allude to the past, and would not mention that her daughter had for some time rejected the suit of Mr. Tackleton, and that she would not say a great many other things which she did say, at great length. Finally, she delivered it, as the general result of her observation and experience, that those marriages in which there was least of what was romantically and sillily called love, were always the happiest, and that she anticipated the greatest possible amount of bliss, not rapturous bliss, but the solid steady-going article, from the approaching nuptials. She concluded by informing the company that to-morrow was the day she had lived for, expressly, and that when it was over, she would desire nothing better than be packed up and disposed of in any genteel place of burial. As these remarks were quite unanswerable, which is the happy property of all remarks that are sufficiently wide of the purpose, they changed the current of the conversation, and diverted the general attention to the veal and ham pie, the cold mutton, the potatoes, and the tart. In order that the bottled beer might not be slighted, John Peerybingle proposed to-morrow, the wedding day, and called upon them to drink a bumper to it, before he proceeded on his journey. For you ought to know that he only rested there, and gave the old horse a bait. He had to go some 4 or 5 miles farther on, and when he returned in the evening he called for Dot, and took another rest on his way home. This was the order of the day on all the picnic occasions, had been ever since their institution. There were two persons present besides the bride and bridegroom elect, who did but indifferent honour to the toast. One of these was Dot, too flushed and discomposed to adapt herself to any small occurrence of the moment. The other, Bertha, who rose up hurriedly before the rest, and left the table. "Good bye," said stout John Peerybingle, pulling on his dreadnought coat. "I shall be back at the old time. Good bye, all." "Good bye, John," returned Caleb. He seemed to say it by rote, and to wave his hand in the same unconscious manner, for he stood observing Bertha with an anxious, wondering face, that never altered its expression. "Good bye, young shaver," said the jolly carrier, bending down to kiss the child, which Tilly Slowboy, now intent upon her knife and fork, had deposited asleep, and, strange to say, without damage, in a little cot of Bertha's furnishing. "Good bye. Time will come, I suppose, when you'll turn out into the cold, my little friend, and leave your old father to enjoy his pipe and his rheumatics in the chimney corner, eh? Where's Dot?" "I'm here, John," she said, starting. "Come, come," returned the carrier, clapping his sounding hands. "Where's the pipe?" "I quite forgot the pipe, John." Forgot the pipe! Was such a wonder ever heard of? She forgot the pipe! I'll fill it directly. It's soon done." But it was not so soon done either. It lay in the usual place, the carrier's dreadnought pocket, with the little pouch, her own work, from which she was used to fill it. But her hand shook so, that she entangled it, and yet her hand was small enough to have come out easily, I am sure, and bungled terribly. The filling of the pipe and lighting it, those little offices in which I have commended her discretion, were vilely done from first to last. During the whole process, Tackleton stood looking on maliciously with the half-closed eye, which, whenever it met hers, or caught it, for it can hardly be said to have ever met another eye, rather being a kind of trap to snatch it up, augmented her confusion in a most remarkable degree. "Why, what a clumsy Dot you are this afternoon!" said John. "I could have done it better myself, I verily believe." With these good-natured words, he strode away, and presently was heard, in company with Boxer and the old horse and the cart, making lively music down the road. What time the dreamy Caleb still stood watching his blind daughter, with the same expression on his face. "Bertha," said Caleb softly, "what has happened? How changed you are, my darling, in a few hours, since this morning! You silent and dull all day! What is it? Tell me!" "Oh, father, father!" cried the blind girl, bursting into tears. "Oh, my hard, hard fate!" Caleb drew his hand across his eyes before he answered her. "But think how cheerful and how happy you have been, Bertha! How good, and how much loved, by many people!" "That strikes me to the heart, dear father. Always so mindful of me. Always so kind to me." Caleb was very much perplexed to understand her. To be blind, Bertha, my poor dear," he faltered, "is a great affliction. But I have never felt it," cried the blind girl. "I have never felt it in its fullness. Never. I have sometimes wished that I could see you, or could see him. Only once, dear father. Only for one little minute, that I might know what it is I treasure up," she laid her hands upon her breast, "and hold here, that I might be sure and have it right. And sometimes, but then I was a child, I have wept in my prayers at night to think that when your images ascended from my heart to heaven, they might not be the true resemblance of yourselves. But I have never had these feelings long. They have passed away, and left me tranquil and contented." "And they will again," said Caleb. "But, father, oh my good gentle father, bear with me if I am wicked," said the blind girl. "This is not the sorrow that so weighs me down." Her father could not choose but let his moist eyes overflow, she was so earnest and pathetic. But he did not understand her yet. bring her to me," said Bertha. "I cannot hold it closed and shut within myself. Bring her to me, father." She knew he hesitated, and said, "May, bring May." May heard the mention of her name, and coming quietly towards her, touched her on the arm. The blind girl turned immediately, and held her by both hands. "Look into my face, dear heart, sweet heart," said Bertha. "Read it with your beautiful eyes, and tell me if the truth is written on it." "Dear Bertha, yes." The blind girl still, upturning the blank sightless face, down which the tears were coursing fast, addressed her in these words: "There is not in my soul a wish or thought that is not for your good, bright May. There is not in my soul a grateful recollection stronger than the deep remembrance which is stored there, of the many, many times when, in the full pride of sight and beauty, you have had consideration for blind Bertha, even when we two were children, or when Bertha was as much a child as ever blindness can be. Every blessing on your head, light upon your happy course, not the less, my dear May," and she drew towards her in a closer grasp, "not the less, my bird, because today the knowledge that you are to be his wife has wrung my heart almost to breaking. Father, May, Mary, oh forgive me that it is so, for the sake of all he has done to relieve the weariness of my dark life, and for the sake of the belief you have in me, when I call Heaven to witness that I could not wish him married to a wife more worthy of his goodness." While speaking, she had released May Fielding's hands, and clasped her garments in an attitude of mingled supplication and love. Sinking lower and lower down as she proceeded in her strange confession, she dropped at last at the feet of her friend, and hid her blind face in the folds of her dress. "Great power!" exclaimed her father, smitten at one blow with the truth. "Have I deceived her from her cradle, but to break her heart at last?" It was well for all of them that Dot, that beaming, useful, busy little Dot, for such she was, whatever faults she had, and however you might learn to hate her in good time, it was well for all of them, I say, that she was there, or where this would have ended it were hard to tell. But Dot, recovering her self-possession, interposed before May could reply, or Caleb say another word. "Come, come, dear Bertha, come away with me. Give her your arm, May. So. How composed she is, you see, already. And how good it is of her to mind us," said the cheery little woman, kissing her upon the forehead. "Come away, dear Bertha, come. And here's her good father will come with her. Won't you, Caleb?" "To be sure." Well, well. She was a noble little Dot in such things, and it must have been an obdurate nature that could have withstood her influence. When she had got poor Caleb and his Bertha away, that they might comfort and console each other as she knew they only could, she presently came bouncing back. The saying is, as fresh as any daisy, I say fresher, to mount guard over that bridling little piece of consequence in the cap and gloves, and prevent the dear old creature from making discoveries. "So bring me the precious baby, Tilly," said she, drawing a chair to the fire, "and while I have it in my lap, here's Mrs. Fielding, Tilly, will tell me all about the management of babies, and put me right in 20 points where I'm as wrong as can be. Won't you, Mrs. Fielding?" Not even the Welsh giant, who, according to the popular expression, was so slow as to perform a fatal surgical operation upon himself, in emulation of a juggling trick achieved by his arch enemy at breakfast time, not even he fell half so readily into the snare prepared for him, as the old lady did into this artful pitfall. The fact of Tackleton having walked out, and furthermore of 2 or 3 people having been talking together at a distance for 2 minutes, leaving her to her own resources, was quite enough to have put her on her dignity, and the bewailment of that mysterious convulsion in the indigo trade for 24 hours. But this becoming deference to her experience, on the part of the young mother, was so irresistible, that after a short affectation of humility, she began to enlighten her with the best grace in the world, and sitting bolt upright before the wicked Dot, she did, in half an hour, deliver more infallible domestic recipes and precepts, than would, if acted on, have utterly destroyed and done up that young Peerybingle, though he had been an infant Samson. To change the theme, Dot did a little needlework. She carried the contents of a whole work-box in her pocket; however she contrived it, I don't know. Then did a little nursing, then did a little more needlework, then had a little whispering chat with May, while the old lady dozed; and so in little bits of bustle, which was quite her manner always, found it a very short afternoon. Then, as it grew dark, and as it was a solemn part of this institution of the picnic that she should perform all Bertha's household tasks, she trimmed the fire, and swept the hearth, and set the tea-board out, and drew the curtain, and lighted a candle. Then she played an air or two on a rude kind of harp, which Caleb had contrived for Bertha, and played them very well, for nature had made her delicate little ear as choice a one for music as it would have been for jewels if she had had any to wear. By this time it was the established hour for having tea, and Tackleton came back again to share the meal and spend the evening. Caleb and Bertha had returned some time before, and Caleb had sat down to his afternoon's work. But he couldn't settle to it, poor fellow, being anxious and remorseful for his daughter. It was touching to see him sitting idle on his working stool, regarding her so wistfully, and always saying in his face, "Have I deceived her from her cradle, but to break her heart?" When it was night, and tea was done, and Dot had nothing more to do in washing up the cups and saucers, in a word, for I must come to it, and there is no use in putting it off, when the time drew nigh for expecting the carrier's return and every sound of distant wheels, her manner changed again. Her colour came and went, and she was very restless. Not as good wives are when listening for their husbands. No, no, no. It was another sort of restlessness from that. Wheels heard, a horse's feet, the barking of a dog, the gradual approach of all the sounds, the scratching paw of Boxer at the door. "Whose step is that?" cried Bertha, starting up. "Whose step?" returned the carrier, standing in the portal, with his brown face ruddy as a winter berry from the keen night air. "Why, mine." "The other step," said Bertha. "The man's tread behind you." "She is not to be deceived," observed the carrier, laughing. "Come along, sir. You'll be welcome, never fear." He spoke in a loud tone, and as he spoke, the deaf old gentleman entered. "He's not so much a stranger that you haven't seen him once, Caleb," said the carrier. "You'll give him house room till we go?" "Oh, surely, John, and take it as an honour." "He's the best company on earth to talk secrets in," said John. "I have reasonable good lungs, but he tries 'em, I can tell you. Sit down, sir. All friends here, and glad to see you." When he had imparted this assurance, in a voice that amply corroborated what he had said about his lungs, he added, in his natural tone, "A chair in the chimney corner, and leave to sit quite silent and look pleasantly about him, is all he cares for. He's easily pleased." Bertha had been listening intently. She called Caleb to her side when he had set the chair, and asked him, in a low voice, to describe their visitor. When he had done so, truly now, with scrupulous fidelity, she moved, for the first time since he had come in, and sighed, and seemed to have no further interest concerning him. The carrier was in high spirits, good fellow that he was, and fonder of his little wife than ever. "A clumsy dot she was this afternoon," he said, encircling her with his rough arm as she stood, removed from the rest, "and yet I like her somehow. See yonder, Dot." He pointed to the old man. She looked down. I think she trembled. "Ha ha! He's full of admiration for you," said the carrier. "Talked of nothing else the whole way here. Why, he's a brave old boy. I like him for it." "I wish he had had a better subject, John," she said, with an uneasy glance about the room, at Tackleton especially. "A better subject!" cried the jovial John. "There's no such thing. Come, off with a greatcoat, off with a thick shawl, off with a heavy wrappers, and a cosy half hour by the fire.
My humble service, mistress. A game of cribbage, you and I, that's hearty. The cards and board, Dot, and a glass of beer here if there's any left, small wife."
His challenge was addressed to the old lady, who, accepting it with gracious readiness, they were soon engaged upon the game. At first the carrier looked about him sometimes with a smile, or now and then called Dot to peep over his shoulder at his hand, and advised him on some knotty point. But his adversary, being a rigid disciplinarian, and subject to an occasional weakness in respect of pegging more than she was entitled to, required such vigilance on his part as left him neither eyes nor ears to spare. Thus his whole attention gradually became absorbed upon the cards, and he thought of nothing else, until a hand upon his shoulder restored him to a consciousness of Tackleton.
"I'm sorry to disturb you, but a word directly." "I'm going to deal," returned the carrier. "It's a crisis."
"It is," said Tackleton.
"Come here, man."
There was that in his pale face which made the other rise immediately, and ask him in a hurry what the matter was.
"Hush, John Peerybingle," said Tackleton. "I am sorry for this. I am indeed. I have been afraid of it. I have suspected it from the first."
"What is it?" asked the carrier, with a frightened aspect.
"Hush! I'll show you, if you come with me."
The carrier accompanied him without another word. They went across a yard where the stars were shining, and by a little side door into Tackleton's own counting house, where there was a glass window commanding the ware room, which was closed for the night. There was no light in the counting house itself, but there were lamps in the long narrow ware room, and consequently the window was bright.
"A moment," said Tackleton. "Can you bear to look through that window, do you think?"
"Why not?" returned the carrier.
"A moment more," said Tackleton. "Don't commit any violence. It's of no use. It's dangerous too. You're a strong made man, and you might do murder before you know it."
The carrier looked him in the face, and recoiled a step as if he had been struck. In one stride he was at the window, and he saw—oh, shadow on the hearth! Oh, truthful cricket! Oh, perfidious wife! He saw her, with the old man, old no longer but erect and gallant, bearing in his hand the false white hair that had won his way into their desolate and miserable home. He saw her listening to him as he bent his head to whisper in her ear, and suffering him to clasp her round the waist, as they moved slowly down the dim wooden gallery towards the door by which they had entered it. He saw them stop, and saw her turn, to have the face he loved so presented to his view, and saw her with her own hands adjust the lie upon his head, laughing, as she did it, at his unsuspicious nature. He clenched his strong right hand at first as if it would have beaten down a lion, but opening it immediately again, he spread it out before the eyes of Tackleton, for he was tender of her even then, and so as they passed out fell down upon a desk, and was as weak as any infant. He was wrapped up to the chin, and busy with his horse and parcels, when she came into the room preparing for going home. "Now, John dear, good night, May, good night, Bertha." Could she kiss then? Could she be blithe and cheerful in her parting? Could she venture to reveal her face to them without a blush? Yes, Tackleton observed her closely, and she did all this. Tilly was hushing the baby, and she crossed and recrossed Tackleton a dozen times, repeating drowsily, "Did the knowledge that it was to be its wife's then wring its hearts almost to breaking, and did its fathers deceive it from its cradles, but to break its hearts at last?" "Now, Tilly, give me the baby. Good night, Mr. Tackleton. Where's John, for goodness' sake?"
"He's going to walk beside the horse's head," said Tackleton, who helped her to her seat.
"My dear John! Walk to-night?" The muffled figure of her husband made a hasty sign in the affirmative, and the false stranger and the little nurse being in their places, the old horse moved off. Boxer, the unconscious Boxer, running on before, running back, running round and round the cart, and barking as triumphantly and merrily as ever. When Tackleton had gone off likewise, escorting May and her mother home, poor Caleb sat down by the fire beside his daughter, anxious and remorseful at the core, and still saying in his wistful contemplation of her, "Have I deceived her from her cradle, but to break her heart at last?" The toys that had been set in motion for the baby had all stopped and run down long ago. In the faint light and silence, the imperturbably calm dolls, the agitated rocking horses, with distended eyes and nostrils, the old gentlemen at the street doors, standing half doubled up upon their failing knees and ankles, the wry-faced nutcrackers, the very beasts upon their way into the ark in twos, like a boarding-school out-walking, might have been imagined to be stricken motionless, with fantastic wonder, at Dot being false or Tackleton beloved, under any combination of circumstances. End of Chapter 2 of The Cricket on the Hearth. End of Section 11 of Dickens' Christmas Books. Dickens' Christmas Books, Section 12. The Cricket on the Hearth, Chapter 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. The Cricket on the Hearth, by Charles Dickens, Chapter 3, Chirp the Third. The Dutch clock in the corner struck 10 when the carrier sat down by his fireside, so troubled and grief-worn that he seemed to scare the cuckoo, who, having cut his 10 melodious announcements as short as possible, plunged back into the Moorish palace again, and clapped his little door behind him as if the unwonted spectacle were too much for his feelings. If the little haymaker had been armed with the sharpest of scythes, and had cut at every stroke into the carrier's heart, he never could have gashed and wounded it as Dot had done. It was a heart so full of love for her, so bound up and held together by innumerable threads of winning remembrance, spun from the daily working of her many qualities of endearment. It was a heart in which she had enshrined herself so gently and so closely, a heart so single and so earnest in its truth, so strong in right, so weak in wrong, that it could cherish neither passion nor revenge at first, and had only room to hold the broken image of its idol. But slowly, slowly, as the carrier sat brooding on his hearth, now cold and dark, other and fiercer thoughts began to rise within him, as an angry wind comes rising in the night. The stranger was beneath his outraged roof. 3 steps would take him to the chamber door. 1 blow would beat it in. "You might do murder before you know it," Tackleton had said. How could it be murder if he gave the villain time to grapple with him hand in hand? He was the younger man. It was an ill-timed thought, bad for the dark mood of his mind. It was an angry thought, goading him to some avenging act that should change the cheerful house into a haunted place, where lonely travellers would dread to pass by night, and where the timid would see shadows struggling in the ruined windows when the moon was dim, and hear wild noises in the stormy weather. He was the younger man. Yes, yes, some lover who had won the heart that he had never touched. Some lover of her early choice, of whom she had thought and dreamed, for whom she had pined and pined, when he had fancied her so happy by his side. Oh, agony to think of it! She had been above stairs with the baby, getting it to bed. As he sat brooding on the hearth, she came close beside him, without his knowledge, in the turning of the rack of his great misery (he lost all other sounds), and put her little stool at his feet. He only knew it when he felt her hand upon his own, and saw her looking up into his face. With wonder? No. It was his first impression, and he was fain to look at her again to set it right. No, not with wonder. With an eager and inquiring look, but not with wonder. At first it was alarmed and serious. Then it changed into a strange, wild, dreadful smile of recognition of his thoughts. Then there was nothing but her clasped hands on her brow, and her bent head and falling hair. Though the power of omnipotence had been his to wield at that moment, he had too much of its diviner property of mercy in his breast to have turned one feather's weight of it against her. but he could not bear to see her crouching down upon the little seat where he had often looked on her, with love and pride, so innocent and gay; and when she rose and left him, sobbing as she went, he felt it a relief to have the vacant place beside him rather than her so long cherished presence. This in itself was anguish keener than all, reminding him how desolate he was become, and how the great bond of his life was rent asunder. The more he felt this, the more he knew he could have better borne to see her lying prematurely dead before him with their little child upon her breast, the higher and the stronger rose his wrath against his enemy. He looked about him for a weapon. There was a gun hanging on the wall. He took it down, and moved a pace or two towards the door of the perfidious stranger's room. He knew the gun was loaded. Some shadowy idea that it was just to shoot this man like a wild beast, seized him, and dilated in his mind until it grew into a monstrous demon in complete possession of him, casting out all milder thoughts, and setting up its undivided empire. That phrase is wrong. Not casting out his milder thoughts, but artfully transforming them, changing them into scourges to drive him on, turning water into blood, love into hate, gentleness into blind ferocity. Her image, sorrowing, humbled, but still pleading to his tenderness and mercy with resistless power, never left his mind, but staying there, it urged him to the door, raised the weapon to his shoulder, fitted and nerved his finger to the trigger, and cried, "Kill him in his bed!" He reversed the gun to beat the stock upon the door. He already held it lifted in the air. Some indistinct design was in his thoughts of calling out to him to fly, for God's sake, by the window, when suddenly the struggling fire illumined the whole chimney with a glow of light, and the cricket on the hearth began to chirp. No sound he could have heard, no human voice, not even hers, could have so moved and softened him. The artless words in which she had told him of her love for this same cricket were once more freshly spoken. Her trembling, earnest manner at the moment was again before him. Her pleasant voice, oh what a voice it was for making household music at the fireside of an honest man, thrilled through and through his better nature, and awoke it into life and action. He recoiled from the door, like a man walking in his sleep, awakened from a frightful dream, and put the gun aside. Clasping his hands before his face, he then sat down again beside the fire, and found relief in tears. The cricket on the hearth came out into the room, and stood in fairy shape before him. "I love it," said the fairy voice, repeating what he well remembered, "for the many times I have heard it, and the many thoughts its harmless music has given me." "She said so," cried the carrier. "True." "This has been a happy home, John, and I love the cricket for its sake." "It has been, Heaven knows," returned the carrier. "She made it happy always, until now." "So gracefully sweet-tempered, so domestic, joyful, busy, and light-hearted," said the voice. "Otherwise I never could have loved her as I did," returned the carrier. The voice, correcting him, said, "do." The carrier repeated, "as I did," but not firmly. His faltering tongue resisted his control, and would only speak in its own way, for itself and him. The figure, in an attitude of invocation, raised its hand, and said, "Upon your own hearth." "The hearth she has blighted," interposed the carrier. "The hearth she has, how often, blessed and brightened," said the cricket. "The hearth which, but for her, were only a few stones and bricks and rusty bars, but which has been, through her, the altar of your home, on which you have nightly sacrificed some petty passions, selfishness, or care, and offered up the homage of a tranquil mind, a trusting nature, and an overflowing heart, so that the smoke from this poor chimney has gone upward with a better fragrance than the richest incense that is burnt before the richest shrines in all the gaudy temples of this world. Upon your own hearth, in its quiet sanctuary,
surround it by its gentle influences and associations. Hear her, hear me, hear everything that speaks the language of your hearth and home." "And pleads for her?" inquired the carrier. "All things that speak the language of your hearth and home must plead for her," returned the Cricket, "for they speak the truth." And while the carrier, with his head upon his hands, continued to sit meditating in his chair, the Presence stood before him, suggesting his reflections by its power, and presenting them before him as in a glass or picture. It was not a solitary presence. From the hearthstone, from the chimney, from the clock, the pipe, the kettle, and the cradle; from the floor, the walls, the ceiling, and the stairs; from the cart without and the cupboard within, and the household implements; from everything and every place with which she had ever been familiar, and with which she had ever entwined one recollection of herself in her unhappy husband's mind, fairies came trooping forth, not to stand beside him as the Cricket did, but to busy and bestir themselves, to do all honour to her image, to pull him by the skirts, and point to it when it appeared; to cluster round it and embrace it, and strew flowers for it to tread on; to try to crown its fair head with their tiny hands; to show that they were fond of it and loved it, and that there was not one ugly, wicked, or accusatory creature to claim knowledge of it; none but their playful and approving selves. His thoughts were constant to her image. It was always there. She sat plying her needle before the fire and singing to herself. Such a blithe, thriving, steady little Dot! The fairy figures turned upon him all at once, by one consent, with one prodigious concentrated stare, and seemed to say, "Is this the light wife you are mourning for?" There were sounds of gaiety outside, musical instruments, and noisy tongues and laughter. A crowd of young merrymakers came pouring in, among whom were May Fielding and a score of pretty girls. Dot was the fairest of them all, as young as any of them too. They came to summon her to join their party. It was a dance. If ever little foot were made for dancing, hers was surely; but she laughed and shook her head, and pointed to her cookery on the fire, and her table ready spread, with an exulting defiance that rendered her more charming than she was before. And so she merrily dismissed them, nodding to her would-be partners, one by one, as they passed, but with a comical indifference enough to make them go and drown themselves immediately if they were her admirers; and they must have been so, more or less; they couldn't help it. And yet indifference was not her character. Oh no, for presently there came a certain carrier to the door, and bless her, what a welcome she bestowed upon him! Again the staring figures turned upon him all at once, and seemed to say, "Is this the wife who has forsaken you?" A shadow fell upon the mirror or the picture, call it what you will; a great shadow of the stranger as he first stood underneath their roof, covering its surface and blotting out all other objects. But the nimble fairies worked like bees to clear it off again, and Dot again was there, still bright and beautiful, rocking her little baby in its cradle, singing to it softly, and resting her head upon a shoulder which had its counterpart in the musing figure by which the fairy Cricket stood. The night, I mean the real night, not going by fairy clocks, was wearing now, and in this stage of the carrier's thoughts, the moon burst out and shone brightly in the sky. Perhaps some calm and quiet light had risen also in his mind, and he could think more soberly of what had happened. Although the shadows of the stranger fell at intervals upon the glass, always distinct and big and thoroughly defined, it never fell so darkly as at first. Whenever it appeared, the fairies uttered a general cry of consternation, and plied their little arms and legs with inconceivable activity to rub it out; and whenever they got at Dot again, and showed her to him once more, bright and beautiful, they cheered in the most inspiring manner. They never showed her otherwise than beautiful and bright, for they were household spirits to whom falsehood is annihilated; and being so,
What Dot was there for them, but the one active, beaming, pleasant little creature who had been the light and sun of the carrier's home? The fairies were prodigiously excited when they showed her, with the baby, gossiping among a knot of sage old matrons, and affecting to be wondrous old and matronly herself, and leaning in a staid, demure old way upon her husband's arm, attempting (she, such a bud of a little woman) to convey the idea of having abjured the vanities of the world in general, and of being the sort of person to whom it was no novelty at all to be a mother. Yet in the same breath they showed her laughing at the carrier for being awkward, and pulling up his shirt collar to make him smart, and mincing merrily about that very room to teach him how to dance. They turned and stared immensely at him when they showed her with the blind girl; for though she carried cheerfulness and animation with her wheresoever she went, she bore those influences into Caleb Plummer's home, heaped up and running over. The blind girl's love for her, and trust in her, and gratitude to her; her own good busy way of setting Bertha's thanks aside; her dexterous little arts for filling up each moment of the visit in doing something useful to the house, and really working hard while feigning to make holiday; her bountiful provision of those standing delicacies, the veal and ham pie and the bottles of beer; her radiant little face arriving at the door and taking leave; the wonderful expression in her whole self, from her neat foot to the crown of her head, of being part of the establishment, a something necessary to it, which it couldn't be without. All this the fairies revelled in, and loved her for. And once again they looked upon him all at once appealingly, and seemed to say, while some among them nestled in her dress and fondled her, "Is this the wife who has betrayed your confidence?" More than once or twice or thrice in the long thoughtful night, they showed her to him sitting on her favourite seat, with her bent head, her hands clasped upon her brow, her falling hair, as he had seen her last; and when they found her thus, they neither turned nor looked upon him, but gathered close round her, and comforted and kissed her, and pressed on one another to show sympathy and kindness to her, and forgot him altogether. Thus the night passed. The moon went down, the stars grew pale, the cold day broke, the sun rose. The carrier still sat musing in the chimney corner. He had sat there, with his head upon his hands, all night. All night the faithful cricket had been chirp, chirp, chirping on the hearth. All night he had listened to its voice. All night the household fairies had been busy with him. All night she had been amiable and blameless in the glass, except when that one shadow fell upon it. He rose up, when it was broad day, and washed and dressed himself. He couldn't go about his customary cheerful avocations. He wanted spirit for them. But it mattered the less, that it was Tackleton's wedding day, and he had arranged to make his rounds by proxy. He thought to have gone merrily to church with Dot. But such plans were at an end. It was their own wedding day too. Ah, how little he had looked for such a close to such a year! The carrier had expected that Tackleton would pay him an early visit, and he was right. He had not walked to and fro before his own door many minutes, when he saw the toy merchant coming in his chaise along the road. As the chaise drew near, he perceived that Tackleton was dressed out sprucely for his marriage, and that he had decorated his horse's head with flowers and favours. The horse looked much more like a bridegroom than Tackleton, whose half-closed eye was more disagreeably expressive than ever. But the carrier took little heed of this. His thoughts had other occupation. "John Peerybingle," said Tackleton, with an air of condolence, "my good fellow, how do you find yourself this morning?" "I have had but a poor night, Master Tackleton," returned the carrier, shaking his head, "for I have been a good deal disturbed in my mind. But it's over now. Can you spare me half an hour or so, for some private talk?" "I came on purpose," returned Tackleton, alighting. "Never mind the horse. He'll stand quiet enough with the reins over this post, if you'll give him a mouthful of hay." The carrier having brought it from his stable, and set it before him, they turned into the house. "You are not married before noon," he said, "I think?" "No," answered Tackleton. "Plenty of time, plenty of time." When they entered the kitchen, Tilly Slowboy was rapping at the stranger's door, which was only removed from it by a few steps. One of her very red eyes (for Tilly had been crying all night long, because her mistress cried) was at the keyhole, and she was knocking very loud, and seemed frightened. "If you please, I can't make nobody hear," said Tilly, looking round. "I hope nobody an't gone and been and died, if you please." This philanthropic wish Miss Slowboy emphasised with various new raps and kicks at the door, which led to no result whatever. "Shall I go?" said Tackleton. "It's curious." The carrier, who had turned his face from the door, signed to him to go if he would. So Tackleton went to Tilly Slowboy's relief, and he too kicked and knocked, and he too failed to get the least reply. But he thought of trying the handle of the door, and as it opened easily, he peeped in, looked in, went in, and soon came running out again. "John Peerybingle," said Tackleton in his ear, "I hope there has been nothing rash in the night." The carrier turned upon him quickly. "Because he's gone," said Tackleton, "and the window's open. I don't see any marks. To be sure, it's almost on a level with the garden. But I was afraid there might have been some scuffle, eh?" He nearly shut up the expressive eye altogether, he looked at him so hard; and he gave his eye, and his face, and his whole person a sharp twist, as if he would have screwed the truth out of him. "Make yourself easy," said the carrier. "He went into that room last night without harm in word or deed from me, and no one has entered it since. He is away of his own free will. I'd go out gladly at that door, and beg my bread from house to house for life, if I could so change the past that he had never come. But he has come and gone, and I have done with him." "Oh! Well, I think he has got off pretty easy," said Tackleton, taking a chair. The sneer was lost upon the carrier, who sat down too, and shaded his face with his hand for some little time before proceeding. "You showed me last night," he said at length, "my wife. My wife that I love, secretly—" "And tenderly," insinuated Tackleton, "conniving at that man's disguise, and giving him opportunities of meeting her alone. I think there's no sight I wouldn't have rather seen than that. I think there's no man in the world I wouldn't have rather had to show it me." "I confess to have had my suspicions always," said Tackleton, "and that has made me objectionable here, I know." "But as you did show it me," pursued the carrier, not minding him, "and as you saw her, my wife that I love—" His voice and eye and hand grew steadier and firmer as he repeated these words, evidently in pursuance of a steadfast purpose. "As you saw her at this disadvantage, it is right and just that you should also see with my eyes, and look into my breast, and know what my mind is upon the subject. For it's settled," said the carrier, regarding him attentively, "and nothing can shake it now." Tackleton muttered a few genteel words of assent, about its being necessary to vindicate something or other; but he was overawed by the manner of his companion. Plain and unpolished as it was, it had a something dignified and noble in it, which nothing but the soul of generous honour dwelling in the man could have imparted. "I'm a plain, rough man," pursued the carrier, "with very little to recommend me. I am not a clever man, as you very well know. I am not a young man. I loved my little Dot because I had seen her grow up from a child in her father's house, because I knew how precious she was, because she had been my life for years and years. There's many men I can't compare with, who never could have loved my little Dot like me, I think." He paused, and softly beat the ground a short time with his foot before resuming. "I often thought that I wasn't good enough for her. I should make her a kind husband, and perhaps know her value better than another, and in this way I reconciled it to myself, and came to think it might be possible that we should be married. And in the end it came about, and we were married." "Ah!" said Tackleton, with a significant shake of the head. "I had studied myself. I had had experience of myself. I knew how much I loved her, and how happy I should be," pursued the carrier, "but I had not, I feel it now, sufficiently considered her." "To be sure," said Tackleton. "Giddiness, frivolity, fickleness, love of admiration, not considered. All left out of sight, eh?" "You had best not interrupt me," said the carrier with some sternness, "till you understand me, and you're wide of doing so."
If yesterday I'd have struck that man down at a blow, who dared to breathe a word against her, to-day I'd set my foot upon his face if he was my brother." The toy merchant gazed at him in astonishment. He went on, in a softer tone. "Did I consider," said the carrier, "that I took her, at her age and with her beauty, from her young companions, and the many scenes of which she was the ornament, in which she was the brightest little star that ever shone, to shut her up from day to day in my dull house, and keep my tedious company? Did I consider how little suited I was to her sprightly humour, and how wearisome a plodding man like me must be to one of her quick spirit? Did I consider that it was no merit in me or claim in me that I loved her when everybody must who knew her? Never. I took advantage of her hopeful nature and her cheerful disposition, and I married her. I wish I never had. For her sake, not for mine." The toy merchant gazed at him without winking. Even the half-shut eye was open now. "Heaven bless her," said the carrier, "for the cheerful constancy with which she tried to keep the knowledge of this from me; and Heaven help me that in my slow mind I have not found it out before. Poor child! Poor Dot! I not to find it out, who have never seen her eyes fill with tears when such a marriage as our own was spoken of! I who have seen the secret trembling on her lips 100 times, and never suspected it till last night! Poor girl! That I could ever hope she would be fond of me! That I could ever believe she was!" "She made a show of it," said Tackleton. "She made a show of it, that to tell you the truth it was the origin of my misgivings." And here he asserted the superiority of May Fielding, who certainly made no sort of show to being fond of him. "She has tried," said the poor carrier, with greater emotion than he had exhibited yet, "I only now begin to know how hard she has tried, to be my dutiful and zealous wife. How good she has been, how much she has done, how brave and strong a heart she has, let the happiness I have known under this roof bear witness. It will be some help and comfort to me when I am here alone." "Here alone!" said Tackleton. "Oh! Then you do mean to take some notice of this?" "I mean," returned the carrier, "to do her the greatest kindness, and make her the best reparation in my power. I can release her from the daily pain of an unequal marriage and the struggle to conceal it. She shall be as free as I can render her." "Make her reparation!" exclaimed Tackleton, twisting and turning his great ears with his hands. "There must be something wrong here. You didn't say that, of course?" The carrier set his grip upon the collar of the toy merchant, and shook him like a reed. "Listen to me," he said, "and take care that you hear me right. Listen to me. Do I speak plainly?" "Very plainly indeed," answered Tackleton. "As if I meant it?" "Very much as if you meant it." "I sat upon that hearth, last night, all night," exclaimed the carrier, "on the spot where she has often sat beside me with her sweet face looking into mine. I called up her whole life, day by day. I had her dear self in its every passage, in review before me, and upon my soul she is innocent if there is one to judge the innocent and guilty." Staunch cricket on the hearth, loyal household fairies. "Passion and distrust have left me," said the carrier, "and nothing but my grief remains. In an unhappy moment some old lover, better suited to her tastes in years than I, forsaken perhaps for me against her will, returned. In an unhappy moment, taken by surprise and wanting time to think of what she did, she made herself a party to his treachery by concealing it. Last night she saw him in the interview we witnessed. It was wrong, but otherwise than this she is innocent if there is truth on earth." "If that is your opinion," Tackleton began. "So let her go," pursued the carrier. "Go with my blessing for the many happy hours she has given me, and my forgiveness for any pangs she has caused me. Let her go, and have the peace of mind I wish her. She'll never hate me. She'll learn to like me better when I'm not a drag upon her, and she wears the chain I have riveted more lightly. This is the day on which I took her, with so little thought for her enjoyment, from her home. To-day she shall return to it, and I will trouble her no more. Her father and mother will be here to-day, we made a little plan for keeping it together, and they shall take her home. I can trust her there or anywhere. She leaves me without blame, and she will live so, I am sure. If I should die, I may perhaps while she is still young, I have lost some courage in a few hours, shall find that I remember her, and loved her to the last. This is the end of what you showed me, now it's over."
"Oh no, John, not over. Do not say it's over yet. Not quite yet. I have heard your noble words. I could not steal away, pretending to be ignorant of what has affected me with such deep gratitude. Do not say it's over till the clock has struck again." She had entered shortly after Tackleton, and had remained there. She never looked at Tackleton, but fixed her eyes upon her husband. But she kept away from him, setting as wide a space as possible between them; and though she spoke with most impassioned earnestness, she went no nearer to him even then. How different in this from her old self!
"No hand can make the clock which will strike again for me the hours that are gone," replied the carrier with a faint smile. "But let it be so, if you will, my dear. It will strike soon. It's of little matter what we say. I'd try to please you in a harder case than that." "Well," muttered Tackleton, "I must be off, for when the clock strikes again, it'll be necessary for me to be upon my way to church. Good morning, John Peerybingle. I am sorry to be deprived of the pleasure of your company. Sorry for the loss, and the occasion of it too." "I've spoken plainly?" said the carrier, accompanying him to the door. "Oh, quite. And you'll remember what I said?" "Why, if you compel me to make the observation," said Tackleton, previously taking the precaution of getting into his chaise, "I must say that it was so very unexpected that I'm far from being likely to forget it." "The better for us both," returned the carrier. "Good bye. I give you joy." "I wish I could give it to you," said Tackleton. "As I can't, thank'ee. Between ourselves, as I told you before, I don't much think I shall have the less joy in my married life because May has been too officious about me, and too demonstrative. Good bye. Take care of yourself." The carrier stood looking after him until he was smaller in the distance than his horse's flowers and favours near at hand, and then, with a deep sigh, went strolling like a restless broken man among some neighbouring elms, unwilling to return until the clock was on the eve of striking. His little wife, being left alone, sobbed piteously, but often dried her eyes and checked herself to say how good he was, how excellent he was; and once or twice she laughed so heartily, triumphantly, and incoherently, still crying all the time, that Tilly was quite horrified. "Oh, if you please don't," said Tilly. "It's enough to dead and bury the baby, so it is, if you please." "Will you bring him sometimes to see his father, Tilly?" inquired her mistress, drying her eyes, "when I can't live here, and have gone to my old home?" "Ow, if you please don't!" cried Tilly, throwing back her head and bursting out into a howl. She looked at that moment uncommonly like Boxer. "Ow, if you please don't! Ow, what has everybody gone and been and done with everybody, making everybody else so wretched! Ow!" The soft-hearted Slowboy trailed off at this juncture into such a deplorable howl, the more tremendous from its long suppression, that she must have infallibly have awakened the baby, and frightened him into something serious, probably convulsions, if her eyes had not encountered Caleb Plummer leading in his daughter. This spectacle restoring her to a sense of the proprieties, she stood for some few minutes silent, with her mouth wide open, and then posting off to the bed on which the baby lay asleep, danced in a weird Saint Vitus manner on the floor, and at the same time rummaged with her face and head among the bedclothes, apparently deriving much relief from those extraordinary operations. "Mary," said Bertha, "not at the marriage?" "I told her you would not be there, Mum," whispered Caleb. "I heard as much last night. But bless you," said the little man, taking her tenderly by both hands, "I don't care for what they say. I don't believe them. There ain't much of me, but that little should be torn to pieces sooner than I'd trust a word against you." He put his arms about her and hugged her, as a child might have hugged one of his own dolls. "Bertha couldn't stay at home this morning," said Caleb. "She was afraid, I know, to hear the bells ring, and couldn't trust herself to be so near them on their wedding day. So we started in good time and came here. "I've been thinking of what I have done," said Caleb, after a moment's pause. "I have been blaming myself till I hardly knew what to do or where to turn, for the distress of mind I have caused her, and I've come to the conclusion that I'd better, if you'll stay with me, Mum, the while, tell her the truth. You'll stay with me the while?" he inquired, trembling from head to foot. "I don't know what effect it may have upon her. I don't know what she'll think of me. I don't know that she'll ever care for her poor father afterwards. But it's best for her that she should be undeceived, and I must bear the consequences as I deserve." "Mary," said Bertha, "where is your hand? Ah! Here it is, here it is," pressing it to her lips with a smile, and drawing it through her arm. "I heard them speaking softly among themselves last night of some blame against you. They were wrong." The carrier's wife was silent. Caleb answered for her. "They were wrong," he said. "I knew it!" cried Bertha, proudly. "I told them so. I scorn to hear a word. Blame her with justice!" She pressed the hand between her own and the soft cheek against her face. "No, I am not so blind as that." Her father went on one side of her, while Dot remained upon the other, holding her hand. "I know you all," said Bertha, "better than you think. But none so well as her, not even you, father. There is nothing half so real and so true about me as she is. If I could be restored to sight this instant, and not a word were spoken, I could choose her from a crowd. My sister!" "Bertha, my dear," said Caleb, "I have something on my mind I want to tell you while we three are alone. Hear me kindly. I have a confession to make to you, my darling." "A confession, father!" "I have wandered from the truth and lost myself, my child," said Caleb, with a pitiable expression upon his bewildered face. "I have wandered from the truth, intending to be kind to you, and have been cruel." She turned her wonder-stricken face towards him, and repeated, "Cruel?" "He accuses himself too strongly, Bertha," said Dot. "You'll say so presently. You'll be the first to tell him so." "He cruel to me!" cried Bertha, with a smile of incredulity. "Not meaning it, my child," said Caleb. "But I have been, though I never suspected it till yesterday. My dear blind daughter, hear me and forgive me. The world you live in, heart of mine, doesn't exist as I have represented it. The eyes you have trusted in have been false to you." She turned her wonder-stricken face towards him still, but drew back and clung closer to her friend. "Your road in life was rough, my poor one," said Caleb, "and I meant to smooth it for you. I have altered objects, changed the characters of people, invented many things that never have been, to make you happier. I have had concealments from you, put deceptions on you, God forgive me, and surrounded you with fancies." "But living people are not fancy," she said hurriedly, and turning very pale, and still retiring from him. "You can't change them." "I have done so, Bertha," pleaded Caleb. "There is one person that you know, my dove." "Oh, father, why do you say I know?" she answered in a tone of keen reproach. "What and whom do I know? I who have no leader. I so miserably blind." In the anguish of her heart she stretched out her hands, as if she were groping her way, then spread them in a manner most forlorn and sad upon her face. "The marriage that takes place today," said Caleb, "is with a stern, sordid, grinding man. A hard master to you and me, my dear, for many years. Ugly in his looks and in his nature. Cold and callous always. Unlike what I have painted him to you in everything, my child, in everything." "Oh, why," cried the blind girl, tortured, as it seemed, almost beyond endurance, "why did you ever do this? Why did you ever fill my heart so full, and then come in like death, and tear away the objects of my love? Oh, Heaven, how blind I am! How helpless and alone!"
Her afflicted father hung his head, and offered no reply but in his penitence and sorrow. She had been but a short time in this passion of regret, when the cricket on the hearth, unheard by all but her, began to chirp. Not merrily, but in a low, faint, sorrowing way. It was so mournful that her tears began to flow, and when the presence which had been beside the carrier all night appeared behind her, pointing to her father, they fell down like rain. She heard the cricket voice more plainly soon, and was conscious, through her blindness, of the presence hovering about her father. "Mary," said the blind girl, "tell me what my home is, what it truly is." "It is a poor place, Bertha, very poor, and very bare indeed. The house will scarcely keep out wind and rain another winter. It is as roughly shielded from the weather, Bertha," Dot continued in a low clear voice, "as your poor father in his sackcloth coat." The blind girl, greatly agitated, rose, and led the carrier's little wife aside. "Those presents that I took such care of, that came almost at my wish, and were so dearly welcome to me," she said, trembling. "Where did they come from? Did you send them?" "No." "Who then?" Dot saw she knew already, and was silent. The blind girl spread her hands before her face again, but in quite another manner now. "Dear Mary, a moment. One moment. More this way. Speak softly to me. You are true, I know. You'd not deceive me now, would you?" "No, Bertha. Indeed." "No, I am sure you would not. You have too much pity for me. Mary, look across the room to where we were just now, to where my father is, my father so compassionate and loving to me, and tell me what you see." "I see," said Dot, who understood her well, "an old man sitting in a chair, and leaning sorrowfully on the back, with his face resting on his hand, as if his child should comfort him, Bertha." "Yes, yes, she will. Go on." "He is an old man, worn with care and work. He is a spare, dejected, thoughtful, grey-haired man. I see him now, despondent and bowed down, and striving against nothing. But, Bertha, I have seen him many times before, and striving hard in many ways for one great sacred object, and I honour his grey head, and bless him." The blind girl broke away from her, and throwing herself upon her knees before him, took the grey head to her breast. "It is my sight restored! It is my sight!" she cried. "I have been blind, and now my eyes are open. I never knew him. To think I might have died, and never truly seen the father who has been so loving to me!" There were no words for Caleb's emotion. "There is not a gallant figure on this earth," exclaimed the blind girl, holding him in her embrace, "that I would love so dearly, and would cherish so devotedly, as this. The greyer and more worn, the dearer, father. Never let them say I am blind again. There's not a furrow in his face, there's not a hair upon his head, that shall be forgotten in my prayers and thanks to Heaven." Caleb managed to articulate, "My Bertha." "And in my blindness I believed him," said the girl, caressing him with tears of exquisite affection, "to be so different. And having him beside me, day by day, so mindful of me, always never dreamed of this." "The fresh smart father in the blue coat, Bertha," said poor Caleb. "He's gone." "Nothing is gone," she answered. "Dearest father, no. Everything is here, in you. The father that I loved so well. The father that I never loved enough, and never knew. The benefactor whom I first began to reverence and love, because he had such sympathy for me. All are here in you. Nothing is dead to me. The soul of all that was most dear to me is here, here with the worn face and the grey head. And I am not blind, father, any longer." Dot's whole attention had been concentrated during this discourse upon the father and daughter, but looking now towards the little haymaker in the Moorish meadow, she saw that the clock was within a few minutes of striking, and fell immediately into a nervous and excited state. "Father," said Bertha, hesitating. "Mary." "Yes, my dear," returned Caleb. Here she is. There is no change in her. You never told me anything of her that was not true." "I should have done it, my dear, I am afraid," returned Caleb, "if I could have made her better than she was. But I must have changed her for the worse if I had changed her at all. Nothing could improve her, Bertha." Confident as the blind girl had been when she asked the question, her delight and pride in the reply, and her renewed embrace to Dot, were charming to behold. "More changes than you think for may happen though, my dear," said Dot. "Changes for the better, I mean. Changes for great joy to some of us. You mustn't let them startle you too much, if any such should ever happen and affect you. Are those wheels upon the road? You've a quick ear, Bertha. Are they wheels?" "Yes, coming very fast. I know you have a quick ear," said Dot, placing her hand upon her heart, and evidently talking on as fast as she could to hide its palpitating state, "because I have noticed it often, and because you were so quick to find out that strange step last night. Though why you should have said, as I very well recollect you did say, Bertha, 'Whose step is that?' and why you should have taken any greater observation of it than of any other step, I don't know. Though, as I said just now, there are great changes in the world, great changes, and we can't do better than prepare ourselves to be surprised at hardly anything." Caleb wondered what this meant, perceiving that she spoke to him no less than to his daughter. He saw her, with astonishment, so fluttered and distressed that she could scarcely breathe, and holding to a chair to save herself from falling. "They are wheels indeed," she panted, "coming nearer, nearer, very close. And now you hear them stopping at the garden gate. And now you hear a step outside the door. The same step, Bertha, is it not? And now—" She uttered a wild cry of uncontrollable delight, and running up to Caleb, put her hands upon his eyes, as a young man rushed into the room, and flinging away his hat into the air, came sweeping down upon them. "Is it over?" cried Dot. "Yes." "Happily over?" "Yes." "Do you recollect the voice, dear Caleb? Did you ever hear the like of it before?" cried Dot. "If my boy in the golden South Americas was alive," said Caleb, trembling. "He is alive!" shrieked Dot, removing her hands from his eyes, and clapping them in ecstasy. "Look at him! See where he stands before you, healthy and strong! Your own dear son! Your own dear living, loving brother, Bertha!" All honour to the little creature for her transports. All honour to her tears and laughter, when the three were locked in one another's arms. All honour to the heartiness with which she met the sunburnt sailor fellow, with his dark streaming hair, half way, and never turned her rosy little mouth aside, but suffered him to kiss it, freely, and to press her to his bounding heart. And honour to the Cuckoo, too. Why not? For bursting out of the trap door in the Moorish palace like a housebreaker, and hiccuping 12 times on the assembled company, as if he had got drunk for joy. The carrier, entering, started back. And well he might, to find himself in such good company. "Look, John," said Caleb exultingly. "Look here! My own boy from the golden South Americas! My own son! Him that you fitted out and sent away yourself! Him that you were always such a friend to!" The carrier advanced to seize him by the hand, but recoiling as some feature in his face awakened a remembrance of the deaf man in the cart, said, "Edward, was it you?" "Now tell him all," said Dot. "Tell him all, Edward, and don't spare me, for nothing shall make me spare myself in his eyes ever again." "I was the man," said Edward. "And could you steal, disguised, into the house of your old friend?" rejoined the carrier. "There was a Frank boy once, how many years is it, Caleb, since we heard that he was dead, and it proved it, we thought, who never would have done that?" "There was a generous friend of mine once, more a father to me than a friend," said Edward, "who never would have judged me or any other man unheard. You were he. So I am certain you will hear me now." The carrier, with a troubled glance at Dot, who still kept far away from him, replied, "Well, that's but fair. I will." "You must know that when I left here, a boy," said Edward, "I was in love, and my love was returned. She was a very young girl, who perhaps you may tell me didn't know her own mind. But I knew mine, and I had a passion for her." "You had!" exclaimed the carrier. "You!" "Indeed I had," returned the other, "and she returned it. I have ever since believed she did, and now I am sure she did." "Heaven help me!" said the carrier. "This is worse than all." "Constant to her," said Edward, "and returning full of hope after many hardships and perils, to redeem my part of our old contract. I heard, 20 miles away, that she was false to me, that she had forgotten me, and had bestowed herself upon another and a richer man. I had no mind to reproach her, but I wished to see her, and to prove beyond dispute that this was true. I hoped she might have been forced into it against her own desire and recollection. It would be small comfort, but it would be some, I thought, and on I came. That I might have the truth, the real truth, observing freely for myself and judging for myself without obstruction on the one hand, or presenting my own influence, if I had any, before her, on the other, I dressed myself unlike myself, you know how, and waited on the road, you know where. You had no suspicion of me, neither had she," pointing to Dot, "until I whispered in her ear at that fireside, and she so nearly betrayed me." "But when she knew that Edward was alive and had come back," sobbed Dot, now speaking for herself, as she had burned to do all through this narrative, "and when she knew his purpose, she advised him by all means to keep his secret close, for his old friend John Peerybingle was too much open in his nature and too clumsy in all artifice, being a clumsy man in general," said Dot, half laughing and half crying, "to keep it for him. And when she—that's me, John," sobbed the little woman, "told him all, and how his sweetheart had believed him to be dead, and how he had at last been over-persuaded by her mother into a marriage which the silly dear old thing called advantageous, and when she—that's me again, John, told him they were not yet married, though close upon it, and that it would be nothing but a sacrifice if it went on, for there was no love on her side, and when he went nearly mad with joy to hear it, then she—that's me again, said she would go between them, as she had often done before in old times, John, and would sound his sweetheart, and be sure that when she—me again, John, said and thought was right. And it was right, John, and they were brought together, John. And they were married, John, an hour ago. And here's the bride, and Gruff and Tackleton may die a bachelor, and I'm a happy little woman, May. God bless you!" She was an irresistible little woman, if that be anything to the purpose, and never so completely irresistible as in her present transports. There never were congratulations so endearing and delicious as those she lavished on herself and on the bride. Amid the tumult of emotions in his breast, the honest carrier had stood confounded. Flying now towards her, Dot stretched out her hand to stop him, and retreated as before. "No, John, no. Hear all. Don't love me any more, John, till you've heard every word I have to say. It was wrong to have a secret from you, John. I'm very sorry. I didn't think it any harm till I came and sat down by you on the little stool last night. But when I knew by what was written on your face that you had seen me walking in the gallery with Edward, and when I knew what you thought, I felt how giddy and how wrong it was. But oh, dear John, how could you think so?" Little woman, how she sobbed again! John Peerybingle would have caught her in his arms, but no, she wouldn't let him. "Don't love me yet, please, John, not for a long time yet. When I was sad about this intended marriage, dear, it was because I remembered May and Edward such young lovers, and knew that her heart was far away from Tackleton. You believe that now, don't you, John?" John was going to make another rush at this appeal, but she stopped him again. "No, keep there, please, John. When I laugh at you, as I sometimes do, John, and call you clumsy, and a dear old goose, and names of that sort, it's because I love you, John, so well, and take such pleasure in your ways, and wouldn't see you altered in the least respect to have you made a king to-morrow." "Arrah," said Caleb, with unusual vigour, "my opinion!" And when I speak of people being middle-aged and steady, John, and pretend that we are a humdrum couple going on in a jog-trot sort of way, it's only because I'm such a silly little thing, John, that I'd like sometimes to act as a kind of play with baby and all that, and make believe." She saw that he was coming, and stopped him again. But she was very nearly too late. "No, don't love me for another minute or two, if you please, John. What I want most to tell you, I have kept to the last. My dear, good, generous John, when we were talking the other night about the cricket, I had it on my lips to say that at first I did not love you quite so dearly as I do now; that when I first came home here I was half afraid I mightn't learn to love you every bit as well as I hoped and prayed I might, being so very young, John. But, dear John, every day and hour I loved you more and more, and if I could have loved you better than I do, the noble words I heard you say this morning would have made me. But I can't. All the affection that I had, it was a great deal, John, I gave you, as you well deserve, long, long ago, and I have no more left to give. Now, my dear husband, take me to your heart again. That's my home, John, and never, never think of sending me to any other. You never will derive so much delight from seeing a glorious little woman in the arms of a third party, as you would have felt if you had seen Dot run into the carrier's embrace. It was the most complete, unmitigated, soul-fraught little piece of earnestness that ever you beheld in all your days. You may be sure the carrier was in a state of perfect rapture, and you may be sure Dot was likewise, and you may be sure they all were, inclusive of Miss Slowboy, who wept copiously for joy, and wishing to include her young charge in the general interchange of congratulations, handed round the baby to everybody in succession, as if it were something to drink. But now the sound of wheels was heard again outside the door, and somebody exclaimed that Gruff and Tackleton was coming back. Speedily that worthy gentleman appeared, looking warm and flustered.
"Why, what the devil's this, John Peerybingle?" said Tackleton. "There's some mistake. I appointed Mrs. Tackleton to meet me at the church, and I'll swear I passed her on the road on her way here. Oh, here she is. I beg your pardon, sir. I haven't the pleasure of knowing you, but if you can do me the favour to spare this young lady, she has a rather particular engagement this morning."
"But I can't spare her," returned Edward. "I couldn't think of it."
"What do you mean, you vagabond?" said Tackleton.
"I mean that as I can make allowance for your being vexed," returned the other with a smile, "I am as deaf to harsh discourse this morning, as I was to all discourse last night." The look that Tackleton bestowed upon him, and the start he gave. "I am sorry, sir," said Edward, holding out May's left hand, and especially the third finger, "that the young lady can't accompany you to church, but as she has been there once this morning, perhaps you'll excuse her." Tackleton looked hard at the third finger, and took a little piece of silver paper, apparently containing a ring, from his waistcoat pocket.
"Miss Slowboy," said Tackleton, "will you have the kindness to throw that in the fire? Thank'ee."
"It was a previous engagement, quite an old engagement, that prevented my wife from keeping her appointment with you, I assure you," said Edward. "Mr. Tackleton will do me the justice to acknowledge that I revealed it to him faithfully, and that I told him many times I never could forget it," said May, blushing.
"Oh, certainly," said Tackleton. "Oh, to be sure. Oh, it's all right. It's quite correct. Mrs. Edward Plummer, I infer?"
"That's the name," returned the bridegroom.
"Ah! I shouldn't have known you, sir," said Tackleton, scrutinizing his face narrowly, and making a low bow. "I give you joy, sir."
"Thank'ee."
"Mrs. Peerybingle," said Tackleton, turning suddenly to where she stood with her husband, "I am sorry. You haven't done me a very great kindness, but upon my life I am sorry. You are better than I thought you. John Peerybingle, I am sorry. You understand me. That's enough. It's quite correct, ladies and gentlemen all, and perfectly satisfactory. Good morning."
With these words he carried it off, and carried himself off too, merely stopping at the door to take the flowers and favours from his horse's head, and to kick that animal once in the ribs as a means of informing him that there was a screw loose in his arrangements. Of course it became a serious duty now to make such a day of it, as should mark these events for a high feast and festival in the Peerybingle calendar for evermore. Accordingly, Dot went to work to produce such an entertainment as should reflect undying honour on the house and on every one concerned, and in a very short space of time she was up to her dimpled elbows in flour, and whitening the carrier's coat every time he came near her, by stopping him to give him a kiss. That good fellow washed the greens, and peeled the turnips, and broke the plates, and upset iron pots full of cold water on the fire, and made himself useful in all sorts of ways, while a couple of professional assistants, hastily called in from somewhere in the neighbourhood as on point of life or death, ran against each other in all the doorways and round all the corners, and everybody tumbled over Tilly Slowboy and the baby everywhere. Tilly never came out in such force before. Her ubiquity was the theme of general admiration. She was a stumbling block in the passage at 25 minutes past 2, a man-trap in the kitchen at 2:30 precisely, and a pitfall in the garret at 25 minutes to 3. The baby's head was, as it were, a test and touchstone for every description of matter, animal, vegetable, and mineral. Nothing was in use that day that didn't come at some time or other into close acquaintance with it. Then there was a great expedition set on foot to go and find out Mrs. Fielding, and to be dismally penitent to that excellent gentlewoman, and to bring her back by force if needful, to be happy and forgiving. And when the expedition first discovered her, she would listen to no terms at all, but said an unspeakable number of times that ever she should have lived to see the day, and couldn't be got to say anything else except, "Now carry me to the grave," which seemed absurd on account of her not being dead, or anything at all like it. After a time she lapsed into a state of dreadful calmness, and observed that when that unfortunate train of circumstances had occurred in the indigo trade, she had foreseen that she would be exposed, during her whole life, to every species of insult and contumely, and that she was glad to find it was the case, and begged that they wouldn't trouble themselves about her, for what was she? Oh dear, a nobody! But would forget that such a being lived, and would take their course in life without her. From this bitterly sarcastic mood, she passed into an angry one, in which she gave vent to the remarkable expression that the worm would turn if trodden on; and, after that, she yielded to a soft regret, and said, if they had only given her their confidence, what might she not have had it in her power to suggest? Taking advantage of this crisis in her feelings, the expedition embraced her, and she very soon had her gloves on, and was on her way to John Peerybingle's in a state of unimpeachable gentility, with a paper parcel at her side containing a cap of state, almost as tall, and quite as stiff as a metre. Then there were Dot's father and mother to come, in another little chaise, and they were behind their time, and fears were entertained, and there was much looking out for them down the road, and Mrs. Fielding always would look in the wrong and morally impossible direction, and being apprised thereof, hoped she might take the liberty of looking where she pleased. At last they came, a chubby little couple jogging along in a snug and comfortable little way that quite belonged to the Dot family, and Dot and her mother side by side were wonderful to see, they were so like each other. Then Dot's mother had to renew her acquaintance with May's mother, and May's mother always stood on her gentility, and Dot's mother never stood on anything but her active little feet, and old Dot, so to call Dot's father, I forgot it wasn't his real name, but never mind, took liberties, and shook hands at first sight, and seemed to think a cap but so much starch and muslin, and didn't defer himself at all to the indigo trade, but said there was no help for it now, and in Mrs. Fielding's summing up, was a good-natured kind of man, but coarse, my dear. I wouldn't have missed Dot doing the honours in her wedding gown, my benison on her bright face, for any money. No, nor the good carrier so jovial and so ruddy at the bottom of the table, nor the brown fresh sailor fellow and his handsome wife, nor any one among them. To have missed the dinner would have been to miss so jolly and as stout a meal as man need eat, and to have missed the overflowing cups in which they drank the wedding day would have been the greatest miss of all. After dinner, Caleb sang the song about the sparkling bowl, as I'm a living man, hoping to keep so for a year or two, he sang it through. And by the by, a most unlooked for incident occurred just as he finished the last verse. There was a tap at the door, and a man came staggering in, without saying with your leave or by your leave, with something heavy on his head. Setting this down in the middle of the table, symmetrically on the centre of the nuts and apples, he said, "Mr Tackleton's compliments, and as he hasn't got no use for the cake himself, perhaps you'll eat it." And with those words he walked off. There was some surprise among the company, as you may imagine. Mrs Fielding, being a lady of infinite discernment, suggested that the cake was poisoned, and related a narrative of a cake which, within her knowledge, had turned a seminary for young ladies blue. But she was overruled by acclamation, and the cake was cut by May, with much ceremony and rejoicing. I don't think anyone had tasted it, when there came another tap at the door, and the same man appeared again, having under his arms a vast brown paper parcel. "Mr Tackleton's compliments, and he sent a few toys for the babby. They ain't ugly." After the delivery of which expressions, he retired again. The whole party would have experienced great difficulty in finding words for their astonishment, even if they had had ample time to seek them. But they had none at all, for the messenger had scarcely shut the door behind him, when there came another tap, and Tackleton himself walked in. "Mrs Peerybingle," said the toy merchant, hat in hand, "I'm sorry. I'm more sorry than I was this morning. I have had time to think of it. John Peerybingle, I'm sour by disposition, but I can't help being sweetened, more or less, by coming face to face with such a man as you. Caleb, this unconscious little nurse, gave me a broken hint last night, of which I have found the thread. I blush to think how easily I might have bound you and your daughter to me, and what a miserable idiot I was when I took her for one. Friends, one and all, my house is very lonely to-night. I have not so much as a cricket on my hearth. I have scared them all away. Be gracious to me. Let me join this happy party." He was at home in 5 minutes. You never saw such a fellow. What had he been doing with himself all his life, never to have known before his great capacity of being jovial, or what had the fairies been doing with him, to have effected such a change? "John, you won't send me home this evening, will you?" whispered Dot. He had been very near it, though. They wanted but one living creature to make the party complete, and in the twinkling of an eye there he was, very thirsty with hard running, and engaged in hopeless endeavours to squeeze his head into a narrow pitcher. He had gone with the cart to its journey's end, very much disgusted with the absence of his master, and stupendously rebellious to the deputy. After lingering about the stable for some time, vainly attempting to incite the old horse to the mutinous act of returning on his own account, he had walked into the tap-room and laid himself down before the fire. But suddenly yielding to the conviction that the deputy was a humbug, and must be abandoned, he had got up again, turned tail, and come home. There was a dance in the evening, with which general mention of that recreation I should have left it alone, if I had not some reason to suppose that it was quite an original dance, and one of a most uncommon figure. It was formed in an odd way. In this way. Edward, that sailor fellow, a good free dashing sort of fellow he was, had been telling them various marvels concerning parrots, and mines, and Mexicans, and gold dust, when all at once he took it in his head to jump up from his seat and propose a dance. For Bertha's harp was there, and she had such a hand upon it as you seldom hear. Dot, sly little piece of affectation when she chose, said her dancing days were over. I think because the carrier was smoking his pipe, and she liked sitting by him best. Mrs Fielding had no choice, of course, but to say her dancing days were over after that. And everybody said the same, except May. May was ready. So May and Edward got up, amid great applause, to dance alone, and Bertha plays her liveliest tune. Well, if you'll believe me, they have not been dancing 5 minutes, when suddenly the carrier flings his pipe away, takes Dot round the waist, dashes out into the room, and starts off with her toe and heel quite wonderfully. Tackleton no sooner sees this, than he skims across to Mrs. Fielding, takes her round the waist, and follows suit. Old Dot no sooner sees this, than he is up, all alive, whisks off Mrs. Dot in the middle of the dance, and is the foremost there. Caleb no sooner sees this, than he clutches Tilly Slowboy by both hands, and goes off at score. Miss Slowboy, firm in the belief that diving hotly in among the other couples, and effecting any number of concussions with them, is your only principle of footing it. Hark! How the cricket joins the music, with its chirp, 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 and how the kettle hums! But what is this? Even as I listen to them, blithely, and turn towards Dot, for one last glimpse of a little figure very pleasant to me, she and the rest have vanished into air, and I am left alone. A cricket sings upon the hearth, a broken child's toy lies upon the ground, and nothing else remains. End of Chapter 3 of The Cricket on the Hearth. End of Section 12 of Dickens' Christmas Books. Section 13 of Dickens' Christmas Books. The Battle of Life, Chapter 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. The Battle of Life. A Love Story by Charles Dickens. Part the First. Once upon a time, it matters little when, and in stalwart England, it matters little where, a fierce battle was fought. It was fought upon a long summer day when the waving grass was green. Many a wild flower, formed by the Almighty hand to be a perfumed goblet for the dew, felt its enamelled cup fill high with blood that day, and shrinking dropped. Many an insect, deriving its delicate colour from harmless leaves and herbs, was stained anew that day by dying men, and marked its frightened way with an unnatural track. The painted butterfly took blood into the air upon the edges of its wings, the stream ran red, the trodden ground became a quagmire, whence from sullen pools collected in the prints of human feet and horses' hoofs the one prevailing hue still lowered and glimmered at the sun. Heaven keep us from a knowledge of the secrets whispered afterwards upon the tainted wind that blew across the scene of that day's work and that night's death and suffering. Many a lonely moon was bright upon the battle ground, and many a star kept mournful watch upon it, and many a wind from every quarter of the earth blew over it before the traces of the fight were worn away. They lurked and lingered for a long time, but survived in little things, for Nature, far above the evil passions of men, soon recovered her serenity, and smiled upon the guilty battle ground as she had done before when it was innocent. The larks sang high above it, the swallows skimmed and dipped and flitted to and fro, the shadows of the flying clouds pursued each other swiftly, over grass and corn and turnip field and wood, and over roof and church spire and the nestling town among the trees, away into the bright distance on the borders of the sky and earth, where the red sunsets faded. Crops were sown and grew up and were gathered in, the stream that had been crimsoned turned a water-mill. Men whistled at the plough. Gleaners and haymakers were seen in quiet groups at work. Sheep and oxen pastured. Boys whooped and called in fields to scare away the birds. Smoke rose from cottage chimneys. Sabbath bells rang peacefully. Old people lived and died. The timid creatures of the field and simple flowers of the bush and garden grew and withered in their destined terms, and all upon the fierce and bloody battle ground where thousands upon thousands had been killed in the great fight. But there were deep green patches in the growing corn at first that people looked at awfully. Year after year they reappeared, and it was known that underneath those fertile spots heaps of men and horses lay buried indiscriminately, enriching the ground. The husbandmen who ploughed those places shrunk from the great worms abounding there, and the sheaves they yielded for many a long year called the battle sheaves, and set apart, and no one ever knew a battle sheaf to be among the last load at a harvest home. For a long time every furrow that was turned revealed some fragments of the fight. For a long time there were wounded trees upon the battle ground, and scraps of hacked and broken fence and wall where deadly struggles had been made, and trampled parts where not a leaf or blade would grow. For a long time no village girl would dress her hair or bosom with the sweetest flower from that field of death, and after many a year had come and gone, the berries growing there were still believed to leave too deep a stain upon the hand that plucked them. The seasons in their course, however, though they passed as lightly as the summer clouds themselves, obliterated in the lapse of time even these remains of the old conflict, and wore away such legendary traces of it as the neighbouring people carried in their minds, until they dwindled into old wives' tales, dimly remembered round the winter fire and waning every year. Where the wild flowers and berries had so long remained upon the stem untouched, gardens arose, and houses were built, and children played at battles on the turf. The wounded trees had long ago made Christmas logs, and blazed and roared away. The deep green patches were no greener now than the memory of those who lay in dust below. The ploughshare still turned up from time to time some rusty bits of metal, but it was hard to say what use they had ever served, and those who found them wondered and disputed. An old dinted corselet and a helmet had been hanging in the church so long, that the same weak half blind old man who tried in vain to make them out above the whitewashed arch had marvelled at them as a baby. If the host slain upon the field could have been for a moment reanimated in the forms in which they fell, each upon the spot that was the bed of his untimely death, gashed and ghastly soldiers would have stared in, hundreds deep, at household door and window, and would have risen on the hearths of quiet homes, and would have been the garnered store of barns and granaries, and would have started up between the cradled infant and its nurse, and would have floated with the stream, and whirled round on the mill, and crowded the orchard, and burdened the meadow, and piled the rickyard high with dying men. So altered was the battle ground where thousands upon thousands had been killed in the great fight. Nowhere more altered, perhaps, about 100 years ago, than in one little orchard attached to an old stone house with a honeysuckle porch, where, on a bright autumn morning, there were sounds of music and laughter, and where two girls danced merrily together on the grass, while some half-dozen peasant women, standing on ladders gathering the apples from the trees, stopped in their work to look down and share their enjoyment. It was a pleasant, lively, natural scene, a beautiful day, a retired spot, and the two girls, quite unconstrained and careless, danced in the very freedom and gaiety of their hearts. If there were no such thing as display in the world, my private opinion is, and I hope you agree with me, that we might get on a great deal better than we do, and might be infinitely more agreeable company than we are. It was charming to see how these girls danced. They had no spectators but the apple pickers on the ladders. They were very glad to please them, but they danced to please themselves, or at least you would have supposed so, and you could no more help admiring than they could help dancing. How they did dance! Not like opera dancers, not at all, and not like Madame Anybody's finished pupils, not the least. It was not quadrille dancing, nor minuet dancing, nor even country dance dancing. It was neither in the old style, nor the new style, nor the French style, nor the English style, though it may have been by accident a trifle in the Spanish style, which is a free and joyous one, I am told, deriving a delightful air of off-hand inspiration from the chirping little castanets. As they danced among the orchard trees, and down the groves of stems, and back again, and twirled each other lightly round and round, the influence of their airy motion seemed to spread and spread in the sun-lighted scene like an expanding circle in the water. Their streaming hair and fluttering skirts, the elastic grass beneath their feet, the boughs that rustled in the morning air, the flashing leaves, their speckled shadows on the soft green ground, the balmy wind that swept along the landscape, glad to turn the distant windmill cheerily, everything between the two girls, and the man and team at plough upon the ridge of land where they showed against the sky as if they were the last things in the world, seemed dancing too. At last the younger of the dancing sisters, out of breath and laughing gaily, threw herself upon a bench to rest. the other leaned against a tree hard by. The music, a wandering harp and fiddle, left off with a flourish, as if it boasted of its freshness; though the truth is, it had gone at such a pace, and worked itself to such a pitch of competition with the dancing, that it never could have held on half a minute longer. The apple pickers on the ladder raised a hum and murmur of applause, and then, in keeping with the sound, bestirred themselves to work again like bees. The more actively, perhaps, because an elderly gentleman, who was no other than Dr. Jeddler himself (it was Dr. Jeddler's house and orchard, you should know, and these were Dr. Jeddler's daughters), came bustling out to see what was the matter, and who the deuce played music on his property before breakfast; for he was a great philosopher, Dr. Jeddler, and not very musical. 'Music and dancing to-day!' said the doctor, stopping short, and speaking to himself. 'I thought they dreaded to-day, but it's a world of contradictions. Why, Grace, why, Marion,' he added aloud, 'is the world more mad than usual this morning?' 'Make some allowance for it, father, if it be,' replied his younger daughter Marion, going close to him and looking into his face, 'for it's somebody's birthday.' 'Somebody's birthday, puss,' replied the doctor. 'Don't you know it's always somebody's birthday? Did you never hear how many new performers enter on this ha, 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 it's impossible to speak gravely of it on this preposterous and ridiculous business called life, every minute? No, father. No, not you, of course. You're a woman almost,' said the doctor. 'By the bye,' and he looked into the pretty face still close to his, 'I suppose it's your birthday?' 'No, do you really, father?' cried his pet daughter, pursing up her red lips to be kissed. 'There, take my love with it,' said the doctor, imprinting his upon them, 'and many happy returns of the idea of the day. The notion of wishing happy returns in such a farce as this,' said the doctor to himself, 'is good. Ha, ha, ha!' Dr. Jeddler was, as I have said, a great philosopher, and the heart and mystery of his philosophy was, to look upon the world as a gigantic practical joke, as something too absurd to be considered seriously by any rational man. His system of belief had been, in the beginning, part and parcel of the battle ground on which he lived, as you shall presently understand. 'Well, but how did you get the music?' asked the doctor. 'Poultry stealers, of course. Where did the minstrels come from?' 'Alfred sent the music,' said his daughter Grace, adjusting a few simple flowers in her sister's hair, with which, in her admiration of that youthful beauty, she had herself adorned it half an hour before, and which the dancing had disarranged. 'Oh, Alfred sent the music, did he?' returned the doctor. 'Yes. He met it coming out of the town as he was entering early. The men are travelling on foot and resting there last night, as it was Marion's birthday, and he thought it would please her. He sent them on, with a pencilled note to me, saying that if I thought so too, they had come to serenade her.' 'Ay, ay,' said the doctor carelessly. 'He always takes your opinion.' 'And my opinion being favourable,' said Grace good humouredly, and pausing for a moment to admire the pretty hedge he decorated, with her own thrown back, 'and Marion being in high spirits and beginning to dance, I joined her, and so we danced to Alfred's music till we were out of breath, and we thought the music all the gayer for being sent by Alfred. Didn't we, dear Marion?' 'Oh, I don't know, Grace. How you tease me about Alfred!' 'Tease you by mentioning your lover?' said her sister. 'I'm sure I don't much care to have him mentioned,' said the wilful beauty, stripping the petals from such flowers she held, and scattering them on the ground. 'I'm almost tired of hearing of him. As to his being my lover ' 'Hush! Don't speak lightly of a true heart which is all your own, Marion,' cried her sister, 'even in jest. There is not a truer heart than Alfred's in the world.' 'No, no,' said Marion, raising her eyebrows with a pleasant air of careless consideration. 'Perhaps not, but I don't know that there's any great merit in that. I don't want him to be so very true. I never asked him if he expects that I but, dear Grace, why need we talk of him at all just now?' It was agreeable to see the graceful figures of the blooming sisters twined together, lingering among the trees, conversing thus, with earnestness opposed to lightness, yet with love responding tenderly to love. And it was very curious indeed to see the younger sister's eyes suffused with tears, and something fervently and deeply felt breaking through the wilfulness of what she said, and striving with it painfully. The difference between them in respect of age could not exceed 4 years at most, but Grace, as often happens in such cases, when no mother watches over both (the doctor's wife was dead), seemed, in her gentle care of her young sister, and in the steadiness of her devotion to her, older than she was, and more removed, in course of nature, from all competition with her, or participation otherwise than through her sympathy and true affection in her wayward fancies, than their ages seemed to warrant. Great character of mother, that even in this shadow and faint reflection of it, purifies the heart, and raises the exalted nature nearer to the angels! The doctor's reflections, as he looked after them and heard the purport of their discourse, were limited, at first, to certain merry meditations on the folly of all loves and likings, and the idle imposition practised on themselves by young people who believed for a moment that there could be anything serious in such bubbles, and were always undeceived. Always. But the home adorning, self denying qualities of Grace, and her sweet temper, so gentle and retiring, yet including so much constancy and bravery of spirit, seemed all expressed to him in the contrast between her quiet household figure and that of his younger and more beautiful child, and he was sorry for her sake, sorry for them both, that life should be such a very ridiculous business as it was. The doctor never dreamed of inquiring whether his children, or either of them, helped in any way to make the scheme a serious one; but then he was a philosopher. A kind and generous man by nature, he had stumbled by chance over that common philosopher's stone, much more easily discovered than the object of the alchemist's researches, which sometimes trips up kind and generous men, and has the fatal property of turning gold to dross, and every precious thing to poor account. 'Britain!' cried the doctor. 'Britain! Hallo!' A small man, with an uncommonly sour and discontented face, emerged from the house, and returned to this call the unceremonious acknowledgment of 'Now then!' 'Where's the breakfast table?' said the doctor. 'In the house,' returned Britain. 'Are you going to spread it out here, as you were told last night?' said the doctor. 'Don't you know that there are gentlemen coming, that there's business to be done this morning before the coach comes by, that this is a very particular occasion?' 'I couldn't do anything, Dr. Jeddler, till the women had done getting the apples, could I?' said Britain, his voice rising with his reasoning, so that it was very loud at last. 'Well, have they done now?' returned the doctor, looking at his watch and clapping his hands. 'Come, make haste. Where's Clemency?' 'Here I am, mister,' said a voice from one of the ladders, which a pair of clumsy feet descended briskly. 'It's all done now. Clear away, gals. Everything shall be ready for you in half a minute, mister.' With that, she began to bustle about most vigorously, presenting, as she did so, an appearance sufficiently peculiar to justify a word of introduction. She was about 30 years old, and had a sufficiently plump and cheerful face, though it was twisted up into an odd expression of tightness that made it comical; but the extraordinary homeliness of her gait and manner would have superseded any face in the world. To say that she had 2 left legs and somebody else's arms, and that all 4 limbs seemed to be out of joint, and to start from perfectly wrong places when they were set in motion, is to offer the mildest outline of the reality. To say that she was perfectly content and satisfied with these arrangements, and regarded them as being no business of hers, and took her arms and legs as they came, and allowed them to dispose of themselves just as it happened, is to render faint justice to her equanimity. Her dress was a prodigious pair of self-willed shoes that never wanted to go where her feet went, blue stockings, a printed gown of many colours, and the most hideous pattern procurable for money, and a white apron. She always wore short sleeves, and always had, by some accident, grazed elbows, in which she took so lively an interest that she was continually trying to turn them round, and get impossible views of them. In general, a little cap perched somewhere on her head, though it was rarely to be met with in the place usually occupied in other subjects by that article of dress; but from head to toe she was scrupulously clean, and maintained a kind of dislocated tidiness. Indeed, her laudable anxiety to be tidy and compact in her own conscience as well as in the public eye, gave rise to one of her most startling evolutions, which was to grasp herself sometimes by a sort of wooden handle, part of her clothing, and familiarly called a busk, and wrestle as it were with her garments until they fell into a symmetrical arrangement. Such, in outward form and garb, was Clemency Newcome, who was supposed to have unconsciously originated a corruption of her own Christian name from Clementina; but nobody knew, for the deaf old mother, a very phenomenon of age, whom she had supported almost from a child, was dead, and she had no other relation. who now busied herself in preparing the table, and who stood at intervals with her bare red arms crossed, rubbing her grazed elbows with opposite hands, and staring at it very composedly until she suddenly remembered something else it wanted, and jogged off to fetch it.
'Here are them two lawyers a coming, mister,' said Clemency, in a tone of no very great goodwill.
'Aha!' cried the doctor, advancing to the gate to meet them. 'Good morning, good morning. Grace, my dear, Marion, here are Mr. Snitchley and Craggs. Where's Alfred?' 'He'll be back directly, father, no doubt,' said Grace. 'He had so much to do this morning in his preparations for departure, that he was up and out by daybreak. Good morning, gentlemen.' 'Ladies,' said Mr. Snitchley, 'for self and Craggs,' who bowed. 'Good morning, miss,' to Marion. 'I kiss your hand,' which he did, 'and I wish you,' which he might or might not, for he didn't look at first sight like a gentleman troubled with many warm outpourings of soul in behalf of other people, 100 happy returns of this auspicious day.' 'Ha, ha, ha!' laughed the doctor, thoughtfully, with his hands in his pockets. 'The great farce in 100 acts. You wouldn't, I am sure,' said Mr. Snitchley, standing a small professional blue bag against one leg of the table, 'cut the great farce short for this actress at all events, Dr. Jeddler?' 'No,' returned the doctor, 'God forbid. May she live to laugh at it, as long as she can laugh, and then say, with the French wit, "The farce is ended. Draw the curtain." The French wit,' said Mr. Snitchley, peeping sharply into his blue bag, 'was wrong, Dr. Jeddler, and your philosophy is altogether wrong. Depend upon it, as I have often told you, nothing serious in life. What do you call law?' 'A joke,' replied the doctor. 'Did you ever go to law?' asked Mr. Snitchley, looking out of the blue bag. 'Never,' returned the doctor. 'If you ever do,' said Mr. Snitchley, 'perhaps you'll alter that opinion.' Craggs, who seemed to be represented by Snitchley, and to be conscious of little or no separate existence or personal individuality, offered a remark of his own in this place. It involved the only idea of which he did not stand seized and possessed in equal moieties with Snitchley, but he had some partners in it among the wise men of the world. 'It's made a great deal too easy,' said Mr. Craggs. 'Law is?' asked the doctor. 'Yes,' said Mr. Craggs, 'everything is. Everything appears to me to be made too easy nowadays. It's the vice of these times. If the world is a joke (I am not prepared to say it isn't), it ought to be made a very difficult joke to crack. It ought to be as hard a struggle, sir, as possible. That's the intention. But it's being made far too easy. We are oiling the gates of life. They ought to be rusty. We shall have them beginning to turn soon with a smooth sound, whereas they ought to grate upon the hinges, sir.' Mr. Craggs seemed positively to grate upon his own hinges as he delivered this opinion, to which he communicated immense effect, being a cold, hard, dry man, dressed in grey and white, like a flint, with small twinkles in his eyes, as if something struck sparks out of them. The three natural kingdoms, indeed, had each a fanciful representative among this brotherhood of disputants, for Snitchley was like a magpie or a raven, only not so sleek, and the doctor had a streaked face like a winter pippin, with here and there a dimple to express the peckings of the birds, and a very little bit of pigtail behind, that stood for the stalk. As the active figure of a handsome young man, dressed for a journey, and followed by a porter bearing several packages and baskets, entered the orchard at a brisk pace, and with an air of gaiety and hope that accorded well with the morning, these three drew together, like the brothers of the sister Fates, or like the Graces most effectually disguised, or like the three weird prophets on the heath, and greeted him. 'Happy returns, Alf,' said the doctor, lightly. 100 happy returns of this auspicious day, Mr. Heathfield,' said Snitchley, bowing low. 'Returns!' Craig murmured, in a deep voice, all alone. 'Why, what a battery!' exclaimed Alfred, stopping short. 'And 1, 2, 3, all foreboders of no good, in the great sea before me. I am glad you are not the first I have met this morning. I should have taken it for a bad omen. But Grace was the first, sweet, pleasant Grace, so I defy you all.' 'If you please, mister, I was the first you knew,' said Clemency Newcome. 'She was a walking out here before sunrise, you remember. I was in the house.' 'That's true. Clemency was the first,' said Alfred. 'So I defy you with Clemency.' 'Ha, ha, ha! For self and Craggs!' said Snitchley. 'What a defiance! 'Not so bad a one as it appears may be,' said Alfred, shaking hands heartily with the doctor, and also with Snitchley and Craggs, and then looking round. 'Where are the Good heavens!' With a start, productive for the moment of a closer partnership between Jonathan Snitchley and Thomas Craggs than the subsisting articles of agreement in that wise contemplated, he hastily betook himself to where the sisters stood together. However, I needn't more particularly explain his manner of saluting Marion first, and Grace afterwards, than by hinting that Mr. Craggs may possibly have considered it too easy. Perhaps to change the subject, Dr. Jeddler made a hasty move towards the breakfast, and they all sat down at table. Grace presided, but so discreetly stationed herself to cut off her sister and Alfred from the rest of the company. Snitchley and Craggs sat at opposite corners with the blue bag between them for safety, and the doctor took his usual position opposite to Grace. Clemency hovered galvanically about the table as waitress, and the melancholy Briton at another and a smaller board acted as grand carver of a round of beef and ham. 'Meat?' said Britain, approaching Mr. Snitchley with the carving knife and fork in his hands, and throwing the question at him like a missile. 'Certainly,' returned the doctor. 'Do you want any?' 'Lean and well done,' replied that gentleman. Having executed these orders, and moderately supplied the doctor (he seemed to know that nobody else wanted anything to eat), he lingered as near the firm as he decently could, watching with an austere eye their disposition of the viands, and but once relaxing the severe expression of his face. This was on the occasion of Mr. Craggs, whose teeth were not of the best, partially choking, when he cried out with great ambition, 'I thought he was gone!' 'Now, Alfred,' said the doctor, 'for a word or two of business, while we are yet at breakfast.' 'While we are yet at breakfast,' said Snitchley and Craggs, who seemed to have no present idea of leaving off. Although Alfred had not been breakfasting, and seemed to have quite enough business on his hands as it was, he respectfully answered, 'If you please, sir.' 'If anything could be serious,' the doctor began, 'in such a farce as this, sir,' hinted Alfred. 'In such a farce as this,' observed the doctor, 'it might be this recurrence, on the eve of separation, of a double birthday which is connected with many associations pleasant to us four, and with the recollection of a long and amicable intercourse. That's not to the purpose.' 'Ah, yes, yes, Dr. Jeddler,' said the young man, 'it is to the purpose. Much to the purpose, as my heart bears witness this morning, and as yours does too, I know, if you would let it speak. I leave your house today. I cease to be your ward today. We part with tender relations stretching far behind us that never can be exactly renewed, and with others dawning yet before us.' He looked down at Marion beside him, fraught with such considerations as I must not trust myself to speak of now. Come, come,' he added, rallying his spirits and the doctor at once, 'there is a serious grain in this large foolish dust heap, doctor. Let us allow today that there is one.' 'Today!' cried the doctor. 'Hear him! Ha, ha, ha! Of all days in the foolish year! Why, on this day, the great battle was fought on this ground where we now sit, where I saw my two girls dance this morning, where the fruit has just been gathered for our eating from these trees, the roots of which are struck in men, not earth. So many lives were lost, that within my recollection, generations afterward, a churchyard full of bones, and dust of bones, and chips and cloven skulls, has been dug up from underneath our feet here. Yet not 100 people in that battle knew for what they fought, or why. Not 100 of the inconsiderate rejoicers in the victory, why they rejoiced. Not half 100 people were the better for the gain or loss. Not half a dozen men agree to this hour on the cause or merits, and nobody, in short, ever knew anything distinct about it but the mourners of the slain. Serious too,' said the doctor, laughing. 'Such a system!' 'But all this seems to me,' said Alfred, 'to be very serious.' 'Serious!' cried the doctor. 'If you allowed such things to be serious, you must go mad, or die, or climb up to the top of a mountain and turn hermit.' 'Besides, so long ago,' said Alfred. 'Long ago!' returned the doctor. 'Do you know what the world has been doing ever since? Do you know what else it has been doing? I don't.' 'It has gone to law a little,' observed Mr. Snitchley, stirring his tea. 'Although the way out has always been made too easy,' said his partner. 'And you'll excuse my saying, doctor,' pursued Mr. Snitchley, 'having been already put 1,000 times in possession of my opinion in the course of our discussions, that in its having gone to law, and in the legal system altogether, I do observe a serious side. Now, really, a something tangible and with a purpose and intention in it. Clemency Newcome made an angular tumble against the table, occasioning a sounding clatter among the cups and saucers. "Heyday, what's the matter there?" exclaimed the doctor. "It's this evil inclined blue bag," said Clemency, "always tripping up somebody." "With a purpose and intention in it, I was saying," resumed Snitchey, "that commands respect. Life a farce, Dr. Jeddler, with law in it." The doctor laughed, and looked at Alfred. "Granted, if you please, that war is foolish," said Snitchey. "There we agree. For example, here's a smiling country," pointing it out with his fork, "once overrun by soldiers, trespassers every man of 'em, and laid waste by fire and sword. He, he, he! The idea of any man exposing himself voluntarily to fire and sword! Stupid, wasteful, positively ridiculous. You laugh at your fellow creatures, you know, when you think of it. But take this smiling country as it stands. Think of the laws appertaining to real property, to the bequest and device of real property, to the mortgage and redemption of real property, to leasehold, freehold, and copyhold estate. I think," said Mr. Snitchey with such great emotion that he actually smacked his lips, "of the complicated laws relating to title and proof of title, with all the contradictory precedents and numerous acts of parliament connected with them. Think of the infinite number of ingenious and interminable chancery suits to which this pleasant prospect may give rise, and acknowledge, Dr. Jeddler, that there is a green spot in the scheme about us. I believe," said Mr. Snitchey, looking at his partner, "that I speak for self and Craggs." Mr. Craggs having signified assent, Mr. Snitchey, somewhat freshened by his recent eloquence, observed that he would take a little more beef and another cup of tea. "I don't stand up for life in general," he added, rubbing his hands and chuckling. "It's full of folly, full of something worse, professions of trust and confidence and unselfishness and all that. Bah, bah, bah! We see what they're worth. But you mustn't laugh at life. You've got a game to play, a very serious game indeed. Everybody's playing against you, you know, and you're playing against them. Oh, it's a very interesting thing. There are deep moves upon the board. You must only laugh, Dr. Jeddler, when you win, and then not much. He, he, he! And then not much," repeated Snitchey, rolling his head and winking his eye, as if he would have added, "You may do this, indeed." "Well, Alfred," cried the doctor, "what do you say now?" "I say, sir," replied Alfred, "that the greatest favour you could do me, and yourself too, I am inclined to think, would be to try sometimes to forget this battlefield, and others like it, and the broader battlefield of life on which the sun looks every day." "Really, I'm afraid that wouldn't soften his opinions, Mr. Alfred," said Snitchey. "The combatants are very eager and very bitter in that same battle of life. There's a great deal of cutting and slashing, and firing into people's heads from behind, terrible treading down and trampling on. It's rather a bad business." "I believe, Mr. Snitchey," said Alfred, "there are quiet victories and struggles, great sacrifices of self, and noble acts of heroism in it, even in many of its apparent lightnesses and contradictions, not the less difficult to achieve because they have no earthly chronicle or audience, done every day in nooks and corners, and in little households, and in men's and women's hearts, any one of which might reconcile the sternest man to such a world, and fill him with belief and hope in it, though 2/4 of his people were at war, and another fourth at law, and that's a bold word." Both the sisters listened keenly. "Well, well," said the doctor, "I am too old to be converted, even by my friend Snitchey here, or my good spinster sister, Martha Jeddler, who had what she calls her domestic trials ages ago, and has led a sympathising life with all sorts of people ever since, and who is so much of your opinion, only she's less reasonable and more obstinate, being a woman, that we can't argue and seldom meet. I was born upon this battlefield. I began, as a boy, to have my thoughts directed to the real history of a battlefield. 60 years have gone over my head, and I have never seen the Christian world, including Heaven knows how many loving mothers and good enough girls like mine here, anything but mad for a battlefield. The same contradictions prevail in everything. One must either laugh or cry at such stupendous inconsistencies, and I prefer to laugh." Britain, who had been paying the profoundest and most melancholy attention to each speaker in his turn, seemed suddenly to decide in favour of the same preference, if a deep sepulchral sound that escaped him might be construed into a demonstration of risibility. His face, however, was so perfectly unaffected by it, both before and afterwards, that although one or two of the breakfast party looked round as being startled by a mysterious noise, nobody connected the offender with it, except his partner in attendance, Clemency Newcome, who, rousing him with one of those favourite joints, her elbows, inquired in a reproachful whisper what he laughed at. 'Not you,' said Britain.
Who then?'
'Humanity,' said Britain. 'That's the joke.'
'What between master and them lawyers, he's getting more and more addle headed every day,' cried Clemency, giving him a lunge with the other elbow as a mental stimulant. 'Do you know where you are? Do you want to get warning?'
'I don't know anything,' said Britain, with a leaden eye and an immovable visage. 'I don't care for anything, I don't make out anything, I don't believe anything, and I don't want anything.' Although this forlorn summary of his general condition might have been overcharged in an access of despondency, Benjamin Britain, sometimes called Little Britain, to distinguish him from Great, as we might say Young England, to express Old England with a difference, has defined his real state more accurately than might be supposed; for having, as a sort of man Miles to the doctor's Friar Bacon, and listening day after day to innumerable orations addressed by the doctor to various people, all tending to show that his very existence was at best a mistake and an absurdity, this unfortunate servitor had fallen by degrees into such an abyss of confused and contradictory suggestions from within and without, that Truth at the bottom of her well was on the level surface as compared with Britain in the depths of his mystification. The only point he clearly comprehended was, that the new element usually brought into these discussions by Snitchley and Craggs never served to make them clearer, and always seemed to give the doctor a species of advantage and confirmation. Therefore he looked upon the firm as one of the proximate causes of his state of mind, and held them in abhorrence accordingly. 'But this is not our business, Alfred,' said the doctor. 'Ceasing to be my ward, as you have said today, and leaving us full to the brim of such learning as the grammar school down here was able to give you, and your studies in London could add to that, and such practical knowledge as a dull old country doctor like myself could graft upon both, you are away now into the world. The first term of probation appointed by your poor father being over, away you go now, your own master, to fulfil his second desire, and long before your 3 years' tour among the foreign schools of medicine is finished, you'll have forgotten us. Lord, you'll forget us easily in 6 months.' 'If I do but you know better why should I speak to you?' said Alfred, laughing. 'I don't know anything of the sort,' returned the doctor. 'What do you say, Marion?' Marion, trifling with her teacup, seemed to say (but she didn't say it) that he was welcome to forget them if he could. Grace pressed the blooming face against her cheek, and smiled. 'I haven't been, I hope, a very unjust steward in the execution of my trust,' pursued the doctor, 'but I am to be at any rate formally discharged and released and what not this morning, and here are our good friends Snitchley and Craggs with a bag full of papers and accounts and documents for the transfer of the balance of the trust fund to you. I wish it was a more difficult one to dispose of, Alfred, but you must get to be a great man and make it so, and other drolleries of that sort, which are to be signed, sealed, and delivered.' 'And duly witnessed, as by law required,' said Snitchley, pushing away his plate, and taking out the papers which his partner proceeded to spread upon the table. 'And Self and Craggs having been co-trustees with you, doctor, in so far as the fund was concerned, we shall want your two servants to attest the signatures. Can you read, Mrs. Newcome?'
'I ain't married, mister,'
said Clemency. 'Oh, I beg your pardon, I should think not,' chuckled Snitchley, casting his eyes over her extraordinary figure. 'You can read?'
'A little,'
answered Clemency. 'The marriage service, night and morning, eh?' observed the lawyer, jocosely.
'No,' said Clemency, 'too hard. I only reads a thimble.'
'Read a thimble!' echoed Snitchley. 'What are you talking about, young woman?'
Clemency added, 'and a nutmeg grater.'
'Why, this is a lunatic, a subject for the Lord High Chancellor,' said Snitchley, staring at her.
'If possessed of any property,'
stipulated Craggs. Grace, however, interposing, explained that each of the articles in question bore an engraved motto, and so formed the pocket library of Clemency Newcome, who was not so much given to the study of books. 'Oh, that's it, is it, Miss Grace?' said Snitchley. 'Yes, yes. Ha, ha, ha! I thought our friend was an idiot. She looks uncommonly like it,' he muttered, with a supercilious glance. 'And what does the thimble say, Mrs. Newcome?'
'I ain't married, mister,'
observed Clemency. 'Well, Newcome, will that do?' said the lawyer. 'What does the thimble say, Newcome?' How Clemency, before replying to this question, held one pocket open, and looked down into its yawning depths for the thimble which wasn't there, and how she then held an opposite pocket open, and seeming to descry it like a pearl of great price at the bottom, cleared away such intervening obstacles as a handkerchief, an end of wax candle, a flushed apple, an orange, a lucky penny, a cramp bone, a padlock, a pair of scissors in a sheath, more expressively described as promising young shears, a handful or so of loose beads, several balls of cotton, a needle case, a cabinet collection of curl papers, and a biscuit, all of which articles she entrusted individually and severally to Britain to hold, is of no consequence. Nor how, in her determination to grasp this pocket by the throat and keep it prisoner, for it had a tendency to swing and twist itself round the nearest corner, she assumed and calmly maintained an attitude apparently inconsistent with the human anatomy and the laws of gravity. It is enough that at last she triumphantly produced the thimble on her finger, and rattled the nutmeg grater, the literature of both these trinkets being obviously in course of wearing out and wasting away through excessive friction. 'That's the thimble, is it, young woman?' said Mr. Snitchey, diverting himself at her expense. 'And what does the thimble say?' 'It says,' replied Clemency, reading slowly round it as if it were a tower, 'Forget and forgive.' Snitchley and Craggs laughed heartily. 'So new,' said Snitchey. 'So easy,' said Craggs. 'Such a knowledge of human nature in it,' said Snitchey. 'So applicable to the affairs of life,' said Craggs. 'And the nutmeg grater?' inquired the head of the firm. 'The grater says,' returned Clemency, 'Do as you would be done by.' 'Do or you'll be done brown, you mean,' said Mr. Snitchey. 'I don't understand,' retorted Clemency, shaking her head vaguely. 'I ain't no lawyer.' 'I'm afraid that if she was, doctor,' said Mr. Snitchey, turning to him suddenly, as if to anticipate any effect that might otherwise be consequent on this retort, 'she'll find it to be the golden rule of half her clients. They are serious enough in that, whimsical as your world is, and lay the blame on us afterwards. We in our profession are little else than mirrors after all, Mr. Alfred, but we are generally consulted by angry and quarrelsome people who are not in their best looks, and it's rather hard to quarrel with us if we reflect on pleasant aspects. I think,' said Mr. Snitchey, 'that I speak for Self and Craggs?' 'Decidedly,' said Craggs. 'And so if Mr. Britain will oblige us with a mouthful of ink,' said Mr. Snitchey, returning to the papers, 'we'll sign, seal, and deliver as soon as possible, or the coach will be coming past before we know where we are.' If one might judge from his appearance, there was every probability of the coach coming past before Mr. Britain knew where he was, for he stood in a state of abstraction, mentally balancing the doctor against the lawyers, and the lawyers against the doctor, and their clients against both, and engaged in feeble attempts to make the thimble and nutmeg grater (a new idea to him) square with anybody's system of philosophy, and in short bewildering himself as much as ever his great namesake has done with theories and schools. But Clemency, who was his good genius, though he had the meanest possible opinion of her understanding, by reason of her seldom troubling herself with abstract speculations, and being always at hand to do the right thing at the right time, having produced the ink in a twinkling, tendered him the further service of recalling him to himself by the application of her elbows, with which gentle flappers she so jogged his memory in a more literal construction of that phrase than usual, that he soon became quite fresh and brisk. How he laboured under an apprehension not uncommon to persons in his degree, to whom the use of pen and ink is an event, that he couldn't append the name to a document not of his own writing without committing himself in some shadowy manner, or somehow signing away vague and enormous sums of money, and how he approached the deeds under protest and by dint of the doctor's coercion, and insisted on pausing to look at them before writing, the cramped hand, to say nothing of the phraseology, being so much Chinese to him, and also on turning them round to see whether there was anything fraudulent underneath; and how, having signed his name, he became desolate as one who had parted with his property and rights, I want the time to tell. Also, how the blue bag containing his signature afterwards had a mysterious interest for him, and he couldn't leave it. Also, how Clemency Newcome, in an ecstasy of laughter at the idea of her own importance and dignity, brooded over the whole table with her two elbows like a spread eagle, and reposed her head upon her left arm as a preliminary to the formation of certain cabalistic characters, which required a deal of ink and imaginary counterparts whereof she executed at the same time with her tongue. Also, how having once tasted ink, she became thirsty in that regard, as tigers are said to be after tasting another sort of fluid, and wanted to sign everything, and put her name in all kinds of places. In brief, the doctor was discharged of his trust and all its responsibilities, and Alfred, taking it on himself, was fairly started on the journey of life. "Britain," said the doctor, "run to the gate and watch for the coach. Time flies, Alfred." "Yes, sir, yes," returned the young man hurriedly. "Dear Grace, a moment. Marion, so young and beautiful, so winning and so much admired, dear to my heart as nothing else in life is, remember, I leave Marion to you." "She has always been a sacred charge to me, Alfred. She is doubly so now. I will be faithful to my trust, believe me." "I do believe it, Grace. I know it well. Who could look upon your face, and hear your earnest voice, and not know it? Ah, good Grace! If I had your well governed heart and tranquil mind, how bravely I would leave this place today!" "Would you?" she answered, with a quiet smile. "And yet, Grace, sister seems the natural word." "Use it," she said quickly. "I am glad to hear it. Call me nothing else." "And yet, sister, then," said Alfred, "Marion and I had better have your true and steadfast qualities serving us here, and making us both happier and better. I wouldn't carry them away to sustain myself if I could." "Couch upon the hill top!" exclaimed Britain. "Time flies, Alfred," said the doctor. Marion had stood apart, with her eyes fixed upon the ground, but this warning being given, her young lover brought her tenderly to where her sister stood, and gave her into her embrace. "I have been telling Grace, dear Marion," he said, "that you are her charge, my precious trust at parting. And when I come back and reclaim you, dearest, and the bright prospect of our married life lies stretched before us, it shall be one of our chief pleasures to consult how we can make Grace happy, how we can anticipate her wishes, how we can show our gratitude and love to her, how we can return her something of the debt she will have heaped upon us." The younger sister had one hand in his, the other rested on her sister's neck. She looked into that sister's eyes, so calm, serene, and cheerful, with a gaze in which affection, admiration, sorrow, wonder, almost veneration, were blended. She looked into that sister's face as if it were the face of some bright angel. Calm, serene, and cheerful, it looked back on her and on her lover. "And when the time comes, as it must one day," said Alfred, "I wonder it has never come yet, but Grace knows best, for Grace is always right, when she will want a friend to open her whole heart to, and to be to her something of what she has been to us. Then, Marion, how faithful we will prove, and what delight to us to know that she, our dear good sister, loves and is loved again, as we would have her." Still the younger sister looked into her eyes, and turned not, even towards him. And still those honest eyes looked back, so calm, serene, and cheerful, on herself and on her lover. "And when all that is past, and we are old, and living, as we must, together, close together, talking often of old times," said Alfred, "these shall be our favourite times among them, this day most of all, and telling each other what we thought, and felt, and hoped, and feared, at parting, and how we couldn't bear to say good-bye." "Coach coming through the wood!" cried Britain. "Yes, I am ready. And how we met again so happily in spite of all! We'll make this day the happiest in all the year, and keep it as a treble birthday. Shall we, dear?" "Yes," interposed the elder sister eagerly, and with a radiant smile. "Yes, Alfred. Don't linger. There's no time. Say good-bye to Marion, and Heaven be with you." He pressed the younger sister to his heart. Released from his embrace, she again clung to her sister, and her eyes, with the same blended look, again sought those so calm, serene, and cheerful. "Farewell, my boy," said the doctor. "To talk about any serious correspondence, or serious affections, and engagements, and so forth, in such a you know what I mean. Why, that, of course, would be sheer nonsense. All I can say is, that if you and Marion should continue in the same foolish minds, I shall not object to have you for a son-in-law one of these days." "Over the bridge!" cried Britain. "Let it come," said Alfred, wringing the doctor's hand stoutly. "Think of me sometimes, my old friend and guardian, as seriously as you can. Adieu, Mr. Snitchley. Farewell, Mr. Craggs.' 'Coming down the road!' cried Britain. 'A kiss of Clemency Newcome for long acquaintance sake. Shake hands, Britain. Marion, dearest heart, good bye. Sister Grace, remember!' The quiet household figure, and the face so beautiful in its serenity, were turned towards him in reply, but Marion's look and attitude remained unchanged. The coach was at the gate. There was a bustle with the luggage. The coach drove away. Marion never moved. 'He waves his hat to you, my love,' said Grace. 'Your chosen husband, darling. Look!' The younger sister raised her head, and for a moment turned it; then turning back again, and fully meeting for the first time those calm eyes, fell sobbing on her neck. 'Oh, Grace, God bless you! But I cannot bear to see it, Grace. It breaks my heart. End of Part 1.
Section 14 of Dickens' Christmas Books. The Battle of Life, Chapter 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. The Battle of Life by Charles Dickens, Part the Second. Snitchley and Craggs had a snug little office on the old battle ground, where they drove a snug little business, and fought a great many small pitched battles for a great many contending parties. Though it could hardly be said of these conflicts that they were running fights, for in truth they generally proceeded at a snail's pace, the part the firm had in them came so far within that general denomination that they now took a shot at this plaintiff, and now aimed a chop at that defendant, now made a heavy charge at an estate in Chancery, and now had some light skirmishing around an irregular body of small debtors, just as the occasion served, and the enemy happened to present himself. The Gazette was an important and profitable feature in some of their fields, as well as in fields of greater renown, and in most of the actions wherein they showed their generalship, it was afterwards observed by the combatants that they had had great difficulty in making each other out, or in knowing with any degree of distinctness what they were about, in consequence of the vast amount of smoke by which they were surrounded. The offices of Messrs. Snitchley and Craggs stood convenient with an open door down two smooth steps in the market place, so that any angry farmer inclining towards hot water might tumble into it at once. Their special council chamber and hall of conference was an old back room upstairs, with a low dark ceiling, which seemed to be knitting its brows gloomily in the consideration of tangled points of law. It was furnished with some high backed leathern chairs, garnished with great goggle eyed brass nails, of which, every here and there, two or three had fallen out, or had been picked out, perhaps by the wandering thumbs and forefingers of bewildered clients. There was a framed print of a great judge in it, every curl in whose dreadful wig had made a man's hair stand on end. Bales of paper filled the dusty closets, shelves, and tables; and round the wainscot there were tiers of boxes, padlocked and fireproof, with people's names painted outside, which anxious visitors felt themselves, by a cruel enchantment, obliged to spell backwards and forwards, and to make anagrams of, while they sat, seeming to listen to Snitchley and Craggs without comprehending one word of what they said. Snitchley and Craggs had each, in private life as in professional existence, a partner of his own. Snitchley and Craggs were the best friends in the world, and had a real confidence in one another; but Mrs. Snitchley, by a dispensation not uncommon in the affairs of life, was on principle suspicious of Mr. Craggs, and Mrs. Craggs was on principle suspicious of Mr. Snitchley. 'Your Snitchleys, indeed!' the latter lady would observe sometimes to Mr. Craggs, using that imaginative plural, as if in disparagement of an objectionable pair of pantaloons, or other articles not possessed of a singular number. 'I don't see what you want with your Snitchleys, for my part. You trust a great deal too much to your Snitchleys, I think, and I hope you may never find my words come true.' While Mrs. Snitchley would observe to Mr. Snitchley of Craggs that if ever he was led away by man, he was led away by that man, and if she ever read a double purpose in a mortal eye, she read that purpose in Craggs's eye.
Notwithstanding this, however, they were all very good friends in general, and Mrs. Snitchley and Mrs. Craggs maintained a close bond of allegiance against the office, which they both considered a blue chamber and common enemy, full of dangerous because unknown machinations. In this office, nevertheless, Snitchley and Craggs made honey for their several hives. Here sometimes they would linger of a fine evening at the window of their council chamber, overlooking the old battle ground, and wonder (but that was generally in Aziz's time, when much business had made them sentimental) at the folly of mankind, who couldn't always be at peace with one another, and to go to law comfortably. Here days and weeks and months and years passed over them, their calendar the gradually diminishing number of brass nails in the leathern chairs, and the increasing bulk of papers on the tables. Here nearly 3 years' flight had thinned the one and swelled the other, since the breakfast in the orchard, when they sat together in consultation at night. Not alone, but with a man of 30, or about that time of life, negligently dressed, and somewhat haggard in the face, but well made, well attired, and well looking, who sat in the arm-chair of state with one hand in his breast and the other in his dishevelled hair, pondering moodily. Mr. Snitchley and Craggs sat opposite each other at a neighbouring desk. One of the fireproof boxes, unpadlocked and open, was upon it. A part of its contents lay strewn upon the table, and the rest was then in course of passing through the hands of Mr. Snitchley, who brought it to the candle, document by document, looked at every paper singly as he produced it, shook his head, and handed it to Mr. Craggs, who looked it over also, shook his head, and laid it down. Sometimes they would stop, and shaking their heads in concert, look towards the abstracted client, and the name on the box being Michael Warden, Esquire, we may conclude from these premises that the name and the box were both his, and that the affairs of Michael Warden, Esquire, were in a bad way. "That's all," said Mr. Snitchley, turning up the last paper. "Really there's no other resource. No other resource." "All lost, spent, wasted, pawned, borrowed, and sold, eh?" said the client, looking up. "All," returned Mr. Snitchley. "Nothing else to be done, you say?" "Nothing at all." The client bit his nails, and pondered again. "And I am not even personally safe in England, you hold to that, do you?" "In no part of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland," replied Mr. Snitchley. "A mere prodigal son with no father to go back to, no swine to keep, and no husk to share with them, eh?" pursued the client, rocking one leg over the other, and searching the ground with his eyes. Mr. Snitchley coughed, as if to deprecate the being supposed to participate in any figurative illustration of a legal position. Mr. Craggs, as if to express that it was a partnership view of the subject, also coughed. "Ruined at 30," said the client. "Humph!" "Not ruined, Mr. Warden," returned Snitchley. "Not so bad as that. You have done a good deal towards it, I must say, but you are not ruined. A little nursing, a little devil." "Mr. Craggs," said Snitchley, "will you oblige me with a pinch of snuff? Thank you, sir." As the imperturbable lawyer applied it to his nose, with great apparent relish and a perfect absorption of his attention in the proceeding, the client gradually broke into a smile, and looking up, said, "You talk of nursing. How long nursing?" "How long nursing?" repeated Snitchley, dusting the snuff from his fingers, and making a slow circulation in his mind. "For your involved estate, sir? In good hands? S.N.C.'s, say 6 or 7 years?" "To starve for 6 or 7 years!" said the client with a fretful laugh, and an impatient change of his position. "To starve for 6 or 7 years, Mr. Warden," said Snitchley, "would be very uncommon indeed. You might get another estate by showing yourself the while, but we don't think you could do it, speaking for self and Craggs, and consequently don't advise it." "What do you advise?" "Nursing, I say," repeated Snitchley. "Some few years of nursing by self and Craggs would bring it round. But to enable us to make terms, and hold terms, and you to keep terms, you must go away. You must live abroad. As to starvation, we could ensure you some hundreds a year to starve upon, even in the beginning, I dare say, Mr. Warden." "Hundreds!" said the client, "and I have spent thousands." "That," retorted Mr. Snitchley, putting the papers slowly back into the cast iron box, "there is no doubt about. No doubt about," he repeated to himself, as he thoughtfully pursued his occupation. The lawyer very likely knew his man; at any rate his dry, shrewd, whimsical manner had a favourable influence upon the client's moody state, and disposed him to be more free and unreserved. Or perhaps the client knew his man, and had elicited some encouragements, as he had received, to render some purpose he was about to disclose the more defensible in appearance. Gradually raising his head, he sat looking at his immovable adviser with a smile, which presently broke into a laugh. "After all," he said, "my iron-headed friend," Mr. Snitchley pointed out his partner, "self and, excuse me, Craggs." "I beg Mr. Cragg's pardon," said the client. "After all, my iron-headed friends," he leaned forward in his chair and dropped his voice a little, "you don't know half my ruin yet." Mr. Snitchley stopped and stared at him. Mr. Craggs also stared. "I am not only deep in debt," said the client, "but I am deep in—" "Not in love?" cried Snitchley. "Yes," said the client, falling back in his chair and surveying the firm with his hands in his pockets, "deep in love." "And not with an heiress, sir?" said Snitchley. "Not with an heiress." "Nor a rich lady?" "Nor a rich lady, that I know of, except in beauty and merit." "A single lady, I trust?" said Mr. Snitchley, with great expression. "Certainly." "It's not one of Dr. Jeddler's daughters?" said Snitchley, suddenly squaring his elbows on his knees and advancing his face at least a yard. "Yes," returned the client. "Not his youngest daughter?" cried Snitchley. "Yes," returned the client. "Mr. Craggs," said Snitchley, much relieved, "will you oblige me with another pinch of snuff? Thank you. I am happy to say it don't signify, Mr. Warden. She's engaged, sir. She's bespoke. My partner can corroborate me. We know the fact." "We know the fact," repeated Craggs. "Why, so do I, perhaps," returned the client quietly. "What of that? Are you men of the world, and did you never hear of a woman changing her mind?" "There certainly have been actions for breach," said Mr. Snitchley, "brought against both spinsters and widows, but in the majority of cases—" "Cases!" interposed the client impatiently. "Don't talk to me of cases. The general precedent is in a much larger volume than any of your law books. Besides, do you think I have lived 6 weeks in the doctor's house for nothing?" "I think, sir," observed Mr. Snitchley, gravely addressing himself to his partner, "that of all the scrapes Mr. Warden's horses have brought him into at one time or another, and they have been pretty numerous, and pretty expensive, as none know better than himself, and you and I, the worst scrapes may turn out to be, if he talks in this way, his having been ever left by one of them at the doctor's garden wall, with 3 broken ribs, a snapped collar bone, and the Lord knows how many bruises. We didn't think so much of it at the time, when we knew he was going on well under the doctor's hands and roof. But it looks bad now, sir, bad. It looks very bad. Dr. Jeddler too. Our cousin, Mr. Craggs—" "Mr. Alfred Heathfield too. A sort of client, Mr. Snitchley," said Craggs. "Mr. Michael Warden too, a kind of client," said the careless visitor, "and no bad one either, having played the fool for 10 or 12 years. However, Mr. Michael Warden has sown his wild oats now. There's the crop in that box, and means to repent and be wise. And in proof of it, Mr. Michael Warden means, if he can, to marry Marion, the doctor's lovely daughter, and to carry her away with him." "Really, Mr. Craggs," Snitchley began. "Really, Mr. Snitchley, and Mr. Craggs, partners both," said the client, interrupting him. "You know your duty to your clients, and you know well enough, I am sure, that it is no part of it to interfere in a mere love affair, which I am obliged to confide to you. I am not going to carry the young lady off without her own consent. There's nothing illegal in it. I never was Mr. Heathfield's bosom friend. I violate no confidence of his. I love where he loves, and I mean to win where he would win, if I can." "He can't, Mr. Craggs," said Snitchley, evidently anxious and discomfited. "He can't do it, sir. She dotes on Mr. Alfred." "Does she?" returned the client. "Mr. Craggs, she dotes on him, sir," persisted Snitchley. "I didn't live 6 weeks some few months ago in the doctor's house for nothing, and I doubted that soon," observed the client, "she would have doted on him, if her sister could have brought it about, but I watched them. Marion avoided his name, avoided the subject, shrunk from the least allusion to it, with evident distress." "Why should she, Mr. Craggs, you know? Why should she, sir?" inquired Snitchley. "I don't know why she should, though there are many likely reasons," said the client, smiling at the attention and perplexity expressed in Mr. Snitchey's shining eye, and at his cautious way of carrying on the conversation and making himself informed upon the subject. "But I know she does. She was very young when she made the engagement, if it may be called one, I'm not even sure of that, and has repented of it perhaps. Perhaps. It seems a foppish thing to say, but upon my soul I don't mean it in that light. She may have fallen in love with me, as I have fallen in love with her." "He, he! Mr. Alfred, her old playfellow too, you remember, Mr. Craggs," said Snitchey with a disconcerted laugh, "knew her, almost from a baby." "Which makes it the more probable that she may be tired of his idea," calmly pursued the client, "and not indisposed to exchange it for the newer one of another lover, who presents himself, or is presented by his horse, under romantic circumstances, has the not unfavourable reputation, with a country girl, of having lived thoughtlessly and gaily without doing much harm to anybody, and who, for his youth and vigour, and so forth, this may seem foppish again, but upon my soul I don't mean it in that light, might perhaps pass muster in a crowd with Mr. Alfred himself." There was no gainsaying the last cause, certainly, and Mr. Snitchey, glancing at him, thought so. There was something naturally graceful and pleasant in the very carelessness of his air. It seemed to suggest of his comely face and well-knit figure, that they might be greatly better if he chose, and that once roused and made earnest (but he never had been earnest yet), he could be full of fire and purpose. A dangerous sort of libertine, thought the shrewd lawyer, to seem to catch the spark he wants from a young lady's eyes. "Now observe, Snitchey," he continued, rising and taking him by the button, "and Craggs," taking him by the button also, and placing one partner on either side of him, so that neither might evade him, "I don't ask you for any advice. You are right to keep quite aloof from all parties in such a matter, which is not one in which grave men like you could interfere on any side. I am briefly going to review in half a dozen words my position and intention, and then I shall leave it to you to do the best for me in money matters that you can, seeing that if I run away with the Doctor's beautiful daughter, as I hope to do, and to become another man under her bright influence, it will be, for the moment, more chargeable than running away alone. But I shall soon make all that up in an altered life." "I think it will be better not to hear this, Mr. Craggs," said Snitchey, looking at him across the client. "I think not," said Craggs, both listening attentively. "Well, you needn't hear it," replied their client. "I'll mention it, however. I don't mean to ask the Doctor's consent, because he wouldn't give it me. But I mean to do the Doctor no wrong or harm, because, besides there being nothing serious in such trifles, as he says, I hope to rescue his child, my Marion, from what I see, I know, she dreads, and contemplates with misery. That is, the return of this old lover. If anything in the world is true, it is true that she dreads his return. Nobody is injured so far. I am so harried and worried here just now, that I lead the life of a flying fish, skulk about in the dark, am shut out of my own house, and warned off my own grounds, but that house and those grounds, and many an acre besides, will come back to me one day, as you know and say, and Marion will probably be richer, on your showing, who are never sanguine, 10 years hence as my wife, than as the wife of Alfred Heathfield, whose return she dreads, remember that, and in whom or in any man my passion is not surpassed. Who is injured yet? It is a fair cause throughout. My right is as good as his, if she decide in my favour, and I will try my right by her alone. You will like to know no more after this, and I will tell you no more. Now you know my purpose and wants. When must I leave here?" "In a week," said Snitchey. "Mr. Craggs?" "In something less, I should say," responded Craggs. "In a month," said the client, after attentively watching the two faces. "This day. To-day is Thursday. Succeed or fail, on this day month I go." "It is too long a delay," said Snitchey, "much too long, but let it be so. I thought he'd have stipulated for 3, he murmured to himself. "Are you going? Good night, sir." "Good night," returned the client, shaking hands with the firm. "You'll live to see me making a good use of riches yet. Henceforth the star of my destiny is Marion." "Take care of the stairs, sir," replied Snitchley, "for she don't shine there. Good night." "Good night." So they both stood at the stair-head with a pair of office candles, watching him down, and when he had gone away, stood looking at each other. "What do you think of all this, Mr. Craggs?" said Snitchley. Mr. Craggs shook his head. "It was our opinion on the day when that release was executed, that there was something curious in the parting of that pair, I recollect," said Snitchley. "It was," said Mr. Craggs. "Perhaps he deceives himself altogether," pursued Mr. Snitchley, locking up the fireproof box and putting it away. "Or if he don't, a little bit of fickleness and perfidy is not a miracle, Mr. Craggs. And yet I thought that pretty face was very true, I thought," said Mr. Snitchley, putting on his great coat, for the weather was very cold, drawing on his gloves, and snuffing out one candle, "that if I had even seen her character becoming stronger and more resolved of late, more like her sister's—" "Mrs. Craggs was of the same opinion," returned Craggs. "I'd really give a trifle to-night," observed Mr. Snitchley, who was a good-natured man, "if I could believe that Mr. Warden was reckoning without his host. But light-headed, capricious, and unballasted as he is, he knows something of the world and its people. He ought to, for he has bought what he does know, dear enough. And I can't quite think that. We had better not interfere. We can do nothing, Mr. Craggs, but keep quiet." "Nothing," returned Craggs. "Our friend the Doctor makes light of such things," said Mr. Snitchley, shaking his head. "I hope he mayn't stand in need of his philosophy. Our friend Alfred talks of the battle of life." He shook his head again. "I hope he mayn't be cut down early in the day. Have you got your hat, Mr. Craggs? I am going to put the other candle out." Mr. Craggs replying in the affirmative, Mr. Snitchley suited the action to the word, and they groped their way out of the council chamber, now as dark as the subject, or the law in general. My story passes to a quiet little study, where, on that same night, the sisters and the hale old Doctor sat by a cheerful fireside. Grace was working at her needle. Marion read aloud from a book before her. The Doctor, in his dressing gown and slippers, with his feet spread out upon the warm rug, leaned back in his easy chair, and listened to the book and looked upon his daughters. They were very beautiful to look upon. Two better faces for a fireside never made a fireside bright and sacred. Something of the difference between them had been softened down in 3 years' time, and enthroned upon the clear brow of the younger sister, looking through her eyes and thrilling in her voice, was the same earnest nature that her own motherless youth had ripened in the elder sister long ago. But she still appeared at once the lovelier and weaker of the two, still seemed to rest her head upon her sister's breast, and put her trust in her and look into her eyes for counsel and reliance, those loving eyes so calm, serene, and cheerful as of old. "And being in her own home," read Marion from the book, "her home made exquisitely dear by these remembrances, she now began to know that the great trial of her heart must soon come on, and could not be delayed. O home, our comforter and friend when others fall away, to part with whom at any step between the cradle and the grave—" "Marion, my love," said Grace. "Why, Puss!" exclaimed her father, "what's the matter?" She put her hand upon the hand her sister stretched towards her, and read on, her voice still faltering and trembling, though she made an effort to command it when thus interrupted. "To part with whom, at any step between the cradle and the grave, is always sorrowful. O home, so true to us, so often slighted in return, be lenient to them that turn away from thee, and do not haunt their erring footsteps too reproachfully. Let no kind looks, no well-remembered smiles be seen upon thy phantom face. Let no ray of affection, welcome, gentleness, forbearance, cordiality, shine from thy white head. Let no old loving word or tone rise up in judgment against thy deserter, but if thou canst look harshly and severely, do, in mercy to the penitent." "Dear Marion, read no more to-night," said Grace, for she was weeping. "I cannot," she replied, and closed the book. "The words seem all on fire." The Doctor was amused by this, and laughed as he patted her on the head. "What! Overcome by a story-book?" said Dr. Jeddler. "Print and paper. Well, well, it's all one. It's as rational to make a serious matter of print and paper as of anything else. But dry your eyes, love, dry your eyes. I dare say the heroine has got home again long ago, and made it up all round; and if she hasn't, a real home isn't only four walls, and a fictitious one mere rags and ink. What's the matter now?"
It's only me, mister," said Clemency, putting in her head at the door.
"And what's the matter with you?" said the Doctor.
"Oh, bless you, nothing ain't the matter with me,"
returned Clemency; and truly too, to judge from her well soaped face, in which there gleamed as usual the very soul of good humour, which, ungainly as she was, made her quite engaging. Abrasions on the elbows are not generally understood, it is true, to range within that class of personal charms called beauty spots; but it is better, going through the world, to have the arms chafed in that narrow passage, than the temper; and Clemency's was sound and whole as any beauty's in the land.
"Nothing ain't the matter with me," said Clemency, entering, "but—come a little closer, mister."
The Doctor, in some astonishment, complied with this invitation.
"You said I wasn't going to give you one before them, you know," said Clemency.
A novice in the family might have supposed, from her extraordinary ogling as she said it, as well as from a singular rapture or ecstasy which pervaded her elbows, as if she were embracing herself, that one, in its most favourable interpretation, meant a chaste salute. Indeed, the Doctor himself seemed alarmed for the moment, but quickly regained his composure, as Clemency, having had recourse to both her pockets, beginning with the right one, going away to the wrong one, and afterwards coming back to the right one again, produced a letter from the post office.
"Britain was riding by on an errand," she chuckled, handing it to the Doctor, "and see the mail come in and waited for it. There's A. H. on the corner. Mr. Alfred's on his journey home, I bet. We shall have a wedding in the house. There was 2 spoons in my saucer this morning. Oh, luck, how slow he opens it!"
All this she delivered by way of soliloquy, gradually rising higher and higher on tiptoe in her impatience to hear the news, and making a corkscrew of her apron and a bottle of her mouth. At last, arriving at a climax of suspense, and seeing the Doctor still engaged in the perusal of the letter, she came down flat upon the soles of her feet again, and cast her apron as a veil over her head in a mute despair, and inability to bear it any longer.
"Here, girls!" cried the Doctor. "I can't help it. I never could keep a secret in my life. There are not many secrets, indeed, worth being kept in such a—well, never mind that. Alfred's coming home, my dears, directly."
"Directly!" exclaimed Marion.
"What?
"The story-book is soon forgotten," said the Doctor, pinching her cheek. "I thought the news would dry those tears. Yes, let it be a surprise, he says here. But I can't let it be a surprise. He must have a welcome." "Directly," repeated Marion.
"Why, perhaps not what your impatience calls directly," returned the Doctor, "but pretty soon too. Let us see, let us see. Today is Thursday, is it not? Then he promises to be here this day month."
"This day month," repeated Marion softly.
"A gay day and a holiday for us," said the cheerful voice of her sister Grace, kissing her in congratulation. "Long looked forward to, dearest, and come at last." She answered with a smile, a mournful smile, but full of sisterly affection. And as she looked in her sister's face, and listened to the quiet music of her voice, picturing the happiness of this return, her own face glowed with hope and joy. And with something else. A something shining more and more through all the rest of its expression, for which I have no name. It was not exultation, triumph, proud enthusiasm. They are not so calmly shown. It was not love and gratitude alone, though love and gratitude were part of it. It emanated from no sordid thought, for sordid thoughts do not light up the brow, and hover on the lips, and move the spirit like a fluttered light, until the sympathetic figure trembles. Dr. Jeddler, in spite of his system of philosophy, which he was continually contradicting and denying in practice, but more famous philosophers have done that, could not help having as much interest in the return of his old ward and pupil, as if it had been a serious event. So he sat himself down in his easy chair again, stretched out his slippered feet once more upon the rug, read the letter over and over a great many times, and talked it over more times still. "Ah, the day was," said the Doctor, looking at the fire,
when you and he, Grace, used to trot about arm in arm, in his holiday time, like a couple of walking dolls. You remember?" "I remember," she answered, with her pleasant laugh, and plying her needle busily. "This day month, indeed!" mused the Doctor. "That hardly seems a twelvemonth ago. And where was my little Marion then?" "Never far from her sister," said Marion cheerfully, "however little. Grace was everything to me, even when she was a young child herself." "True, Puss, true," returned the Doctor. "She was a staid little woman, was Grace, and a wise housekeeper, and a busy, quiet, pleasant body, bearing with our humours and anticipating our wishes, and always ready to forget her own, even in those times. I never knew you positive or obstinate, Grace, my darling, even then, on any subject but one." "I am afraid I have changed sadly for the worse since," laughed Grace, still busy at her work. "What was that one, father?" "Alfred, of course," said the Doctor. "Nothing would serve you but you must be called Alfred's wife. So we called you Alfred's wife, and you liked it better, I believe, odd as it seems now, than being called a duchess, if we could have made you one." "Indeed!" said Grace placidly. "Why, don't you remember?" inquired the Doctor. "I think I remember something of it," she returned, "but not much. It's so long ago." And as she sat at work, she hummed the burden of an old song, which the Doctor liked. "Alfred will find a real wife soon," she said, breaking off, "and that will be a happy time indeed for all of us. My 3 years' trust is nearly at an end, Marion. It has been a very easy one. I shall tell Alfred when I give you back to him, that you have loved him dearly all the time, and that he has never once needed my good services. May I tell him so, love?" "Tell him, dear Grace," replied Marion, "that there never was a trust so generously, nobly, steadfastly discharged, and that I have loved you all the time, dearer and dearer every day, and oh, how dearly now!" "Nay," said her cheerful sister, returning her embrace, "I can scarcely tell him that. We will leave my deserts to Alfred's imagination. It will be liberal enough, dear Marion, like your own." With that, she resumed her work she had for a moment laid down, when her sister spoke so fervently, and with it the old song the Doctor liked to hear. And the Doctor, still reposing in his easy chair, which his slippered feet stretched out before him on the rug, listened to the tune, and beat time on his knee with Alfred's letter, and looked at his two daughters, and thought that among the many trifles of the trifling world, these trifles were agreeable enough. Clemency Newcome, in the meantime, having accomplished her mission, and lingered in the room until she had made herself a party to the news, descended to the kitchen, where her coadjutor, Mr. Britain, was regaling after supper, surrounded by such a plentiful collection of bright pot lids, well scoured saucepans, burnished dinner covers, gleaming kettles, and other tokens of her industrious habits, arranged upon the walls and shelves, that he sat as in the corner of a hall of mirrors. The majority did not give forth very flattering portraits of him, certainly, nor were they by any means unanimous in their reflections, as some made him very long-faced, others very broad-faced, some tolerably well-looking, others vastly ill-looking, according to their several manners of reflecting, which were as various in respect of one fact as those of so many kinds of men. But they all agreed that in the midst of them sat, quite at his ease, an individual with a pipe in his mouth and a jug of beer at his elbow, who nodded condescendingly to Clemency when she stationed herself at the same table. "Well, Clemmy," said Britain, "how are you by this time, and what's the news?" Clemency told him the news, which he received very graciously. A gracious change had come over Benjamin from head to foot. He was much broader, much redder, much more cheerful, and much jollier in all respects. It seemed as if his face had been tied up in a knot before, and was now untwisted and smoothed out. "There'll be another job for Snitchley and Craggs, I suppose," he observed, puffing slowly at his pipe. "More witnessing for you and me, perhaps, Clemmy." "Lor!" replied his fair companion, with her favourite twist of her favourite joints, "I wish it was me, Britain." "Wish it was you?" "A going to be married," said Clemency. Benjamin took his pipe out of his mouth and laughed heartily. "Yes, you're a likely subject for that," he said. "Poor Clem!" Clemency, for her part, laughed as heartily as he, and seemed as much amused by the idea. "Yes," she assented,
I'm a likely subject for that, ain't I?"
"You'll never be married, you know," said Britain, resuming his pipe. "Don't you think I ever shall, though?" said Clemency, in perfectly good faith. Mr. Britain shook his head. "Not a chance of it." "Only think," said Clemency. "Well, I suppose you mean to, Britain, one of these days, don't you?" A question so abrupt upon a subject so momentous required consideration. After blowing out a great cloud of smoke, and looking at it with his head now on this side and now on that, as if it were actually the question, and he were surveying it in various aspects, Mr. Britain replied that he wasn't altogether clear about it, but yes, he thought he might come to that at last. "I wish her joy, whoever she may be," cried Clemency. "Oh, she'll have that," said Britain, "safe enough." "But she wouldn't have led quite such a joyful life as she will lead, and wouldn't have had quite such a sociable sort of husband as she will have," said Clemency, spreading herself half over the table, and staring retrospectively at the candle, "if it hadn't been for— not that I went to do it, for it was accidental, I am sure— if it hadn't been for me, now would she, Britain?" "Certainly not," returned Mr. Britain, by this time in that high state of appreciation of his pipe when a man can open his mouth but a very little way for speaking purposes, and sitting luxuriously immovable in his chair, can afford to turn only his eyes towards a companion, and that very passively and gravely. "Oh, I'm greatly beholden to you, you know, Clem." "Lor, how nice that is to think of!" said Clemency, at the same time bringing her thoughts, as well as her sight, to bear upon the candle grease, and becoming abruptly reminiscent of its healing qualities as a balsam, she anointed her left elbow with a plentiful application of that remedy. "You see, I've made a good many investigations of one sort and another in my time," pursued Mr. Britain, with the profundity of a sage, "having been always of an inquiring turn of mind. And I've read a good many books about the general rights of things, and wrongs of things, for I went into the literary line myself when I began life." "Did you though?" cried the admiring Clemency. "Yes," said Mr. Britain. "I was hid for the best part of 2 years behind a bookstall, ready to fly out if anybody pocketed a volume, and after that I was a light porter to a stay and mantua maker, in which capacity I was employed to carry about, in oilskin baskets, nothing but deceptions, which soured my spirits and disturbed my confidence in human nature. And after that I heard a world of discussions in this house, which soured my spirits fresh, and my opinion after all is, that as a safe and comfortable sweetener of the same, and as a pleasant guide through life, there's nothing like a nutmeg grater." Clemency was about to offer a suggestion, but he stopped her by anticipating it. "Combined," he said gravely, "with a thimble." "Do as you would, you know, et cetera, eh?" observed Clemency, folding her arms comfortably in her delight at this avowal, and patting her elbows. "Such a short cut, ain't it?" "I'm not sure," said Mr. Britain, "that it's what would be considered good philosophy. I've my doubts about that, but it wears well and saves a quantity of snarling, which the genuine article don't always." "See how you used to go on once, yourself, you know," said Clemency. "Ah!" said Mr. Britain, "but the most extraordinary thing, Clemmy, is that I should live to be brought round through you. That's the strange part of it, through you. Why, I suppose you haven't so much as half an idea in your head." Clemency, without taking the least offence, shook it, and laughed, and hugged herself, and said, no, she didn't suppose she had. "I'm pretty sure of it," said Mr. Britain. "Oh, I dare say you're right," said Clemency. "I don't pretend to none. I don't want any." Benjamin took his pipe from his lips, and laughed till the tears ran down his face. "What a natural you are, Clemmy!" he said, shaking his head with an infinite relish of the joke, and wiping his eyes. Clemency, without the smallest inclination to dispute it, did the like, and laughed as heartily as he. "But I can't help liking you," said Mr. Britain. "You're a regular good creature in your way. So shake hands, Clem. Whatever happens, I'll always take notice of you, and be a friend to you." "Will you?" returned Clemency. "Well, that's very good of you." "Yes, yes," said Mr. Britain, giving her his pipe to knock the ashes out of. "I'll stand by you. Hark! That's a curious noise." "Noise!" repeated Clemency. "A footstep outside. Somebody dropping from the wall, it sounded like," said Britain. "Are they all abed upstairs?" "Yes, all abed by this time," she replied. "Didn't you hear anything?" "No." They both listened, but heard nothing. "I tell you what," said Benjamin, taking down a lantern. "I'll have a look round before I go to bed myself, for satisfaction's sake. Undo the door while I light this, Clemmy." Clemency complied briskly, but observed as she did so, that he would only have his walk for his pains, that it was all his fancy, and so forth. Mr. Britain said very likely, but sallied out, nevertheless, aimed with the poker, and casting the light of the lantern far and near in all directions. "It's as quiet as a churchyard," said Clemency, looking after him, "and almost as ghostly too." Glancing back into the kitchen, she cried fearfully, as a light figure stole into her view, "What's that?" "Hush!" said Marion, in an agitated whisper. "You have always loved me, have you not?" "Loved you, child! You may be sure I have." "I am sure. And I may trust you, may I not? There is no one else just now in whom I can trust." "Yes," said Clemency, with all her heart. "There is some one out there," pointing to the door, "whom I must see and speak with tonight. Michael Warden, for God's sake retire. Not now." Clemency started with surprise and trouble, as, following the direction of the speaker's eyes, she saw a dark figure standing in the doorway. "In another moment you may be discovered," said Marion. "Not now. Wait, if you can, in some concealment. I will come presently." He waved his hand to her, and was gone. "Don't go to bed. Wait here for me," said Marion hurriedly. "I have been seeking to speak to you for an hour past. Oh, be true to me!" Eagerly seizing her bewildered hand, and pressing it with both her own to her breast, an action more expressive in its passion of entreaty than the most eloquent appeal in words, Marion withdrew, as the light of the returning lantern flashed into the room. "All still and peaceable. Nobody there. Fancy, I suppose," said Mr. Britain, as he locked and barred the door. "One of the effects of having a lively imagination. Hallo! Why, what's the matter?" Clemency, who could not conceal all the efforts of her surprise and concern, was sitting in a chair, pale and trembling from head to foot. "Matter!" she repeated, chafing her hands and elbows nervously, and looking anywhere but at him. "That's good in you, Britain, that is. After going and frightening one out of one's life with noises and lanterns and I don't know what all. Matter! Oh yes!" "If you're frightened out of your life by a lantern, Clemmy," said Mr. Britain, composedly blowing it out and hanging it up again, "that apparition's very soon got rid of. But you're as bold as brass in general," he said, stopping to observe her, "and were after the noise and the lantern too. What have you taken into your head? Not an idea, eh?" But as Clemency bade him good night very much after her usual fashion, and began to bustle about with a show of going to bed herself immediately, little Britain, after giving utterance to the original remark that it was impossible to account for a woman's whims, bade her good night in return, and taking up his candle strode drowsily away to bed. When all was quiet, Marion returned. "Open the door," she said, "and stand there close beside me while I speak to him outside." Timid as her manner was, it still evinced a resolute and settled purpose, such as Clemency could not resist. She softly unbarred the door, but before turning the key, looked round on the young creature waiting to issue forth when she should open it. The face was not averted or cast down, but looking full upon her in its pride of youth and beauty. Some simple sense of the slightness of the barrier that interposed itself between the happy home and honoured love of the fair girl, and what might be the desolation of that home, and shipwreck of its dearest treasure, smote so keenly on the tender heart of Clemency, and so filled it to overflowing with sorrow and compassion, that, bursting into tears, she threw her arms round Marion's neck. "It's little that I know, my dear," cried Clemency, "very little, but I know that this should not be. Think of what you do." "I have thought of it many times," said Marion gently. "Once more," urged Clemency, "till to-morrow." Marion shook her head. "For Mr. Alfred's sake," said Clemency with homely earnestness. "Him that you used to love so dearly once." She hid her face upon the instant in her hands, repeating "once," as if it rent her heart. "Well, let me go out," said Clemency, soothing her. "I'll tell him what you like. Don't cross the doorstep tonight. I'm sure no good will come of it. Oh, it was an unhappy day when Mr. Warden was ever brought here. Think of your good father, darling, of your sister." "I have," said Marion, hastily raising her head. "You don't know what I do. You don't know what I do. I must speak to him. You are the best and truest friend in all the world for what you have said to me, but I must take this step. Will you go with me, Clemency?" She kissed her on her friendly face. "Or shall I go alone?" Sorrowing and wondering, Clemency turned the key and opened the door. Into the dark and doubtful night that lay beyond the threshold, Marion passed quickly, holding by her hand. In the dark night he joined her, and they spoke together earnestly and long, and the hand that held so fast by Clemency's now trembled, now turned deadly cold, now clasped and closed on hers, in the strong feeling of the speech it emphasized unconsciously. When they returned, he followed to the door, and pausing there a moment, seized the other hand and pressed it to his lips, then stealthily withdrew. The door was barred and locked again, and once again she stood beneath her father's roof, not bowed down by the secret that was brought there, though so young, but with the same expression on her face for which I had no name before, and shining through her tears. Again she thanked and thanked her humble friend, and trusted to her, as she said with confidence, implicitly. Her chamber safely reached, she fell upon her knees, and with her secret weighing on her heart, could pray. Could rise up from her prayers, so tranquil and serene, and bending over her fond sister in her slumber, look upon her face and smile, though sadly, murmuring as she kissed her forehead how that Grace had been a mother to her, ever, and she loved her as a child. Could draw the passive arm about her neck when lying down to rest. It seemed to cling there, of its own will, protectingly and tenderly even in sleep, and breathe upon the parted lips, God bless her. Could sink into a peaceful sleep, herself, but for one dream in which she cried out, in her innocence and touching voice, that she was quite alone, and they had all forgotten her. A month soon passes, even at its tardiest pace. The month appointed to elapse between that night and the return was quick afoot, and went by like a vapour. The day arrived, a raging winter day that shook the old house sometimes as if it shivered in the blast. A day to make home doubly home, to give the chimney corner new delights, to shed a ruddier glow upon the faces gathered round the hearth, and draw each fireside group into a closer and more social league against the roaring elements without. Such a wild winter day as best prepares the way for shut-out night, for curtained rooms, and cheerful looks, for music, laughter, dancing, light, and jovial entertainment. All these the Doctor had in store to welcome Alfred back. They knew that he could not arrive till night, and they would make the night air ring, he said, as he approached. All his old friends should congregate about him. He should not miss a face that he had known and liked. No, they should every one be there. So guests were bidden, and musicians were engaged, and tables spread, and floors prepared for active feet, and bountiful provision made of every hospitable kind. Because it was the Christmas season, and his eyes were all unused to English holly and its sturdy green, the dancing room was garlanded and hung with it, and the red berries gleamed an English welcome to him, peeping from among the leaves. It was a busy day for all of them. A busier day for none of them than Grace, who noiselessly presided everywhere, and was the cheerful mind of all the preparations. Many a time that day, as well as many a time within the fleeting month preceding it, did Clemency glance anxiously and almost fearfully at Marion. She saw her paler, perhaps, than usual, but there was a sweet composure on her face that made it lovelier than ever. At night, when she was dressed, and wore upon her head a wreath that Grace had proudly twined about it, its mimic flowers were Alfred's favourites, as Grace remembered when she chose them. That old expression, pensive, almost sorrowful, and yet so spiritual, high and stirring, sat again upon her brow, enhanced a hundredfold. "The next wreath I adjust on this fair head will be a marriage wreath," said Grace, "or I am no true prophet, dear." Her sister smiled, and held her in her arms. "A moment, Grace. Don't leave me yet. Are you sure that I want nothing more?" Her care was not for that. It was her sister's face she thought of, and her eyes were fixed upon it tenderly. "My art," said Grace, "can go no further, dear girl, nor your beauty. I never saw you look so beautiful as now." "I never was so happy," she returned. "Ay, but there is greater happiness in store. In such another home as cheerful and as bright as this looks now," said Grace, "Alfred and his young wife will soon be living." She smiled again. "It is a happy home, Grace, in your fancy. I can see it in your eyes. I know it will be happy, dear. How glad I am to know it." "Well!" cried the Doctor, bustling in. "Here we are, all ready for Alfred, eh? He can't be here until pretty late, an hour or so before midnight, so there'll be plenty of time for making merry before he comes.
He'll not find us with the ice unbroken. Pile up the fire here, Britain. Let it shine upon the holly till it winks again. It's a world of nonsense, Puss. True lovers and all the rest of it. All nonsense, but we'll be nonsensical with the rest of 'em and give our true lover a mad welcome. Upon my word," said the old doctor, looking at his daughters proudly, "I'm not as clear tonight among other absurdities, but that I'm the father of two handsome girls." "All that one of them has ever done, or may do, dearest father, to cause you pain or grief. Forgive her," said Marion. "Forgive her now, when her heart is full. Say that you forgive her, that you will forgive her, that she shall always share your love, and the rest was not said, for her face was hidden on the old man's shoulder. "Tut, tut, tut," said the doctor, gently. "Forgive! What have I to forgive? Heyday, if our true lovers come back to flurry us like this, we must hold 'em at a distance. We must send expresses out to stop 'em short upon the road and bring 'em on a mile or two a day, until we're properly prepared to meet 'em. Kiss me, Puss. Forgive! Why, what a silly child you are! If you have vexed and crossed me 50 times a day instead of not at all, I'd forgive you everything but such a supplication. Kiss me again, Puss. There! Prospective and retrospective, a clear score between them. Pile up the fire here. Would you freeze the people on this bleak December night? Let us be light and warm and merry, or I'll not forgive some of you." So gaily the old doctor carried it. And the fire was piled up, and the lights were bright, and company arrived, and a murmuring of lively tongues began, and already there was a pleasant air of cheerful excitement stirring through all the house. More and more company came flocking in. Bright eyes sparkled upon Marion, smiling lips gave her joy of his return, sage mothers fanned themselves and hoped she mightn't be too youthful and inconstant for the quiet round of home, impetuous fathers fell into disgrace for too much exaltation of her beauty, daughters envied her, sons envied him, innumerable pairs of lovers profited by the occasion, all were interested, animated, and expectant. Mr and Mrs Craggs came arm in arm, but Mrs Snitchley came alone. "Why, what's become of him?" inquired the doctor. The feather of a bird of paradise in Mrs Snitchley's turban trembled as if the bird of paradise were alive again, when she said that doubtless Mr Craggs knew. She was never told. "That nasty office!" said Mrs Craggs. "I wish it was burnt down," said Mrs Snitchley. There's a little matter of business that keeps my partner rather late," said Mr Craggs, looking uneasily about him. "Oh, business! Don't tell me," said Mrs Snitchley. "We know what business means," said Mrs Craggs. But their not knowing what it meant was perhaps the reason why Mrs Snitchley's bird of paradise feather quivered so portentously, and all the pendant bits on Mrs Craggs's ear rings shook like little bells. "I wonder you could come away, Mr Craggs," said his wife. "Mr Craggs is fortunate, I'm sure," said Mrs Snitchley. "That office so engrosses him. A person with an office has no business to be married at all," said Mrs Snitchley. Then Mrs Snitchley said within herself that that look of hers had pierced to Craggs's soul, and he knew it, and Mrs Craggs observed, to Craggs, that his Snitchleys were deceiving him behind his back, and he would find it out when it was too late. Still Mr Craggs, without much heeding these remarks, looked uneasily about him until his eye rested on Grace, to whom he immediately presented himself. "Good evening, ma'am," said Craggs. "You look charmingly. Your sister, Miss Marion, is she—" "Oh, she's quite well, Mr Craggs." "Yes, is she here?" asked Craggs. "Here! Don't you see her yonder, going to dance?" said Grace. Mr Craggs put on his spectacles to see the better, looked at her through them, for some time, coughed, and put them, with an air of satisfaction, in their sheath again, and in his pocket. Now the music struck up and the dance commenced. The bright fire crackled and sparkled, rose and fell, as though it joined the dance itself, in right good fellowship. Sometimes it roared as if it would make music too.
Sometimes it flashed and beamed as if it were the eye of the old room. It winked too sometimes, like a knowing patriarch, upon the youthful whisperers in corners. Sometimes it sported with the holly boughs, and, shining on the leaves by fits and starts, made them look as if they were in the cold winter night again, and fluttering in the wind. Sometimes its genial humour grew obstreperous, and passed all bounds, and then it cast into the room, among the twinkling feet, with a loud burst, a shower of harmless little sparks, and in its exultation leaped and bounded like a mad thing up the broad old chimney. Another dance was near its close, when Mr. Snitchey touched his partner, who was looking on upon the arm. Mr. Craggs started as if his familiar had been a spectre. "Is he gone?" he asked. "Hush! He has been with me," said Snitchey, "for 3 hours and more. He went over everything. He looked into all our arrangements for him, and was very particular indeed. He—ahem!" The dance was finished. Marion passed close before him as he spoke. She did not observe him, or his partner, but looked over her shoulder towards her sister in the distance, as she slowly made her way into the crowd, and passed out of their view. "You see, all is safe and well," said Mr. Craggs. "He didn't recur to that subject, I suppose?" "Not a word." "And is he really gone? Is he safe away?" "He keeps to his word. He drops down the river with the tide in that shell of a boat of his, and so goes out to sea on this dark night. A dare-devil he is, before the wind. There ain't no such lonely road anywhere else. That's one thing. The tide flows, he says, an hour before midnight about this time. I'm glad it's over." Mr. Snitchey wiped his forehead, which looked hot and anxious. "What do you think?" said Mr. Craggs. "About—" "Hush!" replied his cautious partner, looking straight before him. "I understand you. Don't mention names, and don't let us seem to be talking secrets. I don't know what to think, and to tell you the truth, I don't care now. It's a great relief. His self-love deceived him, I suppose. Perhaps the young lady coquetted a little. The evidence would seem to point that way. Alfred not arrived?" "Not yet," said Mr. Craggs. "Expected every minute." "Good." Mr. Snitchey wiped his forehead again. "It's a great relief. I haven't been so nervous since we've been in partnership. I intend to spend the evening now, Mr. Craggs." Mrs. Craggs and Mrs. Snitchey joined them as he announced this intention. The bird of paradise was in a state of extreme vibration, and the little bells were ringing quite audibly. "It has been the theme of general comment, Mr. Snitchey," said Mrs. Snitchey. "I hope the office is satisfied." "Satisfied with what, my dear?" asked Mr. Snitchey. "With the exposure of a defenceless woman to ridicule and remark," returned his wife. "That is quite in the way of the office, that is." "I really myself," said Mrs. Craggs, "have been so long accustomed to connect the office with everything opposed to domesticity, that I'm glad to know it as the avowed enemy of my peace. There is something honest in that, at all events." "My dear," urged Mr. Craggs, "your good opinion is invaluable, but I never avowed that the office was the enemy of your peace." "No," said Mrs. Craggs, ringing a perfect peal upon the little bells. "Not you, indeed. You wouldn't be worthy of the office if you had the candour to." "As to my having been away tonight, my dear," said Mr. Snitchey, giving her his arm, "the deprivation has been mine, I'm sure. But as Mr. Craggs knows—" Mrs. Snitchey cut this reference very short, by hitching her husband to a distance, and asking him to look at that man. To do her the favour to look at him. "At which man, my dear?" said Mr. Snitchey. "Your chosen companion. I'm no companion to you, Mr. Snitchey." "Yes, yes, you are, my dear," he interposed. "No, no, I'm not," said Mrs. Snitchey, with a majestic smile. "I know my station. Will you look at your chosen companion, Mr. Snitchey? At your referee? At the keeper of your secrets? At the man you trust? At your other self, in short?" The habitual association of self with Craggs occasioned Mr. Snitchey to look in that direction. "If you can look that man in the eye this night," said Mrs. Snitchey, "and not know that you are deluded, practised upon, made the victim of his arts, and bent down prostrate to his will, by some unaccountable fascination which it is impossible to explain, and against which no warning of mine is of the least avail, all I can say is, I pity you." At the very same moment Mrs. Craggs was oracular on the cross subject, was it possible, she said, that Craggs could be so blind himself to his Snitchleys as not to feel his true position? Did he mean to say that he had seen his Snitchleys come into that room, and didn't plainly see that there was reservation, cunning, treachery in the man? Would he tell her that his very action, when he wiped his forehead and looked so stealthily about him, didn't show that there was something weighing on the conscience of his precious Snitchleys, if he had a conscience, that wouldn't bear the light? Did anybody but his Snitchleys come to festive entertainments like a burglar, which, by the way, was hardly a clear illustration of the case, as he had walked in very mildly at the door? And would he still assert to her at noonday, it being nearly midnight, that his Snitchleys were to be justified through thick and thin, against all facts and reason and experience? Neither Snitchley nor Craggs openly attempted to stem the current which had thus set in, but both were content to be carried gently along it until its force abated, which happened at about the same time as a general movement for a country dance, when Mr. Snitchley proposed himself as a partner to Mrs. Craggs, and Mr. Craggs gallantly offered himself to Mrs. Snitchley, and after some slight evasions, as "Why don't you ask somebody else?" and "You'll be glad, I know, if I decline," and "I wonder you can dance out of the office," but this jocosely now, each lady graciously accepted and took her place. It was an old custom among them indeed to do so, and to pair off in like manner at dinners and suppers, for they were excellent friends and on a footing of easy familiarity. Perhaps the false Craggs and the wicked Snitchley were a recognised fiction with the two wives, as Doe and Roe incessantly running up and down bailiwicks were with the two husbands, or perhaps the ladies had instituted and taken upon themselves these two shares in the business rather than be left out of it altogether. But certain it is, that each wife went as gravely and steadily to work in her vocation as her husband did in his, and would have considered it almost impossible for the firm to maintain a successful and respectable existence without her laudable exertions. But now the bird of paradise was seen to flutter down the middle, and the little bells began to bounce and jingle in posset, and the doctor's rosy face spun round and round like an expressive peg top highly varnished, and breathless Mr. Craggs began to doubt already whether country dancing had been made too easy like the rest of life, and Mr. Snitchley with his nimble cuts and capers footed it for self and Craggs and half a dozen more. Now, too, the fire took fresh courage, favoured by the lively wind the dance awakened, and burnt clear and high. It was the genius of the room, and present everywhere. It shone in people's eyes, it sparkled in the jewels on the snowy necks of girls, it twinkled at their ears as if it whispered to them slyly, it flashed about their waists, it flickered on the ground and made it rosy for their feet. It bloomed upon the ceiling that its glow might set off their bright faces, and it kindled up a general illumination in Mrs. Craggs's little belfry. Now, too, the lively air that fanned it grew less gentle as the music quickened and the dance proceeded with new spirit, and a breeze arose that made the leaves and berries dance upon the wall, as they had often done upon the trees, and rustled in the room as if an invisible company of fairies, treading in the footsteps of the good substantial revellers, were whirling after them. Now, too, no feature of the doctor's face could be distinguished as he spun and spun, and now there seemed a dozen birds of paradise in fitful flight, and now there were 1,000 little bells at work, and now a fleet of flying skirts were ruffled by a little tempest, when the music gave in, and the dance was over. Hot and breathless as the doctor was, it only made him the more impatient for Alfred's coming. "Anything been seen, Britain? Anything been heard?" "Too dark to see, sir. Too much noise inside the house to hear." "That's right. The gayer welcome for him. How goes the time?" "Just 12, sir. He can't be long, sir." "Stir up the fire and throw another log upon it," said the doctor. "Let him see his welcome blazing out upon the night, good boy, as he comes along." He saw it. Yes. From the chaise he caught the light, as he turned the corner by the old church. He knew the room from which it shone, He saw the wintry branches of the old trees between the light and him. He knew that one of those trees rustled musically in the summer time at the window of Marion's chamber. The tears were in his eyes. His heart throbbed so violently that he could hardly bear his happiness. How often he had thought of this time, pictured it under all circumstances, feared that it might never come, yearned and wearied for it, far away. Again the light, distinct and ruddy, kindled, he knew, to give him welcome, and to speed him home. He beckoned with his hand, and waved his hat, and cheered out loud as if the light were they, and they could see and hear him as he dashed towards them through the mud and mire triumphantly. Stop! He knew the doctor and understood what he had done. He would not let it be a surprise to them. But he could make it one yet by going forward on foot. If the orchard gate were open he could enter there; if not, the wall was easily climbed, as he knew of old, and he would be among them in an instant. He dismounted from the chaise, and telling the driver—even that was not easy in his agitation—to remain behind for a few minutes, and then to follow slowly, ran on with excellent swiftness, tried the gate, scaled the wall, jumped down on the other side, and stood panting in the old orchard. There was a frosty rime upon the trees, which in the faint light of the clouded moon hung upon the smaller branches like dead garlands. Withered leaves crackled and snapped beneath his feet, as he crept softly on towards the house. The desolation of a wintry night sat brooding on the earth and in the sky, but the red light came cheerily towards him from the windows, figures passed and repassed there, and the hum and murmur of voices greeted his ear sweetly. Listening for hers, attempting, as he crept on, to detach it from the rest, and half believing that he heard it, he had nearly reached the door, when it was abruptly opened, and a figure, coming out, encountered his. It instantly recoiled with a half-suppressed cry. "Clemency!" he said. "Don't you know me?" "Don't come in," she answered, pushing him back. "Go away. Don't ask me why. Don't come in." "What is the matter?" he exclaimed. "I don't know. I'm afraid to think. Go back. Hark!" There was a sudden tumult in the house. She put her hands upon her ears. A wild scream such as no hands could shut out was heard, and Grace, distraction in her looks and manner, rushed out at the door. "Grace!" he caught her in his arms. "What is it? Is she dead?" She disengaged herself as if to recognize his face, and fell down at his feet. A crowd of figures came about them from the house. Among them was her father, with a paper in his hand. "What is it?" cried Alfred, grasping his hair with his hands, and looking in an agony from face to face as he bent upon his knee beside the insensible girl. "Will no one look at me? Will no one speak to me? Does no one know me? Is there no voice among you all to tell me what it is?" There was a murmur among them. "She is gone." "Gone!" he echoed. "Fled, my dear Alfred," said the doctor, in a broken voice, with his hands before his face. "Gone from her home and us, to-night. She writes that she has made her innocent and blameless choice, entreats that we will forgive her, prays that we will not forget her, and is gone." "With whom? Where?" He started up, as if to follow in pursuit, but when they gave way to let him pass, looked wildly round upon them, staggered back, and sunk down in his former attitude, clasping one of Grace's cold hands in his own. There was a hurried running to and fro, confusion, noise, disorder, and no purpose. Some proceeded to disperse themselves about the roads, and some took horse, and some got lights; some conversed together, urging that there was no trace or track to follow; some approached him kindly with the view of offering consolation; some admonished him that Grace must be removed into the house, and he prevented it. He never heard them, and he never moved. The snow fell fast and thick. He looked up for a moment in the air, and thought that those white ashes strewn upon his hopes and misery were suited to them well. He looked round on the whitening ground, and thought how Marion's footprints would be hushed and covered up as soon as made, and even that remembrance of her blotted out. But he never felt the weather, and he never stirred. End of The Battle of Life, Chapter 2.
Section 15 of the Christmas Books. The Battle of Life, Chapter 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. The Battle of Life by Charles Dickens, Part the Third. The world had grown 6 years older since that night of the return. It was a warm autumn afternoon, and there had been heavy rain. The sun burst suddenly from among the clouds, and the old battle-ground, sparkling brilliantly and cheerfully at sight of it in one green place, flashed a responsive welcome there, which spread along the country-side as if a joyful beacon had been lighted up, and answered from 1,000 stations. How beautiful the landscape kindling in the light, and that luxuriant influence passing on like a celestial presence, brightening everything! The wood, a sombre mass before, revealed its varied tints of yellow, green, brown, red; its different forms of trees, with raindrops glittering on their leaves and twinkling as they fell. The verdant meadowland, bright and glowing, seemed as if it had been blind a minute since, and now had found a sense of sight wherewith to look up at the shining sky. Cornfields, hedgerows, fences, homesteads, the clustered roofs, the steeple of the church, the stream, the water-mill, all sprung out of the gloomy darkness, smiling. Birds sang sweetly, flowers raised their drooping heads, fresh scents arose from the invigorated ground. The blue expanse above extended and diffused itself. Already the sun's slanting rays pierced mortally the sullen bank of cloud that lingered in its flight, and a rainbow, spirit of all the colours that adorn the earth and sky, spanned the whole arch with its triumphant glory. At such a time, one little roadside inn, snugly sheltered behind a great elm tree, with a rare seat for idlers encircling its capacious bole, addressed a cheerful front towards the traveller, as a house of entertainment ought, and tempted him with many mute but significant assurances of a comfortable welcome. The ruddy signboard, perched up in the tree, with its golden letters winking in the sun, ogled the passer-by from among the green leaves, like a jolly face, and promised good cheer. The horse-trough, full of clear fresh water, and the ground below it, sprinkled with droppings of fragrant hay, made every horse that passed prick up his ears. The crimson curtains in the lower rooms, and the pure white hangings in the little bed-chambers above, beckoned "Come in" with every breath of air. Upon the bright green shutters there were golden legends about beer and ale, and neat wines and good beds, and an affecting picture of a brown jug frothing over at the top. Upon the window-sills were flowering plants in bright red pots, which made a lively show against the white front of the house, and in the darkness of the doorway there were streaks of light, which glanced off from the surfaces of bottles and tankards. On the doorstep appeared a proper figure of a landlord too, for though he was a short man, he was round and broad, and stood with his hands in his pockets, and his legs just wide enough apart to express a mind at rest upon the subject of the cellar, and in easy confidence, too calm and virtuous to become a swagger in the general resources of the inn. The superabundant moisture, trickling from everything after the late rain, set him off well. Nothing near him was thirsty. Certain top-heavy dahlias, looking over the palings of his neat well-ordered garden, had swilled as much as they could carry, perhaps a trifle more, and may have been the worse for liquor, but the sweet-briar roses, wall-flowers, the plants at the windows, and the leaves on the old tree, were in the beaming state of moderate company that had taken no more than was wholesome for them, and had served to develop their best qualities. Sprinkling dewy drops about them on the ground, they seemed profuse of innocent and sparkling mirth, that did good where it lighted, softening neglected corners, which the steady rain could seldom reach, and hurting nothing. This village inn had assumed, on being established, an uncommon sign. It was called the Nutmeg Grater, and underneath that household word was inscribed up in the tree, on the same flaming board, and in the like golden characters, by Benjamin Britten.
At a second glance, and on a more minute examination of his face, you might have known that it was no other than Benjamin Britton himself who stood in the doorway, reasonably changed by time, but for the better, a very comfortable host indeed. "Mrs. B.," said Mr. Britton, looking down the road, "it's rather late. It's tea time." As there was no Mrs. Britton coming, he strolled leisurely out into the road and looked up at the house, very much to his satisfaction. "It's just the sort of house," said Benjamin, "I should wish to stop at, if I didn't keep it." Then he strolled towards the garden paling, and took a look at the dahlias. They looked over him, with a helpless, drowsy hanging of their heads, which bobbed again as the heavy drops of wet dripped off them. "You must be looked after," said Benjamin. "Memorandum not to forget to tell her so. She's a long time coming." Mr. Britton's better half seemed to be by so very much his better half, that his own moiety of himself was utterly cast away and helpless without her. "She hadn't much to do, I think," said Ben. "There were very few little matters of business after market, but not many. Oh, here we are at last." A chaise cart, driven by a boy, came clattering along the road, and seated in it, in a chair, with a large well saturated umbrella spread out to dry behind her, was the plump figure of a matronly woman, with her bare arms folded across a basket which she carried on her knee, several other baskets and parcels lying crowded about her, and a certain bright good nature in her face and contented awkwardness in her manner, as she jogged to and fro with the motion of her carriage, which smacked of old times even in the distance. Upon her nearer approach, this relish of bygone days was not diminished, and when the cart stopped at the nutmeg grater door, a pair of shoes alighting from it slipped nimbly through Mr. Britton's open arms, and came down with a substantial weight upon the pathway, which shoes could hardly have belonged to any one but Clemency Newcome. In fact, they did belong to her, and she stood in them, and a rosy, comfortable looking soul she was, with as much soap in her glossy face as in times of yore, but with whole elbows now, that had grown quite dimpled in her improved condition. "You're late, Clemmy," said Mr. Britton. "Why, you see, Ben, I've had a deal to do," she replied, looking busily after the safe removal into the house of all the packages and baskets. "8, 9, 10, where's 11? Oh, my baskets. 11. It's all right. Put the horse up, Harry, and if he coughs again, give him a warm mash to-night. 8, 9, 10. Why, where's 11? Oh, I forgot. It's all right. How's the children, Ben? Hearty, Clemmy, hearty?" "Bless their precious faces," said Mrs. Britton, unbonneting her own round countenance, for she and her husband were by this time in the bar, and smoothing her hair with her open hands. "Give us a kiss, old man." Mr. Britton promptly complied. "I think," said Mrs. Britton, applying herself to her pockets and drawing forth an immense bulk of thin books and crumpled papers, a very kennel of dog's ears, "I've done everything. Bills all settled, turnips sold, brewer's account looked into and paid, 'bacco pipes ordered, £17 4 paid into the bank, Dr. Heathfield's charge for little Clem, you'll guess what that is. Dr. Heathfield won't take nothing again, Ben." "I thought he wouldn't," returned Britton. "No. He says whatever family you was to have, Ben, he'd never put you to the cost of a halfpenny. Not if you was to have 20. Mr. Britton's face assumed a serious expression, and he looked hard at the wall. "Ain't it kind of him?" said Clemency. "Very," returned Mr. Britton. "It's the sort of kindness that I wouldn't presume upon, on any account." "No," retorted Clemency, "of course not. Then there's the pony. He fetched £8 too, and that ain't bad, is it?" "It's very good," said Ben. "I'm glad you're pleased," exclaimed his wife. "I thought you would be. And I think that's all, and so no more a present from yours and Setter C. Britton. Ha, ha, ha! There! Take all the papers and lock 'em. Oh, wait a minute, here's a printed bill to stick on the wall, wet from the printers. How nice it smells!" "What's this?" said Ben, looking over the document. "I don't know," replied his wife. "I haven't read a word of it." "To be sold by auction," read the host of the nutmeg grater, "unless previously disposed of by private contract." "They always put that," said Clemency. "Yes, but they don't always put this," he returned. "Look here.
mansion, etc., offices, etc., shrubberies, etc., ring fence, etc., Mr. Snitchley and Craggs, etc., ornamental portion of the uncumbered freehold property of Michael Warden, Esquire, intending to continue to reside abroad." "Intending to consider to reside abroad?" repeated Clemency. "Here it is," said Mr. Britain. "Look." "And it was only this very day that I heard it whispered at the old house, that better and plainer news had been half promised of her soon," said Clemency, shaking her head sorrowfully, and patting her elbows as if the recollection of old times unconsciously awakened her old habits. "Dear, dear, dear! There'll be heavy hearts, Ben, yonder." Mr. Britain heaved a sigh and shook his head, and said he couldn't make it out. He had left off trying long ago. With that remark he applied himself to putting up the bill just inside the bar window, and Clemency, after meditating in silence for a few moments, roused herself, cleared her thoughtful brow, and bustled off to look after the children. Though the host of the Nutmeg Grater had a lively regard for his good wife, it was of the old patronising kind, and she amused him mightily. Nothing would have astonished him so much as to have known for certain from any third party that it was she who managed the whole house, and made him, by her plain straightforward thrift, good humour, honesty, and industry, a thriving man. So easy it is in any degree of life, as the world very often finds it, to take those cheerful natures that never assert their merit at their own modest valuation, and to conceive a flippant liking of people for their outward oddities and eccentricities, whose innate worth, if we would look so far, might make us blush in the comparison. It was comfortable to Mr. Britain to think of his own condescension in having married Clemency. She was a perpetual testimony to him of the goodness of his heart, and the kindness of his disposition, and he felt that her being an excellent wife was an illustration of the old precept that virtue is its own reward. He had finished wafering up the bill, and had locked the vouchers for her day's proceeding in the cupboard, chuckling all the time over her capacity for busyness, when returning with the news that the two Master Britons were playing in the coach house, under the superintendence of one Betsy, and that little Clem was sleeping like a picture, she sat down to tea, which had awaited her arrival on a little table. It was a very neat little bar, with the usual display of bottles and glasses, a sedate clock right to the minute (it was 5:30), everything in its place, and everything furbished and polished up to the very utmost. "It's the very first time I've sat down quietly to-day, I declare," said Mrs. Britain, taking a long breath, as if she had sat down for the night, but getting up again immediately to hand her husband his tea and cut him his bread and butter. "How that bill does set me thinking of old times!" "Ah!" said Mr. Britain, handling his saucer like an oyster, and disposing of its contents on the same principle. "That same Mr. Michael Warden," said Clemency, shaking her head at the notice of sale, "lost me my old place." "And got you your husband," said Mr. Britain. "Well, so he did," retorted Clemency, "and many thanks to him." "Man's the creature of habit," said Mr. Britain, surveying her over his saucer. "I had somehow got used to you, Clem, and I found I shouldn't be able to get on without you. So we went and got made man and wife. Ha ha! We! Who'd have thought it?" "Who indeed?" cried Clemency. "It was very good of you, Ben." "No, no, no," replied Mr. Britain, with an air of self-denial. "Nothing worth mentioning." "Oh yes, it was, Ben," said his wife, with great simplicity. "I'm sure I think so, and am very much obliged to you. Ah!" looking again at the bill, "when she was known to be gone, and out of reach, dear girl, I couldn't help telling, for her sake quite as much as theirs, what I knew, could I?" "You told it, anyhow," observed her husband. "And Dr. Jeddler," pursued Clemency, putting down her teacup and looking thoughtfully at the bill, "in his grief and passion, turned me out of house and home. I never have been so glad of anything in all my life as that I didn't say an angry word to him, and hadn't an angry feeling towards him even then, for he repented that truly afterwards. How often he has sat in this room and told me over and over again he was sorry for it. The last time only yesterday when you were out.
How often he has sat in this room and talked to me, hour after hour, about one thing and another in which he made believe to be interested, but only for the sake of the days that are gone away, and because he knows she used to like me, Ben." "Why, how did you ever come to catch a glimpse of that, Clem?" asked her husband, astonished that she should have a distinct perception of a truth which had only dimly suggested itself to his inquiring mind. "I don't know, I'm sure," said Clemency, blowing her tea to cool it. "Bless you, I couldn't tell you if you was to offer me a reward of £100." He might have pursued this metaphysical subject but for her catching a glimpse of a substantial fact behind him, in the shape of a gentleman attired in mourning, and cloaked and booted like a rider on horseback, who stood at the bar door. He seemed attentive to their conversation, and not at all impatient to interrupt it. Clemency hastily rose at this sight. Mr. Britain also rose, and saluted the guest. "Will you please to walk upstairs, sir? There's a very nice room upstairs, sir." "Thank you," said the stranger, looking earnestly at Mr. Britain's wife. "May I come in here?" "Oh, surely, if you like, sir," returned Clemency, admitting him. "What would you please to want, sir?" The bill had caught his eye, and he was reading it. "Excellent property that, sir," observed Mr. Britain. He made no answer, but turning round when he had finished reading, looked on Clemency with the same observant curiosity as before. "You were asking me," he said, still looking at her. "What would you please to take, sir?" answered Clemency, stealing a glance at him in return. "If you will let me have a draught of ale," he said, moving to a table by the window, "and will let me have it here without being any interruption to your meal, I shall be much obliged to you." He sat down, as he spoke, without any further parley, and looked out at the prospect. He was an easy, well-knit figure of a man in the prime of life. His face, much browned by the sun, was shaded by a quantity of dark hair, and he wore a moustache. His beer being set before him, he filled out a glass and drank good-humouredly to the house, adding, as he put the tumbler down again, "It's a new house, is it not?" "Not particularly new, sir," replied Mr. Britain. "Between 5 and 6 years old," said Clemency, speaking very distinctly. "I think I heard you mention Dr. Jeddler's name as I came in," inquired the stranger. "That bill reminds me of him, for I happen to know something of that story by hearsay, and through certain connections of mine. Is the old man living?" "Yes, he's living, sir," said Clemency. "Much changed?" "Since when, sir?" returned Clemency, with remarkable emphasis and expression. "Since his daughter went away." "Yes, he's greatly changed since then," said Clemency. "He's grey and old, and hasn't the same way with him at all, but I think he's happy now. He has taken on with his sister since then, and goes to see her very often. That did him good directly. At first he was sadly broken down, and it was enough to make one's heart bleed to see him wandering about, railing at the world. But a great change for the better came over him after a year or two, and then he began to like to talk about his lost daughter, and to praise her, ay, in the world too, and was never tired of saying, with the tears in his poor eyes, how beautiful and good she was. He had forgiven her then. That was about the same time as Miss Grace's marriage. Britain, you remember?" Mr. Britain remembered very well. "The sister is married, then?" returned the stranger. He paused for some time before he asked, "To whom?" Clemency narrowly escaped oversetting the tea-board in her emotion at this question. "Did you never hear?" she said. "I should like to hear," he replied, as he filled his glass again, and raised it to his lips. "Ah, it would be a long story if it was properly told," said Clemency, resting her chin on the palm of her left hand, and supporting that elbow on her right hand, as she shook her head, and looked back through the intervening years, as if she were looking at a fire. "It would be a long story, I am sure." "But told as a short one," suggested the stranger. "Told as a short one," repeated Clemency in the same thoughtful tone, and without any apparent reference to him or consciousness of having auditors. "What would there be to tell? They that grieved together and remembered her together like a person dead, they that were so tender of her, never would reproach her, called her back to one another as she used to be, and found excuses for her. Every one knows that. I'm sure I do. No one better," added Clemency, wiping her eyes with her hand. "And so," suggested the stranger. "And so," said Clemency, taking him up mechanically and without any change in her attitude or manner, "they at last were married. They were married on her birthday. It comes round again to-morrow. Very quiet, very humble like, but very happy. Mr. Alfred said one night when they were walking in the orchard, 'Grace, shall our wedding day be Marion's birthday?' And it was." "And they lived happily ever after?" said the stranger. "Ay," said Clemency. "No two people ever more so. They have had no sorrow but this." She raised her head, as with a sudden attention to the circumstances under which she was recalling these events, and looked quickly at the stranger. Seeing that his face was turned towards the window, and that he seemed intent upon the prospect, she made some eager signs to her husband, and pointed to the bill, and moved her mouth as if she were repeating with great energy one word or phrase to him, over and over again. As she uttered no sound, and as her dumb motions, like most of her gestures, were of a very extraordinary kind, this unintelligible conduct reduced Mr. Britain to the confines of despair. He stared at the table, at the stranger, at the spoons, at his wife, following her pantomime with looks of deep amazement and perplexity, asked in the same language, was it property in danger? Was it he in danger? Was it she? Answering her signals with other signals expressive of the deepest distress and confusion, followed the motions of her lips, guessed half aloud, milk and water, monthly warning, mice and walnuts, and couldn't approach her meaning. Clemency gave it up at last, as a hopeless attempt, and moving her chair by very slow degrees a little nearer to the stranger, sat with her eyes apparently cast down, but glancing sharply at him now and then, waiting until he should ask some other question. She had not long to wait, for he said presently, "And what is the after history of the young lady who went away? They know it, I suppose?" Clemency shook her head. "I've heard," she said, "that Dr. Jeddler is thought to know more of it than he tells. Miss Grace has had letters from her sister saying that she was well and happy, and made much happier by her being married to Mr. Alfred, and has written letters back, but there's a mystery about her life and fortunes altogether which nothing has cleared up to this hour, and which—" she faltered here, and stopped. "And which?" repeated the stranger. "Which only one other person, I believe, could explain," said Clemency, drawing her breath quickly. "Who may that be?" asked the stranger. "Mr. Michael Warden," answered Clemency, almost in a shriek, at once conveying to her husband what she would have had him understand before, and letting Michael Warden know that he was recognised. "You remember me, sir," said Clemency, trembling with emotion. "I saw just now you did. You remember me that night in the garden. I was with her." "Yes, you were," he said. "Yes, sir," returned Clemency. "Yes, to be sure. This is my husband, if you please. Ben, my dear Ben, run to Miss Grace, run to Mr. Alfred, run somewhere, Ben, bring somebody here directly." "Stay," said Michael Warden, quietly interposing himself between the door and Mr. Britain. "What would you do?" "Let them know that you are here, sir," answered Clemency, clapping her hands in sheer agitation. "Let them know that they may hear of you from your own lips. Let them know that she is not quite lost to them, but that she will come home again, yet, to bless her father and her loving sister, even her old servant, even me," she struck herself upon the breast with both hands, "with a sight of her sweet face. Run, Ben, run!" And still she pressed him on towards the door, and still Mr. Warden stood before it with his hands stretched out, not angrily, but sorrowfully. "Or perhaps," said Clemency, running past her husband, and catching in her emotion at Mr. Warden's cloak, "perhaps she's here now. Perhaps she's close by. I think from your manner she is. Let me see her, sir, if you please. I waited on her when she was a little child. I saw her grow to be the pride of all this place. I knew her when she was Mr. Alfred's promised wife. I tried to warn her when you tempted her away. I knew what her old home was when she was like the soul of it, and how it changed when she was gone and lost. Let me speak to her, if you please." He gazed at her with compassion not unmixed with wonder, but he made no gesture of assent. I don't think she can know," pursued Clemency, "how truly they forgive her, how they love her, what joy it would be to them to see her once more. She may be timorous of going home. Perhaps if she sees me it may give her new heart. Only tell me truly, Mr Warden, is she with you?" "She is not," he answered, shaking his head. This answer, and his manner, and his black dress, and his coming back so quietly, and his announced intention of continuing to live abroad, explained it all. Marion was dead. He didn't contradict her. Yes, she was dead. Clemency sat down, hid her face upon the table, and cried. At that moment a grey-headed old gentleman came running in, quite out of breath, and panting so much that his voice was scarcely to be recognised as the voice of Mr Snitchley. "Good Heaven, Mr Warden," said the lawyer, taking him aside, "what wind has blown—" He was so blown himself that he couldn't get on any further until after a pause, when he added feebly, "You hear?" "An ill wind, I am afraid," he answered. "If you could have heard what has just passed, how I have been besought and entreated to perform impossibilities, what confusion and affliction I carry with me." "I can guess it all. But why did you ever come here, my good sir?" retorted Snitchley. "Come! How should I know who kept the house? When I sent my servant on to you, I strolled in here because the place was new to me, and I had a natural curiosity in everything new and old in these old scenes, and it was outside the town. I wanted to communicate with you first before appearing there. I wanted to know what people would say to me. I see by your manner that you can tell me. If it were not for your confounded caution, I should have been possessed of everything long ago." "Our caution," returned the lawyer, "speaking for self and Craggs, deceased." Here Mr Snitchley glanced at his hatband, shook his head. "How can you reasonably blame us, Mr Warden? It was understood between us that the subject was never to be renewed, and that it wasn't a subject on which grave and sober men like us—I made a note of your observation at the time—could interfere. Our caution, too, when Mr Craggs, sir, went down to his respected grave, in the full belief—" "I had given a solemn promise of silence until I should return, whenever that might be," interrupted Mr Warden, "and I have kept it." "Well, sir, and I repeat it," returned Mr Snitchley, "we were bound to silence too. We were bound to silence in our duty towards ourselves, and in our duty towards a variety of clients, you among them, who were as close as wax. It was not our place to make inquiries of you on such a delicate subject. I had my suspicions, sir, but it is not 6 months since I have known the truth and have been assured that you lost her." "By whom?" inquired his client. "By Doctor Jeddler himself, sir, who at last reposed that confidence in me voluntarily. He, and only he, has known the whole truth, years and years." "And you know it?" said his client. "I do, sir," replied Snitchley, "and I have also reason to know that it will be broken to her sister tomorrow evening. They have given her that promise. In the meantime, perhaps you'll give me the honour of your company at my house, being unexpected at your own, but not to run the chance of any more such difficulties as you have had here, in case you should be recognised. Though you're a good deal changed, I think I might have passed you myself, Mr Warden. We had better dine here and walk on in the evening. It's a very good place to dine at, Mr Warden. Your own property, by the by. Self and Craggs, deceased, took a chop here sometimes, and had it very comfortably served. Mr Craggs, sir," said Snitchley, shutting his eyes tight for an instant and opening them again, "was struck off the roll of life too soon." "Heaven forgive me for not condoling with you," returned Michael Warden, passing his hand across his forehead, "but I'm like a man in a dream at present. I seem to want my wits. Mr Craggs, yes, I am very sorry we have lost Mr Craggs." But he looked at Clemency as he said it, and seemed to sympathise with Ben, consoling her. "Mr Craggs, sir," observed Snitchley, "didn't find life, I regret to say, as easy to have and to hold as his theory made it out, or he would have been among us now. It's a great loss to me. He was my right arm, my right leg, my right ear, my right eye, was Mr Craggs. I am paralytic without him. He bequeathed his share of the business to Mrs Craggs, her executors, administrators, and assigns. His name remains in the firm to this hour. I try in a childish sort of way to make believe sometimes that he's alive. You may observe that I speak for self and Craggs, deceased, sir, deceased. said the tender-hearted attorney, waving his pocket-handkerchief. Michael Warden, who had still been observant of Clemency, turned to Mr. Snitchey when he ceased to speak, and whispered in his ear. "Ah, poor thing!" said Snitchey, shaking his head. "Yes. She was always very faithful to Marion. She was always very fond of her. Pretty Marion! Poor Marion! Cheer up, mistress. You are married now, you know, Clemency." Clemency only sighed and shook her head. "Well, well. Wait till to-morrow," said the lawyer, kindly. "To-morrow can't bring the dead to life, mister," said Clemency, sobbing. "No, it can't do that, or it would bring back Mr. Craggs deceased," returned the lawyer. "But it may bring some soothing circumstances. It may bring some comfort. Wait till to-morrow." So Clemency, shaking his proffered hand, said that she would; and Britain, who had been terribly cast down at sight of his despondent wife, which was like the business hanging its head, said that was right; and Mr. Snitchey and Michael Warden went upstairs, and there they were soon engaged in a conversation so cautiously conducted, that no murmur of it was audible above the clatter of plates and dishes, the hissing of the frying pan, the bubbling of saucepans, the low monotonous waltzing of the jack, with a dreadful click every now and then, as if it had met with some mortal accident to its head, in a fit of giddiness, and all the other preparations in the kitchen for their dinner. Tomorrow was a bright and peaceful day, and nowhere were the autumn tints more beautifully seen than from the quiet orchard of the doctor's house. The snows of many winter nights had melted from that ground, the withered leaves of many summer times had rustled there, since she had fled. The honeysuckle porch was green again. The trees cast bountiful and changing shadows on the grass. The landscape was as tranquil and serene as it had ever been. But where was she? Not there. Not there. She would have been a stranger sight in her old home now, even than the home had been at first, without her. But a lady sat in the familiar place, from whose heart she had never passed away, in whose true memory she lived, unchanging, youthful, radiant with all promise and all hope, in whose affection, and it was a mother's now, there was a cherished little daughter playing by her side. She had no rival, no successor, upon whose gentle lips her name was trembling then. The spirit of the lost girl looked out of those eyes of Grace, her sister, sitting with her husband in the orchard on their wedding day, and his and Marion's birthday. He had not become a great man. He had not grown rich. He had not forgotten the scenes and friends of his youth. He had not fulfilled any one of the doctor's old predictions. But in his useful, patient, unknown visiting of poor men's homes, and in his watching of sick beds, and in his daily knowledge of the gentleness and goodness flowering the by-paths of the world, not to be trodden down beneath the heavy foot of poverty, but springing up, elastic, in its track, and making its way beautiful, he had better learned and proved, in each succeeding year, the truth of his old faith. The manner of his life, though quiet and remote, had shown him how often men still entertained angels, unawares as in the olden time, and how the most unlikely forms, even some that were mean and ugly to the view and poorly clad, became irradiated by the coach of sorrow, want, and pain, and changed to ministering spirits with a glory round their heads. He lived to better purpose on the altered battle-ground, perhaps, than if he had contended restlessly in more ambitious lists, and he was happy with his wife, dear Grace. And Marion, had he forgotten her? "The time has flown, dear Grace," he said, since then. They had been talking of that night. "And yet it seems a long, long while ago. We count by changes and events within us, not by years." "Yes, we have years to count by, too, since Marion was with us," returned Grace. "6 times, dear husband, counting tonight as one, we have sat here on her birthday and spoken together of that happy return, so eagerly expected and so long deferred. Ah, when will it be? When will it be?"
Her husband attentively observed her as the tears collected in her eyes, and drawing nearer, said, "But Marion told you in that farewell letter which she left for you upon your table, love, and which you read so often, that years must pass away before it could be, did she not?" She took a letter from her breast, and kissed it, and said, "Yes." That through those intervening years, however happy she might be, she would look forward to the time when you would meet again, and all would be made clear, and prayed you trustfully and hopefully to do the same. The letter runs so, does it not, my dear? Yes, Alfred, and every other letter she has written since, except the last, some months ago, in which she spoke of you, and what you then knew, and what I was to learn tonight. He looked towards the sun, then fast declining, and said that the appointed time was sunset. "Alfred," said Grace, laying her hand upon his shoulder earnestly, "there is something in this letter, this old letter which you say I read so often, that I have never told you. But tonight, dear husband, with that sunset drawing near, and all our life seeming to soften and become hushed with the departing day, I cannot keep it secret." "What is it, love?" "When Marion went away, she wrote me, here, that you had once left her a sacred trust to me, and that now she left you, Alfred, such a trust in my hands, praying and beseeching me, as I loved her and as I loved you, not to reject the affection she believed, she knew, she said, you would transfer to me, when the new wound was healed, but to encourage and return it." "And make me a proud and happy man again, Grace. Did she say so?" "She meant to make herself so blessed and honoured in your love," was his wife's answer, as he held her in his arms. "Hear me, my dear," he said. "No, hear me so." And as he spoke, he gently laid the head she had raised again upon his shoulder. "I know why I have never heard this passage in the letter until now. I know why no trace of it ever showed itself in any word or look of yours at that time. I know why Grace, although so true a friend to me, was hard to win to be my wife. And knowing it, my own, I know the priceless value of the heart I gird within my arms, and thank God for the rich possession." She wept, but not for sorrow, as he pressed her to his heart. After a brief space he looked down at the child, who was sitting at their feet playing with a little basket of flowers, and bade her look how golden and how red the sun was. "Alfred," said Grace, raising her head quickly at these words, "the sun is going down. You have not forgotten what I am to know before it sets?" "You are to know the truth of Marion's history, my love," he answered. "All the truth," she said imploringly. "Nothing veiled from me any more. That was the promise, was it not?" "It was," he answered. "Before the sun went down, on Marion's birthday. And you see it, Alfred. It is sinking fast." He put his arm about her waist, and looking steadily into her eyes, rejoined, "The truth is not reserved so long for me to tell, dear Grace. It is to come from other lips." "From other lips," she faintly echoed. "Yes, I know your constant heart. I know how brave you are. I know that to you a word of preparation is enough. You have said truly that the time is come. It is. Tell me that you have present fortitude to bear a trial, a surprise, a shock, and the messenger is waiting at the gate." "What messenger?" she said. "And what intelligence does he bring?" "I am pledged," he answered her, preserving his steady look, "to say no more. Do you think you understand me?" "I am afraid to think," she said. There was that emotion in his face, despite its steady gaze, which frightened her. Again she hid her own face on his shoulder, trembling, and entreated him to pause a moment. "Courage, my wife. When you have firmness to receive the messenger is waiting at the gate. The sun is setting on Marion's birthday. Courage, courage, Grace." She raised her head, and looking at him, told him she was ready. As she stood and looked upon him going away, her face was so like Marion's as it had been in her later days at home, that it was wonderful to see. He took the child with him. She called her back (she bore the lost girl's name), and pressed her to her bosom. The little creature, being released again, sped after him, and Grace was left alone. She knew not what she dreaded, or what hoped, but remained there, motionless, looking at the porch by which they had disappeared.
Ah, what was that, emerging from its shadow, standing on its threshold? That figure with its white garments rustling in the evening air, its head laid down upon her father's breast, and pressed against it to his loving heart. O God, was it a vision that had come bursting from the old man's arms, and with a cry, and with a waving of its hands, and with a wild precipitation of itself upon her in its boundless love, sank down in her embrace? "O Marion, Marion, O my sister, O my heart's dear love, O joy and happiness unutterable, so to meet again!" It was no dream, no phantom conjured up by hope and fear, but Marion, sweet Marion, so beautiful, so happy, so unalloyed by care and trial, so elevated and exalted in her loveliness, that as the setting sun shone brightly on her upturned face, she might have been a spirit visiting the earth upon some healing mission. Clinging to her sister, who had dropped upon a seat and bent down over her, and smiling through her teeth, and kneeling close before her with both arms twining round her, and never turning for an instant from her face, and with the glory of the setting sun upon her brow, and with the soft tranquillity of evening gathering around them, Marion at length broke silence. Her voice so calm, low, clear, and pleasant, well tuned to the time. "When this was my dear home, Grace, as it will be now, again, stay, my sweet love, a moment. Oh, Marion, to hear you speak again!" She could not bear the voice she loved so well at first. "When this was my dear home, Grace, as it will be now again, I loved him from my soul. I loved him most devotedly. I would have died for him, though I was so young. I never slighted his affection in my secret breast for one brief instant. It was far beyond all price to me. Although it is so long ago, and past and gone, and everything is wholly changed, I could not bear to think that you, who love so well, should think I did not truly love him once. I never loved him better, Grace, than when he left this very scene upon that very day. I never loved him better, dear one, than I did that night when I left here." Her sister, bending over her, could only look into her face and hold her fast. "But he had gained, unconsciously," said Marion, with a gentle smile, "another heart before I knew that I had one to give him. That heart, yours, my sister, was so yielded up in all its other tenderness to me, was so devoted and so noble, that it plucked its love away, and kept its secret from all eyes but mine. Ah, what other eyes were quickened by such tenderness and gratitude, and was content to sacrifice itself to me! But I knew something of its depths. I knew the struggle it had made. I knew its high, inestimable worth to him, and his appreciation of it, let him love me as he would. I knew the debt I owed it. I had its great example every day before me. What you had done for me I knew that I could do, Grace, if I would, for you. I never laid my head down on my pillow but I prayed with tears to do it. I never laid my head down on my pillow but I thought of Alfred's own words on the day of his departure, and how truly he had said, for I knew that by you, that there were victories gained every day in struggling hearts to which these fields of battle were as nothing. Thinking more and more upon the great endurance cheerfully sustained and never known or cared for, that there must be every day and hour in that great strife of which he spoke, my trials seemed to grow light and easy. And He who knows our hearts, my dearest, at this moment, and who knows there is no drop of bitterness or grief, of anything but unmixed happiness, in mine, enabled me to make the resolution that I never would be Alfred's wife. That he should be my brother and your husband, if the course I took could bring that happy end to pass; but that I never would, Grace, I then loved him dearly, dearly, be his wife. Oh, Marion! Oh, Marion!" I had tried to seem indifferent to him," and she pressed her sister's face against her own, "but that was hard, and you were always his true advocate. I had tried to tell you of my resolution, but you would never hear me, you would never understand me. The time was drawing near for his return. I felt that I must act before the daily intercourse between us was renewed. I knew that one great pang, undergone at that time, would save a lengthened agony to all of us. I knew that if I went away then, that end must follow which has followed, and which has made us both so happy, Grace. I wrote to good Aunt Martha for a refuge in her house. I did not then tell her all, but something of my story, and she freely promised it. While I was contesting that step with myself and with my love of you and home, Mr. Warden, brought here by an accident, became for some time our companion. I have sometimes feared of late years that this might have been," exclaimed her sister, and her countenance was ashy pale. "You never loved him, and you married him in your self-sacrifice to me." "He was then," said Marion, drawing her sister closer to her, "on the eve of going secretly away for a long time. He wrote to me after leaving here, told me what his condition and prospects really were, and offered me his hand. He told me he had seen I was not happy in the prospect of Alfred's return. I believe he thought my heart had no part in that contract, perhaps thought I might have loved him once and did not then, perhaps thought that when I tried to seem indifferent, I tried to hide indifference, I cannot tell. But I wished that you should feel me wholly lost to Alfred, hopeless to him, dead. Do you understand me, love?" Her sister looked into her face attentively. She seemed in doubt. "I saw Mr. Warden, and confided in his honour, charged him with my secret on the eve of his and my departure. He kept it. Do you understand me, dear?" Grace looked confusedly upon her. She scarcely seemed to hear. "My love, my sister," said Marion, "recall your thoughts a moment. Listen to me. Do not look so strangely on me. There are countries, dearest, where those who would abjure a misplaced passion, or would strive against some cherished feeling of their hearts and conquer it, retire into a hopeless solitude, and close the world against themselves and worldly loves and hopes for ever. When women do so, they assume that name which is so dear to you and me, and call each other sisters. But there may be sisters, Grace, who in the broad world out of doors, and underneath its free sky, and in its crowded places, and among its busy life, and trying to assist and cheer it, and to do some good, learn the same lesson, and with hearts still fresh and young, and open to all happiness and means of happiness, can say the battle is long past, the victory long won. And such a one am I. You understand me now?" Still she looked fixedly upon her, and made no reply. "Oh, Grace, dear Grace!" said Marion, clinging yet more tenderly and fondly to that breast from which she had been so long exiled, "if you were not a happy wife and mother, if I had no little namesake here, if Alfred, my kind brother, were not your own fond husband, from whence could I derive the ecstasy I feel to-night? But as I left here, so I have returned. My heart has known no other love, my hand has never been bestowed apart from it. I am still your maiden sister, unmarried, unbetrothed. Your own old loving Marion, in whose affection you exist alone, and have no partner, Grace." She understood her now. Her face relaxed. Sobs came to her relief, and falling on her neck she wept and fondled her as if she were a child again. When they were more composed, they found that the doctor and his sister, good Aunt Martha, were standing near at hand, with Alfred. "This is a weary day for me," said good Aunt Martha, smiling through her tears as she embraced her nieces, "for I lose my dear companion in making you all happy. And what can you give me in return for my Marion?" "A converted brother," said the doctor. "That's something, to be sure," retorted Aunt Martha. "In such a farce as—" "No, pray don't," said the doctor, penitently. "Well, I won't," replied Aunt Martha. "But I consider myself ill used. I don't know what's to become of me without my Marion, after we have lived together half a dozen years." "You must come and live here, I suppose," replied the doctor. "We shan't quarrel now, Martha." "Or get married, aunt," said Alfred. "Indeed," returned the old lady, "I think it might be a good speculation if I were to set my cap at Michael Warden, who I hear has come home much the better for his absence in all respects. But as I knew him when he was a boy, and I was not a very young woman then, perhaps he mightn't respond. So I'll make up my mind to go and live with Marion, when she marries, and until then, it will not be very long, I dare say, to live alone. What do you say, brother?" "I've a great mind to say it's a ridiculous world altogether, and there's nothing serious in it," observed the poor old doctor. "You might take 20 affidavits of it if you chose, Anthony," said his sister, "but nobody would believe you with such eyes as those." "It's a world full of hearts," said the doctor, hugging his youngest daughter and bending across her to hug Grace, for he couldn't separate the sisters, "and a serious world with all its folly, even with mine, which was enough to have swamped the whole globe, and a world on which the sun never rises but it looks upon 1,000 bloodless battles that are some set off against the miseries and wickedness of battlefields, and a world we need be careful how we libel. Heaven forgive us, for it is a world of sacred mysteries, and its Creator only knows what lies beneath the surface of His lightest image. You would not be the better pleased with my rude pen, if it dissected and laid open to your view the transports of this family long severed and now reunited. Therefore I will not follow the poor doctor through his humble recollection of the sorrow he had had when Marion was lost to him, nor will I tell how serious he had found that world to be, in which some love deep anchored is the portion of all human creatures, nor how such a trifle as the absence of one little unit in the great absurd account had stricken him to the ground, nor how, in compassion for his distress, his sister had long ago revealed the truth to him, by slow degrees, and brought him to the knowledge of the heart of his self-banished sister, and to that daughter's side. Nor how Alfred Heathfield had been told the truth too, in the course of that then current year, and Marion had seen him, and had promised him as her brother, that on her birthday in the evening, Grace should know it from her lips at last. "I beg your pardon, doctor," said Mr. Snitchley, looking into the orchard, "but have I liberty to come in?" Without waiting for permission, he came straight to Marion and kissed her hand quite joyfully. "If Mr. Craggs had been alive, my dear Miss Marion," said Mr. Snitchley, "he would have had great interest in this occasion. It might have suggested to him, Mr. Alfred, that our life is not too easy, perhaps, that taken altogether it will bear any little smoothing we can give it. But Mr. Craggs was a man who could endure to be convinced, sir. He was always open to conviction. If he were open to conviction now, this is weakness, Mrs. Snitchley, my dear." At his summons, that lady appeared from behind the door. "You are among old friends." Mrs. Snitchley, having delivered her congratulations, took her husband aside. "One moment, Mr. Snitchley," said that lady. "It is not in my nature to rake up the ashes of the departed." "No, my dear," returned her husband. "Mr. Craggs is—" "Yes, my dear, he is deceased," said Mr. Snitchley. "But I ask you if you recollect," pursued his wife, "that evening of the ball. I only ask you that. If you do, and your memory has not entirely failed you, Mr. Snitchley, and you are not absolutely in your dotage, I ask you to connect this time with that, to remember how I begged and prayed you on my knees—" "Upon your knees, my dear," said Mr. Snitchley. "Yes," said Mrs. Snitchley, confidently, "and you know it, to beware of that man, to observe his eyes, and now to tell me whether I was right, and whether at that moment he knew secrets which he didn't choose to tell." "Mrs. Snitchley," returned her husband in her ear, "madam, did you observe anything in my eye?" "No," said Mrs. Snitchley sharply. "Don't flatter yourself." "Because, ma'am, that night," he continued, twitching her by the sleeve, "it happens that we both knew secrets which we didn't choose to tell, and both knew just the same professionally. And so the less you say about such things the better, Mrs. Snitchley, and take this as a warning to have wiser and more charitable eyes another time. Miss Marion, I brought a friend of yours along with me. Here, mistress." Poor Clemency, with her apron to her eyes, came slowly in, escorted by her husband; the latter doleful with the presentiment that if she abandoned herself to grief, the nutmeg grater was done for. "Now, mistress," said the lawyer, checking Marion as she ran towards her, and interposing himself between them, "what's the matter with you?" "The matter!" cried poor Clemency. When looking up in wonder, and in indignant remonstrance, and in the added emotion of a great roar from Mr. Britain, and seeing that sweet face so well remembered close before her, she stared, sobbed, laughed,
cried, screamed, embraced her, held her fast, released her, fell on Mr. Snitchey and embraced him, much to Mrs. Snitchley's indignation, fell on the Doctor and embraced him, fell on Mr. Britain and embraced him, and concluded by embracing herself, throwing her apron over her head, and going into hysterics behind it. A stranger had come into the orchard after Mr. Snitchley, and had remained apart near the gate without being observed by any of the group, for they had little spare attention to bestow, and that had been monopolised by the ecstasies of clemency. He did not appear to wish to be observed, but stood alone, with downcast eyes, and there was an air of dejection about him, though he was a gentleman of a gallant appearance, which the general happiness rendered more remarkable. None but the quick eyes of Aunt Martha, however, remarked him at all, but almost as soon as she espied him, she was in conversation with him. Presently going to where Marion stood with Grace and her little namesake, she whispered something in Marion's ear, at which she started, and appeared surprised, but soon recovering from her confusion, she timidly approached the stranger, in Aunt Martha's company, and engaged in conversation with him too. "Mr. Britain," said the lawyer, putting his hand in his pocket and bringing out a legal-looking document while this was going on, "I congratulate you. You are now the whole and sole proprietor of that freehold tenement, at present occupied and held by yourself as a licensed tavern, or house of public entertainment, and commonly called or known by the sign of the Nutmeg Grater. Your wife lost one house through my client, Mr. Michael Warden, and now gains another. I shall have the pleasure of canvassing you for the county one of these fine mornings. Would it make any difference in the vote if the sign was altered, sir?" asked Britain. "Not in the least," replied the lawyer. "Then," said Mr. Britain, handing him back the conveyance, "just clap in the words 'and thimble,' will you be so good? And I'll have the two mottos painted up in the parlour, instead of my wife's portrait." "And let me," said a voice behind them. It was the stranger's, Michael Warden's. "Let me claim the benefit of those inscriptions, Mr. Heathfield and Dr. Jeddler. I might have deeply wronged you both. That I did not is no virtue of my own. I will not say that I am 6 years wiser than I was, or better, but I have known at any rate that term of self-reproach. I can urge no reason why you should deal gently with me. I abused the hospitality of this house, and learnt my own demerits, with a shame I never have forgotten, yet with some profit too, I would fain hope, from one," he glanced at Marion, "to whom I made my humble supplication for forgiveness, when I knew her merit and my deep unworthiness. In a few days I shall quit this place for ever. I entreat your pardon. Do as you would be done by. Forget and forgive." Time, from whom I have the latter portion of this story, and with whom I have the pleasure of a personal acquaintance of some 35 years' duration, informed me, leaning easily upon his scythe, that Michael Warden never went away again, and never sold his house, but opened it afresh, maintained a golden mean of hospitality, and had a wife, the pride and honour of that countryside, whose name was Marion. But as I have observed that time confuses facts occasionally, I hardly know what weight to give to its authority. End of The Battle of Life.